Chapter 1 His Royal Highness. New book asks for support. Advertisement. Kill. You must block him, and you can't let him attack the Daimyo. Ye Lan heard a sound of fighting in the vaguely, opened his eyes vaguely, and was immediately awakened by the sight in front of him. I am passing through. Ye Lan looked at some ancient-style room in front of him, feeling horrified. He remembered that he was just playing LOL all night in an internet cafe, and suddenly his eyes went dark and he appeared here. Boom. His Royal Highness, the enemy has already invaded here, please leave here as soon as possible. Suddenly, a dark-skinned and sturdy man rushed in wearing a worn-out armor stained with blood, and hurriedly yelled to Ye Lan. After the door was opened, Ye Lan could barely see through the figure of the big man that there was a group of soldiers like guards guarding the door tightly. Ye Lan also saw the blood constantly splashing in the air outside. When Ye Lan looked squarely at the big man in front of him, a cloud of memory suddenly appeared in his mind, and he instantly merged with Ye Lan. It turns out that Ye Lan has traveled into the Hokage world, and became a big name in a small country. The name of this country is Lee's Higuo. Advertisement. It's just that this small country is really too small. The entire land area is only as large as a few villages, which is much weaker than the small country in the original book. This makes Ye Lan very puzzled. Can this TMD be regarded as a country? It is very reluctant to say that the town is very reluctant. And the big man in front of him is the Admiral Army of the country of Lebanon, commanding 200 troops, is a warrior with genin strength, and is the most powerful person in the country of Lebanon. But after learning that this is the Hokage ninja's world, Ye Lan couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he looked at the strongest man in the country. Genin is as weak as an ordinary person in Hokage ninja, even cannon fodder can barely be counted. His Royal Highness, the enemy is a strong genin, please forgive the old minister's incompetence and can't stop him, so please leave the secret road, the old minister, come and hold the enemy. The big man saw that Ye Lan was in a daze, thinking that Ye Lan hadn't recovered from his fear, and continued to speak. He also understands Ye Lan's fear, after all, his opponent is genin. That's a strong person only in a big country with ninja village. It's just that the Admiral Army didn't know that Ye Lan was not in fear, but in a daze. But after the Admiral Army reminded again, Ye Lan also reacted. From the memory in the brain, it can be known that Lee's Higuo has two powerful genin powers in front of him. One of them is the Admiral Army in front of him, called Sadohu. I will come back to avenge you. Hearing that the ninja coming outside was of genin's strength, Ye Lan said without hesitation, and then through his memory, he searched for a secret path left in this room and walked. Although genin's strength is not conspicuous in this world, it is enough to pose a huge threat to Ye Lan. After all, he is just an ordinary person now, and the most powerful Sadohu is just a genin, so naturally he has no power to resist. I stun. Icicles. There was a roar outside, and then Ye Lan saw through the door that several diamond-shaped icicles suddenly appeared in the sky, and attacked the soldiers guarding the door. Advertisement. What? The screams continued to sound, and the bodies of the soldiers were pierced by icicles in an instant, blood was continuously sprayed from their flesh and blood, and the smell of blood instantly covered the entire room. This kid is the Daimyo? Laozi hasn't really tried to kill the Daimyo. What's it like? A ninja in a black costume approached the room and stared at Ye Lan with a sneer. The forehead protector with the Haze Ninja logo on his forehead, but there was a crack on it. It was obviously Kirigakure's betrayal, and through the ninjutsu he used, Ye Lan could conclude that this person is definitely a member of the Mizuno Yuki clan. The Shuiwuyo clan controls Bing Dun's powerful blood inheritance boundary, and their strength is stronger than the average ninja of the same class. His Royal Highness, you should leave here first. This place is guarded by old officials, you must leave safely. After speaking, Sadohu drew the samurai sword and rushed towards Mizuno without hesitation. Ding, the system is activated successfully, and host Ye Lan is being bound, binding is successful. Just when Ye Lan wanted to leave, a cold machine sound rang in his mind, making his heart beat instantly. System, hurry up and help me out of trouble. Ye Lan shouted inwardly. Ding, the host's command is detected, the system forcibly opens the novice spree, and forcibly starts an advanced summoning opportunity. Ding, congratulations to host for summoning, asterisk. Chapter 2 Rob Lucci, new book for support. Ding, congratulations to host for summoning Rob Lucci. As soon as the system's voice fell, a person suddenly appeared beside Ye Lan. Subordinate Rob Lucci, meet your highness. The man knelt on one foot and said respectfully to Ye Lan. Ye Lan looked at him and found that it was a tall man with a brown hat on his head, wearing a black costume, curly hair and extremely sharp cold eyes. He was Rob Lucci. Advertisement. Person, Rob Lucci. Level, 3-star. Abilities, Marine 6 styles, Armament Haki, Cat Fruit Leopard form. Introduction, a strong man from the One Piece world, the chief of CP0 under the world government. Ye Lan's mind instantly showed Lu Qi information interface, which made him suddenly excited. Unexpectedly, this Lu Qi came from Summit War 2 years later. This is so cool. At this time, Lu Qi is considered a strong one, and his strength can compete with Sabo, who has eaten Mara fruit. Who is Sabo? That is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. After eating Mara fruit, his strength is as good as that of Admiral, and Lu Qi can be 50-50 with him, showing his strength. Advertisement. Put this kind of strength in the Hokage world, how can it be similar to Cage level? Not to mention dealing with the veteran Cage level strong, but it should still be possible to deal with the general Cage level strong. At this time, another message appeared in Ye Lan's mind, which was an introduction to the system. This system is called the Strongest Empire System, which can help Ye Lan ascend to the world of Hokage, and even the strongest throne in the universe. Achieve the strongest empire in the world. The system currently only unlocks 2 functions, namely Summon and Mystery Store. The summoning function can summon all kinds of powerhouses in the heavens and worlds, and is 100% loyal to Ye Lan, and there will be no betrayal. Of course, there is a price to be paid if you want to summon, that is, prestige points are consumed. Unlike the Mystery Store, what needs to be consumed when buying goods is the national power value. National power is calculated based on a country's economic strength and military strength. The more developed a country's economy is, the stronger its military power will be, and the value of national power will continue to increase. The Mystery Store will refresh products for free once a week, and each refreshed product will only have 6 fixed items, but they are all related to the establishment and development of the empire. If the development of subordinates depends on calling, then the development of the country depends on the merchandise of the Mystery Store. Strange, what is going on with this huge sense of oppression? When Lu Qi suddenly appeared, the Wu Ren felt the mountain-like aura pressing on him, making him almost out of breath, his eyes fixed on Lu Qi, and a hint of retreat had already occurred in his heart. Lu Qi, get rid of him. Now that there is Lu Qi, a powerful subordinate, there is no need for Ye Lan to run away, so he ordered directly. Yes. Your Highness. Advertisement. Tempest Kick. Lu Qi said respectfully to Ye Lan first, and then his icy eyes released a powerful killing intent to suppress Mist Ninja's body. When his posture moved, a light blue crescent-shaped chopping wave suddenly attacked Mist Ninja. Not good. 1 second before Lu Qi released Tempest Kick, Wu Ren could feel a breath of death coming towards him, and he released the body replacement technique without hesitation. Boom! The imposing Tempest Kick attacked Mist Ninja, and instantly the house was cut in half along with the wooden pile that Mist Ninja released body replacement technique, and the whole house collapsed in an instant. After that, Ye Lan only felt as if he was being picked up by a person, and appeared outside in an instant. Similarly, there is also Sato who. Damn it! A sword-like attack just now, is it a samurai? Wu Ren looked at the room that was cut in half and collapsed, gasping in horror on his face. If he hadn't been wandering on the edge of death frequently, had exercised his extraordinary reflexes and sensitivity to danger, and released the body replacement technique in advance, it is estimated that he would have been killed by Tempest Kick a long time ago. In this world, although ninja is the mainstream profession, there is also a powerful profession, that is, samurai. The fighting power of the samurai is also very powerful, but this power refers to those who practice sword energy, sword light, and the like. The destructive power of this type of samurai is not weaker than that of the ninja, but the number is really too small. And the strongest samurai known now, Mifune, is the existence of the sword light from cultivation. The strength is strong enough to compete with the cage-level powerhouse. No. I have to escape. I can't beat this guy at all. Vunin shouted inwardly. Asterisk. Chapter 3 A generous gift package for beginners, new book asks for support. Advertisement. Just when Wu Ren wanted to escape, Lu Qi figure arrived at him in an instant, and those cold eyes with killing intent fiercely released a powerful aura towards him, making him feel like he was tenured. The big mountain is so oppressive and out of breath. Finger pistol. As soon as Lu Qi's icy voice fell, his fingers with great penetrating power and lethal power appeared in Wu Ren's heart. Finger pistol's attack directly penetrated Vunin's body and pierced his heart. Puff, how could it be? Wu Ren looked at the fingers that penetrated his heart, looked at Lu Qi with an unbelievable appearance, a burst of blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, and he fell. But Lu Qi had already left Wu Ren's side early, and his clothes had not been splashed with any drop of blood. This is too powerful. Sato Hu said with a shocked look on the side. He never expected that the subordinates that His Royal Highness had secretly cultivated were so powerful that he would kill Wu Ren, who was regarded as extremely dangerous by him, with just one move. Although he doesn't know the identity of Lu Qi and Ye Lan, he can tell from Lu Qi's respectful attitude towards Ye Lan that Lu Qi is Ye Lan's subordinate. Sato Hu, can you explain why there are ninjas to attack me? Seeing Lu Qi kill the Mist Ninja in front of him, Ye Lan was not surprised. After all, it was normal to kill the Chunin level mist ninja with Lu key strength. The difference between the two was too big, but he was very curious. Why did Kiri Shinobu attack him? If you go back to your highness, this Vunin is a traitor hired by the Land of the Hidden, and the Daimyo of the Land of the Hidden wants to attack you when you first ascended the throne, and wants to provoke a war between the two countries. Advertisement. Sato who said angrily. Their Sato family third generation is loyal to the Daimyo, regardless of whether the Daimyo is newly enthroned or not, they will be loyal to the Daimyo. That's why he has such an attitude. Go and call Tajima Wind, and bring the materials from the Hidden Kingdom. Ye Lan's face was a little ugly, and his tone was cold. As soon as he crossed, he was attacked and killed. Everyone was in a bad mood, so Ye Lan's face was naturally not much better. Yes. Regarding Ye Lan's order, Sato who did not hesitate to come down and find the Tajima Wind in Ye Lan's mouth. Tajima Wind is the only genin powerhouse in the kingdom of Lei except Sato who. He is a ninja. Of course, he is just a ninja who has mastered the simple three-body technique. After Sato who left, Ye Lan re-entered his mind and communicated with the system. With the protection of Lu Qi from the outside world, he would naturally not be in any danger. System, is there anything else in the novice gift pack? Ye Lan said inwardly. He remembers that summoning Lu Qi is just an opportunity for advanced summoning characters in the novice spree. Apart from this summoning opportunity, there should be other things, right? The system did not answer Ye Lan's question, but a light screen similar to a game interface appeared in Ye Lan's mind. The items displayed on it were the other things in the novice gift pack. Chakra practice, fairy skill. Advertisement. Function, it can absorb the natural chakra from the outside world to form the fairy chakra, and will not be affected by the natural chakra, without side effects. Blood following boundary stealing. Effect, you can seize blood from a person who has died for no more than 7 days to seize blood from the bloodline to yourself, and inherit the bloodline without side effects. Ninjutsu bag. Function, you can obtain ninjutsu with specified attributes, and the number and level of the ninjutsu can be obtained randomly. The three simple items made Ye Lan feel a burst of ecstasy. The first is the chakra cultivation method, Xianshu, which means that his future chakra is definitely a chakra, and there are no side effects. This is a good practice method for Ye Lan in the early stage. Although more powerful characters can be obtained in the future, it is also in the future. At present, Ye Lan's best practice method is the chakra practice method, fairy skill. As for Lu Qi Marine 6 styles, it needs to be practiced through constant physical exercises, and when the body is strong enough to be able to practice. Then it was the stealing of the bloodline boundary. This thing is also a good thing for Ye Lan. A strong bloodline boundary can increase Ye Lan's combat power a lot. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Capture the Bing Dun Blood and Follow the Boundaries, new book asks for support. Advertisement. The ninjutsu bag has a great effect on Ye Lan. After all, the country of Li is so poor now that there is nothing at all, so the ninjutsu bag can make up for the most lack of ninjutsu. Bing Dun is a very powerful boundary of blood succession, but in the original work, the Shui Wuyo clan died too fast, leaving Shui Wuyuiba alone to develop Bing Dun, so naturally he can't fully exert the power of Bing Dun. You know, no matter which world you are in, the ice attribute is always a very powerful force. As long as it is developed properly, its power can even compete with wood style. Ye Lan looked at the dead Wu Ren, thinking of the blood on his body following the boundary, and kept thinking in his heart. Furthermore, the power of ice is superior in attack and defense, especially for seals. The strong ice attribute can even freeze creatures permanently. What's more, the power of ice, even time can be frozen. Ye Lan remembered those strong men who used ice attribute power in his mind, and made a determination, that is, to use the blood inheritance boundary stealing thing on the dead Wujin. After all, the potential of Bing's power is very large, and if one day in the future, if the queen can be summoned, he might be able to learn the heaven-defying move. Thinking of this, Ye Lan couldn't help feeling a burst of enthusiasm in his heart. System, steal the bloodline boundary and use it on the dead Wujin. Ye Lan said silently in his heart. Ding, consumable items, stealing the bloody bounds, target, the ninja of the Shouwuyo clan, bloody bounds, Bing Dun, start stealing Bing Dun. Ding, congratulations on the successful theft of host. Starting to merge. In less than 3 seconds, the system heard a prompt sound of stealing success, and countless pale white mists appeared on the Wujinren's body, gathering into a small hockey puck. Advertisement. Although the hockey puck is small, Ye Lan can feel a cold breath constantly floating on the surface of the hockey puck. Suddenly, the little hockey puck flew to Ye Lan's heart instantly, directly fusing with Ye Lan's heart through the bondage of the clothes and the epidermis. Ding, it takes 10 minutes to fuse ice and blood to follow the boundaries, please host to find a safe place. Ye Lan felt extremely cold at the moment the little ice hockey puck melted into his heart. What is -50 degrees, compared with this cold degree is almost bursting. This pit is better than the system, so why not talk about such an important thing? Ye Lan gritted his teeth, angrily inside. Lu Chi, I can't let anyone disturb me in the next 10 minutes, even if it is Sato Hu and the others, let them wait here. Ye Lan reluctantly spit out these few words, and then entered a frozen state. The power of Bing Dun has begun to move from the heart to other organs, and at the same time a thick layer of ice has formed on Ye Lan's body surface, which appeared to protect Ye Lan. His Royal Highness, I will definitely protect you. Lu Chi said firmly in his heart. Then he randomly found a place to sit down and closed his eyes. It looks like Lu Chi is resting, but he has been using Devil Fruit's power to observe his surroundings with a perception comparable to observation haki. Advertisement. Tattoo. A burst of rushing footsteps came from the ground, causing Lu Chi, who closed his eyes and rested to open his sharp eyes, and looked towards the direction of the comer with a trace of coldness in his eyes. His Royal Highness. Here we are. Before the person arrived, Sato Hu's arrogant voice came first, but the vigilance in Lu Chi's eyes was still not relaxed. He was only loyal to Ye Lan, and he didn't trust anyone else. His Royal Highness, what is going on? Lu Chi saw Sato Hu with a group of soldiers and an elderly man in a kimono. When they saw the status quo of Ye Lan, their originally somewhat happy expression changed drastically. Because Ye Lan was sealed by ice in their eyes. This made them feel an instant grief. When they wanted to come forward to rescue Ye Lan from the ice, they were intercepted by Lu Chi on the side. His Royal Highness is in a special state now that no one can interrupt. This is an order from His Highness. Lu Chi looked at Sato Hu and them, and said lightly. But... Sato Hu gritted his teeth and said, but there was no further explanation, he could only look at Ye Lan in an icebound state with a worried expression. Upload new book, update every 4 days, ask for evaluation votes for flowers collection. Chapter V Division of National Hierarchy, new book asks for support. Dare to ask who is your excellency? Feeling Ruoki's powerful aura, the old man in a kimono cautiously said. Rob Lucci, His Royal Highness's most loyal subordinate. Lu Chi glanced at the old man and said lightly. It turned out to be your excellency Lu Chi, under the name Tajima Feng. He is currently the only minister of the Kingdom of Lebanon. Advertisement. Tajima said with a smile. Okay. Lu Chi was not interested in them, and casually perfunctory. Dare to ask your excellency Lu Chi, how strong is your current strength? Tajima Feng continued to ask. Probably, it is dozens of times stronger than the ninja just now. Lu Chi said in a flat tone. When summoned to this world, the system will implant some information about the Hokage world into these summoned characters, such as common sense such as ninjutsu, blood succession boundaries of each family. Through this information, Lu Chi also knew that the person who used the weird ninjutsu to avoid his tempest kick was a ninja. His. Hearing that Lu Chi's strength was dozens of times stronger than that of Chnin's Funin, who couldn't help taking a breath. Advertisement. In his eyes, Chnin is already a very powerful existence, and it can be dozens of times stronger than Chnin. How strong is this? Thinking of this, Sato Hu didn't dare to think about it anymore. The gap was too big. He only knew that after Li's Higuo had Lu Chi, the powerhouse, the national level could at least be raised to the level of a medium-sized country. There are 5 levels of countries in this world. The most powerful countries are called superpowers, which are the 5 largest countries. Each country has several cage-level powerhouses and at least 5,000 ninjas. The second-level country is a big country. A country with a strong cage level must be considered a big country. At present, in the Hokage world, only the country of Rain can qualify as a big country. The third-tier countries are medium-sized countries with ninja villages, and countries with the ability to train ninjas, such as Taki no Kuni. The fourth-tier countries are small countries marked on the world map. Each country has its own special features, such as the country of ghosts. The 5th level, that is, the weakest country, is like Ye Lan's current country of Lebanon. It is so weak that it doesn't even have the qualifications to be marked on the world map, and there are at least hundreds of countries like this in the world. Crazy. As they talked, the ice layer on Ye Lan's body changed and began to crack slowly, allowing Lu Chi and the others to focus on him. Crazy. As time passed, the ice layer cracked faster and faster, and Ye Lan finally broke the ice. Is this being done? Ye Lan opened his eyes, and a cold white mist appeared in his right hand, forming a diamond-shaped ice crystal. Although Ye Lan hasn't cultivated chakra yet, after awakening Bing Dun's blood, he can simply use Bing Dun's power, just like now. His Royal Highness, are you okay? After seeing Ye Lan breaking out of the ice, Sato Hu immediately stepped forward, worried. Advertisement. Although Tajima Feng and Lu Chi did not ask, they both showed concern in their eyes. Not only did I have nothing to do, but instead gained a powerful force. Ye Lan showed them the ice crystal in his right hand and smiled. This seems to be the ability of that Kiri Shinobu. Sato Hu looked at Bing Jing in surprise and said. Similar to the ability of Bing Bing fruit. Liu Qi also said at this time. At the same time, his heart was also shocked. He who came from the world of One Piece knew better than Sato Hu and others how powerful ice is. Just think of Aokiji, one of Marine's 3 admiral, you can know that the power of ice fruit can freeze the sea. It's not the time to talk about this, Tajima Feng, you should have brought the materials of the Hidden Kingdom, right? Ye Lan shattered the ice crystals, gleaming with an exceptionally beautiful brilliance under the sunlight. He turned his gaze to Tajima Feng's body, and said. This is the information of the Hidden Kingdom, please have a look at it. Tajima Feng immediately handed a scroll in his hand to Ye Lan, respectfully. Ye Lan opened the scroll at will, glanced over it hastily, and found that the kingdom of Latent is almost the same as the kingdom of Li, and besides having 2 genins, it's no wonder that Warren will be asked to attack and kill the name of the kingdom of Li before. I think I want to borrow this war starts and wins the country of Lebanon. Unfortunately, things didn't go as desired. The name of the country of Lebanon was replaced by Ye Lan, and he also summoned the strong man, Liu Qi, to win the country of Lebanon is doomed to fail. Asterisk. Chapter 6 The weak country of Li, new book asks for support. Liu Qi, give you a task to kill all the high-level figures and daimyo in the Hidden Kingdom. Ye Lan took the scroll to Liu Qi, and said in an extremely cold voice. Yes. Your Highness. Liu Qi took the scroll that Ye Lan had brought, and said respectfully. Sato Hu. Advertisement. The old minister is here. Sato Hu immediately straightened his waist and responded. Bring 100 troops and cooperate with Liu Qi to take down the country of diving. Ye Lan categorically cut the railroad. Yes. After receiving the order, Sato Hu Lima led 100 soldiers to the direction of the diving country, and after Liu Qi got the scroll in the hands of Ye Lan, he instantly disappeared here and headed to the diving country. Tajima style, let someone clean up here, and then take me to your office. Ye Lan said to Tajima Feng. Yes. Your Highness. Tajima Feng immediately called several guards to clean up the corpse of Wu Shinobi and asked them to rebuild the collapsed palace. After all, this is the daimyo's palace. After it is destroyed, it will naturally need to be rebuilt. And even though the bloodline limit of Wu Ren's body was stolen, his body did not disappear, and he still lay there. Advertisement. Then Tajima Feng took Ye Lan to his office where he usually handles political affairs. This office place is really simple. Ye Lan looked at the dilapidated wooden house in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But thinking that his palace is only better than the Tajima-style wooden house, Ye Lan thought that a huge palace should be rebuilt. However, in terms of a small country like Lei's country, it may not be able to support Ye Lan's inner palace with a larger scale. Sure enough, the national strength of the country of Lebanon must be improved to have the human and financial resources to build a huge palace. After entering, Ye Lan saw that there was a wooden table in the center, and there were a few futons on both sides of the house, which should be for people who entered. In addition to these, there are 2 bookshelves next to the wooden table with scrolls hung on them. Tajima style, take your seat, and briefly explain the national conditions of Li's Higuo by the way. Ye Lan naturally sat at the wooden table and said lightly to the Tajima standing in front. Although he had received the memory of the daimyo had just ascended the throne, and he still didn't know much about the national conditions of the country of Lebanon. Thank you, Your Highness. Tajima Feng bowed slightly, then sat on the futon next to him, and began to explain the national conditions of Li's Higuo to Ye Lan. In front of us, the country of Lebanon is still in the class of a tiny country. The border is about 5 square kilometers. In addition to the city where we live now, there are 100 hectares of fields and 3 rivers. The city in the Tajima vent is actually a larger village, but the area is about 1 square kilometer. Advertisement. And 100 hectares of land is almost equal to 1 square kilometer. In addition to the 3 rivers, although other areas are also classified as within the country of Lebanon, they are all high mountains and desolate areas and have no effect on the country of Lebanon. Therefore, the place where Lei's Higuo is really useful is actually only about 3 square kilometers. The population of our country of Lebanon has reached more than 2,000 people. Among them, there are about 800 young people, 500 old, weak, sick and disabled, and the rest are women. There are more than 250 young people who joined the army. Except for the 200 people who formed an army, the rest are all serving as escorts to protect your safety. And we now have 300 tons of grain, and 5 million silver taels in finance. With just a few words, Tajima Wind has finished talking about the more critical and important points in the country of Lebanon. What about weapons? Ye Lan couldn't help frowning when he heard that Li's Higuo was so weak. Although there is not much food in this area, it is enough to support more than 2,000 people in the country of Lebanon for half a year. In terms of the army, it is still too weak, and military strength must be enhanced, otherwise even if there is a strong man like Liu Qi, the country of Lei is still a weak country. In addition to having an economic foundation, the most important thing for a country to become stronger is its military strength. If you want to increase national strength, the increase in military strength is inevitable. Back to your highness, the weapons of our country of Lei are only 3 good quality samurai swords and 300 normal quality samurai swords. One of the good samurai swords was given to General Sato Hu, and there are 2 remaining in the treasury. Moreover, the iron materials in the national treasury are also very scarce. It is difficult to build weapons, so there are only so many weapons. Seeking Flowers evaluation votes for support. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Mystery Store, new book asks for support. After listening to Tajima's words and understanding the situation of Lei's Higuo, Ye Lan's inner thoughts fluctuated. The military must be strengthened, and in this respect, those young people need to join the army, but the shortage of population is a problem, and we can only choose the elite plan. This needs to wait for Liu Qi to come back and let him train the corps. Although Liu Qi is not from Marine, there may not be a Marine training recruit plan, but it is also a talent trained by the world government. It should be very important to the training corps. Learn. But the food consumed by the training corps is absolutely huge. It is estimated that the food in the treasury will not be able to support it for a long time. The food is also a problem. Moreover, military training consumes not only food, but also a lot of money. Without money, it is impossible for anyone to join the army, so money is also a big problem. Advertisement. In addition to these issues, the most important aspect is the weapon. Without weapons, it is a joke to let the troops go on the battlefield with bare hands. The country of Lebanon is short of money, food, weapons, and population. In short, the country of Lebanon is short of everything. Ye Lan kept thinking inside. Forget it, let's take a look at the system's mysterious store first. Unable to think of a good solution, Ye Lan simply threw these problems out of his mind and opened the mystery store with anticipation. Soon, an interface with the color of chaos appeared in Ye Lan's mind, with 6 products displayed on it. Commodity, Super Rice Seed. Level, 1 star. Effect, miracle seeds that can mature quickly within half a month, and their yield reaches nearly 2,100 per mu. Price, 500 national strength value. Advertisement. Commodity, ripening fruits. Level, 2 star. Effect, all plants of 1 star can be matured instantly for 2 days. Price, 2,500 national power value. Commodity, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Level, 2 star. Effect, cutting iron like mud is the most basic ability. The key is that this sword can release cold air to drive back the enemy, let the enemy's body catch the cold, and it will freeze to death in less than 10 days. If combined with ice energy, the lethality will be greatly increased. Price, 5,000 national power value. Commodity, Super Steel Smelting Technology. Level, 1 star. Effect, you can train steel that exceeds the quality of ordinary steel, and the effect is twice as powerful as that of ordinary steel. Price, 900 national power value. Commodity, Departure Sword. Level, 5 star. Advertisement. Effect, Heaven and Earth obediently leave Pishixing, this is a super artifact that can cut through the world. Price, 5 million national power value. Commodity, Primary All Attribute Enhancement Potion Drawings. Level, 3 star. Effect, you can refine all attribute boosting potions from medicinal materials, which can greatly improve all personal attributes, but it is limited to characters below Elite Janines strength. Price, 50,000 national power value. When he saw the merchandise in the mystery store, Ye Lan became more surprised when he looked at it. Every merchandise was of great help to him. When he saw the departure sword appeared, he was shocked. He didn't expect that such a heaven-defying artifact could appear in the mysterious store. Sure enough, this mysterious store is really mysterious and powerful. Because Ye Lan couldn't afford the outrageous price of Deviant's sword, he set his sights on the other 5 products. The first is Super Rice Seeds and Ripening Fruits. The combination of the two can definitely increase the total amount of food in Lishiguo. Think of the mass production of 2,100 caddies of rice per mu, plus the ripening fruits that can make the Super Rice Seeds instantly mature. What a terrible scene! Ye Lan has already made up that picture in his head. The seeds are just planted and they mature instantly. After the seeds are planted, the rice matures instantly again. Repeatedly for up to 2 days, the total amount of food in the country of Lebanon must be enough. How many? Ye Lan didn't dare to think about it anymore, because that number would definitely make all the countries in the world jealous. It is estimated that even the most fertile land of Fire country may be murderous. Therefore, if these 2 things are really to be used, then the country of Lebanon must be sealed off, so that outsiders cannot know the news. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Ninjutsu Pack, Ice Dunjutsu, new book asks for support. Advertisement. Then came the Ice Soul Han sword. Ye Lan thought that this sword was specially made for him. Because Ye Lan already possesses the boundary of ice escape and blood succession, the chakra cultivated is naturally also of ice attributes, which can greatly increase the lethality of the ice apparition cold sword. So this sword Ye Lan will definitely buy it. In addition to improving his combat power, this sword is definitely an artifact in the Hokage world, in addition to the more famous 7 ninja swords and 6 paths artifacts in the original book. There are almost no opponents. The Ice Soul Cold Sword can definitely cut off other weapons easily. And the Super Steel Smelting technology can't be missed. Ye Lan will definitely buy this product anyway. Because Super Steel Smelting technology is too important. Everyone is very clear about the importance of weapons. A good weapon can bless at least 30% of the combat power. Although the Hokage world also has steel smelting technology, it cannot be compared with super steel smelting technology. After all, the quality of super steel smelting technology is twice as powerful as ordinary steel. This means that the country of Lebanon possesses this technology, and the quality of its weapons far exceeds that of other countries, even the country of craftsmen. Imagine the scene of a fight between a person holding a weapon made by his own country and a person holding a weapon of the country of Li, and then the weapon in his hand suddenly collapsed. The look absolutely awkward, very wonderful. Moreover, Ye Lan can also use this technology to create high-quality weapons and sell them to other countries, which will definitely usher in the enthusiasm of those countries. In this way, the money problem can be solved. In addition to these, what makes Ye Lan the most jealous is the last item in the mystery store, the primary all-attribute potion drawing. This is what really allows the country of Lebanon to quickly develop into a powerful country, directly and greatly improving all attributes, without side effects, and no restrictions on use. Although it can only be promoted to the Genin level and not to the elite Genin level, it is also very scary. Advertisement. Is Genin strong? Perhaps in the 4th Ninja World War, it was as weak as cannon fodder, but in the current era, Genin is already a symbol of high-level power, the backbone of the 5 great ninja villages. And every Genin is very difficult to cultivate. In addition to spending a lot of materials, it also needs to see if he has enough talent to advance to Genin. And the elementary all-attribute potion lacks no talent, only the materials needed to be refined. This is the most terrifying place, and this thing is also of great help to Ye Lan, because he has not yet started to practice, it is still a ordinary people. System, check my national strength value. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Ye Lan asked the system. Ding, the national power value of the host in front of you is 3,400. Is there only this point? But it doesn't matter. After taking the nation of Latent, the national power value will definitely increase. But if you want to buy 5 products besides Deviant's sword, there is still a big gap. It seems that the only way to get more money and materials through war is to increase the value of national power. Ye Lan frowned and thought. System, I want to buy super rice seeds and ripening fruits. Ye Lan said to the system inwardly. Although super steel smelting technology is very important, what Li's Higuo needs most is not steel, but food. Without food, nothing can be done. Advertisement. Ding, 3,000 deducts the national power value. Congratulations to host for obtaining super rice seeds and ripening fruits. After hearing the system prompt, Ye Lan immediately opened the system space and checked the items inside. The system space is the basic ability attached to the system. Any dead objects can be placed without limitation. This seems to be that ninjutsu bag, right? After Ye Lan opened the system space, he found that besides the items purchased from the mysterious store, there was a gift package lying there quietly. Ninjutsu bag. Function, you can obtain ninjutsu with specified attributes, and the number and level of the ninjutsu can be obtained randomly. Use or not. The system, designated to obtain ice ninjutsu. Ye Lan didn't hesitate to use the ninjutsu bag, and then 5 light groups jumped out of this gift bag, each light group represents a move of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Ice Dung Ice Crystal Blasting. Level, B-level ninjutsu. Introduction, a hockey puck is condensed from the palm of the hand and released toward the designated destination. It will split into many small hockey pucks and burst out instantly, causing a large range of destructive power. Asterisk. Chapter 9 S-level ninjutsu, new book for support. Ninjutsu, Ice Dunk Ice Crystal Wall. Level, C-level ninjutsu. Introduction, it can quickly create a solid ice wall to resist attacks, which is a defensive ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Bing Dun Ice Clone Technique. Advertisement. Level, B-level ninjutsu. Introduction, it can consume a large amount of chakra to release the clone technique of ice, and the clone of ice can release a lot of ice ninjutsu. It will not disappear easily after being attacked. After the most deadly attack, it will turn into an ice sculpture and explode. Ninjutsu, Bing Dun Bing Feng Tian Yi. Level, S-level ninjutsu. Introduction, summon huge icicles from the sky to attack the enemy. If chakra is large enough, you can even summon icebergs and ice peaks to attack the enemy. Ninjutsu, Bing Dun Frost White Tiger. Level, Grade A Ninjutsu. Introduction: summon a huge ice tiger to attack the enemy. The ice tiger has strong destructive power and can even consume the ice in the body to escape chakra and spray ice mist to freeze the enemy. Seeing these 5 strokes of ninjutsu, Ye Lan expressed his satisfaction. There are both attack ninjutsu, defensive ninjutsu, and clone ninjutsu. Advertisement. Especially the move Bing Feng Tianyu turned out to be an S-rank ninjutsu. This is enough for Ye Lan to use it for a long time. The Tajima wind allows people to build granaries with extreme speed, with an area as large as 100 square meters, and at least 10 more. After tidying up, Ye Lan exited the system space, stood up and said, looking at the sad Tajima wind. His Royal Highness, what are you going to do? How can you build so many granaries for no reason? And where should such a wide range of granaries be built? Tajima Feng looked puzzled. Yes indeed. Li's Higuo is only such a big place, where should these granaries be built? Isn't there a wasteland outside the west of the city? Put the granary there. No one will go to the wasteland where the birds don't shit anyway. But just in case, I have to build a wooden wall there, and call half of my guards there to guard it. After thinking for a moment, Ye Lan continued. There is a wasteland of at least 1 square kilometer in the west of Li's Higuo, and that wasteland is connected to another tiny country in the west. However, the wasteland is sparsely populated and almost no one cares about it, which is why Ye Lan plans to build the granary there. The guards were sent to guard there to prevent accidental intrusion, and food was taken by some unexpected visitors. Of course, Ye Lan didn't expect those guards to be able to guard the place. He just planned to wait for Liu Qi and the others to gain prestige after taking the Dive Kingdom, and then summon characters to guard the place. Letting the guards guard there is nothing more than a stopgap measure. As for what I want to do, you will know tomorrow. Ye Lan smiled mysteriously. If it wasn't for the night, he would have taken out the super rice seeds and ripening fruits. Advertisement. For people in this world, the appearance of super rice seeds and ripening fruits is absolutely a miracle. Ye Lan can even imagine the shocked expressions of the farmers. Yes. Seeing Ye Lan's mysterious smile, Tajima Feng's inner doubts increased, but he didn't continue to ask, he was ready to send someone to build a granary. After Ye Lan told Tajima Feng some more things, he went to find a better quality wooden house to rest. Sitting on the futon, Ye Lan started his first practice according to the chakra practice method in his mind. No one can see that the nature in the world chakra is flying to Ye Lan's body little by little. No one knew that in the depths of the earth, a golem roared imperceptibly. On the other side, the hidden country. A group of ministers and daimyo in the palace of the hidden kingdom celebrated joyfully, and it seemed that something worthy of celebration had happened. His Royal Highness, your trick is really wonderful. As long as the great name of Li's Higuo dies, the entire Li's Higuo will be the territory of our hidden kingdom. The old minister really admires your great wisdom. Come and let the old minister respect you again. A wrinkled fat minister showed a chrysanthemum-like smile, and held a wine glass at the center of the same fat man to please. Well, I toast you too. Hearing the minister's flattery, the great name of the hidden kingdom also smiled like a chrysanthemum and said with satisfaction. Just today, Deming of the hidden kingdom used a heavy sum of money to hire a Chunin-level rebel to attack and kill the newly enthroned Deming of the kingdom of Li, in order to cause chaos within the kingdom of Li, and then take the opportunity to take it down. Although they haven't really won the country of Lebanon, in their eyes, the country of Lebanon is already in their pocket. Asterisk. Chapter 10 The Name of the Innocent and Hidden Country, new book asks for support. His Royal Highness, let the old ministers come to toast you too. Another white-haired old man with a thin body also raised his glass at this time, with a joyful expression on his face. Well, I toast you too. The great name of the land of potential is in a good mood, and he raises his glass in response. In such a harmonious environment, a discordant voice suddenly appeared. Advertisement. Boom. His Royal Highness. It's not good. An intruder suddenly appeared outside the city, killing all our soldiers. You run away. The intruder is about to come in. A soldier broke in, regardless of whether his behavior was courtesy or not, and directly shouted at the name whose face was gradually darkening. What? An intruder killed Lao Zi's 500 soldiers. Hearing such a blast of news, the dark face of the great name of Qinziguo was instantly shocked. To kill Lao Zi's 500 soldiers in such a short period of time, it seems that the invaders definitely existed as ninjas. FK. Lao Zi doesn't seem to have provoked anyone recently. How could ninjas appear to attack the hidden kingdom? Is it the country of Lebanon? But is it possible? Advertisement. Lao Zi hired a rebel of Chunin's strength to kill their daimyo. They should be in a state of chaos now? But who is this intruder? The thoughts of the Lord of the Land of Hidden were ups and downs, but he was not too panicked. After all, there are 2 genins here. Step. 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 A rhythmic footstep sounded, and everyone subconsciously looked in that direction. You should be the name of the hidden country. Although it was asking, the tone was full of affirmation. Everyone looked at and found a tall man appeared at the gate. This man was Liu Qi, sent by Ye Lan to kill the high-level personnel of the Hidden Kingdom. Who are you? You dare to invade the Hidden Kingdom? Seeing Liu Qi with bloody clothes, everyone knew that the man in front of him was an intruder. Immediately, there was a strong genin guarding the minister and the lord of the Hidden Kingdom. He assumed a fighting stance with Kunao, and his eyes were not good. Staring at Liu Qi. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? Isn't it enough to just go up and kill him? The other genin in the Hidden Kingdom was more direct, looking at Liu Qi, who had no chakra fluctuations, his ferocious face showed a fierce smile. Boy, you are so bold. An ordinary person dared to come to the palace of the Daimyo alone. It seems that the people behind you are really a bunch of spoils. With that said, the genin took out his shuriken and quickly projected towards Liu Qi. Although he looked down on Liu Qi as an ordinary person, he thought that Liu Qi dared to come here alone, and there was definitely an ambush outside. However, he didn't even know that Liu Kake was the protagonist of this invasion. Tempest Kick. Advertisement. Facing the flying shuriken, Liu Qi legs moved slightly, and a light blue half-moon shockwave appeared instantly, attacking the genin with unstoppable coercion. Boom! The mighty Tempest Kick directly cut the shuriken into powder, continued to push forward, and quickly divided the genin and the ministers around him into two parts, and at the same time blasted a wall of the palace, causing a loud noise. Tianhe! Seeing his friend die suddenly, the sturdy genin let out a grief, and a trace of hatred rose in his heart. But looking at Liu Qi, who was like an ancient beast, the original idea of wanting revenge for his friends disappeared instantly. The whole person was dominated by endless fear, and he did not dare to look directly at Liu Qi. Wow! On the other side, when genin and the minister were divided into two parts and then spewed out a lot of blood, the great name of the latent country who smelled the bloody smell instantly vomited all the food that he had just eaten. The sour smell was extremely pungent, causing the ministers near him to step back silently. Seeing that everyone present was only vomiting, the daimyo of Kyunziguo couldn't help but flushed. Looking at the powerful Liu Qi, his eyes were full of fear, but there was a hint of enthusiasm. If this powerful ninja can be recruited to become a member of my hidden country, then Lao Zi still needs to hire a rebellious ninja to directly crush the country of Li. Even that powerful Night Kingdom can be included in the bag. Thinking of this, the landlord of the Hidden Kingdom forcibly endured the physical discomfort, put on a smile that he thought was the best, and said, Master Ninja, there is absolutely any misunderstanding between us. If you can let go of your previous suspicions and become the general of our hidden country, I can promise you 10 million silver taels every year. Asterisk. Chapter 11 The Hidden Kingdom, Extinction. New book asks for support. When saying this, the name of the hidden country was also a little guilty. Because there is only 6 million silver taels in the treasury of the hidden country, there is still a big distance from the 10 million silver taels. But in order to be able to make Liu Qi a person in the hidden country, he had to increase his bargaining chips and throw out a huge sum of 10 million silver taels. Although the land of potential is not 10 million silver taels, as long as you flick Liu Qi to the country of potential, and then sweep the surrounding tiny countries, money will naturally roll in. Just paying a small price, but you can get a huge return, the daimyo of the hidden country thinks narcissistically, Lao Zi is really a damn individual talent. Advertisement. Finger pistol. However, Lucky Bird didn't even have him. He appeared next to him instantly, gathering his body's strength on his fingers, and slowly poking at the heart of the lord of the land. Puff. The lord of Hidden Kingdom, who has not recovered from the weak state of vomiting, ejected a large amount of blood instantly after being attacked by finger pistol. His pale, ghostly face carried an unbelievable look. He had no idea that under the condition of an annual salary of 10 million silver taels, someone would refuse. If you change to someone else, you have already agreed. But his thoughts only stayed for 2 seconds, his eyes were instantly dead, his body drooped naturally, and he was obviously dead. Da. Deming is dead. Devil, he is a demon. Everyone, run away. Seeing the death of Kyunziguo Daiming, the ministers were dumbfounded, and it was obviously difficult to accept the fact that Daiming had died. But when they saw Liu Qi turn his gaze to them, they were instantly panicked, and they were all ready to flee for their lives under the horrified cry of a minister. Advertisement. But in Liu Qi's eyes, escape? That is impossible. Tempest Kick. Liu Qi feet stepped in the air, and as the body rotated, a half-moon-shaped shockwave instantly erupted downward, forming a circular full-range Tempest Kick. Boom. What? Don't kill me. The roar and screams continued, but after a while, the last moan of pain disappeared. Boom. After withstanding Liu Qi many attacks, the palace of Kyunzi Kingdom finally collapsed. The scene was filled with smoke and smoke. Only Liu Qi stood there alone. The blood-stained clothes looked very strange in the setting sun at dusk. Tattoo. There was a sound of footsteps coming from the ground. Judging from the rhythm of the footsteps, the person who came was very hasty. Your Excellency Lu Qi. Are you okay? After a while, Sato, who finally brought more than 100 soldiers behind him to arrive late. Seeing the collapsed palace and the blood flowing out from the inside, he knew that the high-level personnel of the Hidden Kingdom had been swept away by Lu Qi. This. Your power really admires the old man. Sato, whose wide-open eyes are bigger than bull's eyes. You can see how unbalanced his heart is. But when he thought of Lu Qi's amazing combat power, he was relieved. Advertisement. Since you are here, then prepare to take over the nation of Latent. All their soldiers were killed by me. There should be no problem. I will go back to His Highness first. After seeing Sato who coming, Lu Qi said with a calm look in his eyes. For Lu Qi, killing the soldiers and high-level officials of a tiny country is easier than eating and drinking, and it is impossible to arouse his interest at all. Unless it is fighting against a big country or a superpower, Lu Qi may be interested. Send your excellency. Respectfully send your lord. Sato who shouted collectively with the soldiers behind him. This highland where respect is not about status, but about strength. In this world, if your strength can be so strong that no one can beat you, no one will dare to accuse you when you run to the face of the country of fire and shit. In short, this world is the weak and the strong, and the big fist is the truth and the rule. Then Lu Qi came and went without a trace like the wind, leaving here without a sound. You guys and I will go to the treasury of the nation of invasion and transport the materials inside to the nation of Lei. The rest are going to declare the Hidden Kingdom. No, it should be the new citizens of the Li Kingdom, tell them the news. Sato who immediately said to the soldiers. Then he took a few soldiers to look for the treasury of the hidden country, and prepared to transport the materials from the treasury to the country of Lebanon. In addition to population and territory, the materials in the national treasury are the most important. The items contained in it are not just as simple as money, but also precious iron ore. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Might Wear? Seeking Flowers Evaluation Ticket. Ding, congratulations to host for destroying the land of the latent, and the land area has increased. The prompt sound of the system suddenly sounded, so that Ye Lan, who had fallen into practice, recovered. It looks like Lu Qi has completed the task. Ye Lan felt the chakra full of fairy skills in his body, and touched his chin. Although Ye Lan hasn't practiced for a long time, the natural chakra he has absorbed is unusually huge. Calculated by the amount of chakra at the ninja level, it should be close to genin level. Advertisement. For the first time, chakra can be refined to a level close to genin in less than 2 hours. Sure enough, the things produced by the system are all good things. By the way, you should have a personal attribute interface, right? Open it for me. Ye Lan asked. Before, I was only concerned about getting the Hidden Kingdom in practice, and I forgot to ask about this basic function. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. Country level, micro level, you need to absorb 8 micro countries to advance to the small country level. Descent, Bing Dun blood follows the boundaries. Skills, Ice Escape Ice Crystal Blasting, Ice Escape Ice Crystal Wall, Ice Escape Ice Clone Technique, Ice Escape Ice Peak Skyfall, Ice Escape Frost White Tiger. Gong Method, Xianxia Chakra Cultivation Method. Reputation Value, 5367. National Strength, 4300. Calling Character, Lu Qi. Advertisement. It seems that as long as the other countries are taken, the system will automatically classify one of the other's materials to me. This is more convenient. You don't have to wait until the other party's materials are shipped to the country of Lebanon to settle the settlement. Ye Lan thought about the sudden increase in national power. However, seeing that the national strength has exceeded the 4,000 mark, Ye Lan couldn't help but opened the mysterious shop and bought the super steel smelting technology. As for the blueprints of the primary all-attribute promotion potion and ice soul cold sword, although Ye Lan is very eager, the national strength value obviously has not reached that price, so they can only continue to lie in the mysterious store. Ding. Consume 900 national power value, congratulations to host for obtaining super steel smelting technology. After the sound of the system fell, one more item appeared in the system space, which was the super steel smelting technology that Ye Lan just purchased. His Royal Highness. The mission is complete. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Ye Lan, which made Ye Lan almost release ninjutsu to attack the opponent. But when it was clear that the person who came was Lu Qi, Ye Lan stopped his movements. Thanks for your hard work. Ye Lan smiled. This is what I should do. Lu Qi was caught off guard by Ye Lan's attitude, because he had always been a killing machine and had never been cared about. So he was really a little flustered, but he adjusted it quickly. It's getting late, you go to Tajima Feng, let him arrange a house for you to live in. Tomorrow there may be another important task to be entrusted to you. Ye Lan patted Liu Qi on the shoulder and said. Subordinates will go through fire and water. Advertisement. Liu Qi immediately knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Don't be so serious. Ye Lan looked at Liu Qi who was kneeling, and lifted him up and said. Yes. Although he said so, Liu Qi still had a serious expression on his face. This makes Ye Lan very helpless, but he can also understand. After all, Liu Qi was a killing machine cultivated by the world government. In such a dark environment, no matter who it is, it will become extremely serious. The setting sun gradually came to an end, the moon and the sky full of stars replaced the sun, shining on the whole world. At this time, outside the city of Lishiguo, a group of people was transporting a batch of goods. Their faces were full of joy, as if something good had happened. His Royal Highness. We succeeded in taking the Descent Kingdom. Sato who ran to the center of the city first and exclaimed with joy. I knew it a long time ago, you guys weren't hurt, right? Ye Lan looked at Sato who as if he had gotten his beloved toy, and smiled. Thanks to Lord Lucky for killing all the soldiers in Dive Land, we won't have any casualties. Sato who said gratefully. Oh. Although General Sato who is old, he is also a youthful and energetic senior. At this time, a bloody voice from the second illness suddenly came, causing Sato who's face to collapse in an instant, turning around and yelling. Might die, do you want to do something? Asterisk. Chapter 13 National Development Plan, Seeking Flowers Evaluation Votes. Might where? Are you going to do something? Sato who turned around and yelled at the person behind. Ye Lan didn't pay much attention to it when he heard a stranger voice. He just regarded him as a friend who is familiar with who Sato who, but when he heard Sato who call his name, Ye Lan's eyes were almost glaring. Damn it! Did you make a mistake? Might where? That's the ruthless man who developed 8 inner gates, Guy, his dad. Advertisement. If there is any move in the Hokage world that Ye Lan wants most, 8 inner gates is definitely among them. This is a super physical technique that is even more forbidden technique than forbidden technique. Every time I think of the kick that almost kicked the finale, Ye Lan feels a burst of enthusiasm. Then Ye Lan's eyes looked at that person as if they were shining. The jet black hairstyle can still emit a burst of white light in the dark, and the invincible thick eyebrows above the big eyes, wearing a green cloth, exudes a youthful breath. The look of such spicy eyes is definitely Might wear. But after Ye Lan calmed down, he felt very strange. How could Might Dai appear in such a remote place? Isn't he the 10,000 years genin of Konoha village? Generally, the tasks received are executed within the scope of the fire country, right? Will it appear here like this? Ye Lan looked at Sato who suspiciously. His Royal Highness, this ninja is called Might Dai. We met when we were transporting supplies. He used to be a ninja from a tiny country in the east, but that country was destroyed. In desperation, he could only wander around and look for one. Live in a relatively stable country. Advertisement. The old minister brought Might Dai to the country of Lebanon without his highness's consent. Please forgive him. With that said, Sato who actually kneeled for someone he knew not long ago. This scene made Ye Lan very surprised. This is really an extremely rare thing. As the Admiral Army of the country of Lebanon, Hokage Sato is not a deaf person. Maybe the two have similar personalities. But Ye Lan didn't blame him, and even thank him. After all, it was a miracle to be able to abduct Might Dai over. General Sato who? You really moved me. You are your Royal Highness? I came here uninvited this time. I hope you won't punish General Sato who, please. Seeing this situation, Might Dai naturally knew that Sato who had sacrificed for him, and felt tears flowing, and knelt down to Ye Lan. Might's exaggerated appearance made Ye Lan and Sato who's eyes twitch. Man husband, cry when you say you shed tears, you are really a top quality. Get up all of you, I won't blame you, Might Dai, if you are really homeless as Sato who said, then the country of Lei will welcome you. Ye Lan helped Sato who and Might Dai up and smiled. Really? Your Royal Highness? Might said in disbelief. Yes. Ye Lan said. His Royal Highness, you really touched me. Advertisement. With that, the tears in Might Dai's eyes flowed again, excitedly trying to hug Ye Lan, but Ye Lan quickly avoided. He didn't want to let his clothes catch the tears that Might wore. Sato who, you can take Might Dai to register his identity, and find him a place to live by the way. I can't bear Might wearing such a warm attitude, Ye Lan immediately ordered. Yes. Your Highness. Then the old minister resigned. Both Sato who and Might Dai bowed slightly, and then left here. Hey. The world is finally quiet. Ye Lan felt incredibly comfortable when he saw that Might wearing this life treasure finally left. Because the palace is still under reconstruction, Ye Lan still rests in the wooden house. The 3 plans that want to make Lishiguo quickly become stronger, the grain plan, the elite plan, and the steel smelting plan. The grain plan and the elite plan can be solved quickly, but the steel smelting plan is somewhat difficult. Although I have the technology, Li's Higuo does not have much iron ore to smelt. This is a big problem. In addition to finding iron ore caves, they can only be obtained by attacking other countries. Ye Lan sat on the futon, rubbed his chin with his right hand and thought. In this resource-poor place, the iron ore caves that can be found have long been occupied by those countries with high levels of national level, and it is difficult to continue to find another iron ore cave. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Shocked People, new book asks for support. Forget it, it's useless to think so much, let's complete the food plan and the elite plan first. Thinking of this, Ye Lan yawned and fell asleep. The next morning, news of the annihilation of the Hidden Kingdom swept across the surrounding countries instantly, and they were all shocked by the swift end of the war. And they were even more shocked when they learned that the victorious country was the country of Lebanon. Advertisement. The Kingdom of Lebanon is a resource-poor country. Except for the 2 genins who are more conspicuous, the remaining 200 soldiers simply cannot withstand any big storms. And yesterday, under the premise that the country of Lebanon was weaker than the country of the potential, he even killed all the power of the country of the potential. How did this make them not shocked? Of course they didn't even know the existence of Luchi. Just when they wanted to send people to the country of Lebanon to inquire about intelligence, they found that the country of Lebanon was blocked all over the country. Some countries have sent ninjas to inquire about intelligence, but they have never received any news. Those ninjas are like evaporating from the world, giving them a little more fear of the country of Li. This country of Lebanon is definitely not as weak as the rumors said. The word mystery has been marked on Li's Higuo by them. It seems that the matter of the Hidden Kingdom has spread to other countries. Ye Lan's mood became cheerful as he watched the popularity increase. But now the most important thing is planting. Ye Lan can't wait to see the power of super rice seeds and ripening fruits. Advertisement. The first thing Ye Lan did when he got up in the morning was to let Sato who blocked the whole country of Lei, and let Luchi intercept and kill the ninjas who tried to forcefully enter the country. All this is to prevent the super rice seeds and ripening fruits from leaking. The Tajima wind released these seeds for planting and destroyed the immature rice on the field. Ye Lan took out a big bag of seeds and said to Tajima Feng. His Royal Highness, the rice is our food. Hearing this news from Ye Lan, Tajima Feng was shocked, his face a little ugly. Don't be afraid, just do it, and I will be responsible if something goes wrong. Ye Lan said very confidently. Well, something happened, the old minister will also fight back with your highness. Tajima Feng gritted his teeth when he saw Ye Lan look confident. Then he took the seeds from Ye Lan and started walking towards the farmers who had gathered. Ye Lan asked them all to come here in order to let them harvest rice quickly. There are 500 farmers in total, should they be enough for harvesting? Then the farmers destroyed the immature rice with a puzzled look. After sowing the super rice seeds, Ye Lan took out the ripening fruit from the system space. The ripening fruit is an apple-like fruit, but the color on the body is blue, which makes it look pleasing to the eye. After Ye Lan buried the ripening fruit in the ground, the ripening fruit grew rapidly and turned into a dark blue plant less than half a meter tall, which was extremely strange. Advertisement. At the same time, the super rice seeds on the field have also changed. They mature rapidly in just 1 second. In the blink of an eye, the seeds just sown instantly mature, and the rice that comes out is not only crystal clear and full, but the yield is twice as much as the previous rice. This made the farmers wipe their eyes in disbelief, then touched the rice, and found that the touch was real. Everyone was stunned. Even the calmest Tajima wind was shocked by this miracle. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and harvest the rice. Looking at the dumbfounded farmer, Ye Lan yelled with a smile on the corner of his mouth. This is simply a miracle. Everyone, hurry up and harvest all the food. Quick, faster than helping. The peasants recovered in an instant, and one by one scrambled to pick up the lawnmower and quickly harvest the rice. However, after they had just harvested the rice, they were shocked to find that the rice had grown again in an instant, and immediately continued harvesting with surprise. His Royal Highness, this is simply a miracle. The old minister finally knows why you want the old minister to build a granary. Tajima Feng said excitedly. This kind of rice is called super rice seed, which can mature in half a month, and its yield is twice as high as the previous rice. Ye Lan smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 15 The Elite Plan, new book for support. As for why these rice can mature quickly in an instant, its main function lies in this plant. With that said, Ye Lan pointed to the ripening fruit at his feet, perhaps called ripening grass more appropriately. This plant has the magical ability to mature all plants in an instant, and it can last for 2 days. Having said that, Ye Lan looked elsewhere and found that in addition to the super rice, the rest of the trees had matured, bearing huge and plump fruits. This is really a fetish. Advertisement. Tajima Feng looked at the bright blue ripening fruit, exclaimed. Wait. Your Royal Highness, you must take precautions against this divine object, and don't leak it out, otherwise something big will happen. Tajima Wind quickly realized the influence of ripening fruits. If it is not handled properly and is known by other countries, then the country of Lei will definitely lead to an extinction. Don't worry, I have blocked the whole country, and I also sent Lucky to guard the border. As long as the 5 major countries will not send ninjas to our barren land to do missions, then there will be no chance of leaking out. Ye Lan smiled confidently. That's good. When Tajima Feng heard Ye Lan's words, he was relieved. You can supervise here first, I'll go to see Sato Hu first. After Ye Lan saw that the food had been settled, he thought of the elite soldier plan, and planned to discuss it with Sato Hu. Send your Royal Highness. Tajima bowed. Advertisement. Oh. General Sato Hu. Don't you work out with me? Men should keep exercising. This is youth. FK away. Why did the old man make such a friend of you while playing? From afar, Ye Lan couldn't help smiling when he heard Might Dai Zhonger's passionate voice and Sato Hu's helpless roar. Kong bang bang. When he walked to the door of a relatively dilapidated courtyard, Ye Lan knocked on the door, and the sound inside instantly stopped. This yard was left by Mr. Sato's previous generation. There are about 4 houses in the yard. No one lives except for his own. Come here, Your Royal Highness? Why are you here? It was Might Dai who came to open the door, and when he saw Ye Lan came, he was taken aback. What? Your Highness is down. Your Highness, please come in quickly. Hearing Might Dai's voice in the yard, Hu Sato rushed to this side and said respectfully to Ye Lan. Sato Hu, I have something to discuss when I came to you this time. After Ye Lan entered, he opened the door straight to the point. His Royal Highness, please tell me what's going on. Hearing Ye Lan's important matters to be discussed, Sato Hu's face instantly became serious, and gave Might Dai a glance, indicating that he was leaving here. After all, he was not a senior member of Lei's Higuo. But Might Dai didn't know what Sato Hu meant, and said suspiciously. Advertisement. General Sato Hu, what's the matter with your eyes? Why do you keep pumping? Is it an eye disease? FK. Your eye sick? The old man asked you to leave here. Sato's eyes widened angrily, as if he wanted to kill Might Dai. It's okay, it doesn't matter if he stays here. Seeing Might's innocent look, Ye Lan couldn't help but smiled and said casually. This is a draft I wrote. You can take a look first. Ye Lan took out some blank papers from his arms and gave them to Sato Hu. This is what he wrote after he got up in the morning and talked about the elite plan with Liu Qi, based on the latter's suggestion. The first is the benefits of elite soldiers. Every recruit who successfully passes the test can receive a salary of 10,000 silver taels every month, which is several times that of other countries. Of course, Ye Lan won't just squander money like this. The test he said is so simple that he can pass. There are 3 test questions in this elite test. The first is to lift 100 kilograms of rocks. Many people can be eliminated on this one. Even strong farmers who have been working in the fields can hardly lift 100 kilograms of rocks. However, this is also Ye Lan's original intention. The elite soldiers are naturally to select the best people among the civilians. Otherwise, they will not be elite soldiers, but ordinary soldiers. The second is to traverse a 500-meter track full of obstacles in 3 minutes. The 500-meter track is not difficult to run, but the key lies in the obstacles, which are the existence that stumps many people. Creeping forward, climbing high, breaking ditch, climbing obstacle wall, asterisk. Chapter 16 Start screening elite soldiers, seeking support. The third test is to complete a 5-kilometer run in 15 minutes. This is the most difficult one. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for ordinary people to run this distance in such a short period of time. His Royal Highness, are these conditions too harsh? According to the veteran's understanding of these civilians, there are definitely not more than 20 people who can pass the customs. Even if the 200 soldiers of the veteran came to participate in this test, the number of passers would definitely not exceed 10. Sato Hu frowned slightly and said. Advertisement. This is not a big problem for ninjas, but for those civilians, it is really difficult to do. Might Dai also expressed his opinion. Oh, this is only set in consideration of the physical fitness of the civilians. If they can truly enter the elite soldier plan, the intensity of daily running training can be at least 5 times more than this. Ye Lan said helplessly. According to Liu Qi, every person who wants to join the army must pass the above 3 tests at least. Once one of the projects fails, that person will be eliminated. Moreover, the people who passed were only ordinary soldiers, and they were considered elite soldiers in Ye Lan, which also took into account the different customs of the 2 worlds. This, is it possible? Hearing how intense the daily training of elite soldiers was, Sato Hu couldn't help but be surprised. In a tiny country like Lei's Higuo, the daily training is nothing more than a 2-kilometer run, and the elite soldier plan has suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It seems that His Royal Highness attaches great importance to this elite soldier plan. Advertisement. Impossible but also possible. There are big fish and meat in this aspect of food, so I can take care of it, and I will be responsible for injuries in training. As long as they can train desperately, that's enough. And this is an order from me as a daimyo. Ye Lan said with a serious face. Yes, Your Highness. Then the old minister will do it now. Sato Hu immediately knelt and said. Wait, choose from your soldiers first. As for the farmers, they are busy now. Ye Lan stopped Sato Hu who wanted to leave, and continued. Yes. A trace of doubt flashed in Sato Hu's eyes. He didn't know the incident in the farmland. After all, this incident had just happened. How could he know that he hadn't gone out yet? His Royal Highness, may I also join the army? Might Dai asked with expectant eyes. His purpose of joining the army is very simple. It is for a salary of 10,000 silver taels a month. After all, he has been wandering for so long, and his wealth is long gone. Sure. Ye Lan smiled. As long as Might Dai passes the test of joining the army and becomes a soldier of the elite soldier plan, he will truly belong to the country of Li. Advertisement. This is really great. Might Dai burst into tears again, and Ye Lan and Sato Hu were already okay, ignoring him. Soon, Ye Lan followed Sato Hu to the soldier training place. This is an area close to the wasteland, where there are many rocks and a few trees. After coming here, Ye Lan told Sato Hu and the others to set up a test field for the elite soldiers, and then let the soldiers try first. In addition to the soldiers guarding the border, there are 100 soldiers here, and they are looking at the test site with doubts. But after Sato Hu showed them the draft paper of Ye Lan, their eyes flashed frantically, 10,000 silver taels a month, which was twice the salary of ordinary soldiers. And every meal has large meat to eat, which is many times better than ordinary soldiers eating lean meat porridge once a week. So they can't wait to take part in the elite test. Seeing the high-spirited soldiers, Ye Lan naturally did as they wished, and began a good soldier test. A group of 10 people, start execution. Sato Hu Ruhao's voice sounded loudly, and 10 soldiers walked out of neutral and tried their best to lift the 100 caddies of stone in front of them. 3 of them couldn't lift up to the waist and were eliminated. The remaining 7 went to the next round smoothly. Ye Lan intends to pass these tests one by one, so those who passed the first test can rest next to them and wait until everyone has completed the first test before taking the second test. Next, he repeated the list of 9 groups and quickly completed the first test. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Disastrous Results, Seeking Support. Ye Lan was still a little dissatisfied with the final result. Among the 100 carefully selected soldiers, only 58 could lift a rock weighing 100 kilograms, and the others could only move instead of lift. Go to the next test. Ye Lan frowned slightly and said lightly. Yes. 2 people as a group, start the second test. Advertisement. Seeing some dissatisfaction on Ye Lan's face, Sato Hu shouted to the soldiers who passed the first test. At the same time, I was thinking, should I give these brats more training? The soldiers who failed the test suddenly felt a chill, as if something bad was about to happen. Then began the second test. The soldiers in pairs continued to crawl on the 500-meter obstacle road, climb high, collapse the mud ditch, and climb the 2-meter-high barrier wall. After about half an hour, the result came out. Only 12 people passed this time. A full 46 soldiers were removed, which made Sato Hu's decision to strengthen the training of soldiers more determined. Get ready for the next one. Ye Lan said calmly on his face. Yes, Your Highness. Boys. Ready for the next test. As long as you pass this test, your good days will come. Every day you have a big meal, and there are 10,000 silver taels every month. Such a good opportunity is in front of you. Whether you can get that kind of life or not depends on you to fight for it. Sato Hu saw that the remaining group of soldiers were a little low-willed, and immediately shouted, wanting to arouse their inner desire. Sure enough, Sato Hu's remarks aroused the inner desire of the 12 soldiers. They dreamed of the days after customs clearance, and they could not finish eating meat every day, with a hint of hope in their eyes towards the final runway. Go. Advertisement. The opportunity to change your destiny is right now. Are you all ready? Sato Hu looked at the group of soldiers standing on the starting line together, and shouted again. Ready. The soldiers stared ahead and shouted collectively. Then go ahead. After Sato Hu gang uttered the words begin, the group of soldiers rushed away like a group of ferocious wolves in a very tacit understanding. Unexpectedly, Sato Hu is quite talented in inspiring people. Ye Lan looked at the soldiers who were aroused by Sato Hu's words, a little surprised. However, his attention was still focused on the soldiers on the runway, wanting to see how many of this group of soldiers could persist. Under the encouragement of Sato Hu, the soldiers ran very fast, completing a distance of 3 kilometers in 5 minutes. But as he ran, his physical strength became more and more insufficient, and his speed began to slowly drop. Gradually, some people started to fall down uncontrollably. Once one person fell, another person fell one after another. In the end, there were only 5 people who really passed the test of elite soldiers. Although the number is a bit disappointing, congratulations on becoming a member of the elite clan. Ye Lan walked to the 5 passing people and smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Even though the 5 soldiers were still panting, they still yelled out loudly. Okay. Might Dai, from today on, these elite soldiers will be handed over to you. This is a training plan. Advertisement. Ye Lan handed a draft to Might Dai and said seriously. Yes. Your Highness. Might Dai also became serious at this time, holding the elite soldier training plan in Ye Lan's hands with both hands. Although he did not participate in the elite soldier test, his physical fitness can definitely pass easily, so Ye Lan directly made him a member of the elite soldier project, and he was also a captain. Sato Hu, here will be used as a training base for the army in the future. Later, people will be sent here to build a canteen. From now on, all the soldiers' meals will be executed in the canteen, understand? Ye Lan turned his head and said to Sato Hu. Clear. Sato Hu said seriously. Okay, so today's test ends here, now we are back in Dawn City to see how the food harvest is going. Ye Lan said to them. Dawn City is the village where Ye Lan lives. He gave the village a name, called Dawn City, which symbolizes a new beginning and the rise of the kingdom of Li. Yes. Your Highness. After speaking, they walked together, including all the soldiers. When Ye Lan and the others returned to Dawn City, they saw many peasants happily carrying food to the granary in the west. Might Dai and Sato Hu who saw this scene both looked dumbfounded. I was taking the exam 2 days ago, so the update was a little bit small. I'm very sorry, it will start to resume today. I hope everyone can support it, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 18, The Kingdom of Night Strikes, Seeking Support. Advertisement. It shouldn't have reached the time to harvest rice? How could there be food transportation? Sato said in a puzzled manner, and Might Dai did the same, with a puzzled expression on his face. I will take you to see a place, and you will know it. Ye Lan had a smile on his face, and then led them to the field. After arriving in the field, they saw that the super rice matured in an instant, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. What is this TM? It can mature in an instant, which is simply unheard of. After Ye Lan's explanation, they gradually returned to normal, but the shock on their faces still couldn't disappear for a long time. Time flies quickly like a white horse passing a gap, and in a blink of an eye, time has passed by 2 days. In these 2 days, the harvest of food was the most important and most shocking thing. 20 large grain silos were built in the wasteland of the west, each containing about 15,000 tons of grain, that is to say, the grain output in these 2 days reached an astonishing 300,000 tons. This is simply crazy. Advertisement. Ye Lan was shocked when he saw that number for the first time. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. With so much food, it would be enough for the whole country of Lei for more than 50 years. Therefore, Ye Lan's first goal is to train soldiers. Train your troops vigorously. Desperately train soldiers. Although with Luke's strength, Ye Lan can win the surrounding tiny nations, but winning and complete rule are 2 different things. He must first have a team that belongs to his own team. With the benefits of Yin Liang and the temptation of delicious food, all the civilians were boiled over, and one after another participated in the elite soldiers' plan, including the civilians who had sneaked into the city before. After the land of invasion was destroyed, Ye Lan referred to their city as the city of invasion, which had no meaning, just for convenience. Although the civilians are very passionate, the elite test still attracted a lot of people, and a total of 1,000 people participated. As a result, only 20 people passed the level. What a terrible ratio. However, in the test, it is inevitable that there were some people who almost passed the customs, and Ye Lan recruited them as ordinary soldiers. The welfare system of ordinary soldiers has also been changed by Ye Lan. The monthly salary is 5,000 silver taels, and each meal has a large piece of fat. This is to allow them to be nutritionally supplemented during training. There are a total of 30 elite soldiers in front of them. Except for the 20 selected among the civilians, and the members selected from the soldiers at the beginning, the remaining 5 were selected from the soldiers who blocked the country of Lebanon. There are 200 ordinary soldiers. Although the number is small, each of them is stronger than the previous soldiers. Basically, they can pick 3. And what surprised Ye Lan most was his previous guards. Of those 50 guards, 30 people passed the excellent soldiers test. Hu Cai learned from Sato that these guards are the most elite soldiers selected in the army. After all, protecting the safety of the Daimyo is extremely important. So Ye Lan threw his guards into the elite soldiers. He didn't need the protection of these guards anyway. It's better to let them join the elite soldiers to train themselves, maybe they can stand out in the future. Advertisement. The Kingdom of Night. His Royal Highness. Our army has almost reached the border of the country of Lebanon. As long as you give an order, we will immediately destroy the country of Lebanon. A grim man in black leather armor said respectfully to a man with purple hair. This man with purple hair is the name of the Kingdom of Night. Hat. The idiots of Lee's Higuo are probably still celebrating, right? I don't know that they are already in my hands. The name of the Kingdom of Night sneered. He was in the Kingdom of Night, which was very close to the Kingdom of Lebanon. When the Kingdom of Lebanon invaded the Kingdom of Latent, he already knew the situation. It's just that he didn't rush to intervene. He planned to wait until the strength of the country of Lei and the country of Potential was about the same, and then attack suddenly, winning two countries at once. It's just that he didn't expect the land of Hidden to be wiped out so soon, so that his original plan for the Kingdom of Li and the land of Hidden was completely reimbursed. However, he did not panic either. It is estimated that the price of Li's Higuo can be solved in such a short period of time is also very high, right? Give the order, the whole army will attack and tear the country of Lebanon to pieces. The Lord of the Night Kingdom said with a brutal wicked smile. Yes. Your Royal Highness. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Invasion of the Kingdom of Night. Please support. His Royal Highness. Enemies invaded the west. In the rebuilt palace, Ye Lan was discussing with Sato Hu and Tajima Feng about the development of the country of Lei, when a soldier suddenly broke in and shouted. West. Ye Lan frowned. That wasteland in the west is his treasure. Advertisement. 300,000 tons of food can be stored there, but he always keeps soldiers holding his hands, and ordinary invaders should be taken down. Is there a big problem today? His Royal Highness, there is a large group of troops in the west rushing towards our country of Lebanon. The soldier continued. What? Army. What you said is true. Hearing the sensitive word army, Sato Hu immediately stood up, staring at the soldier, questioning. It's true. Admiral Army. The soldier knelt down immediately and said. In the west, that is the direction of the Kingdom of Night. It seems that after the Kingdom of Lebanon has been destroyed, the name of the Kingdom of Night has begun to move around. Tajima Feng said disdainfully. If it were placed in the past, he would definitely not have the same attitude as he is now. After all, the Kingdom of Night is a very powerful tiny nation nearby. But now it's different. His Royal Highness seems to have been reborn, and there are such superb powerhouses like Lord Liu Qi, and now the Kingdom of Night really looks like an ant in his eyes. It seems that the Kingdom of Night is about to go to war, just in time for the newly formed elite soldiers to see blood on the battlefield. Liu Qi, if the enemy has a strength above Genin, kill him. Ye Lan stood up and ordered. Advertisement. Yes. Your Highness. A ghost-like voice suddenly sounded in this palace, making the soldier who reported the letter felt a horror. Sato Hu, tell Might Dai, let the elite soldiers play. Ye Lan gradually walked out the door and said. Moreover, ordinary soldiers should also see blood. After speaking, Ye Lan left the palace and went out. Yes. Your Highness. Sato Hu bowed his head. On the western edge of the Kingdom of Lebanon, a group of ordinary soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon were looking solemnly at the huge number of troops of the Kingdom of Lebanon. Their number is only more than 50 people, and the number of each other exceeds 500. This is a hugely disparity war. With their numbers, they can't take the initiative to attack. They can only defend themselves in the old city wall until the support comes. Attack. The general of the night country gave orders loudly. Ta-da-da. Hundreds of soldiers marched vigorously, and as they trampled, the ground made a roar, like a giant beast trampled on. Hold it. Use a wooden spear to attack. The soldiers of the country of Lebanon did not shrink back, staying in the concrete wall and attacking the enemy from a distance. Swish. Advertisement. Following the order, 50 wooden spears were quickly fired out, and the sharp-pointed tip was suddenly inserted into the body of the unsuspecting soldier of the Kingdom of Night, and blood flowed in an instant. Continue. Seeing that the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night lost more than 30 combat power at once, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon continued to attack with wooden spears. It's just that their faces are not very good looking, because they don't have a lot of wooden spears, and they may confront the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night head-on after shooting. Swish. The wooden spear was projected again. This time, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night were prepared, but they still lost more than 20 combat power. Let the ninja break that wall and open a channel. The general of the Kingdom of Night frowned as he looked at this situation and said lightly. Yes. Soon, 6 ninjas immediately walked out of the army of the Kingdom of Night, and began to seal the seal. Fire style. Little fireball technique. Wind style. Little wind blade technique. Earth style. Crushed stone combos. After the small fireball combined with the small wind blade, the power became roughly within the range of the sea-level ninjutsu, and it attacked the city wall with a powerful momentum. After that, Countless sharp stones rose from the ground, flew into the air like arrows, and fell and attacked the Lishiguo soldiers inside the city wall. Boom! The fireball collided with the city wall instantly, and the defensive city wall was quickly wiped out like a joke under the fireball's attack. What? Suddenly many sharp stones flew into the sky, so that the soldiers of the country of Li could not resist, and their bodies were penetrated by countless rubble. This is the power of the ninja, in the eyes of ordinary people, as powerful as a god. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Blood Blossoms Flying, Seeking Support. Attack. After seeing the ninja open a passage, the general of the night country immediately ordered. Brothers! Go! Let's see who kills more this time. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Night rushed vigorously, and the ground made a huge shaking sound like an earthquake. Advertisement. Tempest Kick Guy Bird. Ice Shield. Ice Crystal Burst. At this time, a light blue bird-like shockwave flew out instantly, and quickly attacked the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night. At the same time, a basketball-sized hockey puck flew out instantly. In the process of flying, the hockey puck suddenly split into many tennis-sized hockey pucks and flew in different directions from the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night. Boom! The Tempest Kick Guy Bird took the lead in attacking the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night, and the powerful slash bludgeoned nearly 100 soldiers into 2 pieces. Suddenly, the earth roared, and countless dust was lifted up on the surface, which obscured the vision of the general of the Kingdom of Night, making it impossible for him to see who came. Boom! Then there are many ice balls, which will explode at this moment, and a terrifying energy erupts from there, causing all the surrounding soldiers of the Kingdom of Night to be attacked and frozen by this cold energy. I didn't expect the ninjutsu power released by Xianxia Chakra to be so powerful. Ye Lan looked a little surprised at the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night who were frozen in there. There were nearly 100 soldiers. However, this B-rank ninjutsu is still a bit early for me, and only one release consumes most of the chakra. Ye Lan whispered inwardly as he estimated that most of chakra had disappeared from his body. Advertisement. Tattoo. A sound of pedaling with the same rhythm sounded from behind, and Ye Lan knew who it was from. His Royal Highness. The elite soldiers have reached the battlefield, may I ask the next move? The person leading the team is Might Dai. In such a serious scene, he still put away his usual eye-catching appearance. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Night in front are your enemies, facing the enemy, there is only one word. Ye Lan pointed to the soldier of the Kingdom of Night and said. Kill. 80 elite soldiers immediately uttered a terrifying roar, and the murderous aura merged into one in this instant, making the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night feel a panic. Give it to me. Ye Lan shouted. Go. The soldiers roared, and immediately slayed towards the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night. Hey! What? Fighting head-on, an elite soldier drew out a samurai sword and slashed in front of him for a while, and immediately dropped several pairs of arms, as well as the painful groans of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Night. Hey! Puff! Another soldier drew out a large sword and kept slashing it. The blood was like a blooming glamorous red flower, beautiful and dangerous. Advertisement. Humph! Waste! The general of the Kingdom of Night saw 80 soldiers of the Kingdom of Lei killing the soldiers he had trained one by one, and finally a trace of anger appeared on his expressionless face, and he drew a good quality samurai sword towards this place. The group of elite soldiers ran over. However, the situation suddenly changed. A man wearing black clothes suddenly appeared next to the general of the Kingdom of Night, and saw that his fingers attacked him with an incomparably powerful aura, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Before his death, the general of the Night Kingdom could barely hear 2 words. Finger pistol. Boom. A transparent air cannon spewed out from behind the general of the Kingdom of Night, causing huge damage to the ground, and by the way, killed several soldiers of the Kingdom of Night. Next, those ninjas will be left behind. This powerful person is Liu Qi. He ignored the soldiers of the Night Kingdom who stared at him in horror, and ran towards the Night Kingdom ninja with his own words. Boys! Although your physical fitness is not as good as those elite soldiers, you must not lose to them in your aura. At this time, Sato who also led ordinary soldiers to the battlefield, and he shouted at some weakened soldiers who had never seen blood. Yes! The ordinary soldiers shouted suddenly. Then give it to me. Sato who drew his own samurai sword and rushed to the battlefield. Although he is very old, he is still very eager to fight. After seeing Sato who rushing up, the remaining ordinary soldiers also went up, drew up the shabby katana, and launched an attack on the chaotic night country. Asterisk. Chapter 21, The Name of the Kingdom of Night, Dai. Seeking support. The war lasted for an hour before it ended. The army of the Kingdom of Night was completely defeated, and every soldier of the Kingdom of Night became the fertilizer for Ye Lan's elite soldiers and ordinary soldiers. Only at this moment can they be regarded as soldiers in the true sense. After counting the losses after the war, 12 of the elite soldiers were found to be seriously injured, and the rest suffered skin injuries of varying sizes. 7 ordinary soldiers were killed and 73 were seriously injured, while the rest received more minor injuries. Ye Lan is still very satisfied with such a result. After all, the opponent is 500 people. Although Ye Lan and Liu Qi harvested 100 people at the beginning, the 300 people attacked the 300 people and only lost 7 people. This is undoubtedly big win. Advertisement. Clean up the battlefield and move the dead comrades back to Dawn City. We will bury them tomorrow. Although it was a big victory, death still appeared. Ye Lan looked at the corpses with a low tone. However, the most important thing for us now is to destroy the Kingdom of Night. They made our comrades die. We must destroy them and avenge these 7 comrades. Ye Lan shouted. Destroy the Kingdom of Night. All the soldiers said in unison, with anger in their tone. Go. You and I will destroy the Kingdom of Night. With that said, Ye Lan walked towards the west, with the sword pointing towards the Kingdom of Night. His Royal Highness. It's not good. In the Kingdom of Night, a soldier rushed into the palace of the name of the Kingdom of Night and hurriedly shouted. Advertisement. Say. If you can't tell a piece of valuable information, then you are ready to go on the road. With that said, the eyes of the name of the Kingdom of Night still showed a trace of killing intent, which made the soldier feel a chill from his feet, straight to the sky. His Royal Highness. There is news from the front line that the Admiral Army led the 500 army and failed to attack the Kingdom of Lebanon, and the whole army is wiped out. With that said, the soldier knelt down a little nervously, and he could already imagine the furious appearance of the great name of the Night Kingdom. What? My 500 army and 10 genin have all sacrificed. The name of the Night Kingdom was stunned. 500 armies are important, but compared to 10 genins, they are nothing. Hearing that all 10 genin under his command were dead, the heart of the name of the Kingdom of Night was bleeding. Yes. And the other party's people have already begun to kill us in the Kingdom of Night. Please leave your name as soon as possible. The soldier pleaded. Want to run? It's a pity it's too late. An icy voice instantly appeared in the palace, causing the kneeling soldier to jump up quickly as a reflection of the conditions, protecting the Lord of the Kingdom of Night behind him, and his tone trembled. Who is it? You are the name of the Kingdom of Night? Ignoring the soldier's question, Ye Lan's voice appeared here instantly. At this moment, he is now at the gate, and the person beside him is Liu Qi. You are so brave. You dare to kill my army and ninjas. The Daimyo of the Night Kingdom is not as weak as the Daimyo of the Hidden Kingdom, even if he is in crisis, he still looks like Haki soaring into the sky. Advertisement. Oh? Is there anything else you can't rely on? Ye Lan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the fearless face of the great name of the Kingdom of Night. Hey, you shouldn't do it, you shouldn't come here by yourself. Speaking of this, the corners of the mouth of the Lord of the Night Kingdom suddenly cracked, bursting out of speed that surpassed ordinary people, and resisted Ye Lan almost instantly. Lao Zi is an elite Chunin. Just when the Night Country Daimyo showed a wild smile, a hand that looked like a pliers suddenly appeared, and he firmly grasped his right hand, unable to move. You guy, who is it? The smiling face of the name of the Night Country instantly solidified. When he tried to break free of Liu Qi control, he realized that he could not shake Liu Qi hand at all. This shocked one of the great names of the Kingdom of Night, looked at Liu Qi with horror, and asked with a trembling tone. Had. I thought it was so strong, it turned out to be just an elite Chunin. Ye Lan snorted disdainfully. Liu Qi, solve him. Yes. Your Highness. Wait. Don't kill me, I. Before the name of the Kingdom of the Night had finished speaking, he was crushed by Liu Qi, splashed with blood, painted on the ground like a flower of blood, so that the soldiers on the side dared not make a sound. But the soldier was also inevitable, and was lightly beaten to death by Liu Qi finger pistol. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Pharmacy Drawings, Seeking a Flower Evaluation Ticket. Congratulations to host for destroying the Kingdom of Night, and the area of the country has increased. Soon Sato Hu and the others had arrived in the Kingdom of Night and took over all the territory of the Kingdom of Night. The civilians of the Kingdom of Night shivered and hid in their house, very much in line with Sato Hu and their work. After all, the samurai swords in the hands of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lei were not a joke. Ye Lan and Liu Qi were still in the palace of the Kingdom of Night, looking through the secrets of the Kingdom of Night. After flipping through, Ye Lan's eyes were full of surprise and a hint of enthusiasm. Advertisement. The Kingdom of Night has 20 million silver taels. The nation of Night can have so much money not to exploit the money of civilians, but to make money by selling iron ore. There is a small iron ore vein in the Kingdom of Night. This made Ye Lan's heart a burst of ecstasy. The steel smelting plan was finally ready for action. As long as the super steel is smelted out, the military strength of Li's Higuo will definitely increase by more than 3 times. System, open the personal properties interface. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. Country level, micro level, you need to absorb 7 micro-countries to advance to the small country level. Descent, being done blood follows the boundaries. Skills, Ice Escape Ice Crystal Blasting, Ice Escape Ice Crystal Wall, Ice Escape Ice Clone Technique, Ice Escape Ice Peak Skyfall, Ice Escape Frost White Tiger. Gong Method, Xianxia Chakra Cultivation Method. Reputation Value, 13680. National Strength, 57000. Calling Character, Lu Chi. Advertisement. Ye Lan looked at the prestige value and national strength value, and these words popped up in his mind instantly. This wave of profits turned over. After Ye Lan won the Kingdom of Night, his national strength exceeded 50,000, which was almost reaching the 60,000 mark. Prior to this, because Ye Lan issued some economic policies to get the economic development of the stealth city back on track, the national power value gradually increased, coupled with the surge in food, so that Ye Lan's national power value soared to about 30,000. However, after taking the Kingdom of Night this time, it can increase by more than 20,000, which has a great relationship with the population of the Kingdom of Night and that small iron ore vein. There is also a reason for the surge in reputation. Because the Kingdom of Night is considered the strongest country among the neighboring tiny nations, when the Kingdom of Night fought against the Kingdom of Lebanon, the news had already been known to all the neighboring tiny nations, so the prestige value naturally increased sharply. However, those tiny nations believe that the Kingdom of Lebanon is absolutely unstoppable from the attack of the Kingdom of Night. After all, the power of the Kingdom of Night is deeply rooted in their hearts. After the news of the destruction of the Kingdom of Night spreads, Ye Lan believes that his reputation will definitely increase again. After all, war and victory are two concepts. System, open the mystery store. Ye Lan said to the system inwardly. Commodity, Ice Soul Cold Pieces. Level, 2-star. Effect, cutting iron like mud is the most basic ability. The key is that this sword can release cold air to drive back the enemy, let the enemy's body catch the cold, and it will freeze to death in less than 10 days. If combined with ice energy, the lethality will be greatly increased. Price, 5,000 national power value. Commodity, Departure Sword. Advertisement. Level, 5-star. Effect, Heaven and Earth obediently leave Pishixing, this is a super artifact that can cut through the world. Price, 5 million national power value. Commodity, Primary All Attribute Enhancement Potion Drawings. Level, 3-star. Effect, you can refine all attribute boosting potions from medicinal materials, which can greatly improve all personal attributes, but it is limited to characters below Elite Janines strength. Price, 50,000 national power value. The old rules, ignoring the Departure Sword, Ye Lan focused his attention on the blueprint of the Primary All Attribute Enhancement Potion and the Ice Soul Cold Sword. Looking at their prices, Ye Lan chose to buy them directly. Ding, consume 55,000 national power value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ice Appearance Cold Sword and the Primary All Attribute Promotion Potion Blueprint. After the voice of the system fell, Ye Lan couldn't wait to take out the Primary All Attribute Enhancement Potion Blueprint from the system space. After all, this is the capital that can quickly strengthen the country. But when Ye Lan actually opened the drawing and looked through it, his excited face immediately collapsed. Ginseng, musk, deer antler, acanthopanax skin. A total of more than 70 kinds of medicinal materials, of which 5 belong to the precious series, and the prices of these 5 are more than 10,000 silver taels. Together with other medicinal materials, each serving costs about 100,000 silver taels. This is simply cheating. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Hero Monument. Advertisement. Although the price of each potion is very expensive, Ye Lan still plans to refine it. It's just that the number may be small, so the target is elite soldiers. As long as the strength of elite soldiers increases, coupled with the subsequent refining of super steel weapons, I believe their combat power can definitely exceed Genin. After reading the potion drawings, Ye Lan turned his attention to his own weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. A sword full of ice blue suddenly appeared in Ye Lan's hand. This sword unconsciously exuded a wave of cold air, causing a thin layer of ice to appear on the floor of the palace. This sword is the Ice Soul Han Sword. When Ye Lan held the Ice Appearance Han Sword in his hand, he felt a cordial feeling. The ice escape chakra inside his body moved slightly, and the Ice Appearance Han Sword sent out a cold wind. When it hit the wall, it was on that wall. A thin layer of ice has formed. Although the Ice Soul Cold Sword is a 2-star weapon, with the Ice Dun chakra in Ye Lan's body, its power instantly rises to a level. Ye Lan reluctantly held the Ice Soul Cold Sword, and accompanied by Lu Chi, left the palace and found a sparsely traveled place, wanting to try the power of the Ice Soul Cold Sword. Hey! Ye Lan took the Ice Escape chakra in his body onto the Ice Soul Hanjian, slashing at a huge boulder not far away, and instantly flew out an incomparably biting sword energy. Boom! Advertisement. The 6-meter-high boulder was instantly cut in half, making a roar, and at the same time a layer of frost quickly formed on the nearby rocks and flowers. Such power, almost the power of C-rank ninjutsu, right? Ye Lan looked at the stone cut in half in front of him, surprised. He just released a small amount of chakra, which is not enough to release 1/8 of the C-level ninjutsu. It can cause such power. In addition to the power of chakra, the ice sword is definitely not small. Blessings. Let's try again how strong the sword chi is to increase the power. Ye Lan immediately injected more chakra into the ice apparition cold sword, and the light on the ice apparition cold sword became more dazzling. Hey! The powerful sword aura flew away instantly, slashing towards a small hill, and a huge roar immediately sounded. An obvious sword mark appeared on the hill, and the periphery of the sword mark was covered by a layer of frost. Such power is estimated to reach the range of A-level ninjutsu, right? Ye Lan looked at the sword mark and judged. But the amount of chakra is always a problem. After releasing this sword aura, Ye Lan felt that there was not much chakra left in his body and couldn't help but smile. But he didn't really care about it. It was enough if he had time to practice. Anyway, he was a big name and he didn't need him to fight. It was his team who really took the fight. Advertisement. After the trial, Ye Lan and Liu Qi returned to Dawn City, and the treasury of the Night Country naturally asked Sato Hu to transport them back. The next day, Ye Lan and Sato Hu came to the north of Dawn City, where the soldiers were buried. After Ye Lan and them all finished the burial ceremony with serious faces, Ye Lan announced one thing, that is, the names of the soldiers who died on the battlefield will be carved on the hero monument in the center of Dawn City, so that they will be passed on through the ages. This immediately caused the soldiers to boil, and they all shed moving tears. In this world, who doesn't want their name to be passed down through the ages? This raised their loyalty to Ye Lan to the level of faith. The hero monument was Ye Lan who asked Liu Qi to split a huge stone pillar from a small hill yesterday and insert it into the center of Dawn City, so that everyone who entered Dawn City would know that there were such people for Li Ji. The country has made a huge sacrifice. In order to build the hero monument in the center of Dawn City, Ye Lan demolished all nearby houses. Anyway, Ye Lan will be demolished sooner or later, so it's better to demolish it now. Because he thinks Liming City is too small, it happens that there are no enemies in front of Li's Higuo, it is a good time to concentrate on development. So Ye Lan plans to expand the scale of Dawn City tenfold. In addition, Ye Lan also intends to expand the stealth city, but not to expand the living area, but the planting area. Because the northern part of Sneak City has plenty of sunlight and the fertility of the land there is better than that of Dawn City, Ye Lan wants to turn Sneak City into a planting base to continuously provide crops for the country of Lei. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Summon the Legion. Seeking Flowers Evaluation Ticket. Ye Lan changed its name to Night Kingdom, and it was called Yanjai City. Yanjai City is also an important place. After Ye Lan knew that there was a small iron ore cave here, Ye Lan immediately sent people to dig iron ore here, and executed the steel smelting plan here. Now Li's Higuo still lacks talents. Ye Lan said in distress. He silently opened the personal attribute interface, and found that the prestige value had soared to more than 70,000. It seemed that the news of the destruction of the Night Kingdom shocked many people. Advertisement. The prestige value is already so much, it just happens to be able to summon some characters. Ye Lan thought, opening the system summoning interface. The call of the system is also hierarchical. The elementary summoning can summon 1-star to 3-star characters, and each summoning requires 50,000 prestige points. Intermediate summons can summon 2-star to 4-star characters, and each summon requires 200,000 prestige points. The advanced summoning and subsequent summoning levels are still in a locked state, which obviously requires specific conditions. Although Ye Lan's prestige value seems to be a lot, it is actually enough for a primary summoning. System, start the primary call. Ding, consume 50,000 prestige points, start the primary call. Ding, congratulations, host has summoned a 2-star army, Spiritual Arts Academy students. Farewell to your highness. In an instant, more than 30 figures in Death Tyrant costumes appeared in front of Ye Lan, and 2 of them made Ye Lan feel extremely familiar. Legislative, Spiritual Arts Academy students. Advertisement. Legion rank, 2-star. Introduction, Spiritual Arts Academy comes from an academy in the Shinigami world. It is the place where Shinigami is cultivated in Soul Society. The students here are the Shinigami elite trainees who are about to graduate. Everyone controls kid skills below the 30th. Military Team Leader, Abarai Renji. Level, 2-star. Abilities, Zabimaru Zanpakut, by Zhanggazu, Kid Art below 40. Introduction, a very talented Shinigami from the Shinigami world seems to be about to come into contact with Zanpakut's Shikai status. Deputy Captain of the Legion, Rukia Kukaki. Level, 2-star. Abilities, Zanpakut, by Zhang Yi Walks, Kid Technique below 30th. Introduction, one of the main characters in Shinigami's world. A message suddenly appeared in Ye Lan's mind, making his heart time to boil. Abarai Renji. Rukia Kukaki. These two people are important characters in Shinigami. And the potential of these two people is very strong, both can exist in Bankai, especially Abarai Renji. His real Bankai is Zabimaru. As long as this Bankai is turned on, his strength will be equal to or even surpassing the captain level. But what's the matter with this Legion summoning? When does the system have this capability? Advertisement. Legion summoning is that the host has a very small chance to be summoned during the process of using the summoning ability. The system quickly explained it before Ye Lan suddenly realized. Since the people summoned are from the Spiritual Arts Academy, they can be allowed to manage the Evernight City and the Sneak City. Although the Spiritual Arts Academy is a place to cultivate Shinigami, in addition to teaching them Shinigami's moves, it also teaches them some things related to management. But Abarai Renji and Rukia Kukaki were left behind by Ye Lan. Because of Shinigami's spiritual power system, Ye Lan had a new idea. The current location of the country of Lebanon is at the junction of the country of Fire and the country of Bear. The country of Lebanon is just a tiny country, and naturally it will not attract the attention of the superpower, the country of Fire. After all, the country of Fire has to deal with the other four powers. The Bear Kingdom is a medium-sized country with a forbearance village. It only pays a little attention to the rising and tiny country of Lebanon, but it will not hinder the development of Lebanon. They also hope that the country of Lebanon will capture all the tiny countries around it as soon as possible and make a new small country. Because the country of Lebanon has really become a small country, then the country of Lebanon is a shield for the country of Bear, a shield for the country of Fire. Moreover, in the eyes of the Bear country, even if the country of Lebanon is strong, it is just a tiny country, can it be compared with him? Therefore, except for the two relatively powerful countries of the country of Fire and the country of Bear, the rest of the countries around the country of Lebanon are all tiny countries, so that the country of Lebanon can develop steadily for a period of time. Asterisk. Anyone else watching? That, weekly ask, is anyone willing to watch it? I don't move much when I close it. To be honest, it's cool, and it's a bit difficult to write. I feel that the processing in many places has not reached the feeling I want. I don't know if any friends would like to watch it. If you have trouble in the book review section, please leave a message to support it. If you have any comments, please mention it in the book review section. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Prologue to the Three Wars, Seeking Support. Advertisement. His Royal Highness. This is the list we want to trade with the Fire Country, please have a look. In a palace with luxurious concrete buildings, Tajima Feng took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Ye Lan, respectfully. Okay. Ye Lan took the scroll and looked through it carefully. Because the country of Lebanon is still in the development stage, it needs a lot of money to spend on construction, military, steel smelting, and smelting of pharmaceuticals. Others are okay, but the money required for this refining drug is too much, and the refined drug is only about 30 bottles. This is only the amount of successful refining. If you count the failed products, the number will be turned up several times. Lee's Higuo has spent at least 10 million silver taels in this aspect, and the potions he refined are no more than that, but fortunately, the more refining times, the higher the success rate of refining. However, there are many other places in Lee's Higuo that need money, and it is impossible to invest a lot of money in medicine, so Ye Lan intends to enter into deals with other countries to make money. Because Lee's Higuo owns bug crops such as super rice seeds, there has never been any crisis in the food of Lee's Higuo, and there has even been too much food. Once there is too much food, it is easy to rot if it is not well preserved. So in order to solve this problem, Ye Lan decided to sell the rice to other countries. This would not only solve the problem of rice rot, but also solve the financial problems for the country of Lebanon. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. There is nothing wrong with this list, please deliver the rice. Ye Lan found that there was no problem with this list, so he gave it to Tajima Feng, and said with an unstoppable tone. Advertisement. It has been half a year since the Kingdom of Night was destroyed, and now Ye Lan is more like a Kun king than before. In the past 6 months, there was no movement in the surrounding tiny countries, and Ye Lan did not intend to destroy them for the time being. Because he is still laying the foundation and accumulating for the prosperity of the country of Lebanon, but as long as it waits for the right time, the country of Lebanon will burst out with powerful forces and take all the small neighboring countries into the bag. Therefore, the border between the country of Fire and the country of Bears has been a little weirdly peaceful during the past 6 months. His Royal Highness, this country of Fire has recently received frequent orders, shouldn't something big happen? Tajima Feng took the list with both hands and said with a look of doubt. Usually the transaction with the country of Fire is twice a month, and the number is not very large. In the past 2 months, the number of transactions with the country of Fire has exceeded 10 times. And the number of transactions each time is more than 100,000 tons. If it weren't for Ye Lan's use of Stealth City as a rice planting base, with large tracts of land, it might not be able to satisfy the appetite of the country of fire. If I didn't guess wrong, it is estimated that the Third Ninja World War is about to break out. Ye Lan thoughtfully. Even though the country of Lebanon is a tiny country, it is known that the contradictions between the 5 major countries have been deepening. Especially recently, Konoha village has begun to send people to the country of bears to garrison. Obviously, it is preparing for a battle with Yunnan. What? Ninja World War. Advertisement. Hearing this dangerous word, Tajima Feng's face was brushed white, with a look of fear in his expression. For a tiny country like them, every ninja war is a huge disaster. I still remember the Second Ninja World War in the past few years, an elite Jainin who came across here by chance, because it was very upset to see a tiny country, so he launched an attack on it. And that tiny country tried its best to resist and persisted for less than 2 hours, and the whole country was slaughtered. So every time Tajima Feng remembered that memory, he couldn't help feeling a panic. Don't panic, with Liu Qi and the others, no one can be presumptuous here. If conditions permit, maybe our country of Lebanon can jump from a small country to a medium-sized country. Ye Lan said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a figure emerged in Ye Lan's mind. The presence of him and Liu Qi can definitely make Li's Higuo a medium-sized country. You'd better complete the transaction with Fire Country as soon as possible, and then purchase good medicinal materials and ship them back. Yes. Your Highness. I saw your comments, thank you very much, I will continue to write carefully. Asterisk. Chapter 26 The Kingdom of Li. After half a year, seeking an evaluation ticket for flowers. After the Tajima wind had gone, Ye Lan walked silently to the gate of the palace and looked around. A monument of heroes standing tall and leaning against the sky stood in the center of Dawn City, so that all those who saw it for the first time could not help but rise in awe. There are many houses around the monument of heroes. The neatly arranged houses make people look at it and feel pleasing to the eye. The palace where Ye Lan is located is more than 5 meters long. This is the tallest building in Dawn City in front of him, and it is also a symbol of the Daming. Ye Lan looked at the smiling faces on the faces of countless civilians in Dawn City, his eyes flashed with inexplicable expressions, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. The country of Li is very different from the country of Li 6 months ago. Advertisement. Because the rice industry is extremely developed, the country of Lebanon is also called the country of rice by other countries. Although Ye Lan didn't like this title very much, it gave him a lot of prestige points. No matter what world you are in, food is the most important material, and the country of Lebanon, where rice is developed, will naturally attract the attention of many people. Of course, there are some unruly people who want to invade the country of Lebanon, but they are all eliminated without exception. Such a situation will naturally attract the attention of many countries, and even Shinobu village. After all, a tiny country with such strength will inevitably make people think that there is something treasure in the country of Lebanon. But now the relationship between the 5 major countries is tense, and those ninja villages have not sent powerful ninjas to explore the country of Lebanon, and other ninjas who are too weak are directly wiped out by the soldiers of the country of Lebanon. So now, although Li's Higuo has a lot of eyes to observe, they have not made another move. In addition to this, because the kingdom of Li has expanded the scale of the 3 cities of Liming City, Stealth City and Yanjai City, it has attracted a lot of people. Suddenly, the population of Li's Higuo exceeded 10,000. System, open personal properties. Advertisement. At this moment, Ye Lan's heart suddenly muttered to the system. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. Country level, micro level, you need to absorb 7 micro countries to advance to the small country level. Descent, Bing Dun blood follows the boundaries. Skills, Ice Dunk Ninjutsu, 8 inner gates. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianxia Chakra cultivation method. Prestige value, 80000. National strength, 98000. Summoned characters, Lucky, Laxus. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students. In addition to the substantial increase in reputation and national strength, Ye Lan also summoned a strong person. Character, Laxus. Advertisement. Level, 3-star. Abilities, Thunder Slayer Magic, Thunder Magic, Taboo Magic, Super Magic. Introduction. From the fairy tale world, the Thunder Dragon Slayer is one of the 7 Dragon Slayers. It belongs to the S-level Slayer and has superior strength. Because of the previous surge in prestige value, the prestige value reached the 200,000 mark, so Ye Lan eagerly used an intermediate summon. As a result, the fierce Laxus was summoned. Laxus is very powerful, and can be ranked 3rd among the 7 Dragon Slayers. Even if he and Liu Qi are both 3-star, his strength is better than Liu Qi. The destructive power and attack range of that dragon-killing magic is so powerful that it makes people feel a numb scalp. Once in a battle with Liu Qi, he burst out dragon-killing magic and directly sunk an overseas island. Had it not been for Liu Qi to eat Zoan devil fruit and possess the pervert resilience, coupled with the defensive armament haki, I am afraid that he would have fallen to Laxus's dragon-slaying magic. In addition to Laxus, the soldiers under Ye Lan have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Now Ye Lan's soldiers are divided into 3 levels, namely ordinary soldiers, elite soldiers, and king soldiers. There are 800 ordinary soldiers, and their physique is far beyond ordinary people, and even Genin's physique can't match it. Of course, ordinary soldiers can be so strong, naturally because they have strengthened the training intensity, and another reason is that the military test has become stricter again, so that only 500 of the more than 10,000 civilians can pass the customs. Moreover, all kinds of military benefits have also been raised to a higher level. Anyway, by trading rice with other countries, the country of Lebanon has become more financially strong. The number of elite soldiers has reached 100, and the strength of each elite soldier far exceeds that of ordinary soldiers. In addition to their strong physical strength, they also have initial contact with Marine 6 styles. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Strategic Objectives. Advertisement. Wang Bing is the most powerful soldier in front of him, his number is very small, there are only 10 men. But these 10 king soldiers are very powerful. In addition to their physical strength, they also control a move, Marine 6 styles, and cultivated armament haki. With the blessing of these 2 abilities, Wang Bing's strength has reached close to Jinin's strength. And Might Dai finally developed 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates really deserves to be the strongest physique. It has very high requirements on the body's physique. Even the developer, Might Dai, is just opening to the 6th gate. But that effect was not as strong as usual. When the 6th gate was opened, Might Dai's strength went from Genin directly to elite Janin's level. But the sequelae are also very big, so Ye Lan will give him the potion for upgrading all attributes and the new all-powerful recovery potion. Improving the all-attribute potion can greatly improve Might's comprehensive ability, because his body strength is only floating in Genin, so the potion still has an effect on him. The almighty recovery potion was purchased by Ye Lan in a mysterious store. The effect is the same as the name, it can restore the body in all aspects without leaving any hidden injuries. And 8 inner gates was also practiced by Ye Lan and Laxus. Although 8 inner gates is a chakra that liberates the body in the Hokage world to gain high-level power, in other worlds, it can be replaced by other training systems. The elemental magic of Laxus is one of them. But Liu Qi couldn't practice because his practice system was physical strength and haki, and he couldn't practice 8 inner gates, so he set his goal on armament haki and planned to cultivate to a higher level. Advertisement. Although his armament haki is very strong, in front of Garp and Zephyr, it is like a child, incomparable. Abarai Renji's main ability is still on Zanpakut, so they didn't practice 8 inner gates, and Ishin sank into the process of developing Zanpakut. Abarai Renji has completely taken control of Shikai, and Rukia Kukaki, with the help of Ye Lan, took the spiritual water purchased from the mystery store, and while both the soul and Ryutsu were improved, he began to contact Shikai of Zanpakut. Ye Lan is a little expectant, I don't know the most beautiful Zanpakut, how is it? The third ninja war is coming, and now the military development of Lei's Higuo is no longer weaker than that of medium-sized countries, but the area of land is already a problem. It happens to take advantage of this great war to take down the bear country. Ye Lan's eyes flashed sharply. With the military power in front of the country of Li, it is not a problem to eat a medium-sized country. But pay attention to Konoha village and Kirigakur, otherwise the kingdom of Lebanon will face the danger of attack between the 2 countries after taking the kingdom of Bear. Before that, you can take all the tiny countries around you. A chill flashed in Ye Lan's eyes. There are more than a dozen tiny countries near the country of Lebanon. After they are taken, the country of Lebanon will advance to the level of a small country. As the country level increases, the system will open up some special permissions. Advertisement. This is after Ye Lan swept the mystery store until only one product was left. When he complained about whether the product could be refreshed, the system suddenly prompted it. After the national level is increased, the system will open some special permissions, such as refreshing the mysterious store, high-level summons, or other functions of the system. All these make Ye Lan extremely look forward to. In the northwestern area of Dawn City, there is a fortress covered by cement walls, where countless soldiers train, fight, and practice. This is the military base of Lei's Higuo. Run! Didn't you all have no meals? You just scream tired after running this distance. The first sound I heard when I came here was the roaring sound of Sato Hiroshi. Because of his age and strength, he was appointed by Ye Lan as a military coach, responsible for training recruits. In front of him, there are dozens of recruits running on a 10,000 meter long track. These recruits have already run a lap and a half, which is a distance of 15,000 meters, but in the eyes of Sato Hu, it's too little. Chapter 28 You are so bad, old man. Voice. Run for me. Hey. You can't hold on at this distance, so don't join the soldiers. If you want to become a soldier under the command of a big name, you need a steel will and a strong physique. This kind of training is just a little test. As soon as Ye Lan walked into the military base, he saw Sato Hu angrily berating a group of recruits. Hearing Sato Hu's violent anger, the group of recruits speeded up their heavy footsteps as if lead, and ran again with sweat. Advertisement. But Sato Hu brought a chair from nowhere, sat in a green shade, gnawed a big watermelon in his hand, and looked at the group of soldiers with satisfaction. This scene made Ye Lan's eyes twitched. I didn't expect Hu Sato, you bad old man, to be so bad. This level of horror is no less than that during the military training of college students. Suddenly, a recruit slowed down. Seeing this scene, Sato Hu didn't hesitate to throw a wooden board with the detonating talisman over it. Boom! The sudden explosion set off dust in the sky. This made the group of recruits look dumbfounded, cursed inwardly, and continued to run faster. They are no strangers to this situation. Since Ye Lan sent thousands of detonating charms 3 days ago, their training career has ushered in a dark period. Advertisement. This kind of training method was suddenly thought of by Ye Lan. After all, the human potential can only be exploded in dangerous situations. And Sato Hu also took it down with a smirk. Then his image in the eyes of the soldiers changed from a serious instructor to a devil in human skin. Hemp egg. Throw the detonation talisman at every turn. This TM is not a devil, what is it? Don't hurry up. Just your tattered physique. If you haven't encountered the main combat force on the battlefield in the future, it is estimated that you will be killed by a few ninjas. I think the old man did a 50,000 meter long run in half an hour, without the kind of breathlessness. Look at you guys again, shit. It took half an hour to run 10,000 meters, and I was so tired that it was worse than a woman. Sato Hu snarled boastingly. Then he didn't forget to project a few detonating symbols again, which sounded again with the sound of the explosion, and another puff of dust was raised on the runway. This made those recruits scolded with some collapse in their hearts. Is this TM training soldiers? This is clearly fatal, okay? You bad old man is so bad. However, watching Sato Hu still want to project the detonation talisman, the recruits accelerated their pace at this moment, sweating and continuing to run. At this time, Sato Hu cast his gaze and discovered the existence of Ye Lan, immediately put down the watermelon in his hand, stood up and walked to Ye Lan's side. His Royal Highness, why are you here? Don't find anyone to notify me. Sato Hu wiped off the watermelon juice from the corner of his mouth with some embarrassment, and said respectfully. Advertisement. It's okay, I just came to see how this group of recruits are training, it looks pretty good. Ye Lan waved his hand and smiled. It's better to train according to your highness. Now the training level of the recruits is about to catch up with the training intensity of the veterans. Sato Hu grinned, then cast his gaze to find that the group of recruits was looking at Ye Lan curiously. What are you looking at? Why don't you keep running? Even if your Royal Highness comes in person, you still have to keep running. Sato Hu immediately roared in dissatisfaction, and then took out several detonating charms from his arms, and projected them in the direction of recruits against Qnao's body. Boom! The deafening sound rang again, and the recruits suddenly jumped up and down, speeding up again in the dust of the sky. Looking at the recruits abused by Hu Sato, Ye Lan also showed a smirk. After all, this was his proposal. By the way, are the medicinal materials still enough? If it is not enough, I will send someone to deliver it tomorrow. After the laughter passed, Ye Lan said with a serious face. His Royal Highness, the medicinal materials you sent last time are running out. It is barely enough for this group of recruits and veterans to use for 3 days. After all, there are a lot of people. Sato Hu replied truthfully. This medicinal material is the product of failed refining of pharmaceutical agents. Although it is a failed product, there is still a large amount of medicinal power in it, which can be used in military training to restore tired bodies to those soldiers who have been overtrained. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Washing the Marrow Pill, Seeking an Evaluation Ticket for Flowers. Okay, I will let Tajima Wind come again tomorrow. Ye Lan nodded. Your Highness, please sit down. An veteran brought a chair wittily and said respectfully to Ye Lan. Well, it's hard work. Advertisement. Ye Lan smiled, and then sat down. Your Highness, there should be other things here, right? Sato Hu gave the veteran a wink, and the latter nodded knowingly, and asked after he left. Yes, the Ninja World War is about to begin, and our country of Lebanon must not fall behind. So, I need you to bring these recruits to the battlefield to see the blood. And those veterans will be handed over to Might Dai's command. As he said, Ye Lan took out a map from his arms, and it marked all the tiny countries living on the border between the country of fire and the country of bear. 1/5 of the land belongs to the country of Lebanon, which is located in the westernmost region. The other 4/5 of the land are other dozens of tiny countries. When the Ninja World War begins, you will immediately take these recruits to the south and take down the 3 tiny nations here. For the rest of the east and the north, I will send another person. Ye Lan pointed to the 3 tiny countries on the map and said. The old minister will take these 3 countries for his highness. Sato Hu said with a serious face. Okay. Ye Lan nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement. Then he communicated with the system in his mind, opened the mysterious store, and focused his attention on the 6 refreshing products. Commodity, sealed state. Level, 2 star. Effect, the most common Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world can infuse its own spirit and miss into it, forming a unique Zanpakuto. Price, 2000 national power value. Commodity, Zisui Dan. Level, 3 star. Effect, it can expel a lot of filth from the body, return to youth, and can greatly enhance the cultivation talent. Price, 30,000 national power value. Commodity, anonymous armor. Level, 1 star. Effect, armor with strong defensive power, ordinary iron can only leave a light mark on it, and cannot break the defense. Price, 500 national strength value. Commodity, phone worm times 5. Level, 1 star. Effect, a special species from the One Piece world, which can imitate human voices and expressions, and can communicate with other phone bugs remotely. Price, 900 national power value. Commodity, a faraway ideal town. Advertisement. Level, 4 star. Effect, the holder will gain the ability to heal and resist aging. If it enters a state of complete protection, it will be immune to all magic and physical attacks. Price, 500,000 national power value. Commodity, life treasure. Level, 4 star. Effect, the gem from the Pokemon world was created by the creation god Arceus. It has an unimaginable vitality and can instantly restore a large area to life. At the same time, this is also an item that Arceus can live forever. Price, 800,000 national power value. Ye Lan bought the first product directly, but the next 2 were ignored. He still couldn't afford the 4-star product in front of him. In the past 6 months, the mysterious store has been constantly refreshed, and Ye Lan has also explored some doors. A 3-star product can only cost 100,000 national power at most, and a little bit more is a 4-star product. Ding, consumes 33,400 national power points. Congratulations to host for obtaining washing marrow pill, sealed state, nameless armor, telephone bug times 5. After that, Ye Lan gifted the pill of washing marrow, sealed state and the nameless armor to Husato. In other words, the other party has been loyal to the name for many years, so it should be something to give. After Sato who got these things, he burst into tears with excitement, and he made up his mind to protect Ye Lan's safety to his death. After Sato who ate the washing marrow pill, a thick black substance appeared all over his body, exuding an unparalleled odor. This is the toxin that has accumulated in Sato who's body for many years. After spending an hour washing away the filth from his body, Sato who reappeared in front of Ye Lan. His appearance changed greatly. The original snow-white hair became extremely black, the wrinkles on the face had disappeared, and the physique had also been improved, as if he was 10 years younger. Seeing Sato who's appearance, Ye Lan couldn't help but marvel at the power of Zisui pill. After leaving a phone worm for contact, Ye Lan left the military base. Chapter 30, the pre-war convening, seeking a flower evaluation ticket. A few days later, Tajima Feng finally returned from the Land of Fire. While bringing a large amount of medicinal materials and silver biscuits, he also brought a major news. The Third Ninja War finally broke out. Because of the disappearance of Third Kazekage, Tsunagakure pointed the finger at Konoha village, which became the fuse of the 3 world wars. At the same time, the other 3 kingdoms also started wars one after another. Suddenly, the war in the ninja realm was raging, drawing the sorrows of countless small nations. When a big country starts a war, it is the small countries that suffer first, because the big countries will not transfer the battlefield to their own countries, and in the eyes of the big countries, small countries have no value at all and can be trampled on at will. Advertisement. At the same time, Ye Lan's soldiers also started a new war. Boys. We will be on the battlefield later. Although the enemy is not as strong as ours, we can't take it lightly. You are all soldiers I trained. If you die, you are embarrassing me. So none of you can die, do you know? In the military base, Husato, wearing a red nameless armor, roared with a hint of concern at the 300 recruits concentrated on the playground. I see, General. The 300 recruits naturally knew that Sato whose remarks were caring for them, so they all tried their best to let out a deafening roar. Although Sato who became a military coach, his identity is still the Admiral Army of Lee's Higuo, and Ye Lan did not change him. Give you 10 minutes to get everything ready, and then go to the battlefield. Sato finished talking and walked into his own dormitory. Seeing a katana hanging on the wall, Husato picked it up with some excitement in his eyes, and whispered. We will be on the battlefield later. There are a lot of enemies this time, so we can definitely enjoy ourselves. Advertisement. And this katana actually trembled slightly spiritually, seeming to feel joy because of something. In a densely forested area, there is a large building similar to a school. In one of the courtyards of this school, a strong man is constantly wielding a sword. This man has a pineapple head with blood red hair and a black tattoo-like mark on both eyebrows, which is carved to the top of his forehead like lightning. He is Abarai Renji, and Ye Lan summoned the most powerful Shinigami in front of him. Bolya Bolu. Suddenly a strange sound rang from the stone table on the side, and there was a very large volute there, which was as big as an adult's fist. A figure flew out of the volute, looking like a Katsuyu. This is the phone worm that Ye Lan exchanged not long ago, the black technology of One Piece world. After redeeming the phone bug, Ye Lan gave Satohu, Renji, Lucky, and Laxus one each for easy contact. Rukia Kukaki lived near Ye Lan's palace, so he did not assign a phone worm. I'm Renji, what can I do? Renji immediately stopped the training of swinging the sword, connected to the phone bug, and asked. I am Ye Lan. The phone worm instantly imitated Ye Lan's plain expression and said calmly. It turns out to be His Royal Highness. May I ask what your Royal Highness has to order? Renji heard Ye Lan's voice, froze for a moment, and then said in a respectful tone. Prepare, take Shinigami students and Wang Bing to the northern battlefield. Ye Lan was unremarkable. Yes. Advertisement. Renji immediately lowered his head and said. Well. After Ye Lan hung up the phone worm on Renji's side shrank instantly and went back to the volute to rest and sleep. Great. I can finally fight alongside Zabimaru. Renji looked at Zanpakuto in his hand and said with some excitement. Since awakening Shikai, he has found some huge rocks to try to use Zabimaru's power. He hasn't fought a real battle yet, so he can't wait. Soldiers. We are about to go to the battlefield. There will be a place where our youthful power will bloom. Are you all ready? In another forest, Might Dai said passionately. Ready. Lord Might Dai. The 300 soldiers in front of him responded, and they roared with the same look as Might Dai. They are all veterans, and most of them are soldiers who participated in the Battle of the Overnight Nation. Also here, there were 100 muscular soldiers. They looked at the scene in front of them, and they were a little messy in the wind. They are 100 elite soldiers under Ye Lan, and each of them is more than twice as powerful as ordinary soldiers. Fortunately, we practiced with Master Liu Qi, otherwise it looks like. It's really ashamed. One of the soldiers covered his face helplessly. What kind of soldiers can be trained by what kind of person you really are? Asterisk. Chapter 31 Sodi no Shirayuki. Advertisement. Sato who took 300 recruits to the south, where there are 3 tiny countries. The 3 tiny nations have a combined strength of 1000, and there are not many genin level figures, only 5. This is no pressure on Sato who, but for recruits, it is the first battle in his life. That's why Ye Lan sent these recruits to the southern battlefield as a trial ground for tempering them. Might Dai led the veterans and elite soldiers to the east, preparing to sweep the 7 tiny countries in the east. The combined strength of these countries has reached at least 2000, which can better temper the veterans and elite soldiers and increase their combat experience. Renji and the others are heading north, where there are 5 tiny nations, of which 3 tiny nations are dependent nations of the Bear Country. Genin is more than the eastern battlefield, and there may even be Genin. That's why Renji led Shinigami students and Wang Bing to the battlefield. Although their numbers were small, they were all the most elite fighters. Every Shinigami student has the combat power of elite Genin, Wang Bing has the combat power of Genin, and Renji himself, after awakening Zabimaru Shikai, has reached the level of Jainin. In addition to Laxus and Lucky, he is the strongest under Ye Lan. Because this lineup is more luxurious and powerful than other battlefield lineups, they are sent to the most dangerous battlefield. After the whole army was prepared for war, the mighty expedition began. At this time, in the palace of Liz Higuo, a petite girl holding a samurai sword happily ran to the hall where Ye Lan was. Your Highness! I successfully communicated to Sodi no Shirayuki, I can Shikai. Ye Lan heard a beautiful voice, and when he looked up, he saw Rukia's petite and exquisite body running into the hall, with an extremely excited expression on his face, and said happily. Advertisement. Congratulations! Rukia, Shikai has finally awakened. Looking at the beating girl in front of her, Ye Lan said with a smile on her face. With such a girl, life seems to be full of joy. This made Ye Lan feel extremely relaxed, put down the map in his hand, walked over to Rukia, and touched her head. His Royal Highness, I will show you the power of Sodi no Shirayuki now. Rukia blushed and broke free of Ye Lan's hand, and turned Zanpakuto away, with the tip of the knife facing down. Since Ye Lan gave Rukia the spirit of the spirit water, the relationship between the two has greatly improved, and after Ye Lan has nothing to tease her, and said some interesting things, the relationship has almost risen to that level. Up. Although Ye Lan always asked Rukia to call him by his real name, Rukia obviously respected the identity of Ye Lan, so he always called Ye Lan his Royal Highness. Ling dance. Sodi no Shirayuki. With Rukia's cry, her Zanpakuto burst into a burst of biting ryotsu, like the cold of winter. Afterwards, Rukia's Zanpakuto changed dramatically in an instant. The whole body of this knife became snow-white and crystal clear, and it was extremely beautiful. The snow-white ribbon wagging at the handle of the knife seemed to dance in the air, intertwining the most beautiful and splendid scenery in the world. This is the most beautiful Zanpakuto and Shinigami, Sodi no Shirayuki. This knife is really beautiful, just like yours. The moment Ye Lan looked at Sodi no Shirayuki, Ye Lan couldn't help being fascinated. After regaining his senses, he stared straight at Rukia and said with a smirk. Advertisement. Hate. Hearing Ye Lan's straightforward words and the look in his eyes, Rukia's face immediately became ruddy, and his heart was like a deer bumping, and he quickly left here. Really shy? Ye Lan said helplessly. It's just that the smile on his face can't stop for a long time. His Royal Highness, is he suggesting something? After Rukia ran out of the main hall, there was still a fiery red color on her face, and she started to think about it. No. Rukia, you can't let yourself down. How can you be succumbed like this? You are the noble Hokage family. However, His Royal Highness is also the lord of a country. His status is more noble than a family, and his subordinates are also very strong, not to mention he has some very strange props. Rukia thought with great heart. Forget it, put these questions aside, I heard that there are new rabbit dolls in the mall, so let's go there first. Rukia quickly adjusted her state. After disarming Zanpakuto from Shikai, she ran out of the palace with a grin and walked towards the Dawn City Mall. Chapter 32 The battle begins. Seeking support. After all the tiny countries are accepted, where should we continue to develop? Although the country of bears is an ironclad goal, it's not the time yet. You have to wait until the country of fire and the other 4 countries can't fight each other before taking the opportunity to win it. Otherwise it will get the Konoha village's attention, then it will be in trouble. After Rukia left, Ye Lan continued to pick up the map on the table and thought inwardly. Although he hasn't won the surrounding tiny country and the bear country yet, he has already begun to look elsewhere. Advertisement. Maybe we can start from other countries. With that said, Ye Lan set his sights on places outside the country of Li, including the country of snow, the country of birds, and the country of fields. Let's make this decision for the time being. After taking the bear country, look for opportunities to sneak into other countries and secretly control and take them down. Ye Lan decided this plan for the time being, and then left the hall, went to the place where he lived, and practiced the fairy art chakra. In the past 6 months, although he did not have a lot of time to devote himself to cultivation, his chakra volume has broken through to the level of Jainin. At the same time, he has made great breakthroughs in combat. In the battle with Liu Qi, he has made great progress from supporting 5 moves to more than 200 moves now. Boys. The real war will come next, but don't vomit when you see blood, that would be a shame. Do you know everything? Sato who looked at the nearby village and shouted at the recruits behind him. Most of the tiny countries are the same as the country of Lebanon at the beginning. They are composed of several villages and are very small. Advertisement. Yes. General. The recruits responded in an instant, but some recruits were not very confident and were obviously worried about the first war. Have you not eaten yet? Answer again. Hearing that the voice did not reach his ideal, Sato who frowned involuntarily and shouted again. Although this is the first time that recruits have been on the battlefield, this is not an excuse. Since they have to be Ye Lan's soldiers, they should be fearless. This is the soldier Ye Lan wants. And Sato who also knows this very well. Yes. General. The recruits immediately shouted with all their strength. His voice was deafening, and the thunderous sound could be heard even in a village not far away, and the civilians in the village could not help but flee, all hiding in their own homes for the only sense of security. Okay. Come on with me. When you see a weapon bearer, kill me. Sato who nodded in satisfaction, picked up Zanpakuto at his waist, and charged forward immediately, heading towards the village in front of him. Kill. The recruits immediately made a fierce and loud noise, following Sato who's pace and rushing forward. Give me in. Sato who waved the sealed state in his hand, directly destroyed the wooden wall outside the village, and then rushed in. Advertisement. Although it is not possible to use spiritual power, the material of the sealed state itself is far superior to most weapons in the Hokage world, so Sato who is unscrupulous. Go. The recruits immediately took out their own samurai swords, cut through all the wooden walls in front of them, and then followed in. Who are you? Don't you know where this is? A man resembling a patrolman picked up a rusty samurai sword, put on a fighting look, and looked at Sato Ko and the others with horror. But Sato Hyuko wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He picked up Zanpakuto directly, came to him in an instant, and stabbed him in the heart. How dare you! The man lost his expression in his eyes before he finished his words and left the world. Kill. All rebels will be killed without mercy. The surrender will not kill. Sato Hu pulled out the bleeding Zanpakuto, and said to the other civilians who looked terrified. We surrender. Don't kill us. Seeing the extremely mighty Sato Hu, and the man in front of him who was still bleeding after his death, the civilians immediately knelt down, shivering. Chapter 33 Table Lotus. Iron Body. The recruits smelled the smell of blood in the air, and some of the recruits' faces changed a little, but most of the recruits' faces were calm, which made Sato Hu nod to himself. You all keep here to comfort the civilians in this village. Sato Hu pointed to the recruits whose faces had changed a little, and said. And the rest will continue with me. This is just a village that is not reused. The real battle is yet to come. Sato talked nonsense, and continued to move forward, leading the recruits across this village to the main village of this tiny country. Advertisement. At the same time, on the eastern battlefield, Might Dai led a group of ghost-like veterans and a group of elite soldiers to invade a tiny country and really fight the enemy's army. Soldiers. It's time to show the power of youth, come on. Might shouted hoarsely. Then he immediately confronted the two elite genin in front of him, and immediately burst out of chakra in his body, shouting angrily. 8 inner gates, the first gate. Open the door, open. An actual chakra burst out of Might Dai's body, his strength directly broke through to Jnin's level, and then he rushed to the two elite genin in an instant. So fast. Boom. Before an elite genin could react, he was punched by Might and flew out heavily, heading to the ground, and drew a mark several meters long. Advertisement. Damn. Fire style. Little fireball technique. Another elite genin immediately got the seal and ejected a basketball-sized fireball from his mouth. The temperature was extremely hot, and it flew towards Might Dai at extremely high speed. A hit. Might Dai saw the trail of the small fireball and gave a strange cry. His right leg suddenly exerted force, kicking the fireball away like a football. Table Lotus. Might Dai quickly flew to the elite genin's side, slightly facing down, and then kicked his left foot towards his chin, causing his body to fly into the sky uncontrollably. And Might wore footsteps and slammed, and the strong force caused a broken mark to be trampled on the ground, and then he flew into the air with the elite genin. Crazy. Might Dai slammed a punch at the elite genin, causing the opponent's body to make a sound of broken bones, and then continued to punch. After hitting 5 punches in a row, he hugged the opponent, whirled in midair, and turned towards the earth began to fall quickly. When there were 2 meters near the ground, Might Dai immediately let go of his hands, and stepped on the body of the elite genin as a support force, and flew to other places. Boom. And the elite genin was very unlucky. He plunged into the earth, and then there was a roar of the earth. And Might Dai landed safely, and at the same time put on a very sassy posture, matched with the green commoner, very spicy eyes. Impressive. A genin's elite soldier was killed on the side, and he just saw a series of attacks by Might Dai during his resting time, and his heart was very shocked. No wonder he can become the highest instructor of the eastern battlefield, the strength of this body is no longer what ordinary people can bear. Advertisement. Of course, if the last hot eye movement can be eliminated, then it would be even more perfect. Good chance. A genin lurking in the dark, seeing the elite soldier in a dazed state, immediately squeezed a handful of Qnao, and quickly projected towards him. Iron Body. The elite soldier suddenly felt a killing intent attacking him, and did not hesitate to use his strongest defensive moves. Ding! The physical strength of this elite soldier instantly gathered to his chest, blocking the attack of Qwo in an instant, and also made a metal collision sound. This shocked the genin who was attacking. Is this person's body made of iron? Even Qwo could not cause a trace of harm to him. Court death. After the iron body state was lifted, the elite soldier immediately swung his samurai sword, showing a ferocious expression like a tiger, and rushed towards genin who had attacked him instantly. Damn it! It was discovered. Genin cursed inwardly, then took out a shuriken and attacked the elite soldiers. And he himself planned to slip away. After this short period of battle, he could see that, except for those samurai who responded to the ninja in green clothes, the rest of the group were not easy to mess with. Because they had 3 genin fallen in the hands of this group of people. Chapter 34 Roar. Zabimaru. Want to run? You are afraid to live in a dream. The soldier arrived at Genin's side instantly, and a Shinigami-like voice echoed in Genin's ear, making his spirit tense immediately. Hey! When he turned around, the katana of the elite soldier had already slashed his neck, and his head was chopped off instantly. Hey, it looks like this war should be over. Advertisement. After the elite soldiers released the iron body, coupled with the rapid action, the physical exertion was naturally very large. I saw him panting, watching the surrounding veterans and other recruits continue to crush the enemy, and said involuntarily. This time, the first tiny country that Might Dai encountered was quite powerful. There were 4 genin and 2 elite genin. In addition, there were nearly 700 soldiers. However, in front of the veterans and elite soldiers, they all seemed so weak. In less than half an hour, the opponent's army was about to be wiped out. Very good. Let's push it over. Let them know how great the power of youth is. Might Dai watched the decrease in the number of enemies while the fighting spirit of the soldiers on the other side soared, and immediately shouted. Oh! The veterans who had obviously been damaged by Might's wear roared passionately. Then they accelerated the speed of killing the enemy, and after occupying this tiny country, they moved on to the next tiny country. Although the opponent's strength is not very good, but the number is really a lot. Renji looked at the enemy army of nearly 500 people ahead, with an unhappy expression on his face. Advertisement. The other soldiers continued to kill the enemy silently. Although their combat power was much stronger than that of the enemy, they couldn't resist too many people. If this continues, it will only consume more and more physical strength, and it will take more time to win these 5 tiny countries in the northern region. After all, here are just students, not the mature Shinigami of the Shinigami team. There is no way, let's end this boring battle as soon as possible. Renji took Zanpakuto with a slash, and after killing several enemy troops, he injected his own spiritual power into Zanpakuto. The momentum of the whole person instantly changed, making all the enemy's souls feel boundless fear in the depths. Roar! Zabimaru! In an instant, Renji's Zanpakuto's appearance changed drastically, turning into a large knife like a snake belly. The knife body was made up of many small knives. At the bottom corner of the front end of each small knife, there was a sharp knife body like Lion Majesty's fangs. Drink! Renji yelled. Zabimaru's blade became longer in an instant, and he swept toward the enemy army in front of him. Boom! Zabimaru's blade immediately harvested many enemy troops, and at the same time, because of its great strength, it directly bombarded the ground, splashing countless dust. Oh, you are nothing but that. Renji watched as he killed nearly 50 people in one attack and couldn't help but ridicule. Everyone! Use the detonator! When the enemy leader saw this scene, he immediately ordered. In a short while, the densely packed Kunao quickly attacked Renji and the others with a detonating talisman. Advertisement. Use kid to defend yourself. Renji immediately turned his head and shouted at the Shinigami student behind him. The 26th of had, the red flame plug. 30 Shinigami students immediately released the kid technique and shouted. 30 walls of flames appeared out of thin air, gathered together to form a huge wall of flames, blocking the front of the Kyuwo detonating talisman. Boom! After Kyumo attacked the flame wall, he fell weakly, but the detonation talisman would not lose the only opportunity to show his value and exploded one after another. The explosion of hundreds of detonating talisman, like a missile bombing, almost destroyed the wall of flames, but fortunately it was resisted. Kun, the mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, flapping wings and flying high, who is named in the name of mankind, truth and temperance, stand on the wall of innocent dreams with only minions. 33 of had, Kang Huo falls. After Renji resisted the detonation talisman attack and disappeared from the flame wall, he immediately chanted a spell, and then suddenly gathered a powerful spiritual force in his left hand, turning into a pale flame and rushing towards the enemy. Boom! The pale flames immediately burned the enemy's body. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. Then they all gave up resistance, and the soldiers who were left unattended immediately stepped back a few steps, and they were relieved when it was clear that the flames would not attack them. Chapter 35, Shikai of Sadohu. Renji's attack killed nearly half of the enemy army, that is, more than 200 soldiers. This undoubtedly amazes many people. Although there is some moisture in this, for example, he attacked when the enemy forces were very dense, so the number of deaths would naturally be many. Kill them all for me. Can't let them use the detonator again. Renji raised Zabimaru as he attacked and said to the surrounding soldiers. Advertisement. Although the detonation talisman is not very threatening to him, it is still a bit harmful to the rest of the soldiers, especially the Shinigami students. Tempest Kick. Hearing Renji's order, all the soldiers launched an attack, and a king soldier released the only long-range attack skill in Marine 6 styles. A half-moon-shaped shockwave about 2 meters in size hits the enemy in an instant. Boom! This Tempest Kick instantly killed more than a dozen enemy troops and sprayed a lot of blood on the battlefield again. The 4th of had, Baile. All Shinigami students shouted collectively. Then there were countless white thunder and lightning flashing continuously, attacking the enemy army, and the powerful current directly killed dozens of enemy soldiers. Withdraw! Seeing the enemy so easily crushed and released the army, the leader immediately said in a panic. Go! Don't let them run away! Renji shouted. Advertisement. Then the spiritual power instantly gathered in the footsteps, and the whole figure instantly disappeared in place, appearing in front of the enemy army. This is an advanced step move in Shinigami, Shunpo. Want to run? You should save your lives. As Renji said, he waved Zabimaru again and attacked the enemy. Damn it! Seeing Renji suddenly appearing on their way away, the leader was shocked and angry. What was shocking was that Renji could appear here instantly, but the anger was that Renji was going to rush to kill him, and he wouldn't let them go alone. Boom! Zabimaru's blade struck again, this time taking away more than 40 enemy soldiers. Fire style! Great fireball technique! The leader immediately nodded his hands, spit out a fireball of 4 basketballs from his mouth, and flew towards Renji. Small bugs! Renji said disdainfully. Then Zabimaru quickly turned his body, and immediately shot the great fireball to another place, and burned several unlucky enemy soldiers to death. Go to hell, Zabimaru! Renji looked at the enemy leader with contempt and waved Zabimaru to kill him instantly. After the leader's death, the group of enemy troops surrendered instantly, and Renji, who had originally wanted to continue the massacre, stopped the action in his hands. After occupying this tiny country, it took about 2 hours to adjust before Renji and the others embarked on the road of conquest. Advertisement. The other side. General, things are a bit bad. A recruit was stained with this blood, approaching Husato, a little worried. They have formally found the main village of this tiny country. In less than half an hour of fighting with the opposing army, the enemy's loss of numbers is not very large. And what about them? Sure enough, there are still some recruits who can't bear the psychological pressure, smelling the very strong smell of blood in the air, they all vomit and even lose the strength to stand up, which makes Sato very angry. Boys! You remember, for the old man, after you go back, your training will be doubled, no, it will be tripled. Sato, who pushed back the enemy in front of him, stared at the recruits who were unable to fight, and furious. This caused the faces of those recruits to collapse, but they were also very sad because they dragged down their beloved General Sato. This time the old man will let you see the power of the old man. Seeing the large number of enemy troops, Sato walked to the front fearlessly, took out a white cloth, and wiped all the blood on his Zanpakuto. Let me see your power. Sato looked at Zanpakuto with care, then looked at the nearby enemy army, still fearless. Fight. Domination. After Sato spoke Shikai, the Zanpakuto in his hand disappeared instantly, and he was covered with a set of azure armor. He held a blue and green spear in his hand, many of which were intertwined with white. This is Shikai of Sato. In fact, when he purchased the sealed state, Ye Lan considered that Sato did not practice Shinigami's system, so he adjusted the system so that Sato's soul fits in with the sealed state, thus completing Shikai and possibly awakening in the future. Bankai. It's just that Ye Lan didn't expect that Sato would complete Zanpakuto's Shikai status in just a few days. It seems that the old man Sato doesn't have much talent in the way of chakra, but he is very talented in Zanpakuto. Asterisk. Chapter 36, The Destruction of the Six Nations, 1/8. Fight. Domination. Sato yelled, and then put on a set of azure armor, and a blue and green spear appeared in his hand. The image of the whole person was like a god of war. At the same time, Sato also felt a powerful force constantly emerging from his body, which seemed to come from the depths of his soul. This power is Shinigami spiritual power. After Sato's Zanpakuto Shikai, Lingba directly helped him awaken his spiritual power, and the spiritual power in his body was all given by Lingba. Advertisement. Break the line. Sato waved his spear with excitement, swept out an awe-inspiring golden shock wave, and flew towards the enemy at great speed. Breaking the battle is one of Domination's own moves. It is a group attacking move. Hold it. Hold it all. Who dares to escape, I will kill his family. The enemy general saw the unstoppable golden shock wave and roared in horror. Hearing the threat from their general, all the soldiers pulled up their trembling legs and rushed forward bitterly, while blocking all defensive things in the front. But can they really block the attack of breaking the line? The answer is obviously no. Boom. The golden shock wave smashed the enemy soldiers like a ruin, and the whole earth made a huge roar, shocking everyone. All of a sudden, the gunpowder filled with smoke. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, you are so powerful. Even if Sato didn't look inside the gunpowder, he knew that the other party would definitely not save one. He communicated with his own Zanpakuto in his heart, and said with a hint of amazement. When you really cultivate spiritual power and have Ryutsu, you can truly exert my power. A heavy voice suddenly appeared in Sato's ear. I see, after the war is over, I will go to ask Renji that kid. Sato waved his hand and said casually. And the gunpowder in front of him has been blown away by the wind, revealing a scene of blood flowing. The enemy general looked at the original number of soldiers in 500, but suddenly there were only less than 100 left, his legs were weak, and he didn't even know that he suddenly sat on the ground. This is definitely not an ordinary ninja, even an elite genin, no, even Chunin can't release such a powerful attack, right? The general murmured, with the dull eyes, like a neurotic. Boys, now the number of enemy troops is low, so don't hesitate to chase after me and kill the enemy. Sato who turned around and shouted at the same dull-looking recruits. Yes. General. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, General. We thought that what you said at the military base was blowing. I didn't expect you to be a real NB. The recruits immediately escaped from the sluggish sea of bitterness and returned to reality, each of them straightened their chests, resisting physical incompatibility, and went up to kill the remaining enemy forces. Among them, a recruit who had a good relationship with Husato grinned. Advertisement. You little leather monkey can't go up and kill the enemy. After hearing this, Sato who gave him a fierce look. The former smiled after seeing Sato who's stare, then he pulled out the samurai sword inserted on the ground, and rushed towards the enemy force. Sure enough, this group of recruits still need to work harder. Sato who sighed. Then he rushed together. Time is running out and he needs to take down the tiny southern country as soon as possible before he can go to Ye Lan for business. Ye Lan asked Sato who to take down the 3 southern countries in a very short time. Because Ye Lan must quickly develop the comprehensive strength of the country of Lebanon again to prepare for some future things. Congratulations to host for destroying the country and increasing its territory. Ye Lan was practicing chakra in his own house, and suddenly the system prompt sounded again, so he had to withdraw from the cultivation state again. 6 hours have passed since the army was sent to advance the 3 regions of East, South, and North, and the sound of the system's prompt sounded the sound of 6 paths. In other words, Ye Lan's army has wiped out 6 tiny nations. According to this situation, it is estimated that the surrounding tiny countries will be annexed soon. It's time to start another plan. After Ye Lan thought about it, he smiled mysteriously, and then he took out the phone worm, dialed a number, and contacted someone. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Secret Mission, 2/8. Bolyabolu. His Royal Highness, what's the matter? The phone worm showed a lazy appearance, with a hint of respect in his tone. The reason why he can recognize Ye Lan's call so quickly is entirely because no one has communicated with him except Ye Lan. This makes him seem very lonely, but it is also because he looks down on those who are weak, so that he is so unpopular. Advertisement. Laxus, don't you always think you have nothing to do? Now there is something I can leave to you to do, should I? Ye Lan didn't blame Laxus for his attitude, and smiled. Of course. I'm so idle I'm about to fight Liu Qi again. The phone worm immediately showed the exaggerated expression of Laxus, with a surprised expression on his face. After witnessing Laxus's combat effectiveness, Ye Lan would not allow him to fight Liu Qi again, otherwise Liu Qi would have to lie down on the bed every time. Well, I will send you a very important task now. This task is... No one knew what Ye Lan was talking about with Laxus, only that Laxus left the country of Li with a large sum of silver and went to other places. Finally met a somewhat interesting opponent. Renji's death tyrant had already been stained with a lot of blood. He stared at the army in front of him and said calmly. Advertisement. They have captured 2 tiny countries and are attacking the 3rd tiny country. Now this tiny country is not weak. It is one of the dependent countries of the Bear country, and its military capabilities are much stronger than other tiny countries. Even the previous Night country can't fight against it. Because they have 800 soldiers and a dozen ninjas, among them Renji feels an aura comparable to that of a king soldier. Obviously, the opponent is a Chunin. Seeing how the enemy army was ready to go, Renji knew that they had received the news that the Kingdom of Lebanon had destroyed 2 tiny nations, and they were ready to deal with the invaders. Everyone, don't waste too much power. Wang Bing saves his physical strength, Shinigami saves his spiritual power. Then go with me. Renji said to Wang Bing and Shinigami students who were also wearing blood. Then Renji his deity ran directly in the direction of the ninja. As long as the most threatening ninja was killed, the lives of these king soldiers and Shinigami students would be much less dangerous. Yes. Everyone shouted. I saw Renji shook Zabimaru, and the elongated blade flew directly towards the enemy, and the enemy was caught off guard by Renji's attack. Boom. The sharp Zabimaru reaped nearly 50 soldiers in an instant, but the opponent's psychological quality was stronger than that of the tiny nations he had encountered before. He did not shrink from such an attack, but aroused their bloodliness, revealing a beast-like ferociousness. Expression. Kill. The enemy made a loud roar and charged at Renji and them continuously. The same was true for Wang Bing. He took up his weapon and attacked the enemy, while Renji attacked the crazy enemy again. Zabimaru's blade was stained red again. Kill. Advertisement. Crack. The 2 sides finally fought, and there was a loud squall and the clash of swords. Wang Bing deserves to be Ye Lan's strongest unit. When confronting the enemy, he waved his weapon and killed 2 or 3 soldiers. Then he exploded with amazing strength and speed, killing 10 in 3 seconds. A few soldiers. It's almost like a killing machine. The fourth of Had, by Lei. The Shinigami students are not to be outdone, and use the least amount of spiritual energy to release the kid technique. White thunder and lightning attacked the enemy soldiers instantly, and saw their bodies shake for a while, then they fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Let's go together too. A Shinigami student roared, and then he mentioned Zanpakuto and fought with the enemy, and the other Shinigami students also fought one after another. In addition to Zanpakuto and Kid, Shinigami also has 3 basic combat techniques, Kendo, White Hits, and Shunpo. They are no weaker than King Bing when fighting each other. Water style water turbulence technique. At this time Yedeo's voice suddenly sounded, and then a powerful jet of water attacked Wang Bing. The Wang Bing's pupil shrank, his arms were crossed, and then all the strength of his body was gathered on his arms, and a faint black layer appeared on the surface of his arms. This is armament haki that all Wang Bing has learned. Although this armed color is only a preliminary control, it is enough to increase their strength. Chapter 38 National Advancement, 3/8. Hey! Just when Wang Bing released his armed color, the water column just hit Wang Bing's body, and the powerful impact directly knocked him back several meters. Tempest Kick. How can you not fight back after being attacked? After seeing the appearance of the assailant, the soldier shook his feet quickly, and a half-moon-shaped shockwave appeared out of thin air and flew towards the assailant. Body Replacement Technique. Advertisement. When the attacker saw Tempest Kick's appearance, he was shocked in his heart. Hey! The awe-inspiring Tempest Kick split the stunt stake in half instantly, and looked at the incredibly smoothly cut stake, making the attacker not far away feel astonished. Seeing this, the king soldier frowned, and immediately killed the nearby enemy soldiers, and after seizing the opponent's weapon, he ran towards the assailant at an astonishing speed. Die! Wang Bing appeared next to the attacker in an instant, picked up the katana and pierced into the opponent's heart instantly. Puff! The assailant sprayed a lot of blood in an instant, but soon died. Wang Bing watched as many enemy soldiers formed a circle around him, each raising their weapons, waiting for him with a solemn expression on his face. Hey! And this king soldier just smiled, and pulled the samurai sword from the attacker's heart again, and turned it into a killing machine again, starting a new round of crazy slaughter. Advertisement. The battle on Renji's side was also extremely fierce. Water style water turbulence. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style great fireball technique. Multi-path ninjutsu spit out from the enemy's ninja, but it is a dependent country of the bear country, and the resources it has are completely different from the original country of Lei. Seeing the ninjutsu attack, Renji didn't panic at all. After making Zabimaru longer, he threw it up in the air, resisting most of the attacks. The remaining few attacks were useless in front of Renji's Shunpo. Die! Renji suddenly violently shook Zabimaru, and when the enemy ninja had no time to react, he was swept away by Zabimaru without knowing his life or death. But this little problem can be left to Shinigami students, because even if the opponent is a ninja, it is difficult to resist Zabimaru's attack. After all, Zabimaru's knife body comes with Renji's Ryutsu, and its power is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Hey! Finally killed these ninjas. Renji gasped slightly. After defeating this group of enemy soldiers, this tiny nation can be taken down. Then just the last 2 tiny nations. Renji said silently in his heart. Advertisement. Then he joined the ranks of killing the enemy soldiers. In less than 10 minutes, the entire enemy army was wiped out. Congratulations to host for destroying the Kingdom of Trees and increasing its territory. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully winning 10 small countries, and the country level is advanced to the small country level. Ding! The country has successfully advanced to a small country level. Congratulations to host for winning 3 awards. First, open the mystery store to refresh the ability. There is no limit to the number of refreshes per day, but the national power consumed by each refresh increases. The first time is 100 national power, the second is 200 national power, and so on. Second, increase the success rate of summoning the Legion. Third, a small country level gift package. Friendly reminder, when the country advances to the middle-sized country level, you will get new and enhanced functions of the system. Enhanced function, you can increase the star level of items, bloodlines, skills, and equipment by consuming national strength. When Ye Lan was watching the fish in the pond in the back garden, the system prompts kept exploding in his mind. After he digested the news, his expression suddenly became happy, and Li's Higuo was finally promoted from a tiny country to a small country level. And also received 3 rewards. The first reward is what Ye Lan dreams of, able to refresh the mystery shop without limit. In this way, there is no need to wait until a week has passed before the mystery store can refresh the products again. And the second one seems to be a good thing. Anyway, Ye Lan is skeptical about these success rates. And the third one is a small gift from the system to Ye Lan. Generally, things called big gift bags are not too bad, right? What's more, it is such an important matter of national level promotion. Chapter 39 5-star items, 4/8. And the friendly reminder of the system also reveals how heaven-defying the new functions will be obtained after the next national level upgrade. Although it needs to spend national power, it is not a big problem to spend some national power to increase the star rating. Every time he sees the high-star items in the mysterious store, Ye Lan feels itchy. Although he says that he doesn't need them, who doesn't want those items that are smashed to the sky? I just hope that this expend national power value will not be too bad. After sorting out the information, Ye Lan opened the system space and found a yellow gift box waiting quietly inside. Advertisement. Ye Lan immediately opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Aquarius Protoss Key, Martial Arts Internal Classics, an extremely cold stone. Item, Aquarius Protoss Key. Level, 2-star. Effect, Aquarius Protoss can be summoned where there is water. Item, Martial Arts Inner Jing Gong. Level, 2-star. Effect, it can cultivate pure internal force and expand the meridians at the same time, which greatly increases the transportation volume of internal force. The stronger the physique, the better the training effect. Advertisement. Item, Extremely Cold Stone. Level, 5-star. Effect, this is an ice energy stone that is full of ice to seal the entire world. The effect in front of it is unknown. Maybe it is a forging item? The information of 3 objects appeared in Ye Lan's mind instantly. When he saw the first 2, Ye Lan smiled with satisfaction. Both of these things are pretty good. But when he saw that the last item was a 5-star, Ye Lan's eyes were almost staring out. 5 stars. That's the same level of star rating as Deviated Sword. Could it be that my European Emperor's energy exploded and I got good things? But Ye Lan had such thoughts. When looking at the effect of this kind of object, his face changed instantly. The effect of God TM is unclear, it is simply a scam, and sure enough, there is no such thing as European style. Ye Lan didn't say anything, and threw this extremely cold sacred stone directly into the innermost part of the system space. It is estimated that this thing is difficult to use in his lifetime. This martial art can actually be practiced for soldiers to increase the disadvantages against ninjas. But you still need to buy the moves in the secret store. Ye Lan looked at the martial arts inner scriptures, his eyes seemed to see a more distant future. The soldiers of the country of Lei used martial arts techniques to fight against the ninjutsu used by ninjas. Even though there are many types of ninjutsu, and there are so many moves, martial arts moves are no less than ninjutsu, including swordsmanship, boxing techniques, palm techniques. In short, that picture is absolutely wonderful. It's better to wait for the small surrounding countries to be annexed, and then send the martial arts inner sutras to the military for training. Ye Lan thought about it for a while, and put this martial arts inner sutra power into the system space. Advertisement. 1 day has passed, and it is a day for Ye Lan, but for those tiny countries that have not yet been captured, it seems that a long time has passed. The tiny countries in the south and north have been taken down. The last tiny country in the south is a country with hidden strength. The country's combat power is no worse than that of Knight, with 700 soldiers, 3 genin, 3 elite genin, and 1 chinin. Fortunately, Sato who awakened Shikai, otherwise the outcome would be hard to predict. When the last 2 countries in the north knew that Renji and the others had begun to sweep them, they immediately joined forces and needed to fight against Renji and their invasion. But the result was still the same, Renji and the others won, and the 2 tiny nations lost. However, Renji and the others also ended with a tragic victory. Every king soldier was severely injured to varying degrees. Even Shinigami students were killed in battle, most of which were severely injured. Among them, the main reason for the death of Shinigami students is that they have too little combat experience. Although these tiny nations are weak, their soldiers are basically old fried dough sticks under long-term battles, and it is not just that they can win with a high value of force. However, the gains were also great, and everyone who survived looked like a real warrior. When Renji returned, he looked so embarrassed that Ye Lan almost couldn't recognize him. After the soldiers from the north and the south returned, Ye Lan immediately sent a large amount of medicine to the soldiers, and healed most of their injuries, while the rest needed to be recuperated slowly. Then let Tajima Feng send some trustworthy subordinates to take over the territories of the small countries in the north and south, so that there will be no turmoil in those countries. The Shinigami students who died directly turned into a light and disappeared. As a result, after a systematic explanation, Ye Lan knew that after the death of the original summoned character, there would be no corpses left, but directly turned into light and disappeared into the world. Chapter 40 The Desperate Tiny Country, 5/8. Master might die, the soldiers have finished their rest and can continue fighting. In a simple wooden house, an elite soldier of Li's Higuo knocked on the door and walked in and said to Might Dai. Really? Then let them prepare. We must return to the country of Li before the evening and bring good news to His Highness. Might Dai was looking at a map on the wooden table, suddenly raised his head and said to the soldier. Yes. Advertisement. After the elite soldiers took their orders, they immediately walked out of the wooden house to notify the other soldiers who had finished their rest. Although the previous 5 tiny nations are not very strong, the total number of them is still quite large. If it weren't for the physical strength of the soldiers to keep up, maybe the 2 remaining tiny nations would be swept away yesterday. But fortunately, this group of soldiers did not appear to be killed. Might said to himself in the empty wooden house. Yesterday they set off from morning to dusk in the afternoon and swept through 5 tiny nations. Originally, Might Dai wanted to continue to attack, but the soldiers behind him did not have his strong physique, so they simply stayed in a tiny nation to rest. Night. It's time to set off now. Might Dai put on the green cloth armor in the wooden house, and at the same time took a ninja bag, which placed 4 swords in the hand, 2 kunao, 3 detonating talisman, and 5 grain pills, and then walked out of the wooden house. Good morning, my lord. As soon as Might Dai went out, he saw hundreds of soldiers neatly standing in the open space in front of him, greeted loudly. Soldiers! Let us rekindle the blood of youth and defeat the enemy. When Might Dai saw this scene, his blood boiled and the corner of his mouth grinned. The white teeth reflected a dazzling light under the sun's rays. At the same time, he stretched out his thumb and exclaimed passionately. Advertisement. Oh! The group of veterans who had been taken badly responded enthusiastically. Even several elite soldiers have a tendency to be destroyed, and at the same time they responded with enthusiasm. Now, let's go. Following Might Dai's instructions, all the soldiers immediately took action and marched violently into the distance. What to do? 5 countries have been swept away. Their next goal is definitely us. Do you want to ask for help from the bear country? In a building far away from Might Dai, an obese dame was anxious about another thin dame. They are the only 2 tiny nations left in the east. After 5 consecutive tiny nations were swept away by Might wearing them yesterday, they immediately gathered to discuss how to face this situation. This is impossible. Not to mention whether the bear country can send troops to help us, even if they are willing, it is too late now. The thin name said plainly, but there was a trace of anxiety in his tone, obviously his heart was also very unbalanced. Are we just watching them kill us like this? The obese Daimyo said excitedly. There are only 2 roads before us, one is to do everything in their power to arm the army against them, and the other is to pack things and run for their lives. The thin Daimyo thought. The first article is hopeless no matter how you look at it. After all, there have been 5 tiny countries as the previous proof. Faced with such a powerful army, these 2 tiny countries have no resistance at all. Advertisement. And the second article at least still has a chance to survive, but it also means that their daimyo status will dissipate, making them the untouchables in their eyes. Such a contrast is more uncomfortable for them than death. Laozi is not reconciled. The obese daimyo also knew this very well, and suddenly let out a mournful cry. I'm not reconciled, but what can I do? Is it just waiting here to die? Alive is the most important thing. The thin daimyo shook his head and said. Laozi wants to fight for it. I will never admit my fate until the last minute. A vicious expression flashed in the eyes of the obese daimyo, awe-inspiring. Since you want to continue resisting, then I wish you good luck. Anyway, I intend to leave here, so I will hand over my soldiers to you. The thin daimyo stood up and said. Of course, the soldiers handed over to the obese daimyo are just ordinary soldiers. It is impossible for a ninja to hand over to others. This is his life-saving escort. Thanks a lot. The obese daimyo said gratefully. Chapter 41 8 Inner Gates, Life, Open. 6/8. My lord, there are many soldiers in front of them, the number of which exceeds 1,000. A good soldier probed the situation not far away and ran to Might Dai to report. Really? It seems that the 2 countries may have joined forces. But we are the fighters of the country of Lebanon. No matter what the situation is, we won't shrink back. Might Dai Hao said. Advertisement. Give me all. Following Might Dai's order, all the soldiers aroused a burst of enthusiasm, their eyes were full of fighting spirit, and they rushed towards the army not far away. Everyone throws the detonation talisman. When the enemy general saw Might Dai and hundreds of soldiers approaching, he immediately ordered. Then an army of more than 1,000 people quickly projected wooden boards or stones with detonating charms attached to them and attacked them. Not good. It's the detonating talisman. Avoid everyone. Might Dai looked at the detonation talisman sticking to the overwhelming projectile, and immediately shouted. Generally, a small country can have 100 detonating charms, which is already very good, but the other party has thousands of them. It seems that these 2 countries are not simple. Might Dai thought inwardly. It's just that he doesn't even know that the other party has only one tiny country, and the other tiny country's name has long gone away. Hearing what Might Dai said, everyone immediately fled the danger zone, but there were still some people who could not escape here. Tempest Kick. Advertisement. Among the hundreds of elite soldiers, 30 have practiced Tempest Kick. When they saw that some of the veterans could not escape, they immediately used Tempest Kick to sweep the objects above them. Boom! 30 half-moon-shaped Chi-Jin shock waves were launched instantly, cutting the projectile while also causing the detonating talisman to explode in advance, exploding a piece of gunpowder smoke. Fortunately, this explosion was carried out in midair and would not harm the veterans below. 8 inner gates, third gate. Shenman, open. Might immediately opened the 8 inner gates, and his skin immediately turned red, and there was a thick blue chakra surrounding him. The life gate is the last gate in the safe area of the 8 inner gates. Once it crosses the third gate and opens the fourth gate, it will cause varying degrees of damage to the body. And after Might Dai opened the door, his combat power was almost equal to that of Jainin. Might's feet suddenly exerted force, the ground cracked, and then he jumped up quickly and rushed towards the enemy. Drink! Might Dai slammed his fist at the enemy in front of him, and the chakra on his body instantly turned into a biting fist wind, spraying towards the opponent. Boom! The invisible fist wind instantly defeated more than a dozen enemies, and at the same time bombarded the ground with a broken mark, as if it had been crushed by some heavy object. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. A heavy sound spread from the inside of the earth, and suddenly a pair of hands appeared under Might Dai's feet. When he wanted to grab him and bury him in the ground, Might Dai's right foot rotated chakra and suddenly stomped on the ground. Boom! The surface of the earth cracked again, directly collapsing 4 meters, revealing the figure of a ninja inside the earth. However, the ninja's state was also weak, and there was still a ray of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was obviously severely beaten by Might's foot. Advertisement. Drink. Might Dai raised a fistful of chakra and slammed the ninja in the chest. After the opponent was attacked, he also vomited blood and died on the spot. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Fire-style great fireball technique. Suddenly, 2 strokes of ninjutsu rushed forward, but Might Dai didn't panic at all. I saw that he escaped from the attack range of ninjutsu at a speed that the naked eye could not catch, and then rushed in the direction of the caster. Die! Might wore 2 heavy fists and hit each other's heads. The 2 human brains burst like a watermelon, and the blood mixed with the brains spurted out instantly. The soldiers on the other side also directly crushed each other with great strength, and soon the enemy army collapsed. Damn, I'm so confused. Why don't you run away with that big name? The obese dame who watched the war not far bowed his head in frustration. He regretted it in his heart. If he had left with that thin name early, his life would not be in danger. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world, and soon he was killed by soldiers full of killing intent. The eastern battlefield has thus come to an end. Congratulations, host has eliminated the N countries, and the land area has increased. Soon, the system prompt sounded from Ye Lan's mind. Chapter 42 The World of Quebec, Hai Wengxiang, 7/8. It is finally over. System, open the personal properties interface. Ye Lan sighed, meditating to the system inwardly. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. Advertisement. National level, small country level, you need to absorb 3 small country levels to advance to the medium-sized country level. Descent, Bing Dun blood follows the boundaries. Skills, Ice Dunk Ninjutsu, 8 inner gates. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianxia Chakra cultivation method. Prestige value, 420,000. National strength, 230,000. Summoned characters, Lucky, Laxus. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students. Because yesterday, the country of Lebanon destroyed 13 tiny countries in succession, and today it is conveyed to other regions, which amazes many countries, because it means that the country of Lebanon has grown from a tiny country to a small country. These years, it is easy to establish a small country, but it is very difficult to become a small country without external help. Therefore, the reputation of the country of Lebanon is recognized by many countries in this area, and the reputation value will naturally increase. The national power value was originally 100,000, but after the destruction of the surrounding tiny countries, it suddenly increased to 230,000. In addition to the original 100,000, the resources of these tiny countries reached 130,000. Advertisement. It seems that these tiny countries are not as simple as they seem to be. There may be several situations similar to the Kingdom of Night, and it is impossible for them to increase their national power by so much. But this is good news for Ye Lan. The first is more than 400,000 prestige points, allowing him to perform 2 intermediate summons. And the national power value of more than 200,000 is enough for him to squander a lot of goods below 3-star in the mysterious store. You can even get 4-star products. System, start an intermediate call for me. Ding, consume 200,000 prestige points, starting mid-level summoning. Ding, congratulations, host has summoned a 3-star character, Hai Wengxiang. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Ye Lan's eyes. The other party had azure hair and was wearing a dark blue armor. The ears did not seem to be human ears, but some kind of beast ears. Her face often has a pure smile, very charming. You are your Royal Highness? You asked Xiang and Xia Hai. I have seen your Royal Highness. The corners of Hai Wengxiang's mouth increased, and he lowered his head and bowed slightly. No gift, you are welcome, Hai Wengxiang. Ye Lan smiled slightly, her heart was already blooming. Hai Wengxiang is a beautiful and kind-hearted person, but it is only for the friendly side, and for the enemy, it will show a cruel appearance and annihilate all the enemies. This is a very ideal subordinate. Ye Lan is very satisfied to be able to summon such a character. Thank you, Your Highness. Hai Wengxiang showed a brighter smile after hearing this. Advertisement. It was at this time that Ye Lan's mind came up with the attribute interface to ask for incense. Character, Hai Wengxiang. Level, 3-star. Abilities, Lin Ya Race Pulse Technique, Summon Pulse Beast. Introduction, one of the 12 monsters of the Ling Shan army in the world of Quebec, and the first hero of the Lin Yao clan. Ye Lan didn't have any doubts about Hai Wengxiang's level. After all, his pulse technique was powerful, and there was also a powerful pulse beast. The pulse beast is more than 100 meters high, and the attack method is also quite good. It should be able to fight against the tail beast, right? Even if you can't fight the tail beast, it is not an existence that ordinary people can resist. System, continue to start an intermediate summoning. Ye Lan said silently in his heart. Ding, consume 200,000 reputation points, start intermediate summon. Ding, congratulations, host has summoned a 3-star legion, the Rock Elven Legion. Ding, taking into account the particularity of Pokemon, the HOST 2000 national power value is automatically deducted, and the Pokemon Ball is purchased. Then a Pokemon Ball appeared out of thin air and fell like rain, making Hai Wengxiang on the side look surprised. And Ye Lan watched this push Pokemon Ball very speechlessly. With such a huge number, how many Pokemon have been summoned in the end? Ye Lan found a box in the hall and, accompanied by Hai Wengxiang, packed all the Pokemon balls into it. After calculation, it was found that there were 500 ordinary Pokemon balls, 50 super balls, 2 advanced balls and 1 master ball. Summing out more than 500 Pokemon at once, it is really heartbroken, drifting, crazy, bright. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Rock Pokemon Legion, 8/8. Legion, Rock Elves. Legion rank, 3-star. Introduction, a group of rock-type Pokemon from the Pokemon world are good partners in battle on land. Military team leader, Flash Bandra. Advertisement. Level, 3-star. Abilities, Rock Skills, Evil Skills, General Skills, The Profound Truth of the Earth and the Trample of the Earth. Introduction, have a champion level Bandra in the Pokemon world, and start to step into the realm of mythical beasts. Deputy Captain of the Legion, Boss Kadora. Level, 2-star. Abilities, Rock Skills, Steel Skills, General Skills, Upanishad Steel Rock Shield. Introduction, Boss Kadora, who has the Uranus level pinnacle in the Pokemon world, is the most powerful feature of his amazing defense. Deputy Captain of the Legion, Warmall Dragon. Level, 2-star. Abilities, Rock Skills, Dragon Skills, General Skills, Upanishad Dragon Crazy Head. Introduction, the Warmall Dragon with the Uranus level peak from the Pokemon world has a very powerful attack power. Advertisement. Members of Legion, Big Rock Snake times 50. Level, 1-star. Abilities, Rock Skills, Ground Skills, General Skills. Introduction, Big Rock Snake Group from Pokemon World. Members of Legion, Small Boxing Stone times 500. Level, 1-star. Abilities, Rock Skills, Ground Skills, General Skills. Introduction, the Small Boxing Stone Group from the Pokemon World has 2 evolution opportunities and great potential. The champion level Bandra, whose strength is 3-star. This news gave Ye Lan another understanding of the power of the Pokemon world. If that's the case, aren't the dozen or so first level gods in Pokemon all 4-star? You should know that the cage level powerhouses in the Hokage world are all 3-star, and the 4-star should be super cage level, which is the level of Senju Hashirama. But when he thinks of the fact that those sacred beasts will destroy the world at every turn, Ye Lan knows it. The big rock snake and the small boxing stone can be used by soldiers in the army, but the number is too small and can only be used by those excellent soldiers. And Shining Bangara, Boskardora and Warmall Dragon can stay as guardian beasts to protect the kingdom of Li, otherwise these 3 will be too destructive and will definitely be captured by some ninja village. Ye Lan thought. Hai Wengxiang, do you want to witness what's in these balls? Advertisement. After thinking about it, Ye Lan wanted to see the majestic appearance of the 3 Pokemon inside, and then smiled at Hai Wengxiang and invited. Of course. Hai Wengxiang smiled. In order to prevent these 3 from causing damage to the palace and the city, and Ye Lan wanted to see the power of these three. He went to a remote and rocky place with Hai Wenxiang. It's here, come out. Ye Lan said, throwing out the two high-level balls and a master ball in his hand, and three white lights flashed suddenly, and then three behemoths appeared. First, it flashed through Banjara. The color of its body was not emerald green, but an extremely tyrannical dark color. With its bloody murderous eyes and a 5-meter-high body, it was like an ancient beast. Then came Bosco Dara, whose body was 1 meter lower than Banjara and only 4 meters tall, but it was still a behemoth to Ye Lan. The Warhammer dragon is a 3-meter-high dinosaur-like beast, and the huge head above his head is very explosive. The heights of these three Pokemon are completely different from those recorded in the original work, probably because of their strength or other reasons. Roar! Shining Banjara saw Ye Lan's figure and made a deafening noise, then he held his left chest with his right hand and bowed slightly to Ye Lan. This is the respect that Shining Banjara showed towards Ye Lan. In addition to it, Bosco Dara also acted in the same way, while the Wormall dragon bowed 90 degrees, expressing its inner high respect. I didn't expect these three powerful pulse beasts to respect you so much. Hai Wenxiang looked a little surprised. What she was surprised by was the strength of Shining Banjara. Even if she didn't fight, she could judge its strength by the chi on Shining Banjara's body. About the same strength as her pulse beast. Chapter 44, Infinite 8 Inner Gates Opportunity, please support. Of course, I am their master. Ye Lan looked at Hai Wenxiang and smiled. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting the city of Dawn. You can move around on the hills, but don't make too much noise or disturb the people. If there are unknown people who want to invade Dawn City, you will stop them, but don't kill them, just beat them half to death, and then come and notify me. Do you understand? Advertisement. Ye Lan turned his head again and said to the three giant beasts in front of him. Roar. The three giant beasts all nodded, expressing their understanding. Then you are free to move around. After receiving Ye Lan's instructions, the three giant beasts each looked for an area suitable for their survival, preparing to build a new home. Let's go back to. Ye Lan smiled at Hai Wenxiang. Hai Wenxiang also nodded, and then both went back to the palace. It's time to sweep a wave in the mystery store. Sitting in the main hall, Ye Lan looked at the national power value of more than 200,000, and opened the mysterious store with great expectations. Hai Wenxiang took off her armor, put on a kimono, made some cakes, and was sitting opposite Ye Lan, looking at him with a hint of surprise on her face. Because in her eyes, Ye Lan was in a daze at this time. Commodity, Power of the Demon God. Level, 5 stars. Effect, after using it, you can get a powerful power to destroy the world, but the side effect is that it will consume the user's potential, and can only stay at the 5-star level for a lifetime. Advertisement. Price, 10 million national power value. Commodity, Ashura flashing empty. Level, 3-star. Effect, after release, it will transform into several afterimages, and it will instantly appear behind the enemy like a ghost, which is a very powerful body technique. Price, 80,000 national power value. Commodity, Tathagata Palm. Level, 3-star. Effect, leaping to a height above 200 meters can be released, suppressing the opponent with a powerful aura, preventing the opponent from breaking out of the attack range, and then suddenly slaps an extremely powerful Buddha Palm shock wave. Price, 90,000 national power value. Commodity, flying on the grass. Level, 1-star. Effect, the light exercises of the body will increase the speed of oneself after stimulating the internal strength, and those with strong internal strength can even walk on the grass. Price, 500 national strength value. Commodity, Great Return Pill Gift Pack. Level, 3-star. Effect, contains 20 big return pills, which can heal internal and external injuries, and can instantly increase internal strength for 20 to 10 years. The stronger the user's talent, the more internal strength will be improved. Note, each person can take up to 3 in his life. Taking more will not increase internal strength, but will only heal the injury. Advertisement. Price, 50,000 national power value. Commodity, Strong Fruit. Level, 4-star. Effect, Paramecia Devil Fruit, with strengthening physical abilities and strong recovery ability, can be reborn by dripping blood after awakening. Price, 150,000 national power value. Note, after system modification, the characteristics of being afraid of seawater are eliminated, and the fruit power is increased, which can achieve the effect of blood rebirth. This time the product is very practical. Ye Lan looked at these 6 products, 5 products to be precise, and thought. System, I want to buy Cao Shangfei, Da Huan Dan gift package and strong fruit. Ye Lan said to the system inwardly. Although the front Ashura and Tathagata Palm are very powerful, for Ye Lan, the practical effect is not as good as the latter 3. Cao Shangfei can be used in military training, and can train soldiers with martial arts internal classics, while Da Huan can train 7 martial arts masters in a short period of time. The martial arts masters here are cultivators who have more than 30 years of internal strength. In this way, the overall military strength can be greatly improved, and 3-star tricks like the palm of the Buddha are generally difficult to practice, and the amount of internal strength is very large, and it is not suitable for the military. The strong fruit can be taken by Might Wear. If Might Wear can awaken the fruit, then Might Wear can perform unlimited 8-gate. This is no joke. If the strong fruit really has the effect of blood rebirth, then this infinite 8-gate is really not a dream. Ding! Consume 100 and 500 national power points, and successfully purchase Cao Shangfei, Da Huan Dan gift packages, and strong fruits. As the system's prompt sound fell, the items in the mystery store went from 6 to 3 in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 45 The Return of Might Dai. Subsequently, Ye Lan refreshed the mystery store several times and found 2 attacking techniques suitable for soldiers to use. Hunyuan Palm. Level, 1 star. Effect, if you open a stubborn stone in your palm, point to broken bricks, shake your hands and make power, you can throw the enemy away. Advertisement. Rockfall Leg. Level, 1 star. Effect, the legs are as heavy as 10,000 thousands, light can be crushed, and heavy can collapse. Although the destructive power of these 2 moves is relatively weak, even elite Jainin will vomit blood when attacking the human body. Of course, this is the prerequisite for being able to hit elite Jainin. After the purchase, Ye Lan exited the mystery store and returned to reality. Yet, the taste of this pastry is really good. Ye Lan casually picked up a piece of cake on the table, and when he ate it in his mouth, he felt very delicious and couldn't help but praised it. His Royal Highness, as long as you like it. Hai Wengxiang smiled after hearing the words. In addition to fighting, Hai Wengxiang's favorite thing is planting flowers and making food, both of which she has deep attainments. His Royal Highness. The old minister has a happy event to tell you. His Royal Highness. Advertisement. Sato Hu ran into the hall with a look of excitement, and when he found that Ye Lan was sitting with a beautiful woman he didn't know and talking and laughing, his face suddenly condensed. Sorry, I don't know your highness, you are doing business, the old minister will leave now. Sato Hu said embarrassedly. Then I turned around and wanted to quit, while muttering in my heart. It shouldn't bother your highness to make a girl, right? You come back to me. Ye Lan's face turned dark, and she said loudly. God TM is doing business, Lao Zi is just eating, is it necessary to say something that is so misleading? When Sato Hu heard Ye Lan's voice, the tiger's body shook, and then turned around, revealing a smiling face that was uglier than crying, causing Hai Wengxiang on the side to laugh crisply. This is really interesting for Kunshan. Come on, what's the big happy event? Ye Lan said calmly after his face returned to normal. Might Wear's them guy came back, and at the same time transported a large number of supplies, and there were not a few soldiers. Sato Hu looked at Ye Lan and didn't mean to blame him, his face turned back to normal, a little excited. Might Dai can sweep 7 tiny nations without losing a single soldier, which is a big victory for him. Really? Prepare a big meal to entertain them, and have someone give them some medicine. After setting them up, I told Tajima Feng to send some people to receive those tiny nations, and at the same time, let Might Wear them to my side. Ye Lan said with a smile on his face. This situation is both expected and unexpected. Ye Lan originally thought that these soldiers might lose 1 or 2. After all, the total of 7 tiny nations would have at least 2,000 troops. Advertisement. But I didn't expect Might Dai to give him good news, and none of the soldiers were killed. Yes. The old minister retire. Sato Hu bowed. Then Sato Hu quickly left the palace as if fleeing for his life. This scene made Ye Lan's mouth twitch. This bad-feeling old man is still worried that I will blame him. What plans does your highness have next? Hai Wengxiang asked softly. On the way back, she already knew the situation in front of the country of Lebanon. Although the country of Lebanon's comprehensive combat power was stronger than that of a medium-sized country, she could not attack them. Because this will attract the attention of superpowers such as the Land of Fire, and troubles will continue at that time. Let's expand the army first. If the bear country is ready, we will have to wait for the right opportunity to win it. Ye Lan touched his forehead with a headache. Although the comprehensive combat power of the country of Lebanon is not weaker than that of the medium-sized countries, it is not a good time to annex the country of bears because of the embarrassment of its geographic location. Moreover, if the kingdom of Lebanon annexes the kingdom of bear, what will other people think of the kingdom of Lebanon, which can progress from a small country to a medium-sized country in a very short period of time? This allows others to see that the potential of Li's Higuo is extremely huge. It is so huge that it might even become the 6th superpower. This is a situation that the 5 major countries do not want to see. So if Ye Lan goes to attack the country of bears now, he will definitely be noticed by the country of fire, and send many Konoha shinobi to destroy the country of Li. Although the combat power in front of the country of Lebanon cannot allow Konoha village to complete the task of destroying the country, its future development will definitely be restricted. So let's continue with the wretched development first, wait for a good time, and then take the bear country by thunder. Chapter 46 The Smell of Feces, Seeking an Evaluation Ticket for Flowers. Your Highness. Soon, Might Dai came to the main hall and said respectfully to Ye Lan. This time the task was completed perfectly. It's really hard for you. Ye Lan stood up and smiled at Might Dai. No hard work, this is what I should do. Advertisement. Might Dai shook his head. You are welcome, I have prepared a gift for you. A strange shaped fruit suddenly appeared in Ye Lan's hand. It seemed to be a pear, but it was fiery red, and there were many strange shaped black marks on the fruit. For this scene, Might Dai expressed surprise, he had never seen such an ability out of nothing. On the side, Hai Wengxiang had witnessed the landing of the Pokemon ball before, so he wouldn't be surprised, but he was still a little surprised. The devil fruit in my hand is called a strong fruit. It has the ability to strengthen the body and an unimaginable resilience. I will reward you with this devil fruit now. Ye Lan took the strong fruit in front of Might Dai and said. Can this thing be eaten? Might Dai took the strong fruit and looked suspiciously at the strangely shaped strong fruit. This reaction made Ye Lan's mouth twitched. FK. Doesn't it usually show a sense of gratitude? Why is it here that Might wears it, and it looks like he can eat it? Advertisement. He also looks like this stuff is poisonous. This is devil fruit. For people in the One Piece world, countless people have already swarmed to take it away. Sure enough, the members of the Might family are so good. Ye Lan complained weakly in his heart. Didn't you turn on 8 inner gates, there will be sequelae? After eating it, the sequelae of 8 inner gates can almost be ignored. Moreover, devil fruit also has a realm of awakening. If you can develop to that realm, maybe you will open the dead door like playing in the future. Faced with this situation, Ye Lan can only bother to explain to Might Dai how strong fruits are helpful to him. His Royal Highness, is everything you say true? Might Dai Vinian, his eyes gleaming, and he asked excitedly. Of course. Ye Lan affirmed. By the way, devil fruit has another special condition, that is, after eating it, it will appear. Before Ye Lan finished speaking, Might Dai took a bite of the strong fruit in an anxious look, making him startled for a moment, and then showed a mysterious smile. Sure enough, I took a bite of the strong fruit Might Dai, and soon felt the deliciousness in his mouth, and the whole person's face turned green. What the hell is this? I knew it was poisonous. Might Dai said inwardly. Advertisement. Although he doesn't know what it feels like to eat shit, he can be sure that the fruit he eats is definitely 100 times worse than shit. In the end, Might Dai relied on his strong perseverance to complete the difficult task of swallowing the flesh. His Royal Highness, don't bring such a pit. Might Dai vomited a few times, with a look of resentment in his eyes, staring at Ye Lan, making Ye Lan smile awkwardly. I just wanted to tell you about this. Who knows how you swallowed it in a hurry? Ye Lan said with a smile on his face. Hey? This power. After eating the strong fruit, Might Dai Lima felt that a magical power suddenly appeared in his body, which wiped out his exhaustion after the battle. His Royal Highness, I feel this power. Thank you for your gift. My Might Dai is willing to worship His Highness forever and follow His Highness forever. When he really felt the power brought by the strong fruit, Might Dai really understood the value of devil fruit, and immediately knelt down and said in gratitude to Ye Lan. He was taken in by Husato before, so he contributed to the country of Lei. Although the country of Lei treated him very well, he did not fully return to his heart, but only repaid his gratitude. But this time he wanted to follow Ye Lan wholeheartedly, not for anything else, because the other party was willing to give him such a precious fruit. Might wears him this time and completely regards himself as a person from the country of Lei, not a wandering ninja. Get up, I'm satisfied if you have this heart. Ye Lan had a bright smile on his face when he heard the words. Chapter 47 Sato who is in full bloom, seeking a flower evaluation vote. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, there will be another food problem. Ye Lan looked at the words on the scroll and shook his head helplessly. At this time, it has been half a month since Might wears them and Guy returns. Because so many tiny countries were absorbed all at once, the population of Lei's Higuo directly increased to 50,000. In addition, in some tiny countries, civilians often starve to death, so a large amount of food supply was immediately distributed over the stealth city. No matter how big things happen, the common people's stomachs must be full, otherwise who wants to be your people? The consequence is that there are only half a year left for food storage for many years. Although the super rice matures quickly, the population is large and the food is eaten more. So the food problem has appeared again. However, Ye Lan is not without gain, at least his civilians have become a generation of Mingkun in their hearts, so that the civilians love him very much. This is very important to Ye Lan, because he is going to conscript again. Only the civilians are willing to join the army, then the country of Lei can continue to develop. Hey, it seems that a single stealth city is still lacking as a planting base, and several more planting bases must be added. Ye Lan exhaled a little irritably and said to himself. Well, let's list these 3 places as new planting bases. Advertisement. Ye Lan picked up the newly planned map and drew a circle for each of the 3 places in the northern part of the country of Lebanon. There were originally 3 tiny countries, but they were all defeated and naturally belonged to the land of the country of Lebanon. Let's do this first, and let Tajimakaze issue this order later. Recording the contents of the new planting base on a scroll in detail, Ye Lan stood up, stretched out and walked to the residence. It's still early, Ye Lan is naturally not going to sleep, but to practice. In the past half-month, apart from food and population, 2 larger things have happened in the country of Lebanon. The first one was Might Dai. After possessing strong fruits, he practiced unscrupulously, and finally opened the 7th gate, shocking the door. Then inside the military base, Might Dai excitedly performed a shocking move, that is, the Day Tiger. As a result, the entire military base was pierced in half by this product, and Sato, who was a military trainer, beat him wildly. Of course, this was when Might Dai didn't fight back. After all, after opening the door, Might Dai's strength jumped to cage level, and even stronger. If one accidentally injured Sato Hu, it is estimated that Ye Lan would kill him. And another thing was caused by Sato Hu. After this guy went to Renji to cultivate spiritual power, he cultivated in less than half an hour, and his Ryutsu is very powerful. In Renji's words, the quality of General Sato Hu's Ryutsu can compete with the deputy captain. If he keeps practicing, he can definitely become the new captain of the 13th Division in less than 50 years. Advertisement. Shinigami generally takes about 100 years to have the strength of the captain class, except for some perverts. And Sato Hu's talent obviously belongs to the category of pervert. Of course, the contending with the deputy captain here is only the quality of Ryutsu. To become the deputy captain of the 13th Division, not only a strong Ryutsu but also a lot of fighting skills and moves are needed. This move is the White/Demon Walk, and it is a basic move that Shinigami must learn. Regarding Shikai of Sato Hu, Ye Lan looked surprised. He thought that Sato Hu would need at least 1 month to complete the fit with Zanpakuto. As a result, this product gave him a surprise and completed Shikai in just 3 days. Although it is not comparable to Urahara Kisuke's 3-day Bankai, this kind of talent is absolutely top in Soul Society. Sato Hu's Zanpakuto is named Lingba, and it is a very special existence. It is not a special Zanpakuto nor an auxiliary Zanpakuto. It is more like a soul armor and spear. This Zanpakuto is also very powerful. In addition to its strong armor defense and powerful spear destructive power, it also comes with 3 unique tricks. Ryutsu is powerful, Zanpakuto is also so awesome, Sato Hu is almost like it's broken. And once Sato Hu opened Shikai, he was able to follow Might Dai who drove to the 4th gate 5 to 5 times. That was Janin's combat power. This caused Ye Lan to fall into a strange state. Chapter 48 Uzumaki Nagato, Seeking a Flower Evaluation Ticket. Hey? How could the energy between heaven and earth be so violent? In a more luxurious courtyard outside the palace, Hai Wenxiang felt the spirit of heaven and earth rush towards Ye Lan's palace frantically, and couldn't help but wonder. This is just a normal phenomenon. Your Highness is practicing again. Rukia, who looked upset next to him, ate the cakes made by Hai Wenxiang, and replied weakly. The open space outside the house was filled with countless icy debris. At the same time, the temperature had dropped several degrees from other places. Obviously, people who used ice attribute moves were fighting here. Advertisement. And there is no one else here except Rukia and Hai Wenxiang, it is obviously the 2 of them. This should start from half a month ago. One time when Rukia went to chat with Ye Lan in idle time, she saw Ye Lan and Hai Wenxiang chatting happily. This caused a sense of crisis in Rukia's heart immediately. Then she asked about Hai Wenxiang's identity, and enthusiastically invited Hai Wenxiang to live with her. When Hai Wenxiang saw this well-meaning girl, she also readily accepted. Then, Rukia fights with Hai Wenxiang every day in the name of fighting, and the result is clear at a glance, completely defeated. But she was not discouraged at all, always believing that one day she could defeat Hai Wenxiang. Hai Wenxiang thinks that Rukia is very motivated and a good girl who is willing to fight for Ye Lan, so every time he agrees to Rukia's challenge and tells her some battle issues. This Rukia instantly improved her favorability towards Hai Wenxiang, but it didn't improve much either. At most, she changed from hostility to dissatisfaction. By this time their battle was over, Hai Wenxiang made some cakes, and Rukia picked them up and ate them without hesitation. Advertisement. His Royal Highness, does he make such a big move every time he practices? Hai Wenxiang looked at Rukia, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked in confusion. Yes, your Royal Highness's talent is very powerful. Although the cultivation technique is different from ours, the rank is the same. His Royal Highness's cultivation speed is more than 3 times faster than mine. Absorbing the energy between heaven and earth will naturally increase a lot. As he said, there was a trace of envy on Rukia's face. Unexpectedly, His Highness is so talented. Oh, it's a pity that your Highness is a Kun King. If you don't have to deal with these trivial matters of the country, with your Highness's talent, I can definitely reach my current level within 2 years. Hai Wengxiang sighed. In fact, as she said, Ye Lan's talent is indeed very strong. If it weren't for dealing with a lot of national trivial matters and many national development issues, his combat effectiveness could be raised to the level of elite Jainin in half a year. I think this is very good. It is precisely because His Royal Highness is a nation Kun, so we need to fight for him. If your Highness really becomes a powerful wanderer, what else do we need to do? Rukia retorted immediately. 2. Hearing this, Hai Wengxiang froze for a moment, and then revealed a pure smile. Advertisement. On the other side, in a jungle. Why does it always rain in this place? Laxus walked among the forests holding an umbrella, and said with an unhappy expression. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden blast in front of Laxus, prompting him to rush over. Ding ding ding. When Laxus first arrived on the scene, he saw a group of ninjas in grey and purple costumes fighting with a group of ninjas in black robes and red clouds. The strange thing is that the 2 ninjas in different costumes carry the same forehead protector. Nagato, one of the big 3 in Akatsuki's organization, this time our Rain Shinobi village has spent a lot of manpower and material resources, and we absolutely want to take you down. A Rain Shinobi village ninja dressed in grey and purple sneered. Since the end of World War II, the land of rain has become extremely chaotic, and all kinds of miscellaneous fish have organized, occupying the few remaining areas of the land of rain. But this is just a small thing for Rain Shinobi village. After all, their leader, the demigod Hands of the Salamander, is a powerful cage-level powerhouse. In addition to Hands of the Salamander, Rain Shinobi village also has many Chunin and Jainin level ninjas, among which elite Jainin even reached 10. With such a strong lineup, Rain Shinobi village is naturally the #1 throne in the country of Rain. But an organization suddenly appeared, completely changing the status of Rain Shinobi village in the country of Rain. Chapter 49 Water Style Battle, please support. The emergence of Akatsuki organization poses a huge threat to Rain Shinobi village. Because Akatsuki not only harvested a quarter of the territory of the Kingdom of Rain, but even attracted a third of the ninjas in the Kingdom of Rain, this is a huge threat to Rain Shinobi village. Although the members of the Akatsuki organization are not strong, they are large, and each of the big 3 of the Akatsuki organization has the strength of elite Jainin. Among them is a girl named Angel, who has the ability to fly to the sky, and is more difficult to deal with than elite Jainin. The other orange-haired man was the leader of Akatsuki. Although his strength was weaker than the other 2 of the big 3, his open mouth was very powerful. Almost all Akatsuki members were attracted by his mouth. Advertisement. And the last one is the red-haired man in front of him, named Uzumaki Nagato, Grandmaster's 5 attribute ninjutsu, whose strength is the strongest in Akatsuki's organization. The current situation is very simple, that is, Rain Shinobi village wants to destroy Akatsuki one by one, but because it has no effect on Xiaohu, it wants to hook out the big fish. But they didn't expect that Nagato, one of the big 3, would be hooked in front of them. This is simply a surprise. As long as Nagato is captured or killed alive, the current strength of the Xiao Xiao organization will soon be destroyed by Rain Shinobi village. After all, Nagato has shared a lot of pressure on Akatsuki. Without him, Akatsuki will be difficult to make progress. Humph. Just dream about it. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Nagato snorted coldly, and then printed on both hands. Numerous drops of water gathered on the surface of the water and turned into a 7-meter-long water dragon entrenched in the air, attacking the ninjas in Rain Shinobi village. Water style water barrier. Among a group of Rain Shinobi village ninjas, a ninja immediately walked out and used the same defensive ninjutsu to block the water dragon bomb. Roar. Advertisement. The water dragon uttered a roar, biting towards the 3-meter-thick water wall in front of it, and its body was rotating extremely fast by the water flow, so its body possessed a very powerful attack power, and it released the Rain Shinobi village ninja out of the water wall and shredded it in one fell swoop. Damn it! I didn't expect the opponent's ninjutsu to be so powerful. Water style 5 eating shark. The Rain Shinobi village ninja, who was the first to release Kijin, had a very ugly face. Looking at the water dragon getting closer, he immediately sealed his hands and quickly released ninjutsu to stop him. Hey! In Rain Shinobi village, the water-filled ground on the side of the ninja suddenly turned into 5 sharks, biting at the water dragon murderously. Roar! Seeing the low-level creatures so presumptuous, the water dragon suddenly roared, biting at the 5 sharks, and the sharks also bite fiercely at the water dragon. But the water dragon was still outnumbered in the end. After killing 3 sharks, it turned into water droplets and flowed onto the ground again. The remaining 2 sharks naturally flew towards Nagato. Wind style suppress. Seeing this, a Jainin next to Nagato immediately went to form an A-level ninjutsu, and instantly wiped out the remaining 2 sharks. Let's go together. This time you must catch him anyway, otherwise you will know the punishment on the leader's side. The Rain Shinobi Village Ninja headed by said with a chilly tone. After hearing the word punishment, other Rain Shinobi Village Ninjas suddenly trembled slightly, seeming to be afraid of something. Then they looked at the Akatsuki members with very firm eyes, and cast a murderous look at Nagato. Advertisement. Water Style Shui Kingbo. Water Style Water Flow Whip. Water Style Water Blade. Due to the weather, all Rain Shinobi Village Ninjas released Water Style Ninjutsu, and the currents boiled for a while, turning into countless streams of different shapes and attacking towards Akatsuki. Damn it! You all run away. I'll take time for you. Water Style Water Barrier. Nagato looked at the huge number of Water Style Ninjas, and said to Akatsuki members with an ugly expression. Then he consumed more than half of chakra in his body, and a 5-meter thick water wall suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking all Water Style Ninjutsu from the water wall. Chief, we can't just leave you behind and flee, we want to fight alongside you. Those Akatsuki members gritted their teeth and said. Water Style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Water Style Water Blade. Water Style Water Mackerel Bomb. Then they started to seal the seals one after another, releasing Water Style Ninjutsu to attack Rain Shinobi Village Ninjas. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Laxus Shots, Seeking a Flower Evaluation Ticket. Nagato looked at the members of Akatsuki's organization, his face was touched, and then his expression became serious. Since Rain Shinobi Village is going to war with Akatsuki, then Akatsuki will naturally not shrink back. Water Style Great Waterfall Technique. A huge wave suddenly appeared on the soles of Nagato's feet, moving in the direction of the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas, slapped constantly on the ninjas who hadn't avoided Rain Shinobi Village. The powerful water pressure hit them like a giant hammer, which was extremely painful. Malgobi. Ziliang, don't hide anymore, come out for me and take Nagato in one fell swoop. Advertisement. Faced with such a difficult situation, the Rain Shinobi Village ninja immediately shouted to the other side of the woods. What? There are helpers. Nagato's face became more solemn when he heard the words. Unexpectedly, Tian Lang, you also have today. Then 10 Rain Shinobi Village ninjas appeared from the woods. The ninja headed by him was named Ziliang. Obviously, he had a bad relationship with Tian Lang, so he ridiculed. Humph. Tian Lang coldly hummed with an unhappy expression. This is troublesome. You have to run this time to tell Yahiko the news and let him find someone to support you. Nagato looked at the 10 new Rain Shinobi Village ninjas, staring at them as if they were encountering life and death enemies, and said to the surrounding Akatsuki members. Boss, you must hold on. Akatsuki members clearly knew that they would only drag Nagato back here, so they gritted their teeth and said. Advertisement. Then they quickly fled, and the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas didn't stop them, because as long as they caught Nagato, that would be a big credit. One of the big 3 in the Akatsuki organization? Oh, I think how long you can last by yourself. Give it to me. Ziliang sneered, and then all the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas swarmed and tried to kill Nagato. I really can't stand it. You insidious things. Just when Nagato was about to continue fighting with Rain Shinobi Village, a tyrannical voice suddenly appeared, causing him and the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas to stop and make progress, looking towards where they came from. I found that it was a man with short yellow hair in a black tights and an umbrella in his hand. He was Laxus sent by Ye Lan to the Land of Rain. Ye Lan had only one goal for Laxus to come to the Land of Rain, and that was to get into the Akatsuki organization. And Ye Lan's goal of letting Laxus join Akatsuki's organization is to become a new generation leader after Yahiko's death, destroy Rain Shinobi Village, and take the Rain country. Who are you? Seeing that the situation has changed, Tian Lang immediately warned. Ha, there is only one person on the other side, what are you afraid of? You all get on me and kill him. Ziliang looked at Tian Lang's appearance and immediately jumped out to mock him, and then asked the surrounding ninjas to investigate the situation of Laxus. Seeing Ziliang's approach, Tian Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. How is this approach different from him? It's not in a state of counseling like him. But he didn't refute him. After all, the people who can appear here are definitely not ordinary people. Thundercloud and angry waves. Advertisement. A large number of golden lightning suddenly appeared in Laxus's hand, flew towards the head of the ninja in Rain Shinobi Village, and turned into a small dark cloud. Boom. A huge thunder sound suddenly stunned, and then a lot of lightning appeared from the dark clouds and struck towards the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas. Boom. What? After hearing a scream, the Rain Shinobi Village ninjas who wanted to attack Laxus were all dead. Guru. All the ninjas except Nagato couldn't help taking a sip of water and looked at Laxus with horror. And Nagato is also in a state of vigilance. Although Laxus came forward to save his life, it is still difficult for him to judge whether Laxus is an enemy or a friend. Who are you? Tian Lang forced himself to calm down, and asked with a trembling tone. The golden lightning he had never seen before, the Wujai and ninjutsu he hadn't seen before, the powerful man he hadn't seen before, he instantly put these three labels on Laxus. Me? I'm just a passerby who sees you upset. Laxus showed a cruel expression and grinned. We are hands of the salamander. If you dare to attack us, you are ready to. Before Tian Lang finished speaking, he saw a spear full of golden lightning and flew in front of him instantly. Asterisk. Chapter 51 Join the Akatsuki Organization, seeking a flower evaluation ticket. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Before Laxus' words came, the spear full of golden thunder had already attacked Tian Lang, and a roar instantly sounded. How is this possible? Ziliang on the side looked at Tian Lang, who had been quarreling with him, suddenly died like this, and fell into a daze. The other Rain Shinobi village ninjas also stepped back a few steps timidly, completely afraid of Laxus' confrontation. Advertisement. And Nagato was also surprised by the strength of Laxus, thinking in his heart, if this man was allowed to join Akatsuki's organization, what would happen? You also accompany him to hell. The roar of Thunder Dragon. Laxus accumulated the lightning dragon's electricity in his lungs, and then suddenly ejected, an extremely strong and violent golden lightning bombarded in the direction of the Rain Shinobi village ninja wantonly. Boom! During the attack, the golden thunder and lightning split into many small lightning pillars, blasting and killing Rain Shinobi village ninjas one by one. Even when it was raining, the land was suddenly bombarded with gunpowder smoke. This is over? It's really boring. Laxus looked at the charred corpse and said calmly. Hello, senior, my name is Nagato, I am a member of Akatsuki's organization, just now I really thank you senior for your help. Nagato came to Laxus and bowed slightly to thank him. Although Nagato now possesses Rinnegan, he cannot activate other abilities except for the 5 chakra attributes that Rinnegan comes with. Therefore, his current strength is probably in the middle of Elite Jainin to the cage level powerhouse. When encountering a more powerful Laxus, it is natural to call each other from the seniors. Advertisement. No thanks, kid, you should know the country of rain well? Is it convenient for me to find a place to live? Laxus looked at Nagato and said calmly. Of course, if you don't mind, you can live in the humble house. Nagato nodded. Thank you then. Hearing Nagato's invitation, Laxus did not refuse. Soon, the two came to the location of Akatsuki organization, and at the same time Yahiko and others came. They originally planned to support Nagato, but they met on the road. And after learning that Nagato was saved by Laxus, Yahiko's attitude towards Laxus immediately became enthusiastic. With Yahiko's warm hospitality, Laxus revealed his identity as a wanderer. Laxus, would you like to join our Akatsuki organization? Yahiko suddenly asked Laxus who was eating bread, and the latter was taken aback. Akatsuki organization? What is your organization doing? Laxus asked casually. Although Ye Lan gave him the task of mixing into the Akatsuki organization, he felt that it was better to enter the Akatsuki organization in a program way, a little bit, so that people would not be suspicious. The philosophy of our Xia organization is to make the world peaceful. This world has too much suffering, and these are all caused by war, so we have to organize, let more people join us, resist the war, and alleviate the suffering for this world. One day, Akatsuki's philosophy will be conveyed to all corners of the world. At that time, I believe they can lay down their weapons for peace and achieve world peace. Advertisement. Yahiko said excitedly what he thought was the greatest idea, and at the same time Nagato and the others were full of longing for this scene, which made Laxus shook his head. Sounds pretty good, but do you think those high-powered people will agree? Laxus said meaningfully. Don't worry about this, I believe that as long as we let their people live a happy life, they will definitely agree. Yahiko said with a face. Forget it, some things will have to wait for you to understand later. Laxus felt weak for Yahiko's naive ideals, and said casually. Then are you willing to join our Akatsuki organization? Yahiko asked expectantly again. All right, just as I take care of you guys who haven't grown up. But if I want to join the Akatsuki organization, there are conditions. Laxus said with a serious expression at this time. What conditions? Yahiko asked. It's very simple. It's right. Let me become the 4th in command of Akatsuki. Laxus said. Of course it's okay. Chapter 52, The Opportunity to Win the Bear Country, Seeking a Flower Evaluation Ticket. Advertisement. It took 3 months for Ye Lan to digest all the tiny nations and start the conscription plan again. Thousands of people were selected for this conscription and became ordinary soldiers in the country of Lebanon. In addition, the previous soldiers are constantly improving, and the number of elite soldiers and king soldiers has increased. At present, the number of ordinary soldiers has reached 2,000, the number of elite soldiers has reached 500, and the number of king soldiers has reached 50. Although the number of these soldiers is not as large as other small countries, their combat power is enough to crush many small countries. Even some medium-sized countries cannot fight it. At the same time, there is good news, that is, another iron ore vein has been discovered in these small countries that have been destroyed. This iron ore vein is very deep hidden. If it weren't for Ye Lan deliberately let 50 big rock snakes explore underground, it would be impossible to find it. Moreover, the content of this iron ore vein is extremely large, far exceeding that of the small iron ore vein in Yanjichen. This iron ore vein is estimated to be a medium-sized iron ore vein or a large iron ore vein. In short, with its existence, the weapon of Li's Higuo does not need to worry about it at all. At the same time, the three wars have ended the initial confrontation period and have begun to enter a real battle. Under the oppression of the other four countries, the Fire Nation has no disadvantages, and it fully brings out the true strength of the head of the five great nations. Among them, the Land of the Wind and the Land are the hardest to fight, and the Land of Thunder is also constantly erupting small and medium-scale wars. Only the attitude of the Water Country is more elusive. After the initial confrontation period, he has been watching the fire from the other side, seeming to want the fishermen to profit. Advertisement. In this regard, Ye Lan just wanted to say that he did a good job. Without the obstruction of the Land of Water, the difficulty for the Land of Lebanon to win the Land of Bear will be greatly reduced. After all, there is a place where the Land of Fire and the Land of Water are fighting. And under the attack of the Mad Dog mode of the Kingdom of the Wind and the Land of the Fire, the Kingdom of Fire can no longer free up much power, and all the remaining power is used to deal with the Kingdom of Thunder. After all, the combat power of the Kingdom of Thunder is better than other the two countries must be tough. Without the war between the country of fire and the country of water, the country of bear is like a fat sheep in the eyes of Ye Lan, which can be slaughtered at will. Under such circumstances, it would be a loss not to win the Kingdom of Bears, so Ye Lan was ready to summon his men to invade the Kingdom of Bears. Ha ha ha. Boy Dai, see if I will beat you down this time. On a battle arena in a military base, Husato took Zanpakut, looked at Might Dai in front of him, and smiled confidently. This battle arena is 500 square meters in size, enough for many soldiers to fight on it. Even the destructive Janin-class powerhouse can fight fiercely on it. Old man, are you sure? Might Dai raised an extremely thick brow and asked in confusion. He fought Sato-hu in no less than 50 games, but every time he was a winner, and Sato-hu was a loser. So he wondered where Sato-hu was confident and uttered wild words. Hey! Stop talking nonsense and start fighting. Advertisement. Hearing Might's tone, Sato-hu's face turned black in an instant, apparently thinking of those unbearable past events, and immediately said impatiently. Fight. Domination. After Sato-hu spoke Shikai, his appearance changed drastically, wearing a set of azure armor, holding a spear, and shocked the soldiers below with the appearance of a god of war. Then I won't be wordy anymore. 8 inner gates, 4th gate. Hurt the door, open. Might wears an astonishing aura immediately. There are many gales invisibly. At the same time, the body appears red like magma, and the surface is covered by a layer of green chakra. Starting from the injury door of 8 inner gates, the user's body will cause varying degrees of injury, which is the price of gaining powerful strength in a short time. But after eating the strong fruit, Might Dai didn't feel a bit uncomfortable about it, because the speed of his body injury could not keep up with his recovery speed, which shows the terrible part of the strong fruit. Of course, the more important thing is how the capable person develops devil fruit. If the capable person is a waste material, even if there is a powerful Logia devil fruit, it is useless. Gang Chuan Beast. Might Dai raised his right fist and slammed his fist at Sato-hu. The green chakra on him followed his fist and turned into a ferocious wolf, charging towards Sato-hu frantically. Asterisk. Chapter 53. Are you going to tear down the ring? Seeing the fierce wolf bashing on his face, Sato-hu didn't have a trace of panic on his face, he was very calm. The spear of Demon Breaker. I saw that he suddenly raised the spear in his hand, and a strange and powerful force suddenly possessed the spear, piercing the fierce wolf without hesitation. Roar. The fierce wolf uttered a roar, trying to tear the spear in front of him, but was pierced by the spear full of lavender energy, dividing it into 2 parts. Advertisement. The demon-breaking spear is one of the 3 moves that Bully comes with. Its characteristic is that it has a strong destructive power to energy-type moves, and it can even directly explode without hurting the gun owner. When Sato-hu saw Might Dai's figure suddenly disappeared, a chill rose behind him. Without hesitation, he turned and swept with the gun, and instantly hit Might Dai's fist suddenly, causing a wave of air. Armed Gang Chuan. Both fists worn by Might were covered by a layer of black armament haki, and then he continued to bombard Sato-hu frantically. His armed color was learned from Liu Qi, because he himself is a master of physical skills, so he quickly cultivated armed color, and the strength is not weak. In the face of such a fierce attack, evasion will only lose faster, so Sato who rises to the difficulty, and the gunshot flashes. Bang bang bang! The extremely hard fist immediately confronted the destructive spear, and a burst of sparks continued to flash in the air. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Giant spear! Sato who knew that his physical strength could not be compared with might wearing this monster, and immediately stopped his determination to continue entanglement, and released the last move of the bully. Advertisement. The spear in Sato whose hand suddenly gathered into a drenched Ryutsu, and the spear suddenly doubled in size. As soon as he released his hand, he flew towards Might Dai at extremely high speed. Faced with this move, Might Dai felt a sense of danger in his heart. He didn't dare to hesitate, and used armament haki to its fullest extent. With the blessing of a large number of chakras, his right fist suddenly blasted towards the spear. Boom! The collision between the two caused the surface of the battle arena to crack, and the cracks crawled across the battle arena like a spider web. At the same time, an astonishing wave of air continued to erupt, causing the soldiers who were closer to immediately retreat dozens of steps before slowing down. Slowly stop. Hey, good old man! You can beat me in the fourth gate state. After the confrontation, Might Dai walked out of the gunpowder, raised his thumb and smiled at Sato who. Just at the last moment, Ryutsu on Sato who suddenly broke out again, strengthening the power of the Jin spear, causing Might Dai to fall into a disadvantage, unable to resist with his fists, and a big hole was directly punched in his right chest. However, under the pervert level recovery ability of strong fruit, the wound is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey! Go ahead! Sato who coldly snorts uncomfortably. Driven by his Ryutsu, domination appeared in his hand instantly and confronted Might Dai again. Sixth gate, King Gate, open! Toward the peacock. Might Dai directly broke into the sixth gate, waving his hands in the air constantly. The air became extremely hot due to the extremely fast friction, causing countless fireballs to erupt instantly. Break the line. Advertisement. In the face of countless fireballs, Sato who immediately waved his spear and released a golden shock wave with a wide range of attacks in order to block the attack of a large number of fireballs. The two instantly collided, and the stern golden shock wave swept away many fireballs. However, the number of fireballs was extremely large, and the back force was obviously insufficient, and they were destroyed in a short while. Boom boom boom! The fireball fell like a meteor to the surroundings of Sato who, and the battle arena was constantly bombarded with holes. Call! Sato who was evading the fireball attack, suddenly felt a rush of howling wind, immediately adjusted his body, moved sideways, and raised his spear to block the left side. Boom! A heavy force came from the spear and knocked out Sato who all at once. Damn! It's just pervert to open the sixth gate, it's hard to imagine how strong the eighth gate is. Seeing Might Dai, whose strength and speed have improved a lot, Sato who screamed inwardly, and then made a determination in his heart to release his whole cards. But what Sato who wanted to do was over before it started, because a third party appeared in the battle arena. That was the first person Ye Lan summoned, Liu Qi. Do you want to take down this ring again? In addition to Liu Qi, Ye Lan also rushed to the scene, looking at the battle arena that was about to collapse, suddenly speechless. Chapter 54, Battle of the Bear Country. Next time you continue to fight on this scale, go to a sparsely populated place to fight, otherwise this ring will be completely demolished by you within a long time. Ye Lan looked at the battle arena silently. It was originally a place for the soldiers to learn from each other, but might use them as a battle place. Although this battle arena allows Jonin level powerhouses to fight fiercely, Sato who and others do not look like Jonin level battles. Every time they played against each other, the ring would burst once, and each time the repair cost was very expensive. Even if Lee's Higuo has more money, it can't stand it. Advertisement. Yes. Might Dai and Sato who touched their heads in embarrassment. I'm looking for you this time, mainly for you to prepare for the attack on the Kingdom of Bears. Ye Lan immediately started talking about business. Is it finally going to go to war again? The militants on Sato whose body were immediately activated, showing an expression of expectation. Yes, but this time the attack on the Bear Country must be fast, so I want you two to team up with Liu Qi and take the Bear Country quickly. After speaking, Ye Lan took out a map from his arms, and all the locations on it were marked on the territory of Bear Country. The land area of the Bear Country is more than 20 times larger than that of the country of Lebanon. In this medium-sized country, there is one big city, 6 small cities, and the number of villages is even more difficult to calculate. But Lei's Higuo's attack this time only requires 8 places, 1 big city, 6 small cities, and Xinggren village. Star Ninja Village is the only ninja village in Bear Country. There are not many ninjas, but there are many high-end combat powers. The number of elite Jonin has reached 5. Advertisement. As long as all the 8 places in the Bear Country are taken, the remaining villages are not to be feared at all. This information was discovered by Ye Lan sent Luki into the Bear Country. In addition to integrating Lebanon abroad, Ye Lan also sent some soldiers with strong concealment capabilities to other countries to explore information to facilitate all subsequent plans. These small cities can allow Wang Bing to lead the offensive, and your mission is to invade Xinggren village, drag Xinggren, so that the other party cannot support the soldiers of the Bear Kingdom. Do you understand? Ye Lan pointed to Hoshinan village where the red circle was highlighted, and said to Sato Hu and the others. Clear. The 3 of them responded immediately. At the same time, they also knew that Ye Lan's mission was definitely not to hold Xinggren as a simple task, but to kill them all. After all, Star Ninja Village is the highest combat power of Bear Country. One more thing, there is a magical meteorite full of chakra in Xinggren village. If you have a chance, bring it over. Ye Lan continued. He has a keen interest in the meteorite with 10 tails chakra. Yes. The 3 clasped their fists and bowed. In the early hours of the next morning, when the sun had just risen, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lei had already got up, washed and eaten, dressed in war clothes, carried dry food and water, and checked their weapons. Advertisement. When they were ready, they rushed to the border of Bear Country at a very fast speed. When they came here, they saw a canyon full of poisonous fog. They immediately took out the prepared gas masks and telescopic ladders, put on the gas masks and followed the ladders into the country of bears. This area full of poisonous fog is a natural fortress in the Kingdom of Bear to resist foreign invasion, but in front of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon, they only need to wear a gas mask to pass. In the small city of the Bear Country closest to the country of Lei, 4 soldiers yawned and guarded at the gate of the city with sleepy eyes. Ha, we're at the gate of our city again, it's really uncomfortable. A soldier yawned lazily, a little annoyed. No way, the Ninja World War has been fought fiercely recently, and the above emphasized that we must get up early to guard the city gate. The other soldier said helplessly. As usual, they can sleep for another hour or so before they come to guard the city gate, but the outbreak of the Ninja World War has caused turmoil in all countries, so they had to get up in advance to guard the city gate. Hey, have you heard? In addition to Konoha's White Fang, another super genius has appeared in Konoha village. I've heard about it a long time ago, Konoha's Golden Glitter. It is said that his body flicker technique is very pervert, and geniuses of the same class are far from keeping up with his speed. It's true that it's the number 1 ninja village, geniuses come forth in large numbers. I don't know when such a powerful genius will appear in our Star Ninja village. The 4 soldiers felt extremely quiet all around and couldn't help chatting. It's just that they don't even know that being quiet represents a kind of danger. Asterisk. Chapter 55 The Invincible Army. Hey? Did you hear anything? Is it an earthquake? The 4 soldiers felt a vibrating sound coming from the underground, and couldn't help but wonder. Tattoo. Feeling the greater and greater vibration, all 4 soldiers showed panic. Advertisement. Look, what is that? A soldier trembled a little, and pointed to the black clouds that were constantly coming in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they were all soldiers wearing black armors. This is an enemy who wants to invade our Bear Country. Looking at the dense black legion, another soldier almost fell to the ground in fright, his original sleepiness disappeared, and he pulled up his legs and ran into the city frantically. After seeing him running away, the remaining 3 soldiers also ran in immediately, and with their combined efforts, closed the heavy city gate. Ta-da! The trampling sound became louder and louder, and this group of black legions finally arrived at the gate of the city. Each of them has a strong momentum, and the 50 of them leading the team are even more powerful. They are all the soldiers under Ye Lan. They concentrated their firepower and attacked the small cities of the Bear Country one by one, and then went to besiege the only big city in the Bear Country, the capital of the Bear Country. After invading the city, if you encounter anyone with a murder weapon, kill them all. After issuing a simple order, headed by 50 soldiers, the king began to attack the small city. Tempest Kick. Now Wang Bing basically controls 3 moves and 6 styles, especially for long-range attacks like Tempest Kick, everyone will choose. Advertisement. Therefore, they all concentrated their strength on their legs, shooting powerful shock waves at the city gate. Boom! Under the attack of 50 Tempest Kick, the 2-meter-thick gate was smashed like a bamboo, turning into countless small rubble and falling down. After seeing the city gate break open, all the soldiers invaded quickly, separated into 2 small groups, and kept advancing to the edge of the city wall, trying to completely enclose the city. Who are you? You dare to invade the Bear Country city? As soon as Wang Bing and the others blasted through the city gate, the soldiers of the Bear Country in this city quickly gathered. The leader wearing a red armor furiously faced Wang Bing and them. As a medium-sized country, Bear Country controls many population resources, so the number of soldiers is also very large. And there are 5,000 soldiers in the Bear Country in this city. Although they have twice as many soldiers in the country of Lebanon, the overall combat power of the soldiers in the country of Lebanon is more than 5 times stronger than them. The one who holds the weapon will kill, the one who surrenders will not kill. The king's soldiers released a powerful aura, oppressing the soldiers of the bear country. You are scared to be lousy. Everyone is on me. Kill this group of invaders. Although Wang Bing's aura is very terrifying, but the leader of Xiong's Higuo can grow from a small soldier to this position, but he will not be scared by Wang Bing. He swung the katana from his waist and shouted at all the soldiers of the bear country. Go. Kill. The soldiers of the bear country felt the pressure of the king's soldiers and uttered a burst of earth-shattering shouts to weaken the fear in their hearts and charged with recklessness. Advertisement. Superior. Wang Bing said lightly. Then, under the horrified expression of the leader of the bear country, he suddenly appeared next to him, raised his fingers full of strange power, and lightly poked the leader's heart. Finger pistol. Wang Bing's Shinigami-like voice suddenly entered the commander's ears, and then he felt an unprecedented pain from his chest. The leader of Xiong's Higuo looked down and found that his heart was stabbed. After making a scream, he became the first person to report to hell in the bear country in less than 10 seconds. After the leader's death, the soldiers of the bear country became more confused. They were divided into 2 groups, one group actively resisted the invaders, and the other group planned to take the opportunity to escape. But those who fled were the quickest to die, daring to expose their backs to the enemy, and they almost put the words "kill me" on their faces. And those who took the initiative to resist, also died quickly in the face of the terrifying combat power of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon. Looking at the scene of corpses all over the field and blood flowing, the soldiers of the bear country are close to collapse. Facing such an invincible army, how can they win? Don't kill me. A soldier of the bear country collapsed, crying in mourning. However, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon continued to kill, as if they had not heard it. This is only because of the sentence Wang Bing ordered at the beginning. Whoever possesses a murder weapon will kill everyone. Chapter 56, The Weak Star Ninja Village. In less than 10 minutes in the entire battle, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon crushed all the 5,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Bear. The enemy's death toll exceeded 4,000, and fewer than 500 survivors, but they were all seriously injured or insane. In short, it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to spend the second half of their lives. Leave 200 ordinary soldiers to clean the endgame and reassure the civilians. Never let them leave. After the order was over, 200 ordinary soldiers remained, while the other soldiers continued to advance. Although their speed of attacking the city is very fast, but the territory of the bear country is relatively large, especially the forest, which is very dense, which will affect their marching speed. Advertisement. The task Ye Lan gave them was to return the Kingdom of Bear to the Kingdom of Le within 1 day. When the soldiers successfully attacked the city, Sadohu and the others also came to Star Ninja Village. Xinggren Village is in a valley, and the surrounding mountains have become their best hiding places. If Liu Qi is not strong in obtaining information, it is estimated that it will be difficult to find Xinggren Village. This is Star Ninja Village? It's unexpectedly small. Might Dai looked at Ninja Village, which had less than 20 houses not far away, and was a little surprised. Generally, any established ninja village has at least 500 people living in it, but the population of Xing Ninja Village is extremely small, smaller than the population of some small villages. It's also convenient for us to act, so let's just kill them all. There was a hint of chill on Liu Qi's unremarkable face. As long as the people in Xinggren Village dare to come forward, whether it is Xinggren or ordinary people, they will become his targets. Hey, it is really painful to practice chakra through the star. Advertisement. That's the case, but don't we also get strong power? Before Liu Qi and the others approached, they heard a few voices. Through the content of the words, they could confirm that the other party was Xinggren. Tempest Kick. Liu Qi wanted to kill without hesitation, and he released Tempest Kick to attack the wooden house in front of him. Tempest Kick, which is countless times stronger than Wang Bing, swept directly across the wooden house. While cutting the wooden house, it also cut the people in the house in half. Before the wooden house fell, a lot of blood splashed. Boom! The wooden house collapsed instantly and turned into a pile of wreckage, with a loud sound that immediately attracted others. Who are you? The attacker. What's the point of coming to Star Ninja Village? The chaotic voice sounded instantly, and there were more than 30 people who appeared in front of Liu Qi and the others, among them there were 15 miners. It can be seen how scarce the population of Xinggren Village is. As soon as the words of the Star Ninjas fell, the 3 of Liu Qi appeared beside them instantly, and their fists full of strange power directly knocked the digital Star Ninjas into the air, and a line of blood could barely be seen from mid-air. The stars looked at this picture with a dull expression, they had no idea that the enemy could be so powerful. Summer Star, Firefly Mars, you two run away. Suddenly a shinobu reacted and shouted to the 2 teenage girls around the age of about 14 years old, and grabbed them both and threw them into the distance. Advertisement. This Xing Ren was very aware of the gap between the strength of his side and the strength of the opponent, and there was no chance of winning at all. It would be better to let the most potential Xia Xing and Ying Martian live and avenge them. Want to run? Seeing this, Liu Qi immediately wanted to catch up and kill the two of Xia Xing, but was stopped by that Xing Ren. Peacock's magic, beast. A group of chakra burst out from behind the star ninja, and this strange group of chakra, like a substance, turned into a pale pink chakra dragon and attacked Lucky. When Liu Qi saw this, he temporarily gave up chasing and used his horse to leave the attack range of the chakra dragon and appeared on the rock on the right. Boom! And on the spot before Liu Qi, he was bombarded out of a deep pit in an instant, which shows that the chakra dragon is full of destructive power. Tempest kick. Seeing that the chakra dragon continued to attack, Liu Qi immediately released the tempest kick and cut it in half. Chakra vanished in an instant. Damn it! The Xing Ren cursed secretly, then manipulated the chakra behind him, transformed into 4 wings, and flew up. He wanted to hold Liu Qi by protracted fighting, so he thought the best way was to fight in the air. It's just that he didn't even know that Liu Qi could fight in mid-air. Seeing Liu Qi stepping on the air, he suddenly appeared in front of Xing Ren, stretched out his right hand and poked into his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 57 Xing Ren Cultivation Field. That Xing Ren felt a strong sense of crisis, and when he wanted to stop Liu Qi attack, he found that he was completely powerless to revolving heaven. The shortcomings of becoming Xing Ren were immediately exposed at this moment. Because chakras were cultivated through stars, their control of these chakras was very rough. Because of this, Xing Ren must spend all his energy on chakra when fighting, thus giving up control of his body. Liu Qi attack had already struck, and chakra controlled by Xing Ren could not defend against Liu Qi attack in such a short period of time, so Liu Qi was directly attacked. Puff. Advertisement. After Xing Ren was pierced by Liu Qi finger, a large amount of blood was suddenly ejected from his mouth, and a hole was broken in his heart, and his life was not long. Before leaving, he also glanced at the star shinobi underneath. It's okay not to look at it, and it's even more desperate at first sight. The limbs were separated and blood flowed. The remaining star ninjas were all killed by Sato-hu and might die. They were still killed without releasing ninjutsu, and they were very aggrieved. This process seems to take a long time, but in fact, less than 20 seconds have passed before the village of Star Ninja is destroyed. Tattoo. In a forest, there is a teenager and a girl running continuously. Firefly Mars, where are we going? Xia Xing asked sadly. When she ran away, she saw a lot of blood flying, and it was obvious that the people in the village were all auspicious. There are many of their relatives and friends there, and there are many memories, but unfortunately all of them were destroyed after the 3 invaders came. Let's go to the star training ground first, and find Master Xing Ying. Advertisement. Ying Mars said heavily. There is no sadness on his face, but his eyes are covered with some kind of liquid, and it is obvious that his heart is also very restless. Okay, I believe Master Xing Ying can defeat the invaders. Xia Xing said with a trace of hatred in his eyes. She will never forget the man with a cold face and murderous eyes, like a killing machine. Soon, they came to a huge crater, which seemed to have been bombarded by a meteorite long ago. In this crater, there are several houses, and there are many wooden stakes beside the houses, which seems to be a training site. It's Xia Xing, you guys, isn't your practice today over? Why are you here again? There were 2 shinobu guarding at the door of the largest house. They were a little confused when they saw the rushing summer stars and Firefly Mars. Hurry up and inform everyone that someone has invaded the village. Xia Xing said emotionally. What? Someone invaded the village? The 2 Xing Ren said in astonishment. Since the establishment of Star Ninja Village, there has been no enemy invasion, because the location of Star Ninja Village is very hidden, and few people are willing to spend a lot of money to find the address of Star Ninja Village. But after seeing Ying Martian nodded heavily, they knew the truth of the matter, and their faces became very ugly. Boom! The 2 star ninjas opened the door in an instant, making the Xing ninjas who were cultivating inside startled, and they withdrew from the cultivation state one after another. What happened? Advertisement. The 3rd generation Star Shadow looked at the 2 star ninjas, her expression a little ugly. Master Star Shadow, something bad happened. Someone invaded our Star Ninja Village. One of the stars shouted. What? Someone invaded Star Ninja Village. 3rd generation Star Shadow said in astonishment. And when the other Xing Ren heard it, his faces were also incredibly unbelievable. Yes. And the intruder is very strong, the people in the village are under attack, so please hurry up to the village and save them. Xia Xing cried. Master Xing Ying, quickly issue an order. We must kill these invaders. Yes. Master Star Shadow, someone dared to invade our Star Ninja Village, we must kill them. Anger and hatred crawled all over the faces of Shinin, and said to 3rd generation Xing Ying. Okay, let's fight the enemy together. Third generation Star Shadow's face was a bit gloomy. Then they all went out together, and when they wanted to play in the direction of Xingnan village, they suddenly saw three figures appearing in front of them. These three figures are Sato Hu, Might Dai, and Liu Qi. Although Liu Qi knows the location of Xingnan village, he does not know where Xingnan's training ground is, so he secretly followed Xiaxing and the others to come here. You are the last combat power of Star Ninja Village. Liu Qi took a step forward and said in a very cold tone. Asterisk. Chapter 58, Star Shinobi is about to collapse. Peacock's magic, beast. When the third generation star saw the person who came, he did not hesitate to release ninjutsu. A huge group of chakra appeared suddenly, and transformed into an extremely huge chakra dragon, biting fiercely towards Liu Qi and others. The chakra of third generation Star Shadow is several times larger than the previous Star Shinobi. As expected, people who dare to claim to be a shadow, their strength should not be underestimated. Tempest Kick Guy Bird. Looking at the huge chakra dragon, Liu Qi did not change his face, and directly released Tempest Kick's extension technique, and a blue shock wave like a bird rushed towards his face. Advertisement. Hey! The Tempest Kick Guy Bird is like a sharp knife, directly across the body of the chakra dragon, trying to cut the third generation Star Shadow in half. The third generation Star Shadow looked at Tempest Kick getting closer, with a trace of horror flashing in his eyes, and quickly manipulated chakra to turn into a whip and hit him directly. No mistake, just hit him. Snapped. The power of the whip was too strong, and it directly shot the third generation Star Shadow out. At the same time, the Tempest Kick Guy also passed by him, cutting many houses behind him, and instantly collapsed. Hidden. Liu Qi looked at the third generation Star Shadow in surprise, and he didn't expect that the other party would use this method to avoid his attack. Although third generation Xing Ying was a little embarrassed with such methods, he also escaped a fatal blow, letting him breathe a sigh of relief, and was also full of great vigilance towards Liu Qi and others. The opponent's strength is a bit scary, it seems that you can only rely on the star to work hard. Third generation Star Shadow said with a heavy heart. Advertisement. Then a pair of substantial chakra wings spurted out of his back in an instant, and with a strong blow, a huge wind was set off and flew towards the position of the star. The Peacock's magic method, loose. On the other side, there are 3 elite Jainin and many Chunin level star ninjas who are dealing with Sato Hu and Might Dai. More than a dozen groups of strange chakras erupted from them, turning out nearly 100 chakra whips to attack Sato Hu and Might Dai. 8 inner gates, 6th gate. Jingman, open. Toward the Peacock. Might Dai instantly entered the state of the gate, swiping his fists against the air at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. The air instantly rubbed a lot of fireballs and flew towards the chakra whip. Fight. Domination. Break the line. Sato Hu also released Chikai, and a golden shock wave instantly swung from the spear and flew unstoppably toward chakra whip. Boom. When the two sides collided with each other, a powerful air current burst into the surroundings, and the surrounding houses were quickly destroyed. Although the chakra group cultivated by Shinin has powerful attack and defense power, it is easily pierced like thin paper in front of the falling fireball like a meteorite by Might Dai and the incomparable golden shock wave of Sato Hu. Under the attack of the fireball and the attack, the number of deaths and injuries was huge, and the number of survivors was less than a quarter of the original number. What to do? The opponent's strength is too strong, we can't resist it at all. A star ninja looked a little ugly. Advertisement. In fact, his heart has gradually collapsed. After Xingren cultivated chakra, they at most helped the country of the bear to clear the bandits, or deal with the ferocious beasts in the forest. An opponent like Might Dai and them has never encountered it before. It is so powerful that it breaks down. In fact, it is true that there are ninjas with elite Jainin among the star ninjas, but they lack rich combat experience and do not have too much experience in life and death battles, so their real combat power is not even comparable to that of Jainin in Konoha village. Success. Sato Hu's figure disappeared instantly and appeared next to a shinobu star, raising his spear and stabbing him without hesitation. Puff. Before that Xingren could react, his entire lower abdomen was pierced by a spear, and a cloud of blood spurted out of his mouth, and some body organs flowed out of the lower abdomen. The scene was extremely bloody. Such a step that disappears in an instant, is it shaved? Might Dai, who hadn't done anything, watched Sato Hu disappear instantly, and couldn't help but wonder. No. Shaving will cause a slight vibration to the ground, but Sato Hu does not vibrate the ground at all. Could it be Shinigami's Shunpo? Might Dai suddenly realized that the look in Sato Hu's eyes was a little different. Damn it! This old man secretly learned that Shunpo wanted to attack me without paying attention? It's a pity that I saw through it. Your trump card is no longer useful to me. Ha ha ha. Might Dai thought heartily. In fact, he didn't know that Sato Hu's whole card against him was not Shunpo at all. Asterisk. Chapter 59 Equivalent Exchange, The Power of Terror. Advertisement. Go together, destroy this enemy first. After Satohu killed a star ninja, all the remaining star ninjas reacted, and one of them looked at Satohu with murderous eyes and said, "Peacock's magic, beast." Several chakra dragons instantly jumped up from behind Shinin and launched a violent attack on Satohu. Still too weak. Satohu looked at the attacking chakra dragon, frowning slightly. He often fights with Might Dai, and has become accustomed to that kind of ultra-dangerous battle, the kind of battle that lingers between life and death, which fascinates him. What about Xingren? They are all attacked through the extremely crude chakra control method, and they can't fully display the power that they should have in this state. In the eyes of Satohu, it is not as good as a king soldier. The Spear of Demon Breaker. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Satohu would naturally not ignore the incoming attack. The spear was instantly attached with a deep purple ryutsu, and he attacked the chakra dragon. The chakra dragon attacked fiercely, but under Satohu's spear, it melted at an extremely fast speed, like an ice block encountering a blazing sun. This scene shocked the stars, they had never seen chakra actually swallowed. Drink. Before the star ninjas could react from the shock, they were smashed by Might, who ran over, with a punch and turned into a cloud of blood. Advertisement. The rest of the people were killed by Might Dai in less than a few seconds. The village is gone, so is Xingren. On the other side, the third-generation star Shadow who got the star flew up into the sky, looking at the star shinobu killed by Satohu and Might Dai with a dull face, like a mentally ill patient. He had no idea that the intruder should be so terrifying. Dead. You all have to die. At this moment, the third-generation star shadows are like crazy, and at the same time they continue to absorb the star chakra, and the group of chakra behind him becomes even bigger. But this is not without cost. To gain powerful strength, you need to endure pain and reduce lifespan. This is the star rule. But the third-generation star shadow obviously paid a very high price, and the brown hair turned white in this instant. The wrinkles on his face are gradually increasing, and the skin on the outside is also aging. The third-generation star shadow, who is nearly 40 years old, has become a nearly 80-year-old man after absorbing the power of the star in less than 3 seconds. Elder. A whole 40 years of lifespan was taken away. Ha ha ha. How wonderful this power is. The aging third-generation star felt a power dozens of times stronger than before, and couldn't help showing a crazy laugh. Although he was taken away from his lifespan of 40 years, his current strength has become unpredictable. The chakra group behind him has become extremely large, huge enough to wrap his whole person, and transformed into a chakra giant tens of meters high, just like a mature Susanoo. Advertisement. Trouble, what can be of interest to His Highness is really not a common product. Luki eyes did not carry the contempt before, but became extremely solemn. Satohu and Might Dai are also side by side with him, their eyes are full of jealousy, they both feel a violent sense of crisis from the third-generation star shadow. Master Star Shadow. Xia Xing in the ruined house looked sadly at the shadow of third generation, tears streaming out. After Liu Qi and others arrived, she was forcibly taken to a remote house by Firefly Mars. Originally, she wanted to continue fighting, but the house was directly cut apart by Liu Qi Tempest Kick, and the falling pillars overwhelmed her. Luckily survived. I must leave here to avenge Xingnan village. Xia Xing dragged a heavy body and kept fleeing. Although third-generation star shadow had gained a strong power, this power was only short-lived. Once the power of the star is no longer instilled in the third-generation star shadow, then he will undoubtedly die. This battle is difficult to fight, you must survive. Liu Qi said heavily to Satohu and Might Dai. Then his body instantly grew out of the appearance of an animal, and his jacket broke directly, revealing cheetah-like skin, and his head also carried many cheetah characteristics. His hands and feet have also become cheetah limbs, but they are not crawling on all fours. He still walks on 2 legs. At the same time, there is a tail growing between his buttocks. The whole person is like an orc in a game. This is the cat's fruit, the strongest form of the leopard, the human animal type. Asterisk. Chapter 60 Bankai. Overlord. We know this naturally. Satohu said solemnly. 8 inner gates. 7th gate. Shock the door, open. Might Dai let out a sigh of relief, and then exploded with a terrifying aura, and his strength became even stronger. Advertisement. The shocking door is the last door of the 8 inner gates from the dead door. After opening to this state, Might Dai is very confident that he can rub any cage-level powerhouse on the ground. Except for third Reikage, which is also pervert. Originally, this was my trump card that I was going to deal with Dai Zizi, but it seems that it can only be released in advance. Satohu's words made Might Dai a little surprised. Isn't Shunpo playing his whole cards? Ignoring Might's reaction, Satohu put his spear straight on the ground and closed his eyes slightly. Bankai. Overlord General. Sato Hu suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. Suddenly, the world changed dramatically, the earth shook, and the sky flashed thunderously. An extremely heavy Ryutsu erupted from Sato Hu, allowing the obsessed third-generation star shadow to instantly recover, and squinted his eyes to look at Sato Hu. Boom! A huge thunder sounded, and then a pillar of 2 meters in diameter suddenly fell, washing Sato Hu's body. Is this his Bankai? Advertisement. Such a change caused Liu Qi and Might Dai to leave 100 meters away from Sato Hu in an instant. Seeing this vision, Liu Qi became a little heavy in his heart. Bankai is the most advanced form liberated by Zanpakuto. After opening this form, the strength of the whole person will explode several times. Just looking at the vision of Sato Hu Bankai, it is estimated that it is not as simple as a sudden increase of several times. I have to keep working hard, or I won't be able to keep up with them. Liu Qi said with a heavy heart. At the beginning of appearing in this world, Liu Qi was far superior to Hu and Might Dai. In Liu Qi's eyes, they could kill at will like an ant. But with the passage of time, with the help of Ye Lan, the two of them grew as fast as the speed of light. In less than a year, their combat power soared to this level. If you don't work hard, it is estimated that in less than half a year, Liu Qi will be beaten by the two of them. Boom! The thunder pillar made a loud and deafening noise, then disappeared on the land and returned to the sky that belonged to it. But Sato Hu was scoured by the thunder column. Not only did he not suffer any damage, but his aura was even more terrifying. After Bankai, the azure armor on Sato Hu's body turned into a more mighty dark armor, and the junction of the armor was covered by white lightning. Except for the head which can prove Sato Hu, all other parts are covered. The old man is amazing. I'm sure you can defeat me at the 7th gate in half an hour. After calculating Sato Hu's Bankai and his 7th gate, Might Dai raised his thumb and said, at the same time, his white teeth flashed with a white light that was even more dazzling than thunder. It's hard to imagine how Might Dai shined with this white light when wrapped in chakra. Fart. I still lose to you in the end. Advertisement. Hearing what Might Dai said, Sato Hu, who felt the power, his face collapsed immediately. Why? Might Dai was a little puzzled. Because I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes. Sato Hu said truthfully. What? Might Dai was stunned. Originally thought that Sato Hu could become an opponent who allowed him to unleash his power at will, but he did not expect that Sato Hu was a 5-minute man. It seems that Sato Hu can explode with such power, and it is not easy. This is the end of the gossip, go to hell. During the conversation between Sato Hu and Might Dai, the chakra giant on the 3rd generation star shadow instantly turned into a chakra giant knife, suddenly slashed at them, and at the same time cut out a blade of light. Razor. Liu Qi instantly used the razor to escape the attack of the 3rd generation star shadow in a very strange orbit. The razor is a combination of shaving and moonwalk. It increases flexibility on the basis of shaving and can change its moving orbit. It is a very powerful 6-strength move. It's easier for Might to avoid attacks, and just slip away. After the 8 inner gates opened to the 7th gate, apart from the space-time ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God, there was no ninjutsu that could catch up with his pace. Asterisk. Chapter 61, Crazy 3rd Generation Star Shadow. Advertisement. And Husato dodges the attack of the 3rd Generation Star Shadow more easily, the body is like the elementalization of thunder fruit, and disappears in place as a lightning bolt. Boom boom boom. The chakra sword did not attack Liu Qi and others, but it attacked the crater. The powerful blade light directly cut a huge gap from the inside of the crater. Suddenly, the earth roared and the dust filled the sky. After the chakra giant attacked, the 3rd generation star shadow felt that 3 powerful people had approached him. There was no doubt that it was Liu Qi and the others. Day Tiger. In the face of such an enemy, it is natural that you cannot delay with him, you must clean up early, or you will run out of energy, it will be miserable, especially for Sato Hu, whose Bankai can only last for 5 minutes. So as soon as Might wore it on, he used his big move, and the chakra on his body instantly boiled, transforming into a white king of beasts, and bombarded the chakra giant with great ferocity. 6 styles max round 6 king's spear. Liu Qi got close to the chakra giant, clenched his fists up and down, gathered all his strength and armament haki, and burst out the strongest attack. Thunder Destroyer Halberd. Sato Hu stretched out his hand and grabbed it. A thunder halberd formed by thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. Sato Hu shook hands tightly, possessing a small portion of Ryutsu on the thunder halberd, and then projected it at the chakra giant. Although there is only a half of Ryutsu, after Bankai, the Ryutsu on Sato Hu's body has doubled several times, and its power is even more amazing. The attack of the 3 takes the shape of a triangle to attack the 3rd generation star shadow. Advertisement. Peacock Magic Aegis. After obtaining the extremely powerful chakra, the 3rd generation star shadow's ability to control chakra has also been strengthened, and immediately transformed into 3 strong and compressed shields of chakra, blocking the direction of Liu Qi and their attack. Boom boom boom. An attack that was far more terrifying than the chakra giant knife exploded in an instant, the earth shattered, thunder and lightning raged, and an extremely strong wave of air was constantly rushing. The crater, which was originally extremely huge, is expanding at this moment, which is enough to prove how strong this attack is. Drink. Attacked by 3 extremely terrifying moves, the third generation star shadow doubled in pressure, uttered a roar, and continuously transported chakra to the 3 chakra shields, enhancing the defense power of the chakra shield. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering noise still exists. As the third generation star shadow strengthens the defensive power of the chakra shield, Lu Chi and Might Dai also work hard to increase the power of their moves. Crazy. Finally, under the attack of these 3 ups and downs, the chakra shield began to burst with a trace of fragments, and the fragments continued to expand over time. Eventually these 3 chakra shields were broken, and the remaining power of the move all attacked the chakra giant. After the chakra shield was broken, the chakra giant and the third generation star shadow deity followed. Under such an attack, the pressure on the third generation star shadow surged, and his body surface began to collapse. Advertisement. Power. I want power. Third generation star shadow said frantically hoarsely. As if responding to the third generation star shadow, the star in his hand flashed with a strange light, and then the body of the third generation star shadow became more aging, and the lifespan was extracted again. But the third generation star shadow, which had a short lifespan, could not satisfy the star, so a light blue humanoid energy body floated out of the third generation star shadow and was absorbed by the star. That is the soul of third generation star shadow. This time third generation star shadow paid a higher price, and star also provided him with more and stronger chakra. Ha ha ha. The third generation star, who was in madness, wouldn't care about his soul being taken away, feeling a stronger force emerging from his body again, and suddenly burst into laughter. Under the horrible chakra transportation, the chakra giant became extremely stable and took over the 3 secret moves released by Lu Chi and the others. At the end of the attack, Lu Chi and Might quickly retreated from the chakra giant and came to Sato Hu, looking at the almost crazy third generation star with very ugly faces. Our powerful moves can't break his defense, what should we do? Lu Chi, who has always relied solely on his own force, asked Might Dai and Sato Hu for their opinions at this moment. If you really can't beat him, maybe you can only rely on that trick. Might said with a trace of perseverance in his eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 62 Tragedy. No, you should save that trick for later. The opponent seems to be very powerful now, but it has reached the point where it is exhausted. His soul has been sucked away by that weird stone. If you guessed correctly, the next attack will be his dying counterattack. Sato Hu shook his head at Might Dai. He just felt through Ryutsu that the soul of the third generation star shadow was pulled and absorbed by a strange power. Advertisement. Therefore, he determined that the third generation star shadow with no lifespan and soul can only release 1 attack at most, and then die. And it's the kind of soul flying away. That said, we just have to resist his final attack. Hearing this, Lu Chi's heart became heavier. It's simple to say, but it's extremely difficult. The counterattack before death is absolutely strong. Looking at the current state of the third generation star shadow, it is estimated that the attack that bursts out may be stronger than the 3-stroke Upanishad move they just released. Coming. The chakra on the third generation star violently rioted, transforming into 4 extremely huge fists, the scale of which is almost 100 meters in diameter. The peacock magic method, the arm of the gods. The third generation star screamed out the final move, and saw that the 4 giant fists were like missile jets, shooting at extreme speed in the direction of Lu Chi and others. Advertisement. Can't hide. Can only resist. Faced with an attack like a map cannon, even if Lu Chi and the others are fast, they can't dodge it. Day Tiger. Might Dai burst out all the chakras, transformed into a white tiger tens of meters in size, and rushed towards the giant fist roaring. 6 styles max round 6 king's spear. Lu Chi fists merged, and a huge shock wave erupted, spraying towards the giant fist. At the same time, he once again mobilized all his power to release the iron body. He didn't quite believe that these moves could block the attack of the giant fist. Ling Ba, help me start that trick. Okay. Do it with confidence. Sato Hu communicated with his Zanpakuto bully in the depths of his soul, and then 2 powerful Ryutsu erupted from his body, causing countless gales. Thunder Destroyer Halberd. Sato Hu consumed a half of Ryutsu again, condensed a Thunder Halberd, and bombarded the giant fist. Aegis. The bully's voice came out of Sato Hu's mind, and a protective shield covering an area of 20 square meters suddenly appeared, covering Sato Hu and the others to protect them. This shield is very defensive, it consumes only half of Sato Hu's body, Ryutsu, before he can barely use it. Advertisement. Boom. Sato Hu confronted the giant fist that fell like a meteorite. His body turned into a strong impact, and he slammed into the giant fist fiercely, bursting into a wave of air that swept the audience, and at the same time gradually shattered the giant fist. Boom! Then the Six Kings spear also attacked another giant fist, and the powerful shock wave continuously rushed through the giant fist, causing it to be blasted out of a giant hole, and the fist body began to gradually collapse. Hey! The thunder halberd erupted in the air with a violent whistling sound. The powerful penetrating power directly penetrated the third giant fist, and at the same time, countless thunder snake lightning bursts, causing the giant fist to quickly disintegrate. Although 3 moves blocked the 3 giant fists, there was one giant fist that no one could stop. Boom boom boom! The last giant fist bombarded the shield released by the bully, and the power that burst out was very powerful. The earth shook again, and the smoke filled the gun. After a long time, the gunpowder dissipated, revealing the appearance of the broken ground. Might Dai and Sato, who both lay on the ground very embarrassed, while Liu Qi was kneeling on one knee. If he hadn't released the iron body in advance, it would be early. Just get down. They have a common feature, that is, blood all over the body. The amount of bleeding is extremely serious. Although this kind of injury is extremely serious, it only takes 2 days for Liu Qi to recover. After all, his devil fruit is Zoan, and he has reached the realm of awakening, and his recovery ability is very strong. The injury on Might Dai's body is also extremely serious, but he has the pervert level recovery ability of strong fruits, and the injury no longer expands, and he is slowly recovering. Among them, only Sato who was the most miserable. The armor on his body was missing, and the whole person was in a coma. Among the 3, his recovery ability was the weakest. Liu Qi reluctantly stood up, took out 3 bottles of extremely tiny medicine from his broken pocket, and took 1 bottle by himself, leaving 2 bottles of Sato who and Might wearing them. Asterisk. Chapter 63, Weakness is Original Sin. These 3 bottles of potions are all powerful recovery potions, but ordinary recovery potions do not have much effect on Liu Qi, so Ye Lan sent someone to customize a concentrated recovery potion. And now this healing potion has become Sato who's life-saving potion, allowing his body to slowly recover. Unexpectedly, in the end, they still can't be killed. The 3rd generation star shadow lost the power instilled by the star, and the giant chakra had gradually collapsed, and he was also regaining his sanity at this moment, looking at the lingering Liu Qi and others, sighed. If they can attack again, then Liu Qi and the others will definitely die, but unfortunately the power of the star has already begun to withdraw, and they can no longer make a move. Advertisement. The 3rd generation star shadow also knew that his life was about to end, so he no longer went to see Liu Qi and the others. With a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, he looked at this riddled land and the forest in the distance. This is the last scene he can see in the world. Suddenly, his eyes were full of shock, and he saw a figure not far away. That figure turned out to be the Summer Star. Under such a wide range of attacks, she didn't even die. This is simply incredible. Xia Xing, the future of Xing Nin village, everything depends on you. Before the chakra giant had disappeared, the 3rd generation star shadow tried its best to control a group of chakra, threw the star out, and threw it in the direction of the Summer Star. At the same time, the chakra giant instantly collapsed and disappeared, and the 3rd generation star shadow fell to the earth, coming into close contact with the earth, directly turning into a pool of blood, and disappearing into the world. Not good. Advertisement. Seeing the 3rd generation star shadow throwing the star to Xia Xing, Liu Qi rushed to Xia Xing regardless of his injury. The Summer Star itself is not a big threat, but the star is not simple. If the Summer Star also gains power by sacrificing lifespan, like the 3rd generation star shadow, it would be a shit. But after the distant Xia Xing took over the star, she immediately ran. She didn't dare to face Liu Qi, the killing machine. Call. After running for a while, a whistling wind blew by. Xia Xing saw an arm flying in front of him, looking very familiar. Isn't this my arm? Xia Xing looked at his left arm subconsciously, and found that the upper arm had long since disappeared. What? The pain of losing his arm began to come, causing Xia Xing to let out a scream. The star on his right hand suddenly slid out, and Liu Qi, who was attacked, took it. Why are you here to attack our star ninja village? Is there anything we offend you? Xia Xing stared at Liu Qi viciously, hoarsely. Because you are in front of our highness, you must die. Weakness is the original sin. During the conversation, Liu Qi mobilized his leg power and released a tempest kick, which directly cut the Summer Star into 2 parts. The upper body of Xia Xing was cut out, without screaming or struggling, but staring at Liu Qi with a look hundreds of times more vicious than Lion Majesty. I'm waiting for you in hell. Advertisement. After Xia Xing finished speaking, his eyes were lost and he went west. Hey, it's finally over. After seeing Xia Xing's death, Liu Qi finally couldn't help it, and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Originally, he didn't have much stamina under the attack of the third generation star shadow. Although he had the ability to recover fruits and potions, he had already consumed a lot in the process of hunting down Summer Star. He is now in unprecedented weakness, and any Chunin can kill him. As for the last sentence of Xia Xing, Liu Qi didn't care at all. If there is really hell, then he is definitely a more terrifying executioner than evil spirits. Liu Qi rested for a while, feeling that his physical strength had begun to recover a little. He stood up again, and walked in the direction of Might Dai with the star. After returning to the pit, Liu Qi saw Might Dai sitting on a rock, his eyes erratic, as if waiting for him to come back. But Sato, who was still in a coma, lying on the ground. "Have you got it?" Might Dai asked after seeing Liu Qi come back. Liu Qi didn't speak, and threw the star to Might Dai directly. After receiving the star, Might Dai was also relieved. Just now, his injury was so serious that his body could not move, otherwise he would have ran over to get the star back. Liu Qi watched Might Dai's wound recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. The strong fruit is the treasure of melee masters. Asterisk. Chapter 64 Wood-style blood succession boundary. After resting for about half an hour, Might Dai and Liu Qi both recovered some, at least to a certain degree of combat strength, before they picked up the still unconscious Sato Hu and returned to the country of Li. On the other side, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon went very smoothly in the process of attacking the small cities. Although there were nearly 5,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Bear in each small city, they all fell apart in the face of their powerful combat power. After fighting for a long time, he took 5 small cities into his bag, and then continued to attack the remaining 2 small cities. The big city is the capital of the Bear country, where there are more soldiers and ninjas. Ye Lan's idea is to attack the small city first, and then attack the Bear country capital. Advertisement. Otherwise, first go to attack the capital and let the name of Xiang's Higuo order other small cities to support, then the pressure on the soldiers of Li's Higuo will increase greatly. After all, the total strength of the Bear country is more than 30,000, which is not counted as the number of ninjas. Therefore, they weakened their military strength step by step, and then broke out all of a sudden, and took the Bear Kingdom in one fell swoop. Ding! Congratulations to host for winning a city in Bear country, and the land area has increased. The prompt sound of the system stopped Ye Lan, who was practicing ninjutsu. From morning to now, the system has issued a total of 6 paths prompts, 5 of which are about taking down the city of the Bear country, and the other is about destroying the Star Ninja village. This made Ye Lan nodded very satisfied. Only in the past morning, he took 5 cities and destroyed Xinggren village. It is estimated that in the afternoon or evening, he will be able to completely take the Bear country. At this time, Ye Lan was in a training ground exclusively for him, where there were countless ice crystals and a huge icicle. The scene is like an icy area in the extreme north, extremely cold. These are the results of his release of ice ninjutsu. System, open the properties interface. Ye Lan said silently to the system in his heart. Advertisement. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. National level, small country level, you need to absorb 3 small country levels to advance to the medium-sized country level. Descent, Bing Dun blood follows the boundaries. Skills, Ice Dunk Ninjutsu, 8 inner gates. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianjia Chakra cultivation method. Prestige value, 210,000. National strength value, 250,000. Summon characters, Lucky, Laxus, Hai Wengxiang. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students, Rock Elf Legion. There is no doubt that the national power value will definitely increase to this level by taking the 5 cities of Bear country. Ye Lan is not surprised by this number. After all, the scope of each city in the Bear country is larger than 3 or 4 tiny countries, and its population, economy and other resources are more than those of the 4 tiny countries, so it will naturally gain more national power. Coupled with the continuous development of the country of Lebanon in the past 3 months, it has obtained a national power value of nearly 100,000, so the national power value will skyrocket to as much as 250,000. Although these cities have gained a lot of national power after winning, the country of Bear is the highlight. As the capital of a medium-sized country, its resources are definitely much richer than other cities. System, open the mystery store. With so many national power points, Ye Lan couldn't help but want to go to the mysterious store to sweep the wave. Advertisement. Commodity, Super Meili Dan, 7th order. Level, 3 star. Effect, it enables those who practice the pulse system to open the 7th channel, but only if the user has opened the 6 paths channel. Price, 50,000 national power value. Commodity, wood-style blood succession boundary. Level, 4 star. Effect, Senju Hashirama's wood-style blood succession limits can be obtained. Price, 500,000 national power value. Note, after system modification, you will get Sage Body at the same time you get Wood Style Bloodline Limit. Note, after system modification, Wood Style Blood successors will automatically obtain Wood Style Ninjutsu every time their strength is increased to a certain level. The highest level of Wood Style Ninjutsu is Wood Style Flower Tree World. Note, Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands and Wood Style Ding Shang Hua Buddha and other moves require Sage Mode to be used. Sage Body, born to have a strong Yang attribute chakra, the body's resilience is very strong, and the lifespan is greatly increased. At the same time, the release of Wood Style will increase its power. Commodity, Intermediate All Attribute Enhancement Potion Drawings. Level, 4 star. Effect, you can refine all attribute boosting potions from medicinal materials, which can greatly improve all personal attributes. This potion is effective for the 3-star powerhouse. Price, 200,000 National Power Value *. Chapter 65 Formerly Espada, Nilu. Commodity, Nuclear Bomb, Small. Level, 4 star. Effect, it can instantly wipe out a 5 km radius, and emit nuclear radiation toward a 50 km radius, so that no grass grows. Price, 800,000 National Power Value. Advertisement. Commodity, Shock Fruit. Level, 4 star. Effect, the strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit, can break the space between the hands, cause natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, etc., is a devil fruit with the ability to destroy the world. Price, 1 million National Power Value. Commodity, Pluton God Clothes. Level, 5 star. Effect, the main god level garment from the world of Saint Seiya, with immortal characteristics and the power to control the soul, and at the same time strong defense force, non-5-star power cannot be broken. Price, 15 million National Power Value. Looking at these commodities, Ye Lan was silent for a long time. This is the best batch of products he has encountered so far. Except for one of which is 3-star, the others are all 4-star or higher. I took a look at my own national strength, and then at the price of the goods, well, it's still a poor one. At present, Ye Lan can only purchase the Super Melee Pill and the Intermediate All Attribute Potion blueprints. Among them, the Super Melee Dan can be used by Hai Wengxiang, and the Intermediate All Attribute Potion blueprints are of great significance and must be purchased. Advertisement. And the other products should continue to lie in the secret store. Ding, consume 250,000 National Power Value, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Pulse Pill, 7th rank, and the Intermediate All Attribute Promotion Potion blueprint. The mystery store instantly disappeared 2 items, and turned into 4. And Ye Lan didn't rush to use it after purchasing it. Instead, he looked at the summoning function. System, start an intermediate summon. Ding, consume 200,000 prestige points, start intermediate summon. Ding, congratulations, host has summoned a 3-star character, Nilu, child status. Suddenly there appeared a little girl with light green hair wearing a bone hat. She had a pair of cute, golden green eye pupils, with rose-colored horizontal facial lines on her face, and her forehead extended to the right side of her nose. Road scars. She is the top 3 Espada in Shinigami, Nilu. Your Highness. Nilu looked up and saw Ye Lan sitting on the main hall. Suddenly, with a super acceleration, she flew towards Ye Lan. Boom. Ye Lan hadn't reacted yet, and the impact of being embraced by Nilu hit the back wall of the main hall and was blasted out of a hole. Cough cough cough. Nilu, don't do this next time. When the dust passed, Ye Lan showed a wry smile and said to the innocent face of Nilu. What? Nilu looked confused. In her consciousness, this was the best meeting ceremony. Although I was hit by Nilu's meeting ceremony, I have to say that I was lucky to be able to summon Nilu this time. Although Nilu's child state has no combat power, as long as he returns to the adult state, that combat power is very terrifying. Advertisement. At this time, Ye Lan's attribute interface appeared in Ye Lan's mind. Character, Nilu, child state. Level, 3-star. Abilities, Zero, Seal, Saliva, Super Acceleration, Zero Replay, Seal, QZ Shoot Gun, Seal, Gui Edge, Seal. Introduction, a powerful imaginary from the Shinigami world, who served as the 3rd Espada, lost his memory for some reason and lost his strength, but as long as it is restored to full state, he can be restored to adult state forever. Your Highness. Are you okay? Hearing the explosion in the main hall, Hai Wengxiang and Rukia rushed to the main hall immediately, a little anxious. Then they saw a weirdly dressed little girl in Ye Lan's arms, and they were taken aback. Is this guy imaginary? His Royal Highness, leave her quickly. Feeling a hostile force, Rukia squeezed Zanpakuto with both hands and looked at Nilu solemnly. Don't be nervous, Rukia. She is our companion, named Nilu. Although she is a imaginary, she is a kind-hearted imaginary. Ye Lan touched Nilu in his arms and explained. I really didn't sense malice, so let go of Zanpakut. Hai Wengxiang looked at Nilu's dazed expression, and did not feel malicious, and pressed Rukia's hand slightly. Understood. Rukia heard the words, put away Zanpakut, and then cast a curious look at Nilu. Aren't they all evil creatures? Chapter 66 The Chakra Sacred Stone. His Royal Highness, we are back. At this time, Might Dai's voice came from outside the hall, attracting Ye Lan's gaze, and his face changed drastically. Because Lu Qi trio showed many wounds on their bodies, and Sato who was still wearing Might's back, looking unconscious. Ye Lan immediately took out a bottle of healing potion and gave it to Husato, then looked at Lu Qi and Might wearing suspicious eyes. After Lu Qi explanation, Ye Lan knew what happened. Looking at the star Lu Qi handed over, his eyes were filled with a strange look. Advertisement. According to Lu Qi explanation, this star is definitely not the so-called Ten Tails Chakra, but something like the Gate of Truth, equivalent to exchange. System, what is this? Ye Lan asked the system inwardly. Ding, start testing this item. Ding, the test is successful. Item, Chakra Sacred Stone. Level, 5-star. Effect, you can exchange special powers such as energy, lifespan, and soul to obtain the power of chakra at the same price. Introduction, from the distant planet Satsuki, it is said to be a product of a special creature. Advertisement. Looking at star, no, it should be the introduction interface of Chakra Sacred Stone, Ye Lan frowned. Anything that can be related to the Satsuki clan is nothing ordinary, let alone a 5-star item. From the introduction of the Chakra Sacred Stone, we know that the Satsuki clan has its own planet, and its strength is absolutely superb, otherwise the Satsuki Kagaiji would not be so afraid of the Satsuki clan. And what does this special creature mean? Ye Lan thought up and down, but let go of the thoughts in his heart. He can't even handle Hokage's boss Satsuki Kagayaheim, so what right does he have to know the existence that even Satsuki Kagayaheim fears? But at present, it is certain that this world must not be viewed from the perspective of the original work. After all, some things are too mysterious, and things such as the Dragon Vein Chakra, the undead monsters and sprites are definitely not that simple. Ye Lan thought. Dragon Vein Chakra has the power to travel through time and space, but who created this chakra? The undead sprite is also very powerful. He almost destroyed the entire ninja continent, and he is also a product of another world. From this foreign world, it can be seen that the Hokage world is far from being as simple as it seems on the surface. The things shown in the original work are destined to be just the tip of the iceberg. There are too many things in this world that Ye Lan needs to explore. Become stronger. This is what Ye Lan desires most at the moment, and if you want to become stronger, you need to attack more countries. It seems that the plan to invade other small countries also needs to be accelerated. Advertisement. Time passed quietly, and finally at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers of Li's Higuo attacked Xiong's Higuo. Among the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon this time, nearly 400 ordinary soldiers died, dozens of elite soldiers died, and Wang Bing lost 5 more. The country of Bear can become a medium-sized country, and its military strength is naturally huge, and its military strength in the capital has reached 30,000. The strength and equipment of these soldiers are much stronger than those of the small cities, so the number of soldiers killed in the Kingdom of Lebanon can reach this level. At the same time, there are hundreds of ninjas in the Kingdom of Bears, and 5 of them are Jainin. Many soldiers were killed by them. Moreover, when the daimyo of the Bear country knew that someone had invaded the capital, he immediately took out all the detonating talisman in the treasury, and even killed many ordinary soldiers in the country of Lebanon. But it was still the Kingdom of Lei who won the victory and destroyed the Kingdom of Bear. After the Bear country was attacked, the system prompts have been bombarding Ye Lan's mind. Ye Lan first explained that Tajima Feng had personally taken over and dealt with the affairs of the Bear country, and then sorted out the system prompts. After sorting, get the following information. First, because the country of Bears is a medium-sized country, after winning the country of Bears, the level of the country of Lebanon will be directly promoted from a small country to a medium-sized country. Second, after the country's level was upgraded, 3 rewards were obtained, namely, enabling enhanced functions, unlocking advanced summons, and medium-sized country spree. Third, the national power value has been directly increased from less than 10,000 national power values to 300,000 national power values. This shocked Ye Lan. Although he knew that after taking the national capital of the Bear Kingdom, he would definitely gain a lot of national power, but it was too much. But he is also happy to do so, with so much national power value, enough for him to continue to develop for a period of time. Chapter 67 Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. That night, the soldiers of the state of Lebanon returned from the state of Bear to the state of Lebanon. They all had various injuries on their bodies. After Ye Lan's treatment with a large amount of restorative medicine, their bodies recovered very quickly. The next day, the news that the Kingdom of Bear was destroyed by the Kingdom of Le spread throughout the ninja realm, as if a nuclear bomb exploded, shocking the ninja realm. This is even more explosive than the cage-level powerhouse slaughter the city. Because the cage-level powerhouse is at best slaughtering a small city or a small country, and the bear country, a serious medium-sized country, was destroyed in one day. How can it not be shocking? In an instant, the four major countries that were fought by war all had different ideas about the country of Lebanon. However, even if they have ideas, the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth are unable to intervene, because they are fighting fiercely with the Kingdom of Fire, and there is no extra power available to manage the Kingdom of Li. And the attitude of the Kingdom of Thunder is the same as that of the Kingdom of Water. First observe the attitude of the Kingdom of Fire, and then make a decision. Konoha Village, the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, although it is in the war period, the civilians in the village are still living happily. Except for those who have a ninja family, because their relatives will be killed in battle at any time. At this time, in the Hokage building, which represents the highest authority in Konoha Village, many high-level figures gathered inside. What do you think about this country of Lebanon? The first to export was a middle-aged man wearing a Hokage robe. He was third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I think the Kingdom of Lebanon can take the Kingdom of Bear in a day without knowing it. There is absolutely a big secret. Advertisement. My idea is to send a group of elite ninjas to directly control the name of Li's Higuo. In this way, they will not be able to pose a threat to Konoha and can obtain their secrets to destroy the bear country. Said a middle-aged man with an extremely gloomy expression. In Konoha village, there is no one who can say such extreme words except Shimura Dans, the old Yunbai. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he heard what a good friend said, and immediately denied this practice in his heart. This idea is too unrealistic. You want to control the other party's name without knowing the details of the other party? This is just death. Although Konoha village is the most powerful force in the ninja world, the opponent can destroy the bear country within a day, and he knows that he is not weak in terms of strength. And now that the battle line is tight, it is difficult for Konoha village to allocate another elite ninja. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to other high levels and asked. Master Hokage, I think it may not be a coincidence that the Kingdom of Lei can destroy the Kingdom of Bears. At this moment, a gentle man with yellow hair and blue pupils and a gentle face said. Oh? Minato, keep talking. Looking at the person speaking in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and said. Advertisement. From the intelligence point of view, 9 months ago, the country of Lebanon was still a tiny country, but the other side crushed 2 nearby tiny countries, and one of the tiny countries far exceeded the strength of the country of Lebanon. This is enough. It proves that the country of Lebanon is not as simple as it seems. Moreover, after they won the 2 tiny nations, they did not continue to occupy other tiny nations. Instead, they rested for half a year before continuing the war. They swept all the surrounding tiny nations at once. This shows that they have been accumulating strength and preparing to knock out the opponent in an instant. Just like this attack on the bear country, it was destroyed in just 1 day. But it is impossible for an ordinary army to defeat the bear country, so I suspect that there is an army no less than the Ninja Legion in the country, and there are even cage-level powerhouses in it. The above is my guess. Namikaze Minato said methodically. Compared to Shimura Dan's words, Namikaze Minato's words are undoubtedly more trustworthy. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly. His thoughts were similar to those of Namikaze Minato. After all, it is impossible to destroy a medium-sized country in 1 day without a very powerful army. Even if Konoha village wants to destroy a medium-sized country within a day, it is still very difficult. I think Minato is right, but I think Li's Higuo should have a master who is good at detecting intelligence. It is said that even the very concealed Star Ninja village was destroyed together with the bear country. It is not easy to find the Star Ninja village's nest, and the opponent can find the Star Ninja village's nest in a short period of time, and its strength is definitely not weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Asterisk. Chapter 68, Amazing Reputation. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen also made everyone nodded. After all, the other party can destroy the bear country in 1 day, and it is definitely not weak in terms of intelligence. Everyone agreed with Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Dans was the only one with a gloomy face. So it is now certain that the Kingdom of Li has a strong army and a strong ninja, whose strength is at least at the level of elite Jainin. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. Advertisement. However, his brows are still frowning, because these are only based on superficial intelligence analysis, not real intelligence. Minato, I want you to go to the country of Li to inquire about some intelligence. This is an S-level mission. If the opponent's strength is too strong, then you are allowed to retreat without investigating the consequences of failure. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a headache. In fact, he has already regarded Namikaze Minato as the next Hokage training. After all, the master of Namikaze Minato is his disciple Jiraiya, so he naturally belongs to the direct line of Hokage faction. Originally, Namikaze Minato should have been sent to the battlefield to earn fame and lay a good foundation for becoming Hokage. But the current country of Lebanon is really tricky. Except for Namikaze Minato, who owns Flying Thunder God, it is difficult for everyone else to do it. After all, the country's combat power is still a mystery. But Namikaze Minato, who owns Flying Thunder God technique, is different. He can leave in danger without leaving a trace. Yes. Master Hokage. Namikaze Minato immediately accepted the task, and then left the Hokage building to prepare combat supplies, and then set off for the country of Lei. Sarutobi, what is your attitude towards Lei's Higuo? Shimura Dens only exited after seeing Namikaze Minato leaving. You can't do it without hands. After all, it's a battle in the ninja world. It is already very difficult to fight against the other 4 countries. There is no need to find another enemy who may be very powerful. Advertisement. Moreover, it seems that the other party has frequent transactions with the Daimyo. If you rashly deal with them and cause the Daimyo's dissatisfaction, some military expenses will definitely be deducted at that time, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Sarutobi here isn't analyzed. Hey! I hope they won't shoot Konoha, otherwise I will definitely be the first to take them down. Shimura Dan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone was gloomy. Let's put this matter aside, we just have to wait for the good news from Minato. Let's continue to discuss the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. I heard that there is a Scorch-style blood heir to the limit in Tsunagakuer. The strength. The country of Li, the palace of the name. At this time Ye Lan was sitting alone on the top of the hall. There was no one else in the hall. Tajima Feng went to deal with political affairs, Liu Qi and the others were still recovering on the bed, and Nilu was mingling with Hai Wengxiang and the others and playing together. Ye Lan opened the properties interface with anticipation at this time. The country that Lebanon was destroyed this time was a medium-sized country, not a tiny country. And it was destroyed within a day. With such breaking news, Ye Lan can be sure that this time his reputation will definitely reach an unimaginable level. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Lei's Higuo's name. National level, medium-sized countries. Descent, Bing Dun blood follows the boundaries. Advertisement. Skills, Ice Dunk Ninjutsu, 8 inner gates. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianxia Chakra cultivation method. Prestige value, 1.19 million. National strength, 300,000. Summoned characters, Lucky, Laxus, Hai Wengxiang, Inu Orium. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students, Rock Elf Legion. Note, advanced powers need a comprehensive military combat power of 100,000, which has been reached so far. Note, advanced countries need economic financial resources to reach 50 billion, the current economic financial resources, 1 billion. Ye Lan's hands trembled slightly. Did you read it wrong? Millions of prestige? Ye Lan took a deep breath and calmed down. At present, the summoning function unlocks the advanced summoning, which can summon 3-star to 5-star characters, but the prestige value consumed is doubled, and it needs to consume 1 million prestige value. In other words, Ye Lan can use this million prestige value to fight for luck, not to mention 5-star figures, 4-star figures alone are enough to sweep a superpower. System, start a high-level summon for me. Ding, consume 1 million prestige points, start high-level summon. Ding, congratulations to host for summoning, asterisk. Chapter 69 Inu Orium. Ding, congratulations, host has summoned a 4-star character, Inu Orium. Suddenly, a cute girl appeared in front of Ye Lan, with a hairpin on her orange hair, like a hexagonal snowflake. She wore a school uniform, full of youthful vitality. The most conspicuous thing was the murder weapon in front of her, full of evil. When Ye Lan first heard the 4-star character, his heart was about to jump out. This corresponds to a super cage level. But when the character to be summoned was Inu Orium, Ye Lan was stunned in an instant. Advertisement. Can this cute girl also become a 4-star character? Isn't it a mistake? Inu Orium's abilities are indeed very special, with attack, defense, healing and rebound attacks. A sentence of I refuse can eliminate the attack and the bad influence, just like time restores. Aizen commented that this ability is the rejection of all things, which cannot be explained in terms of time restoration and spatial restoration. It is an ability that completely violates the realm of God. But in terms of combat power, it is difficult for her to connect with those super cage level powerhouses. Hi Your Highness. When I first saw Ye Lan, this cute girl was obviously nervous and weak. Don't be nervous. Eat some. Ye Lan recovered from the awkward state in an instant, picked up a piece of pastry and walked to her, said gently. Thanks. Inu Orium subconsciously thanked him, then took the pastry that Ye Lan handed over, looked at the gentle smile on Ye Lan's face, and couldn't help but relax. At the same time, the property interface of Inu Orium also appeared in Ye Lan's mind. Advertisement. Character, Inu Orium. Level, 4 star, Special. Ability, Dunshin 6 Flowers. Introduction, an important character from the Shinigami world, who controls a very special power and has a super perception ability. Note, this character has great potential and the power of a god, so he will become a 4-star character. Looking at this property interface, Ye Lan's thoughts fluctuated. It seems that the characters summoned by the system do not refer to those whose combat power reaches the level range, but refer to comprehensive abilities, including special abilities. Otherwise, with Inu Orium's combat power, it can only reach 2 stars, or 3 stars, and it is impossible to reach 4 stars. Inu Orium can reach 4 stars, everything is due to her special ability, even Aizen admires Dunshin Liahua. Although her combat power is very touching, her support ability is very strong, which can be called a combination of tank and nanny. His Royal Highness, I feel a pair of eyes staring at us, is it yours? After taking a bite of the pastry, Inu Orium suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze watching them, and couldn't help but wonder. Where? Ye Lan suddenly burst into an aura, chakra rioted, and his face became a little ugly. Whether it is Sato Hu or Lu Chi, they will only appear in the hall if they want to meet him, and it is impossible to peep at him secretly. So there is only one possibility, that is, someone invades the city of Dawn. Moreover, this person's concealment ability is extremely strong. If you know that Dawn City is guarded by Hai Wengxiang, and can avoid her and enter Dawn City, the strength of this person is not simple. 2 kilometers south. Inu Orium sensed the range and replied. Advertisement. Go together. Ye Lan took Inu Orium's hand, walked out of the hall, and ran in the direction Inu Orium pointed. Has it been discovered? A strangely looking person stared at Ye Lan, who was a little surprised. This person's body is half black and half white, and the outside of the body is covered with something like a pitcher plant. He is a combination of black Zetsu and white Zetsu, absolutely. Oh, I didn't expect that the daimyo of Lee's Higuo is different from the daimyo of other countries, it turned out to be a ninja. White Zetsu on the left made a weird voice and said. It seems that the country of Lebanon is really not easy. Black Zetsu on the right made a hoarse voice and said heavily. When they invaded the city of Dawn, they sensed many powerful people, of which more than 3 had reached the cage level. Such high-end strength is no less than that of the 5 ninja villages. But the most important thing is that they were discovered. You must know that their concealment ability is the strongest existence in the ninja world, and no one has noticed when they enter and leave the 5 great ninja villages. But now, they were discovered in a medium-sized country, which is simply incredible. Perhaps, this country can take advantage of it. Black Zetsu thought inwardly. Asterisk. Chapter 70 Black Zetsu appears. Perhaps, this country can take advantage of it. Black Zetsu thought inwardly. He and Madara originally planned to use Akatsuki to complete Project Tsuki no Mi, but now it seems that Lee's Higuo can also use it. The country of Lebanon is a country that has developed rapidly from a small country to a medium-sized country, and it is very powerful in terms of combat power. Through this information, Black Zetsu can conclude that the country of Lei definitely has the ambition to rule the world. Advertisement. This is not in conflict with their Project Tsuki no Mi. They can provide intelligence to Lee's Higuo and attack other countries. The kingdom of Lei is to help them collect tail beasts, and the two can be combined. It's just that the cost of cooperating with them is very high. As long as Project Tsuki no Mi is completed, then the world will be reshaped, and the country of Lei will no longer exist. Ye Lan quickly came to Ju's location, and when he saw his figure, his pupils suddenly shrank, but they quickly returned to normal. Bing Dun Frost White Tiger. Apart from anything else, Ye Lan immediately released Ice Dunk Ninjutsu. A 3-meter-high ice blue tiger appeared instantly, biting towards Ju. Wood-style wooden ingot wall. A series of hard wooden pillars appeared instantly beside Ju, and the wooden pillars closed and turned into an oval shield to protect Ju. Roar. Seeing the appearance of the wooden ingot wall, the frost white tiger made a roar, opened a huge mouth full of ice thorns, and ejected a biting cold wind. Advertisement. Call. The cold wind swept across the wooden wall, instantly forming countless frost on it, and the temperature suddenly felt like winter. Although the cold wind sprayed by frost white tiger was strong, it could not break the defense of the wooden ingot wall. Wood-style thrusting spear. A low voice came from the wooden ingot wall, and then countless vines broke the wooden ingot wall, emerged from the inside, and spread towards the frosty white tiger. Roar. The frost white tiger let out a roar, and the sharp ice tiger claws shredded the vines, but then more vines appeared, covering it, and absorbing chakra from its body. After a while, frost white tiger's chakra was absorbed and turned into countless pieces of ice bursting out, showing the horror of wood-style ninjutsu. Mu Dingbai suddenly opened his mouth, revealing Ju's figure. I saw White Zetsu panting slightly. It seems that although White Zetsu can use Senju Hashirama's wood style, it consumes a lot of chakra. Who are you? The ice soul cold sword appeared in Ye Lan's right hand instantaneously, and the sword pointed at it, with a hint of anger in his tone. He is not some silly person. They read their names when they see Black Zetsu. This is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Although Uchiha Madara is in an old state, as a ninja hero, who knows he does not have some powerful where is the whole card. So now it's better to behave normally, as if the country has been invaded and the daimyo is angry. His Royal Highness, what happened? At the same time, Hai Wengxiang and the others have also rushed to the scene. Hai Wengxiang had already sensed the chakra riot on Ye Lan's body, so he brought Rukia and the others. Who is this guy? Advertisement. They couldn't help but stunned when they saw Ju's weird appearance, but Rukia drew his sword directly and rushed in front of Ye Lan with a solemn expression. Your Highness, are you okay? Nilu is a super acceleration, and rushes directly to Ye Lan. This made Ye Lan's pupil shrink, stretched out his hands, and barely caught Nilu, and at the same time, he took a step back due to the impact of Nilu. This made Ye Lan sigh in his heart. Nil's super acceleration is a bit pervert, right? Even he almost couldn't catch her speed. His Royal Highness, we have no malice, we just want to discuss cooperation with you. After seeing Hai Wengxiang and the others rushing, Black Zetsu didn't panic at all, and said lightly. Although his combat effectiveness is very weak, his escapability is not even comparable to Orochimaru. As an old thing that has survived for thousands of years, how can there be no means of escape? A man who invaded my country wants to talk to me about cooperation? Doesn't it feel ridiculous? Ye Lan sneered. What Black Zetsu wants to talk to him about is related to Moon Eye. At present, Lei's Higuo is not strong enough to compete with Tsutsuki Kagayaheim. Naturally, Project Tsuki no Mi cannot be implemented in advance. Even have to destroy Project Tsuki no Mi. I know that your country of Lebanon wants to conquer the world. I can cooperate with you to provide you with intelligence about other countries, how about it? Black Zetsu was not surprised by Ye Lan's attitude, and continued. No way. Ye Lan refused without even thinking about it. Asterisk. Chapter 71, Nothing to talk about? Who knows whether the information provided by Black Zetsu is true or not, and there is a lot of risk in it, so it's better not to get involved with him. So, no need to talk. Black Zetsu was silent for a while, and said. He had no idea that Ye Lan would refuse without hesitation. If he changed to someone else, he might still have the point of continuing the negotiation. Not only I have nothing to talk about, I even kill you. Advertisement. Bing Dun Bing Feng Tian has fallen. Ye Lan directly released ninjutsu, and an icicle tens of meters high fell from the sky and fell in the direction of Ju. Boom. Hai Wengxiang also opened her veins instantly, and a cold force sprayed out from her hands, turning into a biting cold wind, turning into ice wherever she passed. Wood-style mayfly technique. Seeing Ye Lan and Hai Wengxiang attack, White Zetsu ran for his life without even thinking about it. With their crunchy bodies, fighting with an elite Jainin is hard enough, how can they fight Ye Lan and Hai Wengxiang? The figure that saw the absolute disappeared instantly like a teleportation technique, and dived into the depths of the earth. Boom. The icicle and Hai Wengxiang's attacks both attacked Juewin's location together, making a thunder-like sound, ice flakes flying, the entire ground collapsed for several meters, and all the surrounding matter was frozen. Is the enemy dead? Rukia looked at the huge icicle in front of her, shocked. She didn't expect Ye Lan's combat power to be so terrifying, a heart eager to become stronger sprouted from her heart. Advertisement. No, the other party dived directly into the depths of the earth and fled to the west. Inu Orium sensed the aura of Ju Na Ryuou and said. After hearing Inu Orium's words, Ye Lan's eyes changed instantly when he looked at her. Ju's concealment ability is very powerful, and it can even invade the Five Shadows Conference without even knowing it. And Inu Orium actually perceives his existence. Isn't this perceptual ability a bit pervert? It seems that Inu Orium can become a 4-star character. In addition to Shun Shield Liu Hua, her perception is also a certain bonus. His Royal Highness, I blamed me for improper waiting so that the enemy invaded Dawn City. At this moment, Hai Wengxiang walked to Ye Lan and apologized. It's not to blame you, that person's concealment ability is very strong, if it weren't for Inu Orium's perception ability, it is estimated that all of us would not know his coming. Ye Lan shook his head. Ju's concealment ability is related to yin and yang escape, which can make many people unable to perceive their existence. Especially Black Zetsu, the main body is made by yin-yang escape, and even Uchiha Madara can't detect the concealment ability. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not be overshadowed by this guy during the Fourth World War and turned into Tsutsuki Kagayaheim. What do you see me doing? Suddenly, Hai Wengxiang and their eyes turned to Inu Orium, making Inu Orium a little panic. Are you new again? Rukia stared at Inu Orium's murder weapon, a little unhappy. The new big sister. Advertisement. Nilu felt a very warm Ryutsu on Inu Orium, so she jumped out of Ye Lan's arms and hopped to a new Orium's side. For the new summoned characters of the system, a mysterious power will always appear in the minds of all the summoned characters to tell them that this is their companion. Yes, my name is Anu Orium, please give me your advice. Anu Orium bowed. Hello, my name is Nilu. Hello, my name is Hai Wengxiang. Seeing them mingling, Ye Lan felt a moment of relief in his heart, but it became urgent again. The country of Lebanon must become stronger. What should we do now? In an unmanned cave, a figure of Ju appeared, and White Zetsu said. Go back to Madara first, anyway, the general information about the country of Li has been collected. After thinking for a moment, Black Zetsu said. The news that the kingdom of Lebanon will destroy the kingdom of bears is so overwhelming that even Uchiha Madara, who is deep in the ground, is also alarmed. So Uchiha Madara sent Black Zetsu to the country of Lei to investigate the reasons. Although Black Zetsu and the others did not get detailed information, it is possible to know the cause of the destruction of the bear country from the fact that the country of Lei possesses 3 cage-level powerhouses. At the same time, Black Zetsu is still thinking about how to kill Anu Orium. After all, she is currently the only person in the ninja world who can perceive his existence, and is a great threat to him. Asterisk. Chapter 72 Boss Cordelia. Tattoo. A black figure swiftly flew across the forest, continuously advancing in the direction of the country of Lebanon. He is Namikaze Minato, under the order of 3rd Hokage, came to the country of Lei to investigate intelligence. What's the matter with this strange feeling? The closer to the border of the country of Lebanon, the greater the sense of crisis that emerges in Namikaze Minato's heart. Advertisement. After thinking for a moment, Namikaze Minato projected a handful of kunao onto a big tree, and then moved on. It was a handful of kunao in the shape of a 3-pronged hand, with a mysterious magical imprint on it. Soon, Namikaze Minato rushed to the border between the country of Lebanon and the country of fire, and it was the giant peak that stood up to the sky. If you want to enter the country of Lebanon, you must pass this giant peak. And this mountain is too tall and steep, not to mention ordinary people, it is difficult for many ninjas to pass. This is also one of the reasons why the country of fire did not take the country of bear. The mountains are too steep to dig a road. Moreover, the world's most fertile land has been taken by the fire nation, so there is no need to spend a lot of material and financial resources to take the bear nation. Seeing such a steep peak, Namikaze Minato did not have the slightest fear, and directly attached chakra to his feet, wandering around the mountain like a Spider-Man, and soon entered the country of Lei. As soon as he stepped into the country of Lebanon, Namikaze Minato felt a powerful aura to lock on him, and decisively threw dozens of flying thunder god kunao in the ninja bag and shot them everywhere. Roar. Advertisement. A sound resounded like a tiger roaring. Namikaze Minato glanced at it and found that it was a giant beast with a body like a rock and a head made of white metal. The blue eyes of the beast were dying. Staring at him. It is the Boskodora who guards the border of the country of Lebanon. Originally, it and Banjiro were asked by Ye Lan to protect the city of Dawn, but after taking the bear country, the only places that need to be protected are the border with the fire country and the sea. The sea no longer needs protection. Hai Wengxiang is a Lin Yao clan, and can communicate with sea creatures. After communicating with the behemoths of the deep sea, the behemoths of the deep sea agreed to help Li's Higuo take care of the sea, and the condition was to give them a bottle of all attribute enhancement potion every month. All attribute boosting potions are not only effective for humans, but also useful for other creatures. Of course, the all attribute enhancement potions here are elementary rather than intermediate. The medicinal materials of intermediate potions are very expensive, and Li's Higuo currently only has about 10 bottles. On the other hand, Boskodora and Bangala came to the border between the country of Lebanon and the country of fire to intercept all invaders. This summoning beast has extraordinary strength. Namikaze Minato was holding a flying thunder god kunao in his hand, and looked at Boskodora with a solemn expression. Roar. Boskodora let out a roar, and then stretched out her claws, pointed at Namikaze Minato, and pointed at the outside of Kyoho, meaning get out. This made Namikaze Minato a little dumbfounded, but he wouldn't just leave in such a desperate way, he would have to do a fight anyway. Whoosh. The 3 shurikens quickly let go and flew in the direction of Boskodora. Advertisement. Ding ding ding. Boskodora showed disdain for such an attack, and the shuriken attacked its body, making several metal collision sounds, and then fell powerlessly. On the other hand, Boskodora's body did not even leave a trace of injury. The defense is strong, and with the other party's behavior just now, it can be concluded that this is the summoning beast, the guardian of the kingdom of Lei. Seeing that the shuriken could not cause any damage to Boskodora, Namikaze Minato's face became more solemn. Roar. Boskodora suddenly roared, and the ground shook suddenly. A dozen huge rocks came off the ground and attacked in the direction of Namikaze Minato. Boom. More than a dozen huge rocks quickly attacked Namikaze Minato's location, and a larger shock erupted. The huge rocks burst and smoke filled with gunpowder. Not only is the defense strong, but it can also release an attack that is no less than B-level ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Lee's Higuo should have such a powerful summoning beast. When the huge rock struck, Namikaze Minato had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly moved to a tree trunk, watching Boscodora's rock fall attack, and said inwardly. Since the shuriken attack is invalid, then try ninjutsu. A Flying Thunder God Kumo suddenly flew towards Boscodora. At the same time, a blue chakra ball suddenly appeared in Namikaze Minato's hand. Asterisk. Chapter 73, Destroying the Death Light. Seeing the little branches flying over, Boscodora didn't pay any attention to it, and the thing could not cause harm after stabbing it for a long time. But at this moment, the intruder unexpectedly appeared next to it, which made it a little caught off guard. Raise Nan. After coming to Boscodora, Namikaze Minato hit Raise Nan on Boscodora without hesitation. Boom. Advertisement. Boscodora's body sank half a meter in an instant, the ground cracked, and countless rebels soared up and hit it. The scene aroused a burst of gunpowder smoke. Namikaze Minato immediately broke away from the gunpowder smoke, stood on a rock, and quietly stared at the unknown Boscodora in the gunpowder smoke. Call. A strong wind blew past, revealing the figure of Boscodora. The dark grey armor on its body had broken into dense traces, and at the same time, a Uzumaki-shaped trace appeared on its chest. It is now no longer as powerful as it was before, and it looks a little embarrassed. Can't even Raise Nan defeat it. Namikaze Minato did not expect that Raise Nan, whom he was proud of, could not defeat the opponent, frowned. Raise Nan is his strongest single ninjutsu, no matter what kind of opponent he encounters, he can almost defeat it with one move. But now it seems that his tried and tested Raise Nan seems unable to defeat his opponent with a single move. In the Rock Elf Legion, although Boscodora's strength is weaker than Flash Banjira, its strong defensive power is better than Banjira. Roar. Advertisement. Boscodora felt the pain in his body and immediately roared angrily. It had never expected that the human in front of him would launch such a powerful attack and immediately began to counterattack. I saw a light ball full of destruction energy converging in its mouth, and then sprayed out in an instant, rushing towards Namikaze Minato's direction. This is a secret skill called Destroying Death. Not good. Feeling the unstoppable momentum of the destruction and death light, Namikaze Minato immediately launched the Flying Thunder God again and disappeared instantly. Boom. The destruction and death light instantly bombarded the earth tumbling like ocean waves, countless huge rocks galloped up, and rubble was flying all over the sky. After the gunpowder smoke, the surface of the earth was exposed. It was a deep gully over 50 meters in length. This trick definitely has the power of S-level ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato looked at the deep gully, cold sweat began to form on his face. His current strength is Elite J-Nin, and he is still some distance away from the cage-level realm. The strength of Boscodora is the pinnacle of the Uranus level, which is the level of Elite J-Nin. But it surpasses Elite J-Nin in both destructive power and vitality, because it can advance to cage level with just one kick. What's more, Pokemon's physique was stronger than humans in the early stage, so Uranus level Boscodora must have a cage level strong to defeat. If you want to defeat it, you need to increase the power of Raise Nan, but if you want to increase the power of Raise Nan, you must enter Sage Mode. The time to enter Sage Mode is too long to use it all. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato thought inwardly. After becoming Jiraiya's apprentice, he naturally had the opportunity to learn celestial arts at Mount Maiboku. And his talent is stronger than Jiraiya, he can enter Sage Mode without relying on two-toed sages at all, but the time is a bit long, and he can't enter Sage Mode instantly like it was during the Fourth World War. It seems that I can only retreat first. Namikaze Minato felt a little retreat in his heart, a little helpless. Roar. Roar. At this moment, the situation changed again, and two roars came from the other two directions, attracting Namikaze Minato's attention, but he was still wary of Boscodora. Call. The dust flew up suddenly, and a dark figure expanded in Namikaze Minato's eyes. It was a 5-meter-high behemoth. At the same time, another to 3 meters high, some rickety figure on the back also appeared. It was a behemoth with a very big head. The aura on them is not weaker than Boscodora, among them the 5-meter-high behemoth, in the eyes of Namikaze Minato, is not much weaker than 3rd Hokage. That is definitely a cage-level summoning beast. Namikaze Minato said inwardly. I didn't expect to be intercepted by these 3 powerful summoning beasts before entering the realm of Lei. It was a bit of a failure. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. Asterisk. Chapter 74 Enhanced Functions. The 2 giant beasts are the Flash Banjira and the Wormall Dragon. When they sensed that Boscodora was using a rock slide, they began to rush here, and they just saw Boscodora using the Destruction Deadlight. One scene. Roar. Shining Banjira saw the injury on Boscodora's body, and knew what was going on. He roared violently, and then a terrifying force rioted from it. Bang. Before flashing Banjira's moves, countless violent whines were set off, causing Namikaze Minato to step back a few meters, squinting his eyes and looking at flashing Banjira solemnly. Advertisement. Boom. Under the influence of the flashing Banjira, the earth broke apart in an instant, and countless huge rocks were not controlled by gravity. They soared directly and slammed toward Namikaze Minato. Even the mountain peaks were affected. Numerous rebels broke away from the mountain and flew over with the huge rocks. Its momentum was several times stronger than Bhaskar Dora. Seeing the rock hit, Namikaze Minato launched Flying Thunder God again, and instantly appeared farther away, just not within the range of Flash Banjira's attack. Boom boom boom. At the original location of Namikaze Minato, it has been bombarded by countless rocks, the earth roars, and the smoke fills the air. The smoke was blown away, and the location was piled into a small mountain by countless rocks. These summoning beasts are too strong. Namikaze Minato's eyes are already full of fear. The country of Lei possesses these 3 summoning beasts, which has surpassed many ninja villages in terms of combat power, only under the 5 great ninja villages. And this still failed to detect the real combat power within the country of Lei. Advertisement. This news is too important, you must report it to Master Hokage. Just as Namikaze Minato was about to leave, the flashing Banjira in the distance rioted again. It had no idea that its attack would be avoided by this tiny human being, which made it scandalous, and a more powerful force continued to emerge on its feet, ready to release more powerful moves. On the other hand, Namikaze Minato sensed a breath of death, immediately consumed a large amount of chakra in the body, and used Flying Thunder God for long-distance teleportation. Shining Banjira stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and countless huge cracks broke out on the ground in the direction of Namikaze Minato, and white light appeared in the cracks. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato's figure instantly appeared at the border of the country of fire, his back was already wet with cold sweat. Facing those 3 terrifying summoning beasts, the pressure was too great. Fortunately, I left a handful of suffering before, otherwise it would be difficult to leave the country of Lei. Namikaze Minato felt a little grateful in his heart. Suddenly, he felt the earth shook continuously, and subconsciously looked towards the giant peak of the country of Lei. Boom boom boom. A loud sound of thunder suddenly erupted, the mountains and forests shook, and the birds flew away. Then he saw a scene that was unforgettable in his entire life, the huge peak of thousands of meters, from bottom to top, burst into a huge crack, reaching the sky. After a while, the sound of the earth shaking disappeared, allowing Namikaze Minato to recover from the shock. Advertisement. This country of Lebanon is not easy to mess with. With these words in his heart, Namikaze Minato hurried back to Konoha village. Ye Lan is completely unaware of a series of things that happened at the border. He was sitting cross-legged on the futon in the back garden of the palace at this time. This enhanced function can spend national power to strengthen equipment, items, skills, and bloodlines. At the same time, the enhancement function can add other special items when strengthening equipment and lineage, so that the equipment and lineage will become more powerful on the basis of enhancement. The system, how much national power does it take to strengthen the ice escape and follow the boundaries? Ye Lan asked. At present, the development of Lei's Higuo is relatively stable, and his group of men also have room to become stronger. There is no need for Ye Lan to buy some goods from the mysterious store again to enhance their strength. So Ye Lan wants to improve his own strength, and the best way to improve is to strengthen his pedigree. In the same star, the power of blood is much stronger than everything else. Just like the Hokage world, without a strong lineage, no matter how strong you are, it is difficult to mix. Except for some powerful pervert. Of course, 8 inner gates does not count among them. Asterisk. Chapter 75, Ice Emperor Bloodline. Ding, detect the host's ice escape and follow the boundaries. Descent, Bing Dun Blood follows the boundaries. Level, 3 star. Expense required to strengthen to 4 star, 300,000 national power value. Fortunately, it is within an acceptable range. Advertisement. Ye Lan glanced at his remaining national power value, which happened to have 300,000, which could fully support Bing Dun's advancement. National strength can be regained after spending time, and improving strength is the most important thing. The system strengthens the ice escape and the blood to follow the boundaries. Ye Lan said. Ding, start to strengthen the ice escape blood to follow the boundaries. Ding, it is detected that the host has special items with the same bloodline and attributes. Will it be added to the enhancement? When do I have special items? Ye Lan questioned. Feeling the confusion on Ye Lan's face, the system directly surfaced the information interface of the special item to Ye Lan. Item, Extremely Cold Stone. Level, 5 star. Effect, this is an ice energy stone that is full of ice to seal the entire world. The effect in front of it is unknown. Maybe it is a forging item? It turned out to be this thing, I thought this 5-star item was useless before. Advertisement. Ye Lan just remembered the existence of the extremely cold sacred stone. He thought this thing was difficult to use before, so he threw it directly into the system space. Then a lot of things happened, so I forgot it. Where did you know that this thing can be included in the list of enhanced special items? System, add this extremely cold sacred stone to the strengthening. Ye Lan was full of expectations and said. With a 5-star item added to the enhancement, the Bing Dun bloodline should be upgraded to a very strong point, right? Ding, add the extremely cold sacred stone to the strengthening list, and start strengthening the ice escape blood to follow the boundaries. The extremely cold sacred stone in the system space suddenly turned into a cold current, and under the guidance of the mysterious power of the system, it continuously poured into Ye Lan's body. And Ye Lan's body surface is also constantly forming frost at this moment, freezing his whole person, just like getting the ice escape for the first time to inherit the boundary. When the extremely cold sacred stone was completely integrated into Ye Lan's body, the cold air continued to be released. The back garden, houses, halls, and palaces all formed a layer of frost. Such a big change will naturally attract the attention of many people. Liu Qi and Hai Wengxiang immediately appeared at the gate of the palace, watching the chills continuously release from the palace. How is this going? Might Dai was a little confused. When he wanted to step into the palace, Liu Qi and Sato Hu stopped him. If I didn't guess wrong, your highness should be undergoing some kind of transformation. Sato Hu frowned slightly and said. And Liu Qi nodded too. They have seen such a situation once, but this time the situation is much stronger than the previous one. Advertisement. I do feel that there is a very cold power in the palace that is constantly getting stronger, and that power is the power of your royal highness. Inu Orium sensed it and said. What we need to do now is to protect the palace so that no one can disturb his royal highness. Sato Hu said with a serious face. The others also nodded, and then all moved separately, guarding various places outside the palace. I don't know how long it took. The power of the extremely cold sacred stone and the mysterious power of the system were completely absorbed by Ye Lan. The ice burst open, and Ye Lan suddenly escaped from the frozen state. Ye Lan opened his eyes suddenly, a dark blue light radiated from his eyes, and then disappeared. This power is really powerful. Feeling a powerful force emerging from within, Ye Lan couldn't help but sigh. Ding, consume 300,000 national power points and special items, extremely cold sacred stone, 5-star, congratulations to host's success in advancing through the boundaries. The system prompt sounded suddenly at this moment, and then an attribute interface appeared in Ye Lan's mind. Descent, Ice Emperor lineage. Level, 5-star. Effect, the King of Ice has a strong ice controlling power and infinite ice attribute energy, and can make many ice attributed creatures surrender at the same time. Note, after possessing the Ice Emperor bloodline, the fairy magic chakra in the body will be automatically converted to ice attribute energy, and the fairy magic chakra cultivation method can still be used. Note, after possessing the Ice Emperor bloodline, the power of all ice attribute moves has been greatly improved. Note, the Ice Emperor bloodline has great potential and needs to be developed by the bloodline successor. Asterisk. Chapter 76, Cooperating with the Kingdom of Lei. Ye Lan feels that his strength has reached an unprecedented level, and he can easily defeat his previous self with just one move. 3-star to 4-star is a process of qualitative change. Ye Lan finally knows why Uchiha Madara can easily hang the 5 shadows. The difference between the two sides is only 1 star, but it is like a difference between heaven and earth. Although Ye Lan is not a 4-star powerhouse, the difference between the two can be known from the level of blood. Ye Lan looked around and found that the pool in the back garden had been frozen out of ice, and even the house was covered with frost. Advertisement. With a thought, all the frost in the palace turned into a cold wind, gathered in Ye Lan's hands, and turned into an ice ball. This is an ability attached to the bloodline, which has a strong ability to control ice, so Ye Lan can absorb the frost in the palace and compress it into an ice ball. After absorbing all the frost in the palace, Ye Lan crushed it, and then walked to the main hall. After the ice ball was crushed, it turned into ice crystals and disappeared, leaving only the cold airflow in the back garden. But under the violent sunlight, the cold airflow quickly disappeared. Congratulations to your highness for the great increase in strength. Sato Hu and others who were guarding outside saw that frost disappeared. They immediately entered the palace and saw Ye Lan, who was already sitting in the main hall, and said respectfully. His royal highness has become stronger. Only Nilu was the most special in the audience, and another super acceleration rushed into Ye Lan's arms. I don't know if it was because of the increase in blood lineage. Ye Lan's nerve response was strengthened. Nilu's rushing speed was no longer as unprepared as before, and Ye Lan easily caught her. Make such a big movement, hasn't it affected you? Advertisement. Ye Lan hugged Nilu and smiled at the person below. Compared to us, your highness is the most important. Sato Hu stepped forward. Others nodded one after another. For me, you are also very important beings. Ye Lan showed sincere eyes and said. This made Sato Hu and Might Dai a little excited, but Liu Qi and others did not express their emotions. When they were summoned, they were already 100% loyal to Ye Lan. As long as Ye Lan asked, even if they committed suicide, they would not hesitate. Namikaze Minato quickly returned to Konoha village and rushed to the Hokage building for the first time. He stayed in the Hokage building for nearly half an hour before leaving the Hokage building. In Hokage's office, there are only two figures, one is the returning Namikaze Minato, and the other is the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking a cigarette. Minato, if you were to deal with it, what would you do? After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen put out the cigarette butt, exhaled a puff of second-hand smoke, and asked Namikaze Minato in front of him. When he first heard about Namikaze Minato's intelligence, he was shocked except for shock. It made him think silently for a long time. Back to Master Hokage, if you let me deal with it, first of all, you can't be an enemy of the country of Li for the time being. Advertisement. At present, Konoha is confronting Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi. The battle line is very tight, and Mizuki Shinobi is also watching. Such a situation is very dangerous for us Konoha. And the country of Lei does not talk about military power. The three summoning beasts alone are not cage-level irresistible. If the country of Lei also becomes our hostile force, then Konoha's winning rate in this war will be very high. Small. Namikaze Minato replied without hesitation. If Shimura-dans hears their conversation, they will definitely turn into a spitting army. Because Namikaze Minato answered this question, only Hokage is qualified to answer it. This is equivalent to Sarutobi Hiruzen already defaulting Namikaze Minato as the next generation Hokage. And Namikaze Minato also realizes this, but becoming a Hokage is his dream, and he will not refuse. It was only in terms of strength that he decided to work harder and take that step as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indicating Namikaze Minato to continue. Although the country of Lei has three powerful summoning beasts, I think there is definitely one cage level strong in the country of Lei, and it is also a very powerful cage level strong, otherwise the three summoning beasts will definitely not surrender to the country of Lebanon. So I think we can cooperate in the country of Lebanon. Cooperate? You mean let the cage-level powerhouse of Lei's Higuo help us Konoha village against other ninja villages? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly heard the meaning of Namikaze Minato. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded. Chapter 77 Uchiha Madara. Hokage's office fell silent again. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit a cigarette again, not knowing what he was thinking about. And Namikaze Minato also stood there quietly, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer. With our current situation in Konoha village, we can indeed cooperate with Lei's Higuo. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally expressed his opinion. Advertisement. Orochimaru should still be in the village now, go and call him over. Yes. Then Namikaze Minato disappeared ghostly, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen thinking alone. For Orochimaru, the best disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is very complicated. Originally Orochimaru could serve as the next generation of Hokage, but recently he secretly interacts with Shimura-dans very frequently. Even news of the strange disappearance of civilians circulated in the village, which gave Sarutobi Hiruzen some guesses in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried for him. Orochimaru, I hope you don't go to those things. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Kong bang bang. After a while, the door of Hokage's office was knocked suddenly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen came in silently, and then two figures appeared. One of them is Namikaze Minato, and the other has pale skin, and his orange pupils suddenly appear as snake pupils, and the whole person exudes a gloomy atmosphere. He is one of Konoha Sunin, the strongest person in the Hokage world, Orochimaru. Ms. Sarutobi, I heard that you are looking for something to do with me. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru said with a hint of respect. Advertisement. During this period, he has not defected to Konoha village, and he still admires the spirit of Ningxiang in his heart. It's just that this worship is quietly changing without his knowledge. You should know about Lei's Higuo, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen let go of what was in his mind and said to Orochimaru. Slightly heard. Orochimaru's voice was a little hoarse. This time you are here because there is an important task for you to do. Minato, you go back and rest for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen first said to Orochimaru, then turned his attention to Namikaze Minato. Although he had planned to make Namikaze Minato the next Hokage, he couldn't show it yet, especially in front of Orochimaru. Otherwise, who knows what Orochimaru will do, he is still very enthusiastic about the position of Hokage. Yes, Master Hokage. Namikaze Minato nodded, and soon left Hokage building. Orochimaru, I want you to act as an envoy to go to the country of Lebanon and reach a cooperation agreement with the name of the country of Lebanon. After seeing the door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Orochimaru and said calmly. Does Lei's Higuo really have cage-level powerhouses? Orochimaru asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a little shocked in his heart. Regarding the combat power of Li's Higuo, everyone has only a general guess in their minds. But after listening to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said about the cooperation, it can be concluded that the country of Li has a cage-level powerhouse. Advertisement. It's just that the difficulty of the birth of a cage-level powerhouse is very difficult, even the 5 great ninja villages are not so few, so Orochimaru is still a little unbelievable in his heart. Yes, this can be fully confirmed. Currently the front is tight. If the cage-level powerhouse from Li's Higuo can help, then the pressure will be eased. This is the proposed cooperation contract, and this one is the bottom line that Konoha village can pay. You should know how to do it, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the 2 scrolls to Orochimaru and said. He is full of trust in Orochimaru's wisdom and believes that Orochimaru can seek greater benefits for Konoha village. Well, I know what to do. Orochimaru took the scroll and nodded. You can leave tomorrow. Okay, then I will withdraw first. After speaking, Orochimaru walked out of Hokage's office slowly. The current Konoha is really eventful. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the bustling village outside the window and exclaimed. In a gloomy deep underground, an extremely old man was sitting on a chair, wondering what he was thinking. There are many catheters inserted into his body, besides him, there is an extremely huge 9-eyed golem where the catheters are connected. That is the Gedo statue, and the old man is Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, is the country of Lei really what you said? Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu in front of him and said calmly. Asterisk. Chapter 78 Konoha Messenger, Orochimaru. Yes, Lord Madara. In addition to the 3 cage-level powerhouses in Li's Higuo, there is also a special woman. Black Zetsu bowed. Special woman. Uchiha Madara turned 3 Tomo Sharingan and looked at Black Zetsu in surprise. Advertisement. The woman doesn't seem to be very strong, but her perception ability is very strong. Less than a minute after I and White Zetsu invaded the kingdom of Lei, she was aware of it. Black Zetsu continued. Yes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara fell into silence. Regarding the invisibility abilities of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, he naturally knows how powerful they are. The sudden appearance of such a woman in Li's Higuo who can perceive absoluteness is bad news, and this may affect his plan. As a generation of heroes, Uchiha Madara will not let anyone who has an influence on his plan, and will naturally obliterate them. You don't want to go to the country of Lebanon recently, I will solve it by myself. It's the boy named Uchiha Obito, how is it going? Uchiha Madara changed the subject and said. That boy has become Konoha Chunin, and it is estimated that he will join the Ninja World War soon. It's just Madara, I don't understand why you pay attention to him so much. Among the Uchiha clan, his talent is not conspicuous. It's the guy named Uchiha Shisui, who has the most talent in the Uchiha clan so far. White Zetsu on the side made a weird sound, and at the same time his hands made very strange movements. Advertisement. White Zetsu, you may not know the Uchiha clan, the more kind Uchiha clan, the more you will hate the world after the fall. And Uchiha Obito is the kindest Uchiha clan I have ever seen. After the fall, he hates the world more than anyone, so he can be my pawn. Looking at the daily funny White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara has become accustomed to it, and said calmly. So Madara-sama, what are your plans now? Black Zetsu asked. Uchiha Obito pay more attention to it, and implement the plan after their team officially enters the battle. As for the country of Li, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly emitted a bloody light, and 3 Tomo Sharingan kept running, turning into a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan belonging to him. At the same time, far away in Kirigakura in the water country, there was a young boy upstairs in Mizu cage with a sudden blood glow in his eyes. He wears an iconic hat on his head with a big water written on it. You mean Konoha sent an envoy to cooperate with our country of Lei? Li's Higuo was in the main hall. Ye Lan looked at Tajima Feng with surprise. Yes, Your Highness. Their messenger is waiting for your response at the gate of the palace. Tajima Feng replied. Let them in. Yes. Seeing Tajima Feng's departure, Ye Lan's inner thoughts fluctuated. Advertisement. Konoha village's desire to cooperate with Lei's Higuo is definitely related to the Ninja World War. After all, Konoha village is alone against the 4 major ninja villages, and the pressure is not small. And Konoha village is willing to cooperate with the country of Lebanon. Perhaps it is to explore some of the combat power of the country of Lebanon. Otherwise, during the war, Darren village will not pay attention to those small countries. In the eyes of the 5 ninja villages, except for the 5 superpowers, all other countries are small countries. Sure enough, the intruder yesterday was Namikaze Minato. Ye Lan said inwardly. The earth-shattering attack that broke out in Flash Banjura yesterday has greatly affected the small towns near the border of the fire country. And Ye Lan was also surprised by this sudden shock. In the end, I realized that Banjura Flash had used that magic skill to cause such an impact. After communicating with Flash Banjura, Ye Lan knew that someone had invaded the country of Lebanon. The intruder was a person with yellow hair and blue eyes, and possessed the ability to move like a teleportation. This made Ye Lan's mind an instant figure, that is Namikaze Minato. Soon, under the leadership of Tajima Feng, Konoha's messenger quickly came to the hall and saw the other side's figure, which made Ye Lan a little surprised. The opponent turned out to be Cold Kun Orochimaru. Under the tight frontline situation, Konoha village actually sent Orochimaru, which shows how much they attach importance to the country of Lebanon. See His Royal Highness. Coming into the hall, Orochimaru bowed slightly symbolically. When he started to face Ye Lan, he couldn't help but feel a little bit cold inside. Chapter 79, Conditions of the Kingdom of Lebanon. Danger. This is a warning from Orochimaru's brain. In Orochimaru's eyes, Ye Lan possesses an incomparably majestic and inviolable imperial aura. This is something that other big names don't have. But this is not the key point. The cold temperament that Ye Lan exudes unintentionally is the reason for the warning from Orochimaru's brain. Advertisement. The 5-star Ice Emperor bloodline gives Ye Lan extremely strong ice control power and massive ice attribute energy. As long as Ye Lan wants to fight, he can make every attack the same as Senjo Hashirama's wood style, and the map cannon can be released at will. In other words, Ye Lan can almost compete with Super Cage level powerhouses in terms of combat power. Although the endurance and other abilities still have a big gap with the Super Cage level powerhouses, this also shows the power of the 5-star pedigree. It was because of Ye Lan's Ice Emperor bloodline that Orochimaru's brain issued a warning. Isn't this one of the famous Konoha Sunin, Cold Kun Orochimaru? Tajima Wind, give a seat. Ye Lan looked at Orochimaru, his eyes narrowed slightly. His Royal Highness joked, compared to you, my name is simply unsightly. Who would have thought that the unassuming Li Kingdom could actually destroy the Bear Kingdom in just one day? Your country is now famous all over the world. Advertisement. Moreover, the strength of His Royal Highness the great name seems to be very difficult. Orochimaru nodded to Tajima Wind who was raising his chair, and then said meaningfully to Ye Lan. I won't talk about this for now, just tell me what you are here for. I heard that Konoha village wants to cooperate with our country. Ye Lan was not surprised that Orochimaru saw his strength, and continued. Yes, I heard that your country has cage-level powerhouses. We in Konoha village want to hire to help us in Konoha village against other ninja villages. His Royal Highness, don't be too busy to refuse. This is the contract that we have drawn up in advance at Konoha village. Please check it out first. With that, Orochimaru took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Tajima Feng who was aside. Ye Lan nodded to Tajima Feng. The latter took the scroll, walked to the upper seat, and handed it to Ye Lan. After holding the scroll, Ye Lan frowned slightly after reading it carefully. On the scroll, apart from the hiring of cage-level powerhouses mentioned by Orochimaru, there are other conditions. One of them is that Konoha village wants to buy food from Lay's Higuo at a low price. In addition, there are also discounted weapons sold to Konoha village, as well as other conditions. The price Konoha village paid was 1 billion silver taels and a lot of ninjutsu. Although there are many silver taels, the country of Lebanon can earn more silver taels only by completely digesting the Bear country and relying on food development alone. In terms of ninjutsu, most of them are C-level ninjutsu and B-level ninjutsu, of which there are only 5 A-level ninjutsu. If these conditions are changed to other medium-sized countries, they may be agreed directly. Advertisement. After all, the 5 major ninjutsu villages have a very serious monopoly on ninjutsu. Even Hands of the Salamander, a cage-level powerhouse in the Kingdom of Rain, developed A-level ninjutsu based on his own talent, and the S-level ninjutsu was never seen. But these ninjutsu is not very useful for Lee's Higuo. Because the soldiers of the Kingdom of Lebanon are all developed in the aspect of physical skills, in addition to the martial arts world of martial arts and moves, there are Marine 6 styles and Armament Haki. These abilities are not weak, especially Marine 6 styles and Armament Haki, their potential is very huge. As for the profession of ninja, if there is no pedigree support, cultivation to the cage level is the end. But Armament Haki is different. It can be practiced to a level beyond cage level, just like Garp and Zephyr. So Ye Lan will not accept these conditions. Then your majesty, what do you want? Hearing Ye Lan's refusal of these conditions made Orochimaru a little surprised, and his eyes were filled with doubt. I might as well tell you, our country of Lei does not have the profession of ninja. All soldiers practice physical skills, so your ninjutsu is of little use to our country of Lei. But the strength of the ninja cannot be underestimated. I plan to arrange 10 people to attend classes at your ninja school in Konoha village. After they graduate, your Konoha village must provide them with 10 C-level ninjutsu, 5 B-level ninjutsu, and 1 A-level ninjutsu for each of them free of charge. And these ninjutsu cannot be repeated. Ye Lan said lightly. Asterisk. Chapter 80 Contract Formation. This is impossible. Hearing Ye Lan's condition, Orochimaru immediately refused. Ye Lan seems to be very uninterested in ninjutsu, but this condition can get more ninjutsu than stated in the treaty. 10 people add up to 100 C-level ninjutsu, 50 B-level ninjutsu, and 10 A-level ninjutsu, plus the chakra training method and 3 body technique that must be taught in the Jainin school. This is enough to build a big shinobu village. Advertisement. Then what conditions are you willing to pay for Konoha village? We have no shortage of 3 things, silver, weapons, and food. In addition to providing ninjutsu, what else can you give? Ye Lan's indifferent words put a lot of pressure on Orochimaru. In this world, the most important things are nothing more than food, money, weapons, and ninjutsu. And 3 of these are indispensable in the country of Lebanon. In addition to ninjutsu, other things in the country of Lebanon are completely available. We at Konoha village are willing to provide ninjutsu, but your majesty, do you say too much ninjutsu? You know that every ninjutsu put outside is a great fortune. Even if we hire a cage-level expert in your country, the price will not reach the value of ninjutsu. Orochimaru shook his head. Then there is nothing to talk about, Tajima style, see off. Since daring to come to the country of Lebanon to discuss cooperation, it is impossible for Ye Lan to prevent Konoha village from vomiting blood. So seeing Orochimaru clearly want to reduce the loss of profit, Ye Lan decisively said. Advertisement. Wait, Your Royal Highness, I think we can continue to talk, but the conditions need to be changed. Orochimaru didn't expect Ye Lan to be so decisive, and said in a panic. According to the information provided by Namikaze Minato, Lee's Higuo has 3 powerful summoning beasts and a cage-level powerhouse. If they can be put on the battlefield, then Konoha village's winning rate will increase by more than 30%. So Lee's Higuo must continue to talk, but Ye Lan's conditions have almost reached the bottom line proposed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which makes Orochimaru feel a little turbulent. Okay, then let's continue talking. Seeing Orochimaru, the old fox a little flustered, a smile appeared on the corner of Ye Lan's mouth. If you don't pull out a layer of Konoha village, then I am a traverser for nothing. After several hours of intense conversation, the terms of both parties were agreed and the contract was formally signed. Now that the contract is signed, I should return to Konoha village, and goodbye. Although the contract was signed, Orochimaru's face was blue, and there were obvious nerve lines on his pale forehead. Obviously this contract, Konoha village is a loss. Hey, Orochimaru, don't hurry, do you want to stay and rest? I don't think it will be easy for you to travel a long distance. Contrary to Orochimaru, Ye Lan said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but this matter is very important to us in Konoha village, so I won't stay here anymore, let's say goodbye. Orochimaru almost said this through gritted teeth, then turned and left. Advertisement. It can be seen how frustrated he is. In addition to some political nonsense, the substantive aspects of this contract are as follows. Konoha Party. First, hire a cage-level powerhouse from Lee's Higuo and a cage-level summoning beast at the price of 10 million silver taels per year for 3 years. Second, purchase food and weapons, iron tools such as kunao, shuriken, etc., in the country of Lebanon at 70% of the market price for 5 years. Third, to reach a friendly relationship with the country of Lebanon and recognize the country of Lebanon's legal seat in the world. At the same time, if the country of Lebanon is in trouble, Konoha village will send elite ninjas to help the country of Lebanon out of its predicament. Lee's Higuo sighed. First, you can send 5 soldiers or civilians from the country of Lei to the ninja school in Konoha village. At the same time, after graduation, Konoha village will provide each person with 4 C-level ninjutsu, 2 B-level ninjutsu, and 1 A-level ninjutsu for free. Second, all the people of Lebanon, including soldiers and civilians, can enjoy a 20% discount on all items purchased in Konoha village. The duration is permanent. Third, to reach a friendly relationship with Konoha village, all civilians can enter and exit Konoha village at 50% of the tax revenue of others, lasting forever. The third Konoha village treaty is useless except for recognizing that the legal seat of the country of Lebanon can attract civilians from other countries. And that Ye Lan sent an elite ninja to help Lee's Higuo get out of trouble, this Ye Lan believed. Because that's the case with that extinct vortex country. Konoha village not only helped them get out of their troubles, but also let them go to the western paradise. I have to say that Konoha village is really a good ally, haha. Chapter 81, Medium-sized country gift package. Advertisement. The 3 conditions of the country of Lebanon are all important to the country of Lebanon. The first condition allows the country of Lei to develop the profession of ninja, and the ninja is also very useful for the country of Lei. Lee's Higuo soldiers practice physical skills, are good at frontal offensive, and act as charge and main combat power on the battlefield. Ninjas are good at exploring intelligence and assassination, and can obtain intelligence and kill in secret for the country of Lei. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, but together, the country of Lebanon will be greatly improved in terms of combat power. As for why I have to study at the ninja school in Konoha village, Ye Lan does not value the ninjutsu provided by Konoha village after graduation. It's the classroom knowledge of ninja school. Why can Konoha village surpass other shinobu villages? In addition to the many people who have deep background and blood succession, the most important thing is ninja knowledge. This knowledge includes the valuable knowledge left over from the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and other small and medium-sized families, who fought for hundreds of years during the Sengoku period. Although those families did not expose all the knowledge is not comparable to the zero-based Lee's Higuo. In addition to these factors, Ye Lan also wants these students who go to Konoha to obtain information about Konoha village, so that they can arrange many plans for the future. The second and third conditions are of great help to all the people in the country of Lebanon, especially the businessmen. Ye Lan also intends to promote businessmen. After all, business talents are the main role in driving the economy and can make Lee's Higuo more prosperous. Advertisement. But the key point is that the use period of these two conditions is permanent. It is precisely because of these 2 points that Orochimaru's face becomes very ugly. 3 days later, the agreement between Lee's Higuo and Konoha village officially began. Luchi went to Konoha village with 5 young but talented children. Before going, Ye Lan gave Luchi the master ball of Flash Banjira, and told Flash Banjira to only obey Luchi orders. Shining Banjira naturally obeyed Ye Lan's orders 100%, but it was a bit uncomfortable with Luchi. Because they had fought before, Luchi lay on the bed, and all the armor on it was smashed. At the same time, he also lay on the ground and recovered for 3 days before he recovered. So Shining Banjira looked very upset with Luchi. At present, the kingdom of Lei was quickly digesting the territory of the kingdom of Bear. In addition to sending soldiers to guard, Hai Wengxiang and Renji also passed. Hai Wengxiang mainly communicates with the behemoths of the deep sea. In the past few days, the country of water, which has been calm and motionless, has begun to move around. So Ye Lan sent Hai Wengxiang over, in addition to letting those deep sea monsters explore the situation of the water country, but also to prevent the sudden attack of the Shisui country. After taking the Super Melee pill, level 7, Hai Wengxiang opened the 7th channel. Even though there is only one channel, her strength has increased by at least 50%. And her abilities can be maximized in the sea. Unless Kirigakure's ninja swordsman and 4th Mizukage attack together, it will be difficult for other Mizukures to invade the country of Lei. Advertisement. As Renji sees Might Dai and Satohu getting stronger and stronger, his heart is extremely unbalanced. He wants to find a quiet place to practice with concentration and awaken Bankai as soon as possible. Ye Lan would naturally not refuse his request, so he left Dawn City and went to practice in a deserted forest. At this time, Satohu and Might Dai are training some recruits in the military base, while Rukia is improving their strength on the training ground. Nilu and Anu Orium are making cakes. Some technical things are given to them by Hai Wengxiang. Ye Lan was sitting in the main hall at this time, having nothing to do, then he checked the items in the system space. The items in the system space are Ice Pokken Sword, 2-star, Chakra Sacred Stone, 5-star, Aquarius Protoss Key, 2-star, medium-sized Country Spree, no grade. The medicine drawings and the martial arts techniques and moves were all taken out, so only these 4 things remained in the system space. Among them, the Aquarius Protoss Key has been forgotten by Ye Lan in the system space. Ye Lan intends to give a new Orium as a self-defense item. And this medium-sized Country Spree. Ye Lan said that he really forgot to have this thing. Looking at the light blue gift box in the system space, Ye Lan decisively opened it. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting, *. Chapter 82, Fire Dragon Inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chakra Fruit, Small, National Defense Enchantment, and Dragon Inheritance. Item, Chakra Fruit, Small. Level, 4-star. Effect, possess an excessive amount of Chakra Fruit. After serving it, Chakra, a ninja who cultivates the Chakra system, will increase sharply, and at the same time, the 5 attribute talent will be increased by a small amount. Note, if it is taken by Cage level peak ninja, there is a great chance of being promoted to beyond Cage level. Advertisement. Note, if it is taken by a ninja below Cage level, the user's Chakra amount will increase sharply, and at the same time, the speed of raising the realm will increase. Every time you reach a realm, the amount of Chakra will increase sharply until the peak of Cage level. Item, National Defense Enchantment. Level, 4-star. Effect, after use, a layer of enchantment will appear in the user's country. When a hostile invades, the enchantment will prompt the user, but when a hostile person attempts to attack, the enchantment will automatically defend. Note, the upper limit of enchantment defense is the attack of the stronger than Cage level. Item, Fire Dragon Inheritance. Level, 4-star. Effect, after using it, you will get all the inheritance of the Fire Dragon, but not everyone can use it. Only those who are suitable for inheriting the power of the Fire Dragon can use it. Advertisement. Note, after system modification, when someone suitable for using Fire Dragon Inheritance appears in the Kingdom of Lei, the system will lock the target's location. Ye Lan was very satisfied when he saw these 3 items. Chakra fruit can create a super cage level powerhouse, but only if the user has the peak power of cage level. For this fruit, Ye Lan decided to use Tajima Feng, the other party and Sato who are equally loyal to him. Sato whose strength has improved, but Tajima Feng still stays in that state, worrying about Li's Higuo and obscurity, which makes Ye Lan feel a little guilty. Before, Ye Lan didn't look for something to enhance Tajima's style in the mysterious store, but every time a lot of products are refreshed, they are not suitable for him, and when they are really suitable for him, the products are outrageously expensive. So Ye Lan plans to use the Chakra Fruit Tajima Wind as a compensation item. The second item has a significant effect on the country, not only can resist the attack of the intruder, but also can pinpoint the location of the intruder. So as soon as he got it, Ye Lan immediately used the national defense barrier. After using it, a blue map appeared in Ye Lan's mind. This map is the country of Lizzie. Nearly 100 red dots can be found in this blueprint. These are enemy spies who sneaked into the country of Lebanon. Ye Lan silently recorded their positions on the scroll, and prepared to ask Might Dai to invite them out one by one to drink tea. Although the effect of the last 4-star item was a bit pitted, after the benefits of the extremely cold sacred stone, Ye Lan would not underestimate this type of item and silently put it into the system space. Although after the system is modified, suitable inheritors will appear in Lizzie's country, but now there is no prompt sound in the system, indicating that no one in Lizzie's country is suitable to inherit this fire dragon inheritance. As for Ye Lan himself, he is still going to develop the Ice Emperor bloodline first, so he can't chew too much. At the entrance of Konoha village, Orochimaru is standing here, as if waiting for someone to come. Advertisement. In the village gate, many civilians also came to watch and discuss. Hey, I heard that Lord Orochimaru is waiting for the strong in the country of Lei. It's the country of Li that destroyed the country of bears in one day, right? Isn't it? I heard that the reason why the country of Lei owns the kingdom of annihilated bears is because the country of Lei possesses cage-level powerhouses. That is, the person Orochimaru-sama is waiting for. I really envy that strong man. I can let Master Orochimaru wait here. The civilians were talking babbledly. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes flickered while waiting, because not far away, an adult and 5 children were slowly rushing over. There is no doubt that they are Liu Qi and others. You are the strongest of the country of Lei? Welcome to Konoha village. My name is Orochimaru. Orochimaru stepped forward, facing Liu Qi. Hello, my name is Liu Qi, and they are students who have entered your ninja school. Liu Qi nodded to Orochimaru, then turned his gaze to the 5 children beside him, and said. I see, since our Konoha village has reached a contract with your Lei country, we will naturally not treat them badly. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Then under the leadership of Orochimaru, Liu Qi and others entered Konoha village. Asterisk. Chapter 83 Battlefront of the Kingdom of Wind. After Liu Qi came to Konoha village to rest for one night, he got up the next day and started rushing to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. This was his request of Konoha village. Just because of the strength of Flash Bandura, it is more powerful to use in the desert, and it has the ability to control sand, and it may be able to compete with one tail. The high-end combat forces sent by Sand Shinobi include Cho, Ebiz, 4th Kazekage, and one-tail Jinkriki. Currently, the only high-end combat power in Konoha village against Sand Shinobi is Hotaki Shimo. Originally Orochimaru was also a high-end combat power against Sand Shinobi, but because he had something to return to the village, coupled with the cooperation of the country of Lei, only Hotaki Shimo alone was left to fight against Sand Shinobi's many high-end combat power. Advertisement. Fortunately, Hotaki Sakumo's combat power is at the top of cage level, otherwise the Konoha front will soon collapse. In fact, there is another high-end combat power in the frontier of the Kingdom of Wind, and that is Senjo Tsunade. However, Senjo Tsunade suffered from phobia during World War II, so he could not participate in the war, and could only develop poisons against Cho in the logistics medical unit. Boom boom boom. Liu Qi, Orochimaru and a group of Konoha shinobi came to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and heard countless explosions before they arrived. Has a new battle started again? Seeing the flames of war ahead, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said hoarsely. Just in time for the war, then go straight to it. Liu Qi said indifferently. Then his speed increased again. Seeing Liu Qi speed up, Orochimaru and the others also speeded up silently, heading straight to the battlefield. Wind Style Great Breakthrough. Advertisement. Wind Style A Thousand Faces Wind. Wind Style Vacuum Sphere. On the battlefield, Sand Shinobi continuously released Wind Style Ninjutsu, spraying towards the Konoha Shinobi on the opposite side. The strong gust of wind speeded fast, and all the flowers and trees encountered along the way were swept across the ground, constantly flying in the air. Wind Style Vacuum Continuous Waves. Fire Style Ha Along Fire Technique. Water Style Water Turbulence. Konoha shinobi are not to be outdone, and use various ninjutsu to spray past. Suddenly, violent winds raged, fires raged into the sky, water splashed, lightning snakes danced, and rocks pierced through the sky. Compared with Sand Shinobi's single attribute ninjutsu, Konoha's 5-flower 8-gate of attribute ninjutsu has all 5 types of ninjutsu, which is enough to see how deep Konoha village has. Boom boom boom. Konoha shinobi's ninjutsu and Sand Shinobi's wind-style ninjutsu are in a wanton clash, and the blast is constantly roaring. Go! Kill Sand Shinobi this group of B. Come on! Kill Konoha this group of dogs than things. Kill! After the ninjutsu battle ended, the ninjas of both sides quickly drew their swords, uttered a terrifying roar, and charged quickly. The main battle on the battlefield is the battle of physique and blade, and ninjutsu is the killer's skill, which will be released at the critical moment. Zhang! The metal collision sounded constantly, Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi were engaged in fierce battles, and the iron tools kept flashing sparks in the confrontation. Some ninjas even directly attached chakra to their weapons, cutting off the opponent's weapon almost with a single stab, and then continued to slash and kill the enemy. Advertisement. Boom. Some ninjas directly projected the detonating talisman, blowing up several enemies in front of them by this unexpected attack, leaving their limbs bloody. Tempest kick Guy Bird. At this time, Liu Qi first arrived at the battlefield. Seeing this, his legs tremble immediately, and a blue bird-like shock rushed towards the dense place of Sand Shinobi. Hey! Boom! Tempest kick made a piercing sound in the air, and then slashed towards Sand Shinobi, and instantly slashed countless Sand Shinobi. At the same time, the earth was cut into a deep scar, and the dust flew. Is this guy Konoha? Such a big battle naturally attracted the attention of many people. Sand Shinobi looked at this person without ninja forehead protector with hostility. The ninjas of Konoha are also wary of Luki, after all, they don't know the purpose of the visitors. Later, they can be sure that Liu Qi is a friendly person, because Orochimaru, who is slightly slower than Liu Qi, has also arrived on the battlefield and is walking with Liu Qi station. Great! It's Orochimaru-sama. With Orochimaru-sama, we can definitely win. Everyone go together. After seeing Orochimaru coming, the Konoha shinobi were full of morale and rushed towards Sand Shinobi with high enthusiasm. And Orochimaru also started to join the war. Ding! 500 Warren has invaded the waters of the country of Lebanon, please pay attention to host. Many red dots appeared on the blueprint in Ye Lan's mind. The positions of the red dots were all in the eastern sea area of the country of Lei, which was the direction of the country of water. Asterisk. Chapter 84 One-Tail Jinkraki. Does Kirigakuer want to be the first to do it? Ye Lan frowned. Because of the power of the kingdom of Li, there is always a fog in the world of ninja. Therefore, even if the strength of the 5 ninja villages is very strong, they will not invade rashly. But Kirigakuer suddenly appeared, wanting to invade the country of Lebanon. Advertisement. There may be many factors in this, and it may be Uchiha Madara's hand. After all, the current 4th Mizukage is still under his control, coupled with the previous Black Zetsu invasion of Dawn City, it is entirely possible for him to let Mizukage come to deal with the country of Li. But there is another reason, that is, the militants inside Kirigakuer couldn't bear the truce for half a year and wanted to go to war, so under 4th Mizukage's default, led a ninja troop to invade the country of Lebanon. Regardless of the reason, Kirigakuer's attitude is very clear, that is, he wants to invade the country of Lebanon and become a hostile relationship with the country of Lebanon. Since you Kirigakuer dared to take action against Li's Higuo, then don't blame me for taking it too hard. Ye Lan burst out with a bitter aura, and said coldly. It is true that Li's Higuo's overall strength is weaker than Kirigakuer, but Ye Lan is not a soft persimmon, so he can squeeze it. Annoyed Ye Lan, and let the world know how terrifying his name, who almost possesses super cage level combat power, is. Although Kirigakuer's attitude did not reach the point of making Ye Lan angry, Ye Lan would not simply end this matter. Killing the incoming Vunin is the first thing, and there are more things next. Returning to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, because of the addition of Liu Qi and Orochimaru, Konoha has a huge advantage. Advertisement. The array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru lay on the ground soft and boneless like a snake. Then his mouth suddenly opened, and countless lion majesty kept pouring out of his mouth. The densely packed lion majesty kept crawling in the direction of Sand Shinobi, and the cold light from the snake eyes made people frightened. What? How come there are so many lion majesty? No, that's Orochimaru's ninjutsu, get rid of them. The moment lion majesty was dispatched, several Sand Shinobi were attacked immediately. Their bodies were covered by lion majesty and bitten. The scene looked terrifying. Hey! Just when lion majesty wanted to continue the attack, the sound of the wind rang, and countless golden sands suddenly emerged, washing countless lion majesty, covering, compressing, and killing them. Is it Luasha? Orochimaru looked at the familiar golden sand, Lion Majesty's eyes shone with cold light, and looked in one direction. The golden sand drifted by, revealing 4 figures, one of them is 4th Hokage, Luo Sha. Great! It's Master Feng Cage, Master Cho and Master Ebis. With these 3 adults, we can definitely turn things around. After the fighting sand shinobi saw the emergence of high-end combat power in their village, their fear of Orochimaru disappeared, and they looked excited. Luo Sha, Cho and Ebis are representatives of Tsunagakure's high-end combat power. They all appear all at once. How can sand shinobi not be excited? Among the 4 figures, apart from the 3 of Luosha, the other was an extremely old monk. Advertisement. Although the monk looked weak, but Orochimaru was extremely afraid. Even one-tail Jinchuriki has brought it. It looks like sand shinobi is going to work hard. Orochimaru said solemnly. That monk was the first human being to reach a friendly relationship with the tail beast besides Sage of 6 Paths, sharing blessings. It's just that in Orochimaru's perception, Luo Sha and Fenfu's aura is a bit weird, it doesn't seem to be the main body. Could it be? Before Orochimaru had finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly broke out on the other side of the battlefield. Hey! Sand, countless golden sand and special sand with an extremely violent chakra, fluttered in midair like a tsunami, attacking a person. The person who was attacked was not Orochimaru, but Liu Qi. Razor. As soon as Liu Qi killed a sand shinobi, he felt a sense of crisis emerging. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area was covered with sand. If you use shaving at this time, you will definitely hit the sand and be swallowed by it. So Liu Qi decisively used the shaving extension technique, moving in a very strange arc in the process of extreme speed movement, under the cover of flying sand, avoiding its attack. Boom! Sand's attack was avoided by Liu Qi, and he directly attacked the earth, and the earth continued to send waves of vibrations. In a blink of an eye, the environment of several hundred meters square was all flooded by sand. Asterisk. Chapter 85 The Angry Bangala, for subscription. On the other side of Sand Shinobi, 2 figures appeared, one was 4th Hokage and Luosha. The other figure is a strange figure, like a monster. His eyes are like copper coins, and his limbs are like the giant claws of a certain beast. The giant claws are made of sand. At the same time, there are traces of violet on his body. He is the one-tail Jinchuriki who has entered the tail beastization, sharing blessings. Hidden it. Advertisement. Luo Sha said different things on her face. He had no idea that under the sneak attack by him and Fenfu, he would be hidden by Liu Qi. With such a fast attack, almost no one can hide away except for the body flicker technique of Hitaki Shimo and a pervert. Even Orochimaru can evade such an attack by summoning a serpent through summoning as a cover. Sure enough, physique masters are very difficult. Luo Sha frowned slightly, her face becoming a bit solemn. Just through the eye of sand, Luo Sha can completely see that Liu Qi does not know how to do ninjutsu, and is a cage-level expert with great physical skills. There are 3 attack methods for ninjas, namely ninjutsu, illusion, and physique. The Chunin technique is the most destructive and can easily change the terrain environment. Illusion is the most weird, because illusion can directly affect the spirit of 03 people. But physique is the most difficult method of attack, because physique represents speed and strength, and directly blasts the enemy with the most crude means. Just like Hitaki Sakumo, he practiced sword art, which has a lot to do with physical art. The sharpest attack and extremely fast speed made people fearful. This is why Luo Sha is the first to solve Liu Qi. Once he gets close by a master of physique, the fate of a ninja who is not good at physique can be imagined. If you divide the blessing, he will leave it to you to deal with it. Luo Sha said to the Fenfu who had turned into a beast on the side. Good. Fu screamed like a beast. Is this one-tail Jinchuriki? Liu Qi looked at the monster-like points of blessing, and silently took out the master ball from his arms and released the flashing Banjara. Roar. After Shining Bangala came out, he let out a roar, and then burst out a violent aura, which moved people, and all the colors of horror appeared on his face. Cage-level summoning beast? I didn't expect Konoha to hide these 2 powerhouses. Advertisement. Luo Sha saw the black and tyrannical complexion of Shining Banjara, with a solemn expression on her face. He has never seen either Luchi or Shinobi Bandira, so he thinks he is a strong man in Konoha Shinobi, and wants to be sent again at a critical moment. You can deal with Orochimaru with confidence, leave these 2 to me to deal with. The divided blessing on the side said gravely. Then a violent chakra burst out of his body, and his body about 3 meters high continued to change at this moment, and finally turned into a huge, civet-like monster. This is the complete body of one-tail Shao or he. Rasha remained silent, and Jin Sha appeared under his feet, and then he flew in the direction of Orochimaru, preparing to fight Orochimaru. Although Konoha has 2 more cage levels, the power of Shaojuru is not something that ordinary cage levels can deal with. It can completely fight against 2 cage level powerhouses. This is why Luo Sha feels relieved. On the Qiande side, Luo Shat and the Fenfu figure instantly turned into sand and dissipated in the air. Obviously, these two figures were just a clone technique. Wow! Cho and Ebis took out a scroll and unlocked the seal on it. Suddenly several puppets appeared, both human and animal. The two of them control these puppets, constantly running towards the Konoha shinobi, killing them like a killing machine. Roar! Shining Banjira roared again, and his eyes were full of warfare and rushed toward Xiao Erhe. The heavy trampling made the earth vibrate and roar constantly. Roar! Entering the complete body-tailed beastization, Fenfu also roared hoarsely, raised the huge beast claws, and slapped it towards the flashing Banjira. Boom! Flash Bangala waved her hands, and countless huge rocks burst into the ground instantly, attacking the one-tail like bullets. Boom! The huge rock constantly slapped on one-tail's body, and knocked down its huge claws to the ground, setting off countless dust and flying, and the smoke filled the gun. Wind-style practicing wind bomb. Before the smoke cleared, there was a beast-like voice of Fenfu. Then a huge transparent air cannon was ejected, dispelling the smoke, and struck in the direction of the flashing Banjira. Boom! The speed of practicing wind bombs was extremely fast, leaving Flash Banjira with nowhere to hide, and he resisted the attack steadily, and at the same time, the surrounding environment instantly shattered. Tempest Kick Leopard Tail. Advertisement. Lu Chi on the other side has already used Devil Fruit's power to enter a human beast-like state, Leopard Tail One Tail, a spiral slash attacking at one tail at speed. La. Tempest Kick Leopard Tail instantly cut out a giant claw of one tail, turning it into countless dust and falling. Roar! Shining Banjira roared angrily at this time, and the black armor on its body was hit with a crack, which made it very angry. An orange light wave converged in its mouth, and a dark purple energy cluster converged in its left and right hands. These tricks are to destroy the death light and the wave of evil. Using three skills at the same time, you can see the power of Flash Banjira. Boom boom boom. These three skills attacked one tail, and an earth-shattering bombing broke out in an instant, causing a chill in the hearts of countless ninjas. Being attacked by such a terrifying move will definitely die. 773 in their hearts thought together. Is this the high-end combat power of Li's Higuo? It can actually defeat one tail. Sure enough, it can be promoted from a small country to a medium-sized country in less than a year. The country of Lebanon is very powerful in terms of combat power. But in comparison, I am better at what level of strength the country of Kilai has reached. Orochimaru on the other side looked at one tail being beaten by Lu Chi and Flash Banjira, with a strange look in his eyes. Although the spirit of Lucky and Banjira is very strong, in Orochimaru's eyes, they are not as good as Ye Gang. The aura on Ye Feng's body was full of great danger, and it was extremely cold, just like biting frost. So he was very curious about Ye Lan's strength. Magnet-style Jinsha waves. Suddenly a rush of golden sand rushed towards Orochimaru like a stream of water. Summoning technique Triple Rashomon. Seeing the golden sand rushing forward, Orochimaru instantly knew who was coming, and immediately released defensive ninjutsu. Boom! 3 Rashomons, like the gates of hell, rose from the ground instantly, blocking Orochimaru, and intercepting the golden sand. What? Although Rashomon has a strong defensive power, Jinsha's attack is not simple, instantly destroying these 3 Rashomon one by one. Chapter 86, White Fang, Seeking Subscription. Sure enough, it's you, Luo Shat. When Orochimaru summoned Rashomon, he had already stepped back for a while, watching Luosha floating in midair with his feet on the golden sand, and said calmly. You really are a disgusting lion majesty, Orochimaru. Luosha looked at Orochimaru and immediately taunted. Then he waved his hands, and the golden sand like an ocean boiled again and rushed towards Orochimaru. Advertisement. Summoning technique. Seeing this, Orochimaru decisively bit his thumb and released the summoning technique with his own blood. Ka. A purple giant snake was summoned in an instant, and there were 4 horns on its head. This is a giant snake that has begun to break away from the snake and evolve to a higher level. It is the strongest snake in Rika Cave except the White Snake Fairy, 10,000 Snake. Oshimaru, this call must be given to me. Wan Shi had just been summoned, and before he finished speaking, he was covered by countless golden sand. Orochimaru, the grass and mud horse. My day you. 10,000 snakes covered in gold sand knew that Orochimaru had cheated it again, and immediately cursed. However, it did not forget to break free from the bondage of the golden sand, accumulating power in the abdomen in the golden ocean, and then suddenly shot out like a cannonball, breaking free from the bondage of the golden sand. Normal summoning beasts are difficult to break free from magnet style and gold dust of Luosha, but Wan Snake is not an ordinary summoning beast. It is the most powerful among cage-level summoning beasts, and its combat power is even stronger than cage level. It's hard to deal with. FKU Orochimaru. This time you cheated me again. Believe it or not, Lao Zi swallowed you in one bite. After breaking free of the golden sand, Wan Snake shifted his gaze to the snake on Maru's body. The snake's pupils exuded a biting killing intent and endless cold light. Generally, the summoning beast does not attack the summoner, but the Wan Snake is different. It is a cold-blooded animal, and its relationship with Orochimaru is only in cooperation, not a master-servant relationship. So it is not impossible that it wants to kill Orochimaru. When Orochimaru first summoned 10,000 snakes, if it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would almost be swallowed by it. Don't mind, 10,000 snakes, when this war is over, I will give you 1,000 sacrifices. Orochimaru waved his hand casually. He has long been accustomed to Wan Shi's bad words. To be honest, if it weren't for a powerful enemy, he really didn't want to summon Manos, because every time Manos would ask Orochimaru to provide sacrifices for more than 100 people. Advertisement. But if Orochimaru doesn't provide it, the next time 10,000 snakes are summoned, not only will it not help Orochimaru resist the enemy, but will unite the enemy to kill the snake. This is the cruelty of snakes. Are you 10,000 snakes? It's really a trouble. For Wan Shi, Luo Sha is also a headache. Wan Snake is different from other summoning beasts in that it does not release ninjutsu, but it uses speed and explosive power to the fullest. Even if Luo Sha's strength is very strong, as long as Wan Shi seizes the opportunity, then he will pay a heavy price. Magnet-style Sands Shuriken. The golden sand on the surface instantly turned into a golden shuriken, floating in the air. There are densely packed shurikens all over the world. As if to swallow the sky. In an instant, all the swords in Jin Sha's hand moved, like Gatling's bullets, jetting at Orochimaru and Wan Shi at extremely fast speed. Seeing so many shurikens in the sand, Wan Shi decisively ran away. I saw its snake body bend, and then suddenly ejected, exploding faster than a bullet, and instantly out of the attack range of Jin Sha shuriken, leaving Orochimaru with a bewildered look. Sure enough, 10,000 snakes are unreliable. Being scammed by Wan Shi, Orochimaru was extremely upset. But he completely forgot, who is the first to cheat. Summoning technique. Reluctantly, Orochimaru once again summoning out a big snake. Although this big snake is huge, it is far less than 10,000 snakes. I saw it swallow Orochimaru in one bite, then burrowed into the ground and dived into the earth. Boom boom boom. Sans shurikens continue to bombard the surface, just like bombers are constantly projecting bombs, with continuous roars. After a long time, after sensing that Luo Sha's attack had stopped, the big snake cautiously returned to the surface, opened its bloody mouth, and vomited Orochimaru out. Hey, Wan Shi, a scam, just ran away like this. Orochimaru was full of disgusting goo, but he didn't care anymore. Looking at the land that was bombarded by golden sand and turned into a wasteland, Orochimaru's heart suddenly aroused a desire. It would be great if I had the blood inheritance boundary too. Advertisement. Orochimaru thought inwardly. Orochimaru's comprehensive strength is strong, but it is difficult for him to fight against those blood heirs of the same level, because they either have strange attack methods or have overwhelming attacks. Just like Luo Sha, gold sand is released at will like a map cannon. Orochimaru was able to fight against them without blood, and wisdom took a lot of credit. Suddenly, this longing was like a curse in Orochimaru's mind, but he saw the golden sand surging again, forcibly suppressed this thought, and continued to fight against Luo Sha. Girl. A sharp blade is accompanied by a poisonous purple liquid, and it keeps killing everyone it encounters. The owner of the blade is a lifeless humanoid puppet. This is Cho-san Shinobi's puppet. Let's focus on it and destroy it before talking. A Konoha shinobi with white eyes, opened his eyes and saw several chakra lines connecting to the puppet in front of him from a distance, and immediately shouted. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A huge hot fireball spewed out in an instant, and attacked the puppet. Although Great Fireball is fast, the speed of the puppet is faster. I saw it stepped on the ground suddenly, causing the surface to burst into spider web-like cracks, and then flew out, avoiding the attack of Great Fireball, Zhao Zhao. What? After avoiding the attack, the humanoid puppet made a super acceleration, and with a slight movement of the blade, it passed the ninja who released the Great Fireball. Puff. A line of blood gradually emerged on the ninja's neck, and then the blood spurted out like water from a tap. No way. This puppet is too fast. A Konoha shinobi had blue veins violently, cold sweat was constantly flowing out of his face, and he trembled slightly. Shattered lightning blade. Suddenly, there was a sound in the air. Then a blue light flashed across, and that tyrannical and invincible puppet was defeated by one move. Such a shocking scene caused the Konoha shinobi people to turn their gazes to see who came. It was a ninja with white hair and green cloth armor. The most conspicuous is the short sword with blue lightning in his hand. That blade, named White Fang. Chapter 87 Ye Lan, the crowd eating melons, third more seeking subscription. Its master Shu Mao. This is the name of Konoha's White Fang, Hataki-sama, who is stronger than Konoha Sunan. Great. Sakumo-sama and Orochimaru-sama are here, we can definitely win this war. Seeing the figure of Hotake Sakumo, all the Konoha shinobi in the surrounding area uttered excited words and their morale was high. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Hotake didn't show any complacency on his face, instead he showed a serious and solemn expression. Advertisement. Because in his perception, a powerful chakra is gradually erupting. Konoha's White Fang. This time I must let you die. A voice full of extreme anger and hatred rang out loudly. It was a voice made by an aging woman, with endless coldness and hatred in her tone, which made people fearful. Show. Hotake Sakumo looked at it at a glance. It was an aging woman with a faint old man Madara on her face. The aura that broke out of her was extremely terrifying. That woman is Elder Sand Shinobi, Cho. After the first generation puppet master Monzaemon, Sand Shinobi's strongest puppet master. Go to hell. 797 now. Cho controlled 6 puppets and quickly flew towards Hotake Sakumo, raised a sharp weapon, and slashed mercilessly. Earn. Hotake Sakumo gripped the White Fang blade with both hands and swiped it 5 times in an instant to fight against 5 sharp weapons. Sparks flickered in the air, and at the same time the 5 humanoid puppets were repelled. Then chakra appeared, White Fang's blade blue lightning appeared, Hotake Sakumo again swung the knife, and a sword energy with thunder and lightning was suddenly launched, and flew towards the huge beast-shaped puppet in front of him. Boom! The beast-shaped puppet that looked like a giant elephant was actually cut in half by this strength, the body was broken, and the countless wooden parts were turned into fragments, flying everywhere. What? Hotake Sakumo waved the blade of the White Fang again, and instantly slashed out 5 small chi, destroying the remaining 5 humanoid puppets. It took less than 3 seconds from Hotake Shimo drew the sword to the end, and the 1,000 generations of puppets were instantly scrapped. It can be seen how powerful Hotake Sakumo is. Advertisement. Is this Master Shu Mao's strength? Very powerful. The Konoha shinobi on the side was already shocked and said with shock. Regardless of other people's reactions, Hotake Sakumo held the knife, and the speed suddenly accelerated, turning into a black shadow, and rushing towards Kyande at the highest speed. Puppetry fighting assault. Cho flicked both hands, and the chakra line between her fingers flew into her ninja bag at an extremely fast speed, took out a handful of kunao, and attacked Hotake Sakumo from 10 different angles. Ding ding ding! Seeing the attack of Kyowu, Hotake Sakumo continued to swipe the sword in both hands, knocking Kyowu into the air. Sister, are you okay? Suddenly an old man who was as old as Cho appeared, he was Ebis. Ebis originally controlled the puppets and the Sand Shinobi to slaughter the Konoha Shinobi, but Hotake Sakumo's appearance made him feel uneasy, and he immediately rushed to Chiyo's side. I'm okay, we join forces, this time we must kill Konoha's White Fang. White Secret Technique 10 People Near Song. Cho took out a white scroll from his arms, suddenly opened it, and a white robe puppet appeared instantly. These 10 white-robed puppets are the 10 people near Song, and the most precious relic left by Monzaemon is the most precious treasure of the puppet master. Nayunyu. With the movement of Kyande's 10 fingers, the 10 puppets made a rattling sound and rushed towards Hotake Sakumo at an extremely fast speed. And Ebis also summoned 4 puppets and attacked Hotake Shimo. Are these puppets again? Looking at the familiar white robe puppet, Hotake frowned. The 10 people of Jinsong are no strangers to him. They have fought with Cho dozens of times and are very familiar with the difficulty of these 10 puppets. Although the white-robed puppets are difficult to entangle, Hotake Sakumo didn't have the slightest fear, and charged forward without hesitation. After attaching the lightning-style chakra to the blade of White Fang, slashed at extreme speed. Earn. The blade of White Fang quickly confronted the puppet's weapon, and the electric light flowed freely, directly rushing to the puppet's body through the blade. However, the defensive power of the 10 people of Jinsong was far stronger than that of the puppet controlled by the previous 1,000 generations. Only after being paralyzed for a second, they recovered and continued to attack Hotake Sakumo. What? In addition to this puppet in front of him, a dozen other puppets also swarmed up, turning their bodies into sharp weapons, rushing towards Hotake Shimo. Advertisement. Lightning-style Thunderblade Ring Dance. Hotake Sakumo's expression was extremely calm, and the lightning-style chakra on the blade of White Fang suddenly violent. His body turned in a circle, and a circle-shaped strong sword aura suddenly spread out, like thunder, unstoppable. The ring-shaped air is extremely powerful, directly flying out all the white robe puppets and the puppets controlled by Ebis, hitting several giant trees in a row before slowly stopping. Then Hotake Sakumo swiftly moved forward and ran in the direction of Ebis and Cho. As long as the puppet masters are killed, these puppets can't function like scrap iron. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Fire-style Ha-Long Fire Technique. Cho and Ebis saw the approaching Hotake Shimo, and did not hesitate to open the puppet mechanism. A fierce wind and hot fire dragon instantly blocked Hotake Shimo. This made Hotake Sakumo immediately stop the action and retreat more than 10 meters. Boom! Sure enough, Not far in front of Hotake Sakumo, it was covered by a scorching fire dragon and fierce wind, turning into a huge flame. This caused a drop of sweat on Hotake's forehead. If they continued to advance just now, they would definitely be seriously injured by their ninjutsu. Sure enough, the senior puppet masters are a group of old treacherous people. Hotake thought inwardly. At this moment, Ye Lan picked up a handful of melon seeds at the hall of Liz Hikuo and looked at the blue screen in front of him with relish. The content played on this blue screen turned out to be the Battle of the Kingdom of Wind. This is a live broadcast function that will only appear when the system is upgraded to a medium-sized country, and it is still hidden. It can only be turned on when the system summons characters to participate in the war. And it's not free to turn on this feature, it costs 1000 national power per hour. But Ye Lan now has a lot of money, this national strength is just drizzle, decisively turn on the live broadcast function. The screen has 4 major interfaces, namely the battle between Orochimaru and Raza, the battle between Hotake Shimo and Cho and Ebis, the battle between One-Tail Jinchuriki and Lucky and Shinobi Bandira, and the melee between Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi. Unexpectedly, the fighting power of Konoha's White Fang is so powerful. Ye now turned into a melon-eating crowd, watching Hotake's battle with the puppets with a look of surprise on his face. But he will move to the battle between Liu Qi and others in the next second, because One-Tail Jinchuriki seems to be about to explode. Chapter 88 Shower He Goes into Battle, 4th More Seeking Subscription. On the live screen, Ye Lan saw that One-Tail Jinchuriki really condensed chakra, as if to spray some tricks. Wind-style infinite sand and dust great breakthrough. The sound of the infinite approaching beast sounded, and then from the huge mouth of One-Tail, a violent gust of wind was sprayed instantly, sweeping the earth like a typhoon wind. Boom boom boom. The dilapidated earth burst again, and the wind carried sand and dust toward the Flash and Bandura and Lucci bombarded together, splashing countless sandstorms. Advertisement. Roar. Flash Bandura's power moved again, and a huge wall suddenly burst in front of it, and slowly began to crack in the endless gust of wind. And Liu Qi also mobilized the energy in his body, stood upright, and released the iron body with strong defensive power. The strong wind rushed on him, but he couldn't take him back half a step. Damn it! Why does One-Tail Jinchuriki unleash such a wide range of moves? Even our Sand Shinobi has been affected. The Sand Shinobi who fought fiercely with the Konoha Shinobi were also affected under the attack of the violent wind. They hid behind the tree, the face that was almost distorted by the violent wind, said with a trace of anger. The blessing of entering One-Tail's full body state only leaves a trace of reason, only knowing to attack Lucky and Flash Bandura. He is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Although he can use the power of the guard crane to a large extent, he cannot really use the power of the guard crane after all, so it is inevitable to attack Sand Shinobi. Roar. After the violent wind passed, Shining Bandura roared again, and an extremely terrifying force gathered under its feet and trampled suddenly. Crazy. The earth burst into a huge scar in an instant, and it kept advancing along the direction of One-Tail. When it was approaching One-Tail, it broke into more fragments, enclosing the huge body of One-Tail. I saw these cracks suddenly emitting light, and a terrifying aura suddenly broke out. Boom boom boom. The earth burst in an instant, and the surface of hundreds of meters square was not controlled by gravity, and it was bombarded by a terrifying force. The huge body of One-Tail, like those huge rocks, was blown into the sky under this burst of power. Okay, awesome. Such a wide range of attacks will naturally attract countless eyes. Those Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi who were in a fierce battle have stopped fighting at this moment, and they all looked at the huge rock that was constantly flying in the sky with a dull face. This scene is really shocking. The most dangerous tail beast in the ninja world was knocked into the sky by someone. That dark shadow seems to be a human. A ninja with excellent eyesight saw a small black figure flying on the huge rock in the sky, constantly jumping in the huge rock. His goal is One-Tail. Advertisement. This black shadow is Liu Qi. In the huge rock in the sky, his feet suddenly exerted force. A flying huge rock was trampled by him and quickly shattered, causing his body to leap directly onto the head of One-Tail. Liu Qi has now entered the state of returning his life. In this state, although his strength will decrease, his speed will increase sharply. Finger Pistol Madara. After getting close to One-Tail's head, Liu Qi instantly covered armament haki with both hands, and against this hideous beast's face, he burst out a machine gun-like attack. Boom boom boom. One-Tail's head kept exploding under Liu Qi bombardment, and countless sands kept falling. 6 Style 6 King's Spear. After smashing One-Tail's head to half, Liu Qi clenched his fists in both hands, showing up and down posture, and a throbbing shock wave broke out. Boom. Under the attack of a shock wave that was close to transparent, One-Tail's huge body was bombarded like a bullet, causing it to fall at an extremely fast speed, bombing a shocking pit on the ground. Roar. Shining Bandura saw this situation and decisively controlled countless giant rocks again, bombarding the deep pit like filling the pit, and filling it up. In a blue space full of stagnant water, there was an old man with cold sweat on his forehead, and behind him was a huge beast, that was one-tail Shower He. I didn't expect Konoha to appear these two powerhouses. The old man is to share the blessing, and he is at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Liu Qi and Shining Bandura. Cut. Old man, you are always at a disadvantage because you don't know how to fight. Shower He behind Fenfu said with an unhappy expression. The part blessing that entered the complete body-tailed beast was actually hung and beaten, which made Shower He, who is a tailed beast, face sweeping, naturally very uncomfortable. Sure enough, I am still not suitable for fighting. Fenfu sighed helplessly. Although he became one-tail Jinkriki and possessed the mighty power to guard the crane, he has stayed in the highest prison of Sunagakuer, unable to fight like other Jinkriki. 0. Seeking flowers. Therefore, Fenfu has no fighting skills at all, and will only release ninjutsu like a wild beast. Old man, leave the body to me to control, just your three-legged cat kung fu, it's shameful to me. Shower He snorted coldly. This scene stunned Fenfu, and his old face showed a slight smile. Advertisement. Since he became one-tail Jinkriki, it was the first time he saw Shower He take the initiative to fight, which really surprised him. Okay, the body will be controlled by you. If I am alive after this war is over, let's go to the ninja world together. Cut, who wants to go with you weird old man? Sure enough, tail beasts are very difficult creatures. 00. Liu Qi felt a more powerful force constantly emerging under the pit, his expression dignified. Boom boom boom. The earth began to shake, and countless rocks turned into sand in a sudden. Ha ha ha. My uncle is finally out. A strange cry sounded, and Shower He suddenly jumped out of the pit, and the huge rocks on the pit continued to splash out, attacking many ninjas, and blood flowed. Shower He's body is not much different from before, except that the violet mark on his body has become more weird, and the beast eyes like copper coins have more killing intent. Just now you were the old man who attacked and divided the blessings with one person and one beast, right? As a meeting ceremony, I won't treat you badly. Wind style practice the wind bomb. Shower He was suddenly afraid of hitting his stomach, and a huge transparent air cannon was ejected at an extremely fast speed, and it attacked Liu Qi and Flash Bandura. Roar. Flashing Bangala saw the speed of the training wind bomb as fast as lightning, and could only barely create a wall in front of him, trying to block the attack of the training wind bomb. On the other hand, Liu Qi was stripped of the attack range of the wind training bomb. Boom. The rock wall in front of Shining Bandura was smashed by a wind training bullet in less than a second. The powerful impact drove Shining Bandura far away, hitting a dozen giant trees before slowly stopping. Up. Jinkriki's power to control the tail beast and the tail beast using its own power are two concepts. If it is said that Shower He can exert 100% of his power now, then Fenfu can only exert half of the power of Shower He. Seeking the whole order and ordering it. Ding. Chapter 89 Sandkeeper Crane vs Desert Storm Kun 5th, more seeking subscription. Ha ha ha. Shower He laughed unscrupulously when seeing the horrible situation of Shining Bandura. Next is you. Shower He turned its ferocious beast face to Liu Qi, swinging his hands, and countless dust quickly surrounded Liu Qi. When Liu Qi was evaded by the wind bomb just now, it knew Liu Qi was fast, so it wanted to control it with sand, and then burst out a powerful attack. Advertisement. At this moment, another cloud of sand suddenly appeared, which washed away the sand controlled by Shower He and opened a way for Liu Qi. When Liu Qi saw this, he did not hesitate to leave along this road. The person who could also control the sand to help him leave is definitely Shining Bandura. At this time, Flash Bandura had returned to the battlefield, and its scarlet beast eyes exuded extremely violent coercion. Roar. Shining Bangala let out a low roar. 800 looked at Liu Qi, pointed at himself, and pointed at Shower He. The meaning was very clear: I will deal with that big sandbag. Liu Qi nodded when he saw it, and then left here and ran to other battlefields. If he didn't guess wrong, Flash Bandura probably would really break out. At the beginning, he was beaten to the ground by the flash of Bandura in the explosive state, and the urine was almost beaten. Ming, I didn't expect you, a little thing, to be able to control sand and dust. Shower He looked at the floating sand around Shining Bandura, a little surprised. In this world, there is no one who can manipulate sand except for the blood heir to the awakening magnet style. And the summoning beast that can manipulate the sand has never been seen before, which makes Shower He a different thought in his heart. Hey! Little thing, do you want to follow this uncle, and make sure you taste delicious and spicy? At this moment, Shower He wants to solicit Flash Bandura. But this is not difficult to understand. After all, it has no good feelings about Sand Shinobi, and has no interest in Sand Shinobi's victory or defeat. The most important point is that Flash Bandura is a beast-shaped creature, which makes Shower He a lot of favorability. Roar. Shining Bandura yelled at Shower He, making Shower He's face instantly incredibly hideous. Also as a beast-shaped creature, Xiao He can understand the words of Flash Jilaban. The sentence is, go to your mother to sell the batch, you ugly want to be the master of Laozi? Get out. Advertisement. My uncle is going to tear your mouth apart. Xiao He made an unpleasant weird cry, and countless dusts were lifted up from the earth, like a sandstorm, sweeping towards the flashing Bandra. Roar. Faced with this situation, Shining Bangala also roared, and the same powerful sandstorm swept away from it and attacked Xiao He. It is a quasi-god, the existence of Desert Storm Kun. It also has its own pride and dignity for manipulating sand and dust, and it must not lose half of it to Xiao He. Ah! The sandstorms of the two natural disaster levels turned extremely fast, and the whole earth continued to stir up, countless huge rocks burst and trees crushed. This scene caused the nearby Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi to evade one after another, and in the face of this kind of natural disaster level battle, they even fart. Boom! Two sandstorms rotate and collide at extreme speeds like two tops, erupting a thunderous sensation, and dust flying all over the sky. Xiao He suddenly strengthened its control, and the dust storm it released became larger, and gradually crushed the dust storm released by Flash Bandra. And Flash Bangala also refused to accept, and roared furiously. A bloody light appeared on his body, and his eyes were even more cruel. Suddenly, the surface behind Shining Bandra began to crack and many huge rocks were crushed by a powerful force, and turned into countless sand and dust to join the sandstorm, and fight against the sandstorm of Xiao He. When the two sandstorms collided, Xiao He suddenly opened his mouth, and the red and blue chakra balls gathered in front of the mouth, forming a dark purple ball full of destruction. Tailed Beast Bomb. The 2-meter diameter Tailed Beast Bomb was ejected like a missile, and it passed through two sandstorms and flew straight toward the flashing Bandra. Roar! Shining Bandra was attentively fighting the sandstorm, and it was impossible to avoid it. He reluctantly emphasized the energy in his body and protruded 5 3-meter thick rock walls in front of him. Bang bang bang! Although the defense of the rock wall is strong, the attack of Tailed Beast Bomb is even stronger. I saw the Tailed Beast Bomb smash the rock wall like a bamboo, and came directly in front of Shining Bandra. Boom! Tailed Beast Bomb kept zooming in the flashing Bandra's eyes, causing its pupils to shrink suddenly, and then Tailed Beast Bomb suddenly emitted a white light, continuously zooming in, covering all the square kilometers of the flashing Bandra. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering explosion broke out in an instant around Bandra, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked, and a mushroom-shaped smoke of gunpowder directly flew into the sky. Boom. Without the power of Flash Bandra, its sandstorm was quickly defeated, and it was controlled by Xiao He, and it was crushed in the direction of Flash Bandra in unknown circumstances. Even though the strength of Flash Bandra is very strong, the strength of Xiao He is even stronger. Because it has the most destructive move, Tailed Beast Bomb. The sandstorm turned mercilessly, swept the flashing Bandra, and after spinning extremely fast in the air for a long time, it suddenly threw it out and smashed a big pit. This is what Xiao He did deliberately. In addition to fighting against Shinobandra, it has another purpose, which is to kill all Sand Shinobi. Ah! The sandstorm moved again, rushing towards the main battlefield where Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi fought, rolling up countless rocks and trees along the way, strengthening the scale of the sandstorm. Such a big movement will naturally attract the attention of many people, whether it is Sand Shinobi or Konoha Shinobi. They avoided one after another and did not dare to resist. In the face of this overwhelming sandstorm, dare to resist it is completely looking for death. Ding! The summoning character Flash Bandra is in a moment of life crisis. Do you spend national power to activate the power in Flash Bandra? Ye Lan watched that Flash Jilaban 1.2 was defeated by Xiao He, and suddenly had no mood to eat melon seeds. Yes. After hearing the system prompt, Ye Lan answered without hesitation. Ding! Spend 100,000 national power value, is activating the mega power in the Flash Bandra. Yes, the activation is successful. Roar! In a deep pit, Flash Bandra let out a low growl. It was in a very embarrassed state at this time. All the black armor on its body broke, bleeding red liquid. That is its blood. Suddenly, Shining Bandra felt that there was a strong awakening in his body, and at the same time, the injury was recovering rapidly. It suddenly emits a colorful light, the 5-meter-high body slowly grows, and at the same time some spikes grow on the body and tail. Chapter 90 Mega Bandra, 6th More Seeking Subscription. The light quickly disappeared, revealing the new look of Shining Bandra. It was an 8-meter-high, terrifying behemoth like Godzilla. Its tail has many sharp and sturdy spikes, and at the same time, there are 4 huge spikes on the chest spreading to the upper and lower parts of the hands. With the blood red mark in the middle of the chest, it is like a vicious grimace. Flash Bandra's current state is the Mega Evolution state, which can greatly improve his strength in a short period of time. Roar! Advertisement. Shining Bangala let out an earth-shaking roar, trampled suddenly, jumped out of the pit, and confronted Xiao He. I didn't expect Fenfu to release Shower He. While controlling Jinsha to fight Orochimaru, Luo Sha turned her gaze to the violent attack of the sandstorm, her face a little ugly. It is also very risky for him to bring some blessings here, because once Shower He appears, their sand shinobi will definitely be within the attack range of Shower He. After all, their Tsunagakuer has been suppressing Morizuru, making it hate sand shinobi. However, Luosha suffered too much pressure in Tsunagakuer. Because of the sudden death of Third Kazekage, he became a new generation of Fengying, and he was immediately resisted by many followers of Third Kazekage. Therefore, he wanted to make a big contribution, leaving Tsunagakuer people speechless and acknowledging him as a new figure. That's why he broke the boat and brought the blessings, and wanted to break the Konoha front and invade the border of the country of fire. But the sudden appearance of Lucci and Shining Banjura broke his plan instantly, giving Konoha the power to fight their 4 cage levels. But the worst thing is the current situation. Xiaojuru has appeared, which will greatly increase Sand Shinobi's loss. Good chance. Orochimaru seized the moment of Luosha's distraction, sealed his hands, and 2 giant snakes appeared with a click. Snake stepping. The 2 giant snakes rushed towards Luosha at high speed, their flexible bodies avoided the attack of the golden sand, and then suddenly bounced, opening their blood mouths, looking like they were about to swallow Luosha. Magnet-style glass broken. Luosha immediately controlled a large amount of gold sand to wrap the 2 giant snakes. The power of magnet style made the gold sand crush the giant snake, causing the giant snake's body to rupture, and a lot of blood splashed out. At this time, Luo Sha suddenly felt a great sense of crisis in his heart, and decisively used gold sand to wrap herself up and turn it into a round sand ball. Boom! A purple figure suddenly violently slammed into the sand ball, and the sand ball flew out like a missile. Wan Snake, good job! Orochimaru looked at the huge purple figure in front of him and said with a smile. Hey! Need you to say it? Advertisement. This figure is the 10,000 snake that has been lurking for a long time, it is waiting for an opportunity to cause huge damage to Luosha. And now that it's time, it will naturally cause a fatal blow to Luo Sha. Ahem. Is it 10,000 snakes? Damn it, careless. The sand ball hit by the 10,000 snakes gradually revealed Luo Sha's figure, and there was a cracked sand mask on his face, which was the armor of sand. At the same time, thick blood stains flowed from the corners of his mouth, and it was obvious that Wan Snake's attack had seriously injured him. Magnet-style gold placer burial. In this case, Luo Sha was furious and directly zoomed in on the move. Countless golden sands are like the waves rolling, rushing towards the 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru. Earth-style wall. Seeing such a wide range of attacks, Orochimaru immediately released ninjutsu, and a rock wall suddenly appeared in front of him, which could block the golden sand for a moment. Summoning technique. Then he summoned the big snake again, entered the body of the big snake, and dived underground. Although Orochimaru Grandmaster has many large-scale ninjutsu, confronting Luosha is simply a mentally retarded behavior. Luo Sha's magnet style has a great advantage from nature, not to mention that Orochimaru does not rely on ninjutsu to deal with Luo, but on 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes are very fast, as long as they seize an opportunity, they can cause serious injury or even kill to Luosha at any time. The attack just now is an example. And Rosh's attack Orochimaru is trying his best to avoid it. If he encounters a large-scale ninjutsu attack, then he will hide under the ground like the status quo. Although it looks embarrassing, as long as you can avoid the attack. Seeing Orochimaru like a loach, Luo Sha felt extremely frustrated in her heart. He can't turn around now to stop Shower He, because once he turns around, Orochimaru's old Yunbai will definitely launch a fierce attack on him. What's more, Wan Snake has been waiting for opportunities in secret. Regardless of how strong Suisha is on the surface, he has been dragged to death by Orochimaru and Wan Shi. Do you use some kind of forbidden technique? Shower He looked at the appearance of Shining Banjura's dramatic changes, and said in doubt. Roar! Shining Banjura burst out with an extremely strengthened aura, and the air began to turn around. Advertisement. I saw it raised its beast claws, stretched out its middle finger to Shower He, as if saying, ugly. Keep hitting. You are the second person who dares to provoke my uncle like this, go to hell. Shao He growled angrily. Since its birth, there has only been one strong man in the ninja world who dared to provoke it so much, and that is Nine Tails. The 2 perverts, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, did not provoke it at all, because they subdued it with one move, and there was no resistance. Wind-style practice the wind bomb. Shower He suddenly slapped his stomach, and a huge wind training bullet was ejected again. Roar! Flash Banjura also roared loudly. After entering the 800 mega state, its strength has been unprecedentedly improved. A trampling, a 4-meter thick wall rose from the ground in front of Shining Banjura, reaching a height of 40 meters. Boom! After the earth wall was attacked by the wind training bomb, it exploded in an instant, and it was shattered into countless rubble, and the gunpowder was full of smoke. What? Before the gun smoke cleared, 3 huge shadow balls were launched and sprayed towards Xiao He. Xiao He saw these 3 dangerous attacks, manipulating a large amount of sand to block the front, and with a bang, numerous dusts were set off. Tailed Beast Bomb. Xiao He gathered a large amount of chakra from his mouth, and a huge tailed beast bomb shot out in an instant. Roar. Flash Bandura also gathered orange energy waves from her mouth, and a shock wave full of destruction was ejected. Boom. The tailed beast bomb suddenly collided with the destructive death light, bursting out a terrifying wave, sweeping the audience. The attacks between the two are evenly matched, and it is difficult to distinguish the outcome. Brat, don't be too smug. My uncle is a tail beast. Xiao He growled angrily. Then its beast claws pressed on the ground, turning into countless dust and rushing towards the flashing Bandura. And Shining Bandura also waved his hands, raising waves of sand and dust, tumbling toward the Xiao crane, flowing with extreme speed. Chapter 91 Sand Shinobi Retreat, 7th More Seeking Subscription. The 2 waves of sand instantly slapped into one piece, constantly impacting. Ha ha ha. You got fooled, brat. The Great Burial Seal of the Desert. Xiao He laughed wildly. It turns out that it controls the sand not to fight against the flashing Bandura, but to bring the sand close to the flashing Bandura, and then directly seal it. Advertisement. All the tail beasts of One Tail's comprehensive strength can be ranked in the top 5 because of its strong defense and sealing technique. During the Fourth World War, Naruto integrated the Xiao He chakra into Rei's Nan and sealed the clone of 6 Paths Madara. Although it is a clone, it is one of Uchiha Madara Rinnegan's abilities, and only people with the power of 6 paths can deal with it. Seeing the surging sand waves turning over like a tsunami, Shining Bandura was also angry, gathering most of the energy under his feet, and slammed on the ground. This is a profound skill that it has realized on its own, and it is much stronger than ordinary skills. Boom boom boom. The surface within a kilometer of a radius burst instantly, revealing a dazzling light, and then erupted with the aura of a mountain avalanche. A terrifying force broke out in an instant, bombarding the entire surface. Rocks, sand, and dust were dancing and soaring into the sky. Middle. How is this possible? How could this summoning beast control such terrifying moves? Xiao He is no longer proud of what he was doing before, and a trace of fear appeared on his hideous beast face. Then it went directly to the sky like rocks and sand. Unexpectedly, after the evolution of the Bandura Mega, the strength is so powerful, so that Xiao He suddenly experienced the feeling of flying to the sky. Ye Feng looked at the live screen, surprised. Such a large-scale, large damage attack is no longer weaker than the tail beast. It's just that the energy in Flash Bandura needs to be improved, and the Mega State is not a permanent form. However, Flash Bandura is not far from that step. Luo Sha on the other side of the battlefield saw this scene, and her heart throbbed. Where did this TM come from? Summoning beast? It's too strong. It can actually crush Xiao He. Luo Sha was horrified inwardly. Then he quickly floated above the sky, watching other battlefields, and found that Sand Shinobi had fallen into a great disadvantage. Cho and Ebis both dealt with Hokage Sakumo and Inoshika Ch, the 3 patriarchs, without any advantage at all. Advertisement. Ebis controlled 7 puppets to fight against the 3 patriarchs Inoshika Ch, and barely reached the point of a tie. Of course, the 3 chiefs of Inoshika Ch barely confronted Ebis. After all, Ebis's puppets are very powerful. The most important thing is that the weapons of the puppets are covered with poison. On the other hand, Hokage Sakumo is alone against Chiyo's Jinsong 10 people, not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but only clicked and killed Cho. Konoha's White Fang's teeth are not in vain. And Sand Shinobi on other battlefields could barely fight against Konoha Shinobi, but suddenly there appeared the master of physical skills, and almost a quarter of Sand Shinobi died in his hands. A quarter of Sand Shinobi, that's 500. Sure enough, the physique masters are all meat grinders on the battlefield, very scary. Damn it. Luo Sha let out an unwilling roar. He knew that Sand Shinobi was gone now, and it was impossible to continue fighting. If the battle continues, it is estimated that in addition to their high-end combat power, the other Sand Shinobi may be wiped out. So he was naturally very unwilling. If there were no new strong physical skills in the summoning beast, maybe the victory of this war would favor them Sand Shinobi. But no matter how unwilling it is useless. If you want to reduce Sand Shinobi's loss, you can only retreat. Magnet-style gold placer burial. Rasha hit hard, and the ocean-like sands rolled again. One part attacked Orochimaru, the other part attacked Konoha Shinobi and Liu Chi, in order to reduce Sand Shinobi's death toll. Sand Shinobi retreat. Luo Sha's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and her voice was full of extreme unwillingness. Under the cover of chakra, his voice quickly spread throughout the battlefield, making all Sand Shinobi feel a little joy, and then quickly retreated. No way, Konoha not only had the summoning beast against Xiao He, but also a murderous god, which made their fighting spirit disappear, and their hearts were terrified. Did you retreat? Orochimaru casually released the excavated flow wall to block the golden sand, and found that the golden sand was not as fierce as before. Coupled with Luo Sha's final roar, his heart was relieved. Orochimaru, remember your 1,000 sacrifices, I will get them next time. If you dare to cheat me, Lao Zi will swallow you next time. Wan Shi's eyes exuded a cold light, threatening. With a sneer, Wan Snake returned to Rika Cave, leaving only a large amount of white smoke. Hey, I can only see where there are more bandits in the country of Sichuan. Orochimaru began to walk towards Konoha base camp, recalling in his heart which mountainous area in Kawa no Kuni had more bandits. Advertisement. He intends to let those bandits become sacrifices and give them to 10,000 snakes. After all, it is the time of the Ninja World War, and there are dangers everywhere. It is impossible for him to lose 10,000 summoning, the powerful summoning beast. As for those bandits, it can only be said that in this world, there is no place for the weak. Sister, let's go back. Ebis controlled the puppet to repel the huge yo-yo, and said to Cho, who was angry. Konoha's White Fang, I will definitely kill you next time. Cho also knew the current situation of Sand Shinobi very well, and after putting away the 10 people near Song Shinobi, he retreated with Ebis. Before leaving, he did not forget to make a threatening sound. Hey! It's finally over. Naraluyu gasped slightly. Yes. We Konoha won again. The huge yo-yo shrank rapidly and turned into a big fat man sweating with a smile on his face. Suo Mao, what's the matter? Yamanaka, the other of the 3 patriarchs of Zulu, Money, Butterfly, looked at Hatake Sakumo, whose brows were still frowned, and said in doubt. No, I'm just curious about who can stop one tail. Hatake Sakumo shook his head. It should be a strong man in the country of Lee. Yamanaka thought for a moment and said. As for the cooperation between Konoha village and Lei's Higuo, basically everyone at Konoha frontline knew about it, so Yamanaka Kiichi thought of this result. Yes. A hint of surprise flashed in Hatake's eyes. Don't think about it so much, let's go back and have a rest first. And I'm hungry again. That big fat man, no, it should be Akamichi Dingza. He touched his head and smiled bitterly. When the others heard this, they also showed a relaxed smile, and then walked to Konoha base camp together. As for those Konoha shinobi who died in battle, they don't need them to deal with, naturally others will deal with it. Regulation. Chapter 92 The Mist Ninja Strikes, 8th More Seeking Subscription. After the war, the Konoha shinobi quickly cleared the battlefield, picked up the dead ninjas of Konoha, and transported them back to Konoha village for burial. In the process, their faces showed sadness one after another, and some ninjas even burst into tears. There are many of their comrades in arms here, who are still talking and laughing in the morning, but now they have become a cold corpse. War is by no means an interesting pronoun, it represents blood and grief. Every war will definitely have sacrificed soldiers. Advertisement. And every soldier's sacrifice will make his loved ones grieve for a lifetime, and make his comrades incomparable pain. This is the cruelty of war. Maybe Uchiha Madara and Nagato just want to avoid this kind of pain and they will desperately pursue peace. Although their actions brought more disasters to the ninja world, this also corresponds to that sentence. There is no absolute villain in the Hokage world, they are all madmen who desire peace. Tadada. An extremely fast figure moved as fast as black lightning. He is the lucky who slaughtered more than 500 sand shinobi. At this moment, he hurried to the direction of Flash Banjira. At the same time, Luasha also rushed in the direction of Shower-He. Although Sand Shinobi announced the retreat, Shower-He will not go back obediently no matter how you look at it. Rosa needs to beat him up to leave. Because Luasha's magnet style can control 800 Shao Crane, it is not difficult for him to subdue Shao Crane. The two rushed to the battlefield one after another and looked at each other. The bitter killing intent burst out in an instant, and a burst of dust was lifted up abruptly on the ground. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Luosha gritted her teeth and threatened. Then he continued to float in the direction of Shao-He. The most important thing now is not to fight Liu Qi, but to take Shao-He back. And Liu Qi gave him a faint look, and then ran in the direction of Shining Banjira. Although they haven't fought once, Liu Qi believes that after he turns on the life return state, that speed can definitely make Luosha out of shit. Soon, Liu Qi rushed to Shining Banjira's side. Seeing that it was safe and sound, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Shining Banjira had already exited the mega state, panting slowly. The Upanishad skill was indeed very violent just now, but it also caused it to spend most of the energy in the body, and it needed at least a day of rest to recover. No one knows how much energy is in Flash Banjira, but Lucci can be sure that the energy in it is definitely more than 5 times that of Chakra in Orochimaru. Advertisement. With such a huge amount of energy, Flash Banjira can release the secret skills and fly the guard crane top into the sky. Shining Banjara suddenly raised her brow when he saw Liu Qi appear, and the beast pupil looked at his waist. And Liu Qi also understood the meaning of Flash Banjara, took out the master ball on his waist, and put the Flash Banjara away. It would take a long time to go to Konoha base camp with the size of Flash Banjara, and it needs to rest now, and can only enter this very annoying ball to rest. After putting away Flash Banjara, Lucky walked in the direction of Konoha shinobi. After confronting One Tail at the beginning and killing hundreds of sand shinobi, many Konoha shinobi knew that he was in friendly army. Under the enthusiastic leadership of a Konoha shinobi, he came to the highest level battle camp in the Konoha base camp. It seems that the war on sand shinobi's side is over temporarily. Ye Lan looked at the content on the live screen and said calmly. Although sand shinobi fell into a great disadvantage and retreated. But they will never surrender because of it. They will continue to fight Konoha. Yes, Wujin started to attack the country of Li, please pay attention to host. Have it finally started? Missed Shinobi. After hearing the system prompt, Ye Lan turned on the live broadcast function again. This time the battlefield moved to the beach full of sandy beaches, where there were several large warships, and 500 ninjas were on it. And on a huge rock opposite them, standing a person wearing a blue armor, she is Hai Wengxiang. Although Ye Feng knew that Hai Wengxiang's strength was very strong, he didn't know how strong her specific strength was. Just take advantage of this opportunity to take a good look. Intruder. I will give you 1 minute to leave the country of Li. Hai Wengxiang said indifferently after seeing Wuren stepping ashore. Although she is very cruel in the face of the enemy, she always persuades the enemy to leave before encountering the enemy. Ye Lan is also very helpless about this. This innocent and kind habit has become Hai Wengxiang's character, and it is difficult to change under normal circumstances. Ha ha ha. Is there no one in Li's Higuo? A woman will be sent to guard the border. The young lady looks pretty, do you want to follow us? You are guaranteed to drink spicy, and give you a special service mouth. Almost all Mr. A laughed loudly, and when one of Mr. A uttered filthy things, they even laughed wildly. Advertisement. Boom. Court death. The Hai Wengxiang Mei door opened instantly, and endless chills radiated from the eyes, which made the Wu Renqi feel a chill. She has a naive and kind character, but as long as she touches her forbidden domain, she will instantly transform into a brutal killer. Boom. Countless waves boiled up in the sea instantly, turning into hundreds of ice dragons, and suddenly attacked the mist ninjas. No. This woman is not easy. Hurry up and release ninjutsu resistance. The mist ninjutsu suddenly became chaotic. When a huge mist ninja appeared, everyone obeyed his command and continuously released water-style ninjutsu to attack the ice dragon. This scene surprised Ye Lan, who was watching the live broadcast screen. The man was fat, orange-colored, and holding a weird weapon in his hand, like a creature deep in the ocean floor. Ye Lan recognized that weapon at a glance. It was the sour muscle of one of the 7 ninja swords. And that person is the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, the master of this generation of muscle. Roar! Hundreds of ice dragons uttered the sound of dragons, and rushed towards Wuren. Water-style water barrier. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Water-style 5 food shark. The mist ninjas released water-style ninjutsu one after another. Because they are close to the sea, the power of the waterways has been greatly improved. Except for a small part of the ninjutsu released by the mist ninjutsu, the other ninjutsu are all offensive ninjutsu. There are dragons, sharks, whips and other water-style ninjutsu forms that constantly bombard the ice dragon. Boom! The confrontation between the two sides broke out in an instant, the ice fragments scattered, the water flowed down, and the extremely beautiful scenery was outlined. Go! Kill this woman first! The watermelon puffer fish used the masseter muscles and ran in the direction of Hai Wengxiang. I can't help myself. Under the urging of Hai Wengxiang Mei force, a huge ice dragon violently rises. Chapter 93 The Powerful Hai Wengxiang, 9th More Seeking Subscription. Roar! A giant ice dragon reaching 60 meters in length suddenly rose up, and after making a roar, it attacked in the direction of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. How is this possible? Even the patriarch of the Shouhuiho clan can't release an ice dragon of this size. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost is extremely frightened, and this is the first time he has met such a big ice dragon. Advertisement. Through the chill of Zizhu in the air and the sense of crisis from his brain, he can completely determine that this is not an illusion, but a real situation. Masseter Chakra devours. The Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost Electric Air Masseter wants to let the Jiao muscle swallow the chakra in the ice dragon, thereby reducing its power. Sizzle. The Masseter muscles also made a strange noise with excitement, and then suddenly bit the attacking ice dragon, trying to swallow the chakra in its body for a few hours, and was shocked. Because this ice dragon does not have chakra at all, it is like a natural sculpture, lifelike at the same time, and it also has a strong destructive power. Pulse manipulation is the movement of pulse force through vibration, and naturally there is no chakra that can be swallowed by the muscles. Puff. The watermelon pufferfish ghost and mosquito muscles were quickly hit by the ice dragon, and a burst of blood was ejected from the mouth. Then he was hit by the powerful impact and flew directly into the sky, and then he fell as fast as a meteor. Boom! The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost fell, and instantly smashed a deep hole in the ground, which was shocking. Perhaps the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is a very powerful ninja in the eyes of others, but in Hai Wengxiang's eyes, it is just a ninja who is as fragile as a bug. If Hai Wengxiang had the strength when he was summoned, it would still be very difficult to deal with the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. But now she is the person who opened the 7th channel, and her strength can completely crush the past self. Damn it! Water style water mackerel technique. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost unwillingly jumped out of the deep pit, imprinted with his hands, and released a huge shark. The huge body carries water, and it moves in the air like it is swimming on the bottom of the sea, at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Hai Wengxiang opened the vein door slightly, and a bright cold wind blew out of her hand, instantly freezing the ferocious shark into ice. I have lost interest in this battle, so please die well. Advertisement. Titicaca. Hai Wengxiang's veins kept opening, and the veins within her body kept shaking, and a terrifying aura erupted from her body, and then an energy ball appeared from her hand and projected directly onto the sky. Monster Art Aurora Cold Current. This movement technique is the strongest movement of the Yaezu, and Hai Wengxiang can only use it after opening the 7 channels. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed. The sky became extremely gloomy at this time, and a white light gleaming with icy debris suddenly came to the world, making all the faces of the mist ninjas full of fear. Boom! The white light suddenly expanded rapidly, turning into a beam of light with a radius of more than 400 meters, enclosing all the mist ninja. A stern cold current suddenly erupted, making a bomb-like loud noise, and the light became extremely dazzling. After a long time, the light disappeared and the sky became clear again. Under the sun's shining, the huge block of ice on the seashore was very conspicuous. All the mist ninjas are frozen inside, and from the transparent ice surface you can see their despair before they die. Hey! This creature hasn't died yet. When Hai Wengxiang was about to leave, she suddenly felt a breath of Ruao coming from the ice cube. Turning around and looking at it, it turned out to be the breath of the Masseter Muscle. This creature should be an upgraded creature, so it's better to dedicate it to His Royal Highness. After Hai Wengxiang thought for a while, he opened the pulse door again. Under the stimulus of the numb force, the Masseter Muscle slowly separated from the refrigerator, and was also retreated when he had taken the step of death. Then Hai Wengxiang left here. She was worried that when she saw the frozen corpses, she would suddenly vomit. Unexpectedly, Hai Wengxiang could easily crush the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. It seems that she is definitely not weaker than most cage-level powerhouses in terms of strength. Ye Feng watched Hai Wengxiang's entire battle and nodded. Now that Kirigakure's threat has been temporarily eliminated, as long as Kirigakure is not stupid, they will never send ninjas to the country of Lei again, unless they plan to send out many cage-level powerhouses. When he was free, Ye Lan opened the properties interface and watched the status quo of himself and Li's Higuo. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. National level, medium-sized countries. Descent, Ice Emperor lineage. 0, seeking flowers. Skills, Ice skills, 8 inner gates. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianxia Chakra cultivation method. Advertisement. Prestige value, 290,000. National power value, 10,000. Summon characters, Lucky, Laxus, Hai Wengxiang, Nilu, Inu Orium. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students, Rock Elf Legion. Note, advanced powers need a comprehensive military combat power of 100,000, which has been reached so far. Note, advanced countries need economic financial resources to reach 50 billion, current economic financial resources, 1.5 billion. Note, because of the Ice Emperor's blood, all Ice Descent ninjutsu is eliminated, and it is summarized in the Ice skill system, an Ice Drunk ninjutsu can be released without seals. Because all the previous national strength values were taken to strengthen Bing Dun's blood to follow the boundaries and become a 5-star level Ice Emperor bloodline, so the national strength value is not much left. 00. Although the national strength is not much, Ye Lan still plans to open the mysterious store. Maybe you can find good products. Commodity, Dog Charm. Level, 4-star. Effect, a special spell from the world of Jackie Chan's adventures, which allows creatures below the 3-star level to gain immortality, and is also one of the power sources of the Holy Lord. Price, 400,000 national power value. Commodity, Phoneworm X5. Level, 1-star. Effect, a special species from the One Piece world, which imitates human voices and expressions, and can communicate with other phone bugs remotely. Price, 900 national strength value. Commodity, Galaxy Power. Level, 5-star. Effect: from one of the 3 major god-making projects in the world of Ultra Theological Seminary, it has the powerful ability to create voids and control dark energy, and at the same time has a strong ability to resist injuries. Price: 10 million national power value. Commodity: Hokage. Level: 5 star. Effect: the strongest item from the Shinigami world, has the ability to manifest what the soul desires, and at the same time protect the host's body from death. When the host's ability reaches its limit or its life is threatened, Hokage can make the host endless evolve to the next level. Price: 15 million national power value. Ding. Chapter 94: The 7 Ninja Swords, 10th more. Commodity: Burning Jew. Level: 5 star. Effect: the growth technique from the world of fighting and breaking can increase the level of the technique by absorbing different types of flames, and the potential is super. Price: 50 million national power value. Commodity: Ancient Weapon Pluton. Advertisement. Level: 5 star. Effect: one of the 3 ancient weapon from One Piece world. It is a super powerful battleship that can destroy an island with one shot and has the ability to destroy the world. Price: 2 million national power value. After seeing these products, Ye silently bought the phone worm, which is very useful. As for other commodities, Ye couldn't afford it at all, so he simply closed the mysterious store and went to the exclusive training ground to re-explore the power of the Ice Emperor bloodline. I just saw Hai Wengxiang's 803 Ice Physiology through the live broadcast, which inspired Ye a lot, so he wanted to try to develop new moves. Boom! The 3-meter-long wooden table was suddenly crushed by a fist and turned into countless sawdust and exploded. That is a darker room. Under a dim light, the figure of 6 paths was revealed. In this 6 paths figure, one is a woman, and the other 5 are all men, but they all exude a common breath. That's killing intent. Ruthless killing intent. I didn't expect the puffer fish ghost to die. It was a man with one-eyed characteristics wrapped in a bandage, hair and beard bundled. His face was full of indifference, with a hint of anger in his tone. Why? Wulai Jinba, you also care about others? The speaker was a man with long yellow thorn-like hair and a Mist Shinobi Anbu mask on his face. His tone was also full of indifference. FK your mother shit. Li Zhan Chuan Wan. Lao Zi is just a pity for the Maceater muscle. As for the death of the dolphin ghost, it can only be said that his strength is too weak. Wu Li looked coldly and cursed. At the same time he looked at Li Juan Chuan Wan, and the killing intent in his eyes suddenly increased. Advertisement. He seemed to have been unhappy with Zhang Kushimaru for a long time, and a guy whose limbs were thinner than a woman could even become a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen? If it hadn't been for the Ninja World War now, 4th Mizukage would have prevented them from killing each other, and he would have killed them in the future. Zhang Kushimaru. Want to fight? Although Li Hao Kushimaru wears a mask, he can be judged by that cold tone that he is also a ruthless character. The killing intent between the two continued to burst, an invisible power appeared in the air to confront each other. Stop it! Quiet all my mother! The only woman in the room opened her mouth, showing her jagged teeth, cursing. She has long brown red hair, a vertical braid, and a thin fluffy ribbon around her neck. She is Ringo Yuyuri, the only female of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the user of Thunder Sword Fang. At the same time, she is also the strongest of the 7 ninja swords. Humph! Wulai Jinba and Luwei Chuanwan both let out a cold snort, and then both fell silent. No, it should be said that the other 6 knife holders of the 7 ninja swordsmen, including the dead Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, all have a shadow on Ringo Yuyu. When Ringo Yuyuli inherited Lei Daoye, she was just a young teenage girl. This makes other knife holders very dissatisfied. There is a woman who became a member of the 7 ninja swords just like them. What's the joke? So they all want to kill Ringo Yuyuri, and then inherit the powerful Thunder Blade Tooth. In less than half a day, they were beaten into doubting life by Ringo Yuyuri's terrifying lightning-style ninjutsu. In particular, that trick instantly summoned hundreds of violent thunder snakes. Except for the mosquito muscles that can barely swallow chakra, the other knife holders were almost beaten to death. Humph! I asked you to come and gather because Master Mizukage told us to sneak into the country of Lebanon and take Samehada back. Ringo Yuyuli hummed coldly. If it weren't for 4th Mizukage's order, she wouldn't want to stay with these guys who only wanted to kill. Is there any information on Li's Higuo? Although I look down on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, but with the striated muscle, his strength almost reaches the cage level, it is impossible to die so easily. Another knife holder said cautiously. He has no eyebrows on his face, a cross scar on his right cheek, and red stripes on his lower face. Behind him is the broken sword, decapitated broadsword, one of the 7 ninja swords, and his name is Loquat Jozo. Advertisement. There are 2 cage-level experts in Li's Higuo. Ringo Yuyuri calmly said something shocking. Sure enough, when the rest of the knife holders heard these words, their eyes shrank suddenly, a little unbelievable. The cooperation between the Kingdom of Lebanon and Konoha village has spread throughout the ninja world, and the nation of Lebanon sent Liu Qi and Shining Banjura to the front of the Kingdom of Wind to repel Sand Shinobi. The news was quickly collected by the 5 major nations. Coupled with what Ringo Yuri said, there are still 2 cage-level powerhouses in the territory of the Kingdom of Lebanon. A medium-sized country has 3 cage-level powerhouses and 1 cage-level summoning beast. Such a huge amount of information makes them somewhat unacceptable. Why? Are you scared? Ringo Yuri showed a trace of disdain on her face. In fact, when she first learned from 4th Mizukage, she was a little surprised, but then she turned into fanaticism. In Kirigakure, except for the Ninja 7, she couldn't find an opponent at all. Because 4th Mizukage is very busy with other patriarchs, there is no time to fight with her. The Ninja 7 had been abused by her several times, and they had no interest in fighting with them at all. So when I heard that Li's Higuo had 2 cage-level powerhouses, her desire to fight was instantly ignited. Fart. Who is scared? Aren't they 2 cage-level powerhouses? Laozi has never been afraid. Wu Li Jinba was the first to curse. Others also had a biting chill flashing in their eyes, and the meaning was self-evident. This action is to sneak in secretly, take back the striated muscle and complete the task. However, if you encounter 2 cage level 1.2 strong in the country on the way, I will be responsible for dealing with one, and the other will be handed over to you. If there are no doubts, please gather on time at 8 o'clock in the evening and see you at the entrance of the village. After Lino Yuri finished speaking, seeing that they didn't have any doubts, he left, and they also left this room one after another, collecting spare items for battle. Time is passing quickly, and the setting sun at dusk is also quietly falling, and the hazy star field gradually floats above the sky, and the stars are shining. In the calm sea, several figures appeared, running continuously on the sea. They just want to sneak into the country of Lebanon and regain the Maceter muscles of the 7 ninja swords. Chapter 95, Fateful Showdown. Yes, there are 6 mist ninja powers invading the waters of the Kingdom of Lebanon, please pay attention to the host. The prompt sound of the system suddenly sounded, and a blue screen suddenly appeared in front of Ye Lan, like a video playing, illuminating the figure of 6 paths. Ye Feng recognized their identities at once. They were all the people of the 7 ninja swords, except for the dead watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. 7 ninja swordsmen. It looks like they want to retract the Maceter muscle. Advertisement. Ye Lan glanced at a box under the main hall, same Hada's huge body was lying in it shivering. This Hai Wengxiang sent someone to transport it. At this time, the Maceter felt that he had ushered in the darkest moment in his life. First, I met a woman who was so powerful that she almost died. Not long after he was saved, he was sent to a more terrifying man. Feeling Ye Lan's gaze coming over, the Maceter muscles trembled even more. It can feel that Ye Lan has a power even more terrifying than 3 tails. Die, you first go to Hai Wengxiang, and there is a foggy invasion. This time, the enemy is stronger than last time. I am worried that something will happen to Hai Wengxiang. Ye Lan said to Might Dai in the hall. Yes. 03 Although Might Dai had some doubts, he did not hesitate to accept Ye Lan's order, and then left the hall and ran towards the sea. The blue screen in Ye Feng's eyes could not be seen by anyone except him. This is also the reason why Might Dai was puzzled, why Ye Lan could suddenly obtain information. The strength of the Ninja 7 is very powerful, Kirigakure's strongest ninja team. Every member of this team is stronger than the ordinary elite Jainin, especially the Thunder Knife Tooth user Ringo Yuri, her strength may have reached cage level. Although the Ninja 7 killed a watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, the 6 of them worked together to kill a cage level powerhouse. It is true that Hai Wengxiang's strength is strong, but currently she only uses neighbor hex technique to fight against them. Because her huge pulse beast can't be used in the country of Lebanon, otherwise the civilians and the land near the sea will be devastated and will cause huge losses to the country of Lebanon. Her pulse beast is a strategic weapon that specializes in dealing with large-scale wars. Therefore, it is very difficult for her to deal with the 6 people of Ninja Blade alone. At present, Li's Higuo was able to rush to support Hai Wengxiang in such a short time, and only Might was wearing it. Li's Higuo is currently able to fight this level of battle, only Might Dai, Sato Hu and the other 2 Uranus-level Pokemon. Advertisement. Sato Hu has not yet recovered his strength. After the last battle, he was seriously injured. Even with the recovery potion, he can only barely get him to stand up without lying on the bed. He doesn't have the resilience similar to Might Dai's Strong Fruit and Liu Qi Zoan Fruit Awakening, and it will take at least half a month to recover to its heyday. But Boscodora and Zhang Zhuolong guarded the border in the direction of the country of fire, and rushed to the sea at their speed. It would take at least a few hours. By then, the battle would be over. It's interesting to say that in the original work, Might Dai confronted the 7 ninjas only on the side of Konoha. Unexpectedly, when he came to Ye Lan, he would still fight the 7 ninjas. But this time, Might Dai no longer needs to pay his life to fight. He is now far stronger than in the original work, and the 7 ninja swords also died. Not to mention Hai Wengxiang assisting in the battle. Finally arrived in the country of Li. At this time, Ringo Yuri and the others had arrived in the country of Lebanon and stepped onto the land from the sea. Hey! There seems to be a person on the rock. Suddenly, Ringo Yuri felt someone watching her. When she looked up, she saw a woman in armor staring at them quietly. There is no doubt that that person is Hai Wengxiang. Although she didn't get Ye Lan's notice, when the Mist Ninja Swordsman stepped into the waters of the Kingdom of Lei, she heard a faint roar from a deep-sea behemoth and learned that there was another invasion. Is it Warren again? Give you 1 minute to leave the country of Li. There was an icy aura that broke out on Hai Wengxiang's body, and said calmly. Is there no one in the country of Li? How can we send a woman to stop us? Wu Li's face was disdainful. Others frowned slightly, and they could all feel a bitter and powerful aura from Hai Wengxiang. Why do you not listen to advice every time? Hai Wengxiang knew that they couldn't go back by looking at their reaction, and couldn't help sighing. Ugh! Then she opened the veins in an instant, and a cold current gathered in her hands and turned into a half-moon-shaped shock wave that struck them towards them. This woman is not easy. Lo Kuo-Chai Zhang solemnly said. Then he jumped with everyone else, avoiding Hai Wengxiang's attack. Boom! There was a sudden roar from their original location, and frost condensed on the land along the direction of the sea. Is Bing Shi? I didn't expect that besides the Shui Wuyo clan, there would be people awakening Bing Dun and blood to inherit the boundaries. Advertisement. Ringo Yuli said in surprise. Water-style mist shinobi technique. After avoiding the attack, Lo Kuo-Chai Zhang's hands were sealed, and a thick mist suddenly appeared, sweeping the entire scene, making people unable to see their fingers. Long knife ninfa earth spider sewing. Several steel wires that were hard to see with the naked eye suddenly flew out and shot towards the ground where Hai Wengxiang was standing, as if he wanted to cut off Hai Wengxiang's feet. Boom! The pulse force on Hai Wengxiang's body suddenly violent, and a pair of dark blue wings suddenly grew behind him, and one trampled on him, and instantly leapt up. Water-style water mackerel technique. The Ghost Lantern clan with double knife fresh butterflies Warren's hands were imprinted, and a huge energy shark suddenly fell from the sky and bit towards Hai Wengxiang. Ticket. The veins of Hai Wengxiang 803 opened again, and a cold current appeared in the palm of his hand, launching the shark over, instantly freezing it. A ninja with the ability to fly? It's really troublesome, but... Lightning-style Raymon. Ringo Yuri saw Hai Wengxiang flying in the thick fog, and immediately stuck thunder blade teeth on the ground, and lightning-style chakra suddenly boiled. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, almost all enemies can be seen in the thick fog. Suddenly, a powerful thunder and lightning erupted from thunder blade tooth, and flew away in the direction of the sky, gathering the natural thunder and lightning in the sky. After the two were combined, they suddenly blasted out devastating lightning. Boom! Several lightning bolts continued to strike Hai Wengxiang, and Hai Wengxiang also waved his wings and dodged at extreme speed. Boom! Suddenly, several lightning bolts locked Hai Wengxiang's position and attacked her violently. Wow! The pulse power on Hai Wengxiang's body broke out again, and several ice walls appeared instantly as the lightning attacked her, blocking the lightning attack. Boom! The ice wall was instantly smashed into pieces by the hot lightning. These people are not easy to deal with. Hai Wengxiang frowned and said. But she wouldn't admit defeat because of this. Her pulse continued to erupt, and hundreds of ice dragons gathered in the sea suddenly, and they slammed toward the knife holder in the thick fog. Chapter 96 The Peacock, for subscription. Roar! Hundreds of ice dragons roared deafeningly, bombarding the dense fog like cannonballs, and that attack range almost included the entire dense fog. Come to my side! The knife-bearer of the Ghost Lantern clan shouted at the others. After that, his hands were sealed, and there was a majestic chakra in his body that instantly rioted. Advertisement. Water-style excessive water polo technique. His mouth suddenly spit out water, which is as large as the ocean, wrapping everyone up and turning it into a giant water ball. This is the ninjutsu that he has improved based on the water prison technique, and the scope is dozens of times that of the water prison technique, and there is also oxygen inside to breathe. This is the top ninjutsu among the A-level defensive ninjutsu. Boom boom boom. The earth is constantly being destroyed, making a huge roar. At the same time, the huge water ball is also attacked by many ice dragons. Although it is blocked by the water ball, frost is also condensed in the water ball, which makes the ghost lamp caster a sudden increase in pressure. Because he needs to maintain the state of the water polo, otherwise all of them will be swallowed by the water polo, and the formation of frost increases the weight of the water polo and makes him sweat. But soon, the ice dragon's attack passed, and he slowly relieved the ninjutsu, and the water began to flow towards the earth. Suddenly, all of them had one body, raising their blades and constantly swinging them. Because at the moment the water ball disappeared, countless ice cones attacked them. Ding ding ding! The collision sounded constantly, and almost hundreds of ice cones attacked them every second. And they also rely on strong intuition to continuously avoid attacks, and at the same time, the blades are constantly slashing, almost all of them can do 10 knives per second. These things are so annoying. Lightning-style thunder armor. Ringo Yuli let out a roar, and the two swords crossed, and the violent thunder and lightning instantly covered her, as if she was wearing a set of lightning armor. Then she jumped in the ice cone, and when countless sharp ice thorns and icicles attacked her, they were all resisted by the lightning armor and melted away. Lightning-style explosion. Ringo Yu was crossed by Li's double-edged blades, and a group of lightning-style chakra bursts, turning into a half-meter-thick thunder pillar, and flew toward the position of Hai Wengxiang in the sky. Neighboring demon vessel Xianling Ice Shield. Hai Wengxiang opened the 7 channels, and instantly created a huge ice shield in front of her, which was 10 meters thick. Advertisement. Boom. A powerful lightning strike instantly hit the ice shield, and the hot current melted the ice shield out of water, and the lightning followed these water currents and burst into more violent attacks. Kawi. The ice shield began to crack and a huge gap was formed. Ringo Yuri saw this, and Chakra was transported again. The lightning pillar suddenly became stronger and the scale gradually increased. Because Hai Wengxiang used defensive methods, the ice cones no longer attacked, and other knife holders also attacked. The different attributes of ninjutsu can emit different powers in different regions. If the water is released in the desert, the power will be less than 1/3 of the original power, but if it is released on the rivers, lakes, and sea areas with many water flows, the power will increase by at least 90%. And they are at the edge of the sea at the moment, which is the most ideal battlefield for their group of mist ninjas who are good at water-style ninjutsu. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Lo Kwa Chai Zhang's hands were imprinted, and a water dragon more than 10 meters long immediately flew up from the sea, flying towards the sea in the air. Water-style 5 food shark technique. The hands of the ghost lamp knife bearer made a seal, and 5 7-meter-long sharks flew out from the sea in an instant, and rushed toward the sea at swift speed. Water-style big shark ball technique. The other 3 people also made seals, and 3 10-meter-long terrifying sharks jumped out of the sea, opened their hideous mouths, and attacked Hai Wengxiang with other water-style ninjutsu. Titicaca. The veins of Hai Wengxiang's body are constantly opening, the range of ice fit is expanding, and the hardness is constantly increasing. But her heart is extremely anxious, because her pulse consumption has already passed half. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure appeared within her range of perception, calming her anxious heart. Towards the peacock. Before the people arrived, a roar came, and at the same time it brought countless hot fireballs, scorching the air, and even let the water-style ninjutsu spotty surface evaporate. Ah! The speed of the fireball was very fast, and it arrived in front of water-style ninjutsu. Roar! The water dragon and all the sharks roared, opening their huge mouths to swallow the fireball, because water overwhelms fire, which has an advantage for them. Although water overcomes fire, when the power of fire reaches a certain peak, that is when fire overcomes water. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The fireball's attacks continued to bombard water dragons and sharks like fists, allowing their bodies to evaporate, and at the same time they were quickly repelled. Ms. Hai Wengxiang, are you okay? The person who came was Might Dai. At this time, his body was blue veins violently, his body surface had a color like magma, and at the same time, a green chakra air mass was released from his body. This is the characteristic of entering the 6th gate of 8 inner gates, Jingmen. Ju Dai, you are here at the right time, let's fight this group of invaders together. Hai Wengxiang nodded at him. No problem, now is the time to bloom youth power. Miss Hai Wengxiang, that female ninja will be dealt with by you, and the other 5 ninjas will be dealt with by me. Go. Might Dai growled loudly. Then he stepped on the ground abruptly, causing a deep hole to burst on the surface, and he rushed in the direction of Wu Li Jinba. Come yet! Blast the sword and forbearance, break and strangle to death. Wu Li Jinba saw Might Dai being the first one to attack him, and immediately turned around, and the sight of the blasting knife and droplet filled with infinite detonation talisman suddenly emitted a light, and slashed at Might Dai. Armed beast! Might Dai saw the shining knife, stretched out his right hand and swiped it violently, and a wolf wrapped in an armed, good money, haki rushed towards the explosive knife fu, without hesitation. Boom! The attacks of the 2 sides collided instantly, starting a huge roar, and at the same time set off a huge air wave, spreading around, rolling up countless rocks and trees, and the sea was also shocked by a huge wave. Is this guy a monster? Wu Li Jinba's face was extremely ugly, cold sweat on her forehead. The 2 sides seemed to be evenly divided on the surface, but Wu Li Jinba knows how long he can't resist it at all. Because the opponent's attack is really terrifying. Double knife drunk butterfly, liberation. The ghost lamp knife holder raised the double sword butterfly that ejected a huge hammer-shaped chakra, and slammed it at Might Dai. Long knife ninja earth spider sewing. At this time, Li Yanchuanwan's attack had also arrived, and several steel wires were wrapped around Might Dai's feet, and then they were suddenly tied up. Chapter 97, Forbidden Technique, Dragon Scale Fury. Shock the door, open. Armed Tiger. Might Dai burst into a more powerful chakra in an instant, and the green chakra on his body has turned into a blue chakra. At the same time, a huge black and white twin tiger suddenly appeared above him, and the angry tiger eyes gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. Roar. Advertisement. Accompanied by a roar, the tiger claws attacked, against the double sword fresh butterfly. Then the double tiger tail and the tiger tail bounced the steel wire under the feet of Might. Boom. All the movements of the tigress were completed in less than a second, and a violent air current was blown out, sweeping the audience. The eruption of the tigress not only knocked Li Lingchuanwan and the ghost lamp knife bearer into the tree, but also knocked the Wulai Jinba in front of him into the ocean. Is this guy really human? How do I feel that he is a tailed beast in human skin? Lo Kwa Chai Zhang looked at Might Dai, his face was extremely solemn, the cold sweat wet his back, but he didn't know it. Lightning style conductive wave. The lightning armor 803 on Ringo Yuli's body erupted with a violent electric current, which flowed to Li Daoya's body, causing it to emit a bluish-white light suddenly, full of thunder and lightning. Lightning style thunder Ye. After Thunder Knife Tooth was charged, Ringo Yu once again released ninjutsu, and a thunder and lightning that was more violent than before erupted from Thunder Knife Tooth and struck towards Hai Wengxiang. Has the power become stronger? Neighboring demon vessel Ice Dragon Strike. Advertisement. Without the combined attack of the other 5 sword holders, Hai Wengxiang's pressure has been reduced a lot, but facing Ringo Yuri, her pressure is still great. Because Ringo Yuri's lightning style attack is very powerful, and the speed is fast, if you are not careful, you will be seriously injured. Hai Wengxiang's pulse power was transported, and a huge ice dragon suddenly attacked. After hitting the lightning, it emitted a huge light. Boom. After the light disappeared, an earth-shaking sound erupted. After the ice dragon's upper body collided with the lightning, it was defeated, but the lightning was also resisted. Relying on the impact of inertia, the ice dragon's lower body fell directly in the direction of Ringo Yuri. Ringo Yuri hurriedly jumped, avoiding the impact of the ice dragon, and with a bang, a big hole was smashed into the ground. Ha ha ha. It is fun to meet an opponent like you. Although I like to save the delicious things for the last, but that bunch of waste seems to be dying. So I can only solve you first. Ringo Yuri noticed the battlefield over there when Might was wearing the release of the armed tigress, with a trace of disdain on her face. Ringo Yu immediately inserted the thunder knife teeth on the ground, and the lightning style chakra was continuously transported, turning the thunder knife into a lightning form. Lightning style sky-splitting thunder snake. Zizi. As Ringo Yuri's words fell, countless lightning spurted from the thunder knife, and hundreds of silver giant pythons flew out suddenly and rushed towards Hai Wengxiang. Lightning style thunder snake is Ringo Yuri's strongest ninjutsu. Basically, the enemies hit by this move die without exception. Because after being entangled by the razor, it will paralyze your actions, and then, will be hit by hundreds of razors, and the consequences can be imagined. What's even more frightening is that Ringo Yuri can use ninjutsu while charging Thunder Knife Fang, and then continue to release Thunder Snake. Advertisement. In other words, these razor snakes will continue to appear until Ringo Yuri's chakra is consumed. Call. Faced with such a terrifying move, Hai Wengxiang took a deep and calm breath, and then the 7 channels burst out with all his strength, and his eyes showed ice blue light. Neighbor Demon Forbidden Technique Wrath of Dragon Scale. Hai Wengxiang's voice sounded like nothingness veil, but it was full of endless cold, which made Ringo Yuri suddenly feel a shiver. Roar, roar. 100 meters long ice dragon suddenly appeared, and it roared loudly like thunder, deafening. After the ice dragon roared, it suddenly attacked Lino Yuri. The razor on the road is either smashed by its dragon claws or swept away by its dragon tail. The two are not in the same dimension at all. In the Great Hall of Dawn City, Ye Lan is turning on the live broadcast function to watch Hai Wengxiang and their battle. Although the live broadcast function was activated by participating in the war, Ye Lan can still spend some national power to watch his own men fight with others. I didn't expect Hai Wengxiang to have such a move. Ye Lan watched Hai Wengxiang release the powerful forbidden technique, a little surprised. He originally thought that this battle should be Might Dai acting as the main front force, Hai Wengxiang assisting him, but he didn't expect that now Might Dai assisting him abruptly, but Hai Wengxiang crushed those people. However, although Hai Wengxiang's move is very strong, it is a forbidden technique after all. From the live broadcast function, Ye Lan saw that the pulse force in Hai Wengxiang's body was rapidly declining, and it could only last for a quarter of an hour at most. Fortunately, the battlefield format has been completely mastered by Hai Wengxiang and Might. It does not take a quarter of an hour for them to win. But, will the fact be what Ye Lan expected? Chapter 98 Inner Gates Formation. Damn it! Don't underestimate me! Ringo Yuyuri was fierce and injected all the chakra into Thunder Blade Tooth. With the more majestic chakra, the lightning on Thunder Blade Tooth erupted with greater power, and even the surrounding surface was bombed into countless deep pits. Zzzz. This time Thunder Saber Tooth no longer releases the Thunder Snake, but gathers all the Thunder Snakes and turns into an extremely strong Thunder Dragon, whose size is barely able to face the Ice Dragon. Advertisement. Roar. When the Ice Dragon saw the appearance of the Thunder Dragon, it immediately let out a roar, and then a layer of ice mist appeared on the dragon's head, and the entire dragon body was straight. Boom boom boom. The collision of the two dragons caused an astonishing wave of air, like a typhoon, sweeping the entire sea area, and setting off countless sand and dust. Even the ocean has been rolled up by several waves, constantly rolling. Empty. These two mad women have produced such powerful ninjutsu. After Wu Li Ba scolded, she was swept up and blown into the air by a strong air wave, and was stuffed with sand in her mouth on the way. The others also stopped fighting, and hid one after another, so as not to be affected. Only Might Dai watched the collision between the Ice Dragon and the Thunder Dragon with a solemn expression. Such a big scene reminded him of the original battle in Xinggran village. The Ice Dragon released by Hai Wengxiang, in the eyes of Might Dai, was a bit stronger than the last magic arm of 3rd generation Star Shadow. Of course it only had one fist. And Ringo Yuyuri is still a little worse, but still very strong. I must become stronger. I can't live up to my youth. Youth is the process of getting stronger. Might Dai shouted excitedly. The final result was just as Might Dai thought, the power of the Ice Dragon was stronger than the Thunder Dragon, and it was quickly defeated. Roar. After defeating the Thunder Dragon, the Ice Dragon continued to fall, and continued to roar in the direction of Ringo Yuyuri. Advertisement. Damn it! I can't hide it at all. It seems that I can only rely on the potions provided by Master 4th Mizukage. Ringo Yuyuri immediately took out a bottle of blood-red potion from his arms and swallowed it immediately, and then suddenly an astonishing chakra burst out of his body. This chakra not only restored the chakra in her body, but also doubled her chakra volume. Ha ha ha! Go to death, let's! Lightning-style explosion. Ringo Yuyuri let out a wild laugh, then raised Thunder Tooth, and a thunderous thunder broke out, which turned into a 2-meter-thick thunder and lightning, and attacked the Ice Dragon. Boom! A huge thunder rang out, and after the extremely thick thunder pillar collided with the Ice Dragon, the thunder and lightning arbitrarily, the ice drifted away, and this world seemed to be a world of thunder and ice. The power of the thunder pillar is so huge, even the extremely powerful Ice Dragon is starting to fall into the wind. Drink! Hai Wengxiang let out an angry shout, causing the inferior Ice Dragon to suddenly become stronger and confront Lei Zhu again. But there was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, you still have spare energy. But you didn't expect it, my old lady hasn't used her full strength yet. Lightning-style lightning tornado. Ringo Yuyuri raised the thunder knife fang and turned it around. A throbbing force swept away from the thunder knife fang. A lightning tornado over 100 meters high suddenly appeared, covering the lightning pillar and facing the ice. The dragon keeps spinning and attacking. Under the huge lightning tornado attack, the Ice Dragon's body began to gradually collapse. Miss Hai Wengxiang. Advertisement. Might saw that the corners of Hai Wengxiang's mouth were covered with blood, and couldn't help but worry zero. Then his eyes flashed with determination, and his heart seemed to have made up his mind. Youth needs to bloom. The youth that blooms for companions is the most beautiful youth. Ah! The chakra on Might Wear suddenly bursts, and an aura that is even more terrifying than Ringo Yuyuri continues to erupt. 8th door, dead door, open. 8 inner gates formation. Might wore a bleeding red chakra steam on his body, and at the same time his jet black hair turned blood red. 8 inner gates formation, together with the 80 God air strike, is known as the most powerful body technique in the Hokage world. On the other side, Ye Feng directly exploded. Boom! There was no time to think about it, Ye Lan smashed through the gate and quickly ran towards the sea battlefield. Malgobi. Even if Ringo Yu 1.2 Yuri's current strength is stronger than the original, I can recognize it. But it's too strong. It's almost a step beyond cage level. What kind of medicine did that guy drink at the last minute? Ye Yuan cursed inwardly. The strong fruit that Might Dai ate can indeed enable him to open the Infinite 8 Gate, but that can only be done until the fruit awakens. Now, even if his strong fruit development level is not low, there is still a big gap between him and the realm of awakening, so he hastily opened the 8 Gate, who knows whether strong fruit can protect him from death. Thinking of this, I speeded up the pace again and rushed forward. Chapter 99, The Temptation of the Class. The battle continued. The lightning tornado released by Yuri Ringo continued to crush the Ice Dragon. In the distance of the battlefield, on an overseas island, a black figure has been watching the battle, and no one has noticed his existence. This figure is Black Zetsu who invaded Dawn City before. This time he has learned well, and will no longer blatantly step into the country of Lebanon as before, but on a small island outside the country of Lebanon, silently watching the country of Lebanon. On this small island, even if a new Orium can perceive his presence, he is very confident that he can evacuate quickly. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the two cage-level powerhouses of Lee's Higuo were so powerful that even the 6 ninja swords were suppressed. Fortunately, Master Ban handed over the potion to that Thunder Girl, which made her strength soar in a short period of time. In this way, it should be able to force some of Lee's Higuo's whole cards out. Black Zetsu looked at the battlefield and said to himself. Uchiha Madara made the ninja swordsman come to the country of Lei with a purpose. That is to force the -03 whole cards of Lee's Higuo to let him know the real strength of Lee's Higuo more. In order to be safe, he also gave Ringo Yuyuri a bottle of mysterious potion. As for the life and death of the 6 ninja swords, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, they are just pawns, as long as they can play a corresponding role. Hey? Is this powerful force the trump card of that ninja? Suddenly, Black Zetsu felt a terrifying force suddenly violent, and he couldn't help squinting his eyes and continued to watch. Is this the power of the dead door? It is really powerful. But the damage to the body is just as great. Might Dai's body was wrapped in a cloud of blood-colored chakra steam. The price was that his calf was broken. But this force is enough to deal with these misty ninjas. Boom! Might Dai violently, and the surface under his feet instantly cracked, and his speed was so fast that even the space was distorted. Xian Xiang! Might Dai slammed a punch against the lightning tornado. With great strength and extremely fast speed, he directly blasted an air cannon. Boom boom boom! The powerful lightning tornado, in front of this air cannon, persisted for less than a second, and was completely destroyed. Advertisement. After the powerful air cannon broke through the lightning tornado, it continued to fly upward, and the clouds in the sky were suddenly dispersed. How could there be such a powerful attack? Ringo Yuyuri looked at the air cannon in the sky and said in shock. She previously released a powerful lightning tornado. She thought that she could crush the ice dragon and kill Hai Wengxiang, but suddenly an air cannon appeared, which defeated her proud move in 1 second. Style foot. Might Dai's second stage attack suddenly struck, leaving Ringo Yuyuri no time to defend, so he was bombarded and plunged into a deep hole on the surface. Drink! Boom boom boom! As Might Dai yelled, the power of the air cannon strengthened again, bombarding the ground with a more powerful attitude, and the earth continued to crack, an unfathomable hole in the ground appeared suddenly. Next it's you. Might Dai couldn't notice the traces of life in the cave, so he turned around and looked at the other 5 ninja swordsmen. Water-style mist shinobi technique. Loquat Jozo immediately released concealed ninjutsu, then turned around and ran away. And the other 4 ran away at the same time, and even the power of feeding was used by them. Facing this monster that is even more terrifying, who dares to confront him? Naturally, you can run as far as you can. But as soon as they ran a few steps, they felt the breath of death coming to them. Yes. Might Dai slammed again, and the terrifying air cannon instantly pounced on them. The powerful force caused their bodies to continue to be twisted. In a moment, the bones broke rapidly and were crushed to shreds. Boom boom boom! The air cannon continued to squeeze over, and the ground along the sea was cracked into a deep ravine. At the same time, the sea is also drawn by this terrifying air cannon, and the sea on both sides is standing there like walls. Malar Gobi! Why is the country of Lebanon such a terrifying monster? Wu Li Jinba saw such a terrifying picture, and the cold sweat wet his body like running water. He was affected by the battle between the lightning tornado and the ice dragon before, and he was knocked to a far place, but he was fortunate not to be attacked by Might Dai. As for the other 4, their lives are almost at the end. Advertisement. Even if you become Kirigakure's betrayal, you must never provoke the country of Lei. With this thought, Wu Li Jinba quickly ran away for his life. Is there another one? Okay, then. Puff. Might Dai saw the running figure of Wu Li Jinba, and just wanted to continue chasing after him, but suddenly there was a great pain in his body, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood that was almost evaporating, and at the same time fell to the ground on one knee. Might immediately wore and used chakra to flow in the body and found that his body had reached a very bad point. Except for the head and neck, the bones and other parts are cracked, and the legs and arms are cracked. If he releases Zixiang again, then his arm, absolutely 807 pairs, will cause a devastating crack. Even if there is a strong fruit, it will be difficult to recover. No, you must kill all the invaders. Might Dai said very firmly in his heart. Then he reluctantly stood up, and when he was about to swing again, he suddenly felt a familiar breath constantly coming in his direction, causing him to stop the action in his hand and turn around. It was discovered that the visitor turned out to have opened the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Yuan of Duman. His Royal Highness. Dai, you have done enough, leave it to me next. Before Might was finished speaking, Ye Lan interrupted him. Kawi. Ye Lan put his right hand on Might Dai's body, and a throbbing force of ice instantly covered Might Dai, and even forced Might Dai's burning blood to cool down. Good chance. Lightning-style thunder Ye. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Ringo Yuyuri, who was bombarded by Might Dai into a deep hole in the ground. Her body at this time is very weird. Because the right half of her body turned out to be like land, with trees growing. When Ringo Yuyuri was cooling down the blood on Might Dai's body in Ye Gang, he instantly waved thunder knife and fang, and a terrifying lightning strike instantly struck Ye Lan. But Ye Lan's expression was very calm, and he stretched out his left hand to aim at the lightning strike, and suddenly an incomparable Australian force appeared. Chapter 100 Ye Lan's Revenge. Wrath of Winter. As Ye's words fell, a bit of cold air sprayed over and confronted the lightning strike. Ah! Ringo Yuyuri suddenly let out a heart-piercing scream, and then the power of the lightning strikes suddenly increased, and at the same time, the characteristics of trees began to appear in her left half of her body. It's like a big tree. Advertisement. Humph. Ye Lan snorted coldly, and a stronger cold current jetted out from his left hand, and at the same time, he brought many ice cones towards Yuri Ringo. Zizi. The hot thunder and lightning and the icy cold are constantly facing each other in the air. While these two skills are facing each other, the surface has slowly cracked and cracked. Bang bang bang. The ice cones derived from the cold current continuously bombarded Ringo Yuyuri, but she silently accepted it, and a layer of frost began to spread from her. What a trouble! Ye froze Might's body while releasing the cold current to confront Ringo Yuyuri's lightning strike, which made him annoyed. Ice Crystal Thorn. Ye Lan suddenly stepped on his left foot, and a cold current dived into the ground, and then suddenly appeared from the solace of Ringo Yuyuri's feet. Sudden. The ground on the solace of Ringo Yuyuri's feet quickly cracked open, and a cold current was suddenly injected, like a blue beam of light enveloping Ringo Yuyuri's body. Crazy. Ringo Yuyuri was instantly sealed by the ice, and the cold current also instantly smashed the lightning, and continued to spread the attack, hitting the icicle, and suddenly turned into a huge frost, making the ice seal even more solid. After solving Ringo Yuyuri's matter, Ye Lan patted Might's body with his left hand, and the extremely biting cold air radiated from his hands again, and continued to spread into Might's body. Because Might Dai opened the 8 inner gates formation, burning his blood violently, making the blood hot like magma. Therefore, Ye Feng needs to cool down the hot blood without affecting Might Were's body organs, and let Might Were forcibly release the 8 inner gates state. In the original book, Naruto also inherited the power of 6 paths, and the powerful vitality of Yang power can save the life of King Gai. Both are the same, because Dai and Gai are both in a state of opening the dead door. Advertisement. Zizi. The cold air instantly clashed with the burning blood on Might Dai's body, and countless steams emerged from Might Dai's body. After a while, Ye Lan put his hands off Might Dai. Might Dai's body has now entered a stable state after all. Ye Lan's cold air left on his body is enough to completely cool down his blood, it just takes some time. After doing all this, Ye let out a sigh of relief, and Might's situation has been resolved. Hai Wengxiang passed out in a coma when Might Dai released Zixiang to crush the lightning tornado. The first person Ye Lan met on the way here was Hai Wengxiang. So Ye Lan first gave her the healing potion, and after an ice wall was created around her to protect her safety, he ran towards Might Were. Ye Feng shifted his gaze to Ringo Yuyuri's body at this time, and found that her body was severely transformed into a big tree, and half of her body had become a big tree. The medicine she took before was definitely related to Hashirama cells, otherwise her body would not be tree-like. It seems that the dispatch of Wuran to invade the country of Lebanon was all made by Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. MD, come to invade the country of Lebanon over and over again, do you really think Lao Zi is good for bullying? Ye Lan frowned, cursing inside. Then he turned around and looked towards the beach, and saw Wulai Jinba and the other undead ninjas all running on the sea, seeming to want to escape. Uchiha Madara, I will give you some presents first. The rest of the account will be settled slowly later. The ice energy in Ye Lan kept running, turning into a few small ice balls on his right hand. Don't look at the small ice balls, but in order to condense these ice balls, it consumes most of Ye Lan's energy. Then under the control of Ye Lan, these apple-sized ice balls flew into the sky instantly, constantly flying in the direction of the water country. Among them, an ice hockey puck began to fall above them, and at the same time, the ice hockey puck also began to release the huge energy contained in the ball, and its volume was constantly increasing. At the same time, the shape of the hockey puck has also changed from a sphere to a cone, just like a mountain. Bing Feng is falling. As Ye Zhen's whispered softly fell, above Wulai Jinba, an iceberg several hundred meters high suddenly appeared. Strange, how come there are icebergs under the sea? Wulai Jinba ran on the sea, watching a tiny iceberg on the sea continue to grow, and suddenly his energy was tense. Advertisement. No. This iceberg did not appear from the bottom of the sea. It appeared in the sky. Thinking of this possibility, Wu Li Ba immediately raised her head and her pupils suddenly shrank. An extremely huge iceberg fell from the sky. This scene made him desperate. I thought I could escape a catastrophe, but I didn't expect that I would still die. Except for him, the other ninja swordsmen also noticed the arrival of the iceberg, and they all slowly stopped and looked at the sea quietly. In the face of this kind of attack, you can't run away at all. Boom boom boom. The huge iceberg plunged into the sea and burst into a fierce bombardment. The sea surface was like a tsunami, splashing countless huge waves toss, and instantly submerged countless small islands. Unexpectedly, the strength of this great name of the country of Li is so powerful. It looks like he kept his hands last time. I must tell all this to Lord Madara. The name of the country of Lei is the strongest card of the country of Lei. Black Zetsu saw a huge wave hitting the small island he was on, and immediately dived underneath and slipped away. But when Wu Jinba and others were hit by the iceberg to the sea, they were attacked to death by that powerful impact. After the extremely hot, Money Zhao, blood came into contact with the cold air for a long time, the body worn by Might was finally released from the 8 inner gates state. However, after being relieved, Might Dai fell into a coma. Because the organs worn by Might's body have suffered great damage, Ye Lan cannot give him the recovery potion, otherwise this bottle of recovery potion will not restore his body, but will destroy his body like a poison. Therefore, the body that Might wears can only slowly recover from the strong fruit. Ye slowly picked up Might Dai and Hai Wengxiang, holding one person in each hand, and then returned to the direction of Liming City. 5 hockey pucks in the sky above the water country are quietly invading the water country borders. Over the 5 most developed islands in the water country, 5 huge icebergs suddenly appeared. It is night time, and many citizens of the water country don't know that there is danger coming to imprisonment. They are all in their sleep, dying comfortably. Chapter 101 Prestige increases. The next day, 2 news that were far more explosive than the destruction of the Kingdom of Energy swept the entire ninja world. The first news is that Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swords have fallen into the hands of the Kingdom of Lei. This news shocked all of the 5 major countries, except for the foreign countries of fire. Although the Kingdom of Bear was destroyed by the Kingdom of Lei in one day, they all knew the true strength of the Kingdom of Bear and the strength of the Star Ninja Village. They are nothing more than prawns, soldiers, and crabs. Advertisement. But this time is different. The strength of the 7 ninja swords is among the best in the ninja world. They are Kirigakuru's strongest ninja team and can easily destroy a small country. This ninja team is also a very difficult target for those big ninja villages. Therefore, this has caused the other 3 ninja villages to truly face the country of Lei. And the second news is even more exciting. That is, the 5 big islands of the water country were suddenly attacked by 5 huge icebergs. The airborne of these icebergs crushed the 5 islands of the water country, and countless people of the water country were sacrificed by accidental attacks, and many buildings were also destroyed. This is an extremely huge loss for the country of water. Because these islands are huge economic chains formed after decades of development in the water country, which can bring huge profits to the water country every day. So this made the name of the water country suddenly furious, and promoted a large amount of military expenditure to Kirigakure, so that 4th Mizukage 807 sent an army of ninjas to trample on the country of Li, and wanted to destroy the country of Li. But 4th Mizukage was under the control of Uchiha Madara, and silently accepted military expenses, and then did nothing. This made the water country daimyo even more angry, and the conflict with Kirigakure was further strengthened, and there were many conflicts with Kirigakure every day. The practice of 4th Mizukage not only dissatisfied the name of water country, but also dissatisfied many big families of Kirigakure, who also constantly clashed with 4th Mizukage. But they were all suppressed by 4th Mizukage's intrepid strength, so they didn't dare to say anything, they could only keep their anger in their hearts. But these angers will erupt one day, although the big families will not do anything on the surface, but secretly they continue to make small moves, wanting to pull 4th Mizukage from the position of Mizukage. Such a scene is what Uchiha Madara would like to see. The more chaotic Kirigakure is, the more helpful it is to his plan. All of a sudden, Kirigakure's internal fighting continued to erupt. These news are definitely the wind from Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, the daimyo of the water country would never know that I released those icebergs. Advertisement. It looks like Black Zetsu's old yin ratio appeared again in the battle last night. In the palace of Dawn City, Ye Gang sat above the main hall, and his face was a little ugly after hearing the news reported by Tajima Wind. What Ye Lan cared about was not that ninja knew that the iceberg was released by him, but was once again detected by Black Zetsu. This kind of guy who has been hiding behind his back is the existence that Ye Lan hates most. If Ye Lan took a new Orium and perceives the location of Black Zetsu, then Ye Lan will definitely be the first to freeze him. Currently in the ninja world, the only people who are most threatening to Ye Lan are Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Although the other 5 ninja villages are equally powerful, Ye Lan is not incapable of dealing with them. There are not many cage-level powerhouses currently in Ye Lan's hands. If you want to fight hard with one of the big ninja villages, you can't beat them. It's just that the end will be very tragic. Even if it wins, the country of Lebanon will be half crippled, because the low-end combat power and backbone of those Darren villages far exceed the country of Lebanon, and it is impossible for them to have no whole cards. In addition to Ninja Village, the 5 major countries also have a lot of military strength. If Ye Lan really insists on working hard with Darren village, and with the forces in the hands of those big countries, it will be easy to destroy a country of Lebanon that is close to destruction. This is also the reason why the country of Lebanon has been developed in a low-key manner, instead of directly conflicting with the 5 major countries. After this iceberg attacked the water country, the country of Lebanon can enter a relatively stable state of development. Because the iceberg released by Ye Lan in the water country is very terrifying, reaching a height of hundreds of meters. Such an attack completely exceeds the attack power that the cage-level powerhouse can release, so apart from Kirigakur, the other 4 ninja villages will definitely not attack the country of Lei easily. Because they haven't had any conflicts with Lei's Higuo. Since there is no interest offense, they will naturally not stupidly establish a formidable opponent for themselves. And they are full of jealousy about the country of Lebanon, and will not send ninjas to invade the country of Lebanon. They don't want to be like the country of water, the country is suddenly attacked by the airborne iceberg. After this storm, the prestige value should also be improved. Ye Feng opened the properties interface with anticipation. Although this event is even stronger than the news that the kingdom of the bear was destroyed last time, the reputation value is not obtained by being famous, but the more people know, the more reputation value can be obtained. And don't look at this incident being known by many shinobu villages, but these pieces of information are classified as state secrets, and not many people know about it. Only on the water country are many people know, because this happened to them. Although only the water country can get a lot of prestige, as a superpower, the population is definitely quite large. Advertisement. This is enough to make Ye Lan's reputation soar. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Lei's Higuo's name. National level, medium-sized countries. Descent, Ice Emperor lineage. Skills, Ice skills, 8 inner gates. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianxia Chakra cultivation method. Prestige value, 890,000. National strength, 25. Summon characters, Lucky, Laxus, Hai Wengxiang, Nilu, Inu Orium. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students, Rock Elf Legion. Note, advanced powers need a comprehensive military combat power of 100,000, which has been reached so far. Note, advanced countries need economic financial resources to reach 50 billion, current economic financial resources, 1.5 billion. The prestige value was originally 290,000, but now it has become 890,000, which is a full 600,000 prestige value. Although there is still 110,000 to use an advanced summoning, Ye Lan wants to use an intermediate summoning first. Because Ye Lan wanted to take advantage of the fact that the 5 ninja villages hadn't reacted, and summon a powerful figure to develop elsewhere. After all, the position of the country of Lebanon is too embarrassing. The only neighboring country is the country of fire, the strongest country, and it cannot continue to invade other countries. So Ye Lan turned his attention to other places, wanted to put his hands in and develop elsewhere, wait until the right time, and then explode in one fell swoop and annex the superpower. I just hope that the characters summoned this time can be stronger. System, start an intermediate summon. Ding, consume 200,000 prestige points, open the intermediate summoning. Chapter 102 Aces. Ding, congratulations to host for summoning a 3-star character, Aces. As the system prompt fell, a blue and white figure suddenly appeared in the hall, making Ye Lan feel a sense of intimacy. This kind of intimacy comes from the ice power of the same origin. Farewell to your highness. Ace Day knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Advertisement. No gift, get up. The corners of Ye Lan's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Ace Day is a super character in /Crimson Eye, the youngest and strongest general in the Empire. Her ability is the King of Ice, the essence of demons, which can control the power of ice and release powerful ice creations to attack the enemy. But her strongest move is Mahobatima, a bug move that can freeze time and space. Although this move can only be released once a day, and can only last for 5 seconds each time, in a real master battle, 5 seconds can do a lot of things. In a sense, Ace's ability is more pervert than Super Cage level. Thank you, Your Highness. Ace Electric stood up with her unique silver blue long hair. Although she is a general, she possesses a powerful aura like a king kun. Looking at Ace Desi's deep icy blue eyes, Ye Yuan couldn't help but move her heart, and she secretly sighed that she deserved to be the queen of coldness, her body was full of infinite charm. At this time, the system showed an attribute interface in Ye Lan's mind. Character, Ace Day. Level, 3-star, 4-star. Ability, Ice Emperor Tool Essence of Devil. Introduction, a super combat madman from the world of Slash and Crimson Eyes, with unmatched terrifying power. Note, because Ace controls the moves related to space-time ability, the star will rise to 4 stars when this move is released. Then Ye Lan and Ace explained the current situation in the ninja world, and then gave her a task. That is to develop power in the 5 major foreign regions. At present, the country of Lebanon is closely watched by all forces, and its development is affected by the country of fire, so it can only develop power in other regions, and then gain reputation and enhance its heritage. When the system summoned characters gain fame, they will automatically convert this fame into prestige points. Advertisement. Then Ace quietly left the hall, because Ye Lan didn't intend to expose her, so she secretly left the country of Li and moved on to other areas. After walking out of the entrance of the main hall, Ace's blushing face slowly faded. Ace is very cruel to the enemy, but kind and gentle to his companions and the people. And when she treats the person she loves, she will be very gentle and delicate, and her face will have a trace of ruddy, but Ye Lan explained the battle to her very seriously, and she did not notice her abnormality. Daisy, is your body okay? At this time in a wooden house, Sato who looked at Might Dai lying on the bed with a nervous expression on his face. Of course I'm fine. I won't be knocked down so easily. You have to believe that the power of youth is unlimited. Might Dai looked at Sato Hujiang with a smile, barely stretched out his right hand and said with his thumb. Card wipe. Might's expression paused like time was still, and then his raised right hand fell instantly, and the bones of his arm broke again. Empty. Brat. Say you are okay. Sato who looked like a broken Might Dai, and suddenly scolded. FK the Admiral Army, I'm such a waste. If I could be stronger, this would not happen. Sato who scolded in grief. At the same time, he also made up his mind to strengthen his cultivation and discover the true power of the bully as soon as possible. In the last Star Ninja Village battle, what Sato who released was that the solution was only a small part of the bully's power, and it was not the real solution of the bully. Ling Shuang's potential is far beyond everyone's imagination. After Sato who stayed in this ward for a long time, he gradually left. This time Might Dai's injuries are very serious. Even if Ye Lan asked Might Dai to forcibly close the dead door at a critical moment, let him save his life. But the injury on his body cannot be cured by the current medical level of the country of Lei, and even Konoha village Senju Tsunade cannot be completely cured. This is the price of opening the dead door. But the good news is that strong fruits can recover his injuries. Although this process was very slow, it also gave Might a hope. Advertisement. A hope to fight again. As for Hai Wengxiang in the battle last night, although he used the neighbor monster forbidden technique to pass in a coma, it did not do much harm to the body, and he woke up in the morning. Just want to restore the heyday strength, but also need to rest for several days. 0. Seeking flowers. At present, the development of the country of Lebanon is very stable. It is rapidly digesting the territory of the country of ability before it, and at the same time, it is constantly developing its economic and military strength. Because of the contract between the country of Lebanon and Konoha village, a large number of merchants appeared in the country of Lebanon to Konoha village and other areas of the country of fire, selling high prices with low-cost goods, and obtaining huge profits. At the same time, these merchants also brought their economy to the country of Lebanon and sold them to the people of the country of Lebanon at low prices. Although such an approach will damage their interests, they dare not object at all. After all, Ye Lan's iron-blooded political methods are no joke. Anyone who dares to be special will directly deprive him of all rights and nationality in the country of Lebanon, so that he cannot enjoy all the treatments in Konoha village. This kind of political law without a trace of compromise makes businessmen afraid to resist. After all, the 20% off treatment in Konoha village is the capital for them to get rich. 0. Therefore, after each transaction and return to the country of Lebanon, they can only willingly sell some commodities to the people of the country of Lebanon at low prices. In terms of military strength, the strength of the soldiers is constantly expanding, and the combat strength of the soldiers is constantly getting stronger. Lucci and Flash Banjura still helped Konoha village resist the frontline war, but they never worked as hard as they did the first time. But in spite of this, they also beat Sand Shinobi outright, making it difficult for Sand Shinobi to continue fighting Konoha for a while, only relying on small-scale wars to constantly harass Konoha Shinobi. Time has passed like a white horse, and a year has passed. During this period of time, the Ninja World War was still fought in deep waters, while Lei's Higuo continued to develop and was indisputable in the world. At present, there are nearly 4,000 ordinary soldiers in the country of Lei, 500 elite soldiers, and the number of king soldiers has reached 80. Although the number of elite soldiers and king soldiers has not increased much, the strength of each one is very terrifying. Master 2 moves and 6 styles, and achieve elite Chunin physique, you can become a good soldier. Master the 4 moves, 6 styles, and armament haki, and reach the Jainin level, and you can become a king soldier. At the same time, the economy of the country of Lebanon has also been greatly developed. Basically, the people of the country of Lebanon will not have too much food and clothing problems, and it is much better than before. In addition to the situation in the country of Lebanon, the spy sent by Ye Lan to the country of water obtained a huge amount of intelligence. 3 Tails is out of Jinchuriki's body. Chapter 103, Preparing to beat Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Is 3 Tails out of 4th Mizuki's body? It seems that Uchiha Madara is finally about to take action against Uchiha Obito. Ye Lan stroked his chin thoughtfully, and said indifferently. In the Battle of the Kingdom of Wind, Konoha village has a great advantage in the fight against Tsunagakuer because of the addition of Luchi and Shining Banjira, so that Tsunagakuer dared not break out a large-scale war for a while. So at the request of Konoha village, Luchi and Shino Banjira went to the front of the land of the earth to fight against the difficult rock shinobi. Although Uegakuer cage level powerhouses are less than Tsunagakuer, their overall strength is much stronger than Tsunagakuer. August 10 Uegakuer's cage level powerhouse on the surface. In addition to Oniki, the super veteran cage level powerhouse, there are also 2 terrifyingly strong Jinchuriki. They are 4 Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. Among the 2 Jinchuriki, Lao Zi's range attack is the most powerful, because he controls the lava style of 4 Tails. Facing the top attack power of Magma, even Jiraiya who was present felt very tricky. But Han's single attack is the most powerful. Because he controls the strange power of 5 Tails, its strange power can crash a small mountain with a full blow. Coupled with his unique steam ability, it can increase speed and power, and make the monster power stronger. If Senju Tsunade fisted with him, he might fall into a disadvantage. Advertisement. In addition to the 2 Jinchuriki in Uegakuer, together with Onoki who is in charge of the blood and the elimination of dust, the number of people on the Konoha side is even more severe than the Battle of the Kingdom of Wind. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato's strength during this time has been raised to the cage level. He has participated in the Battle of the Land of the Country, plus Jiraiya and many members of the ninja family of Konoha village, so that the Battle of the Land of the Country will not collapse. But the front of the Land of the Earth is still tight, so Konoha village asks Luchi and Shining Banjira to go to the front of the Land of the Earth to deal with the 2 powerful Jinchuriki. Originally, Luchi was unwilling to go to the front of the Land of the Country. After all, helping Konoha village to win the Genin battle would not do any good for the country of Lei. So he intends to play soy sauce and paddling with Shining Banjira on the front of the Kingdom of Wind. But in the end, at the request of Ye Lan, Luchi still went to the front of the Land of the Earth. The reason is simple, Ye Lan wants Luchi to monitor Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. Because half a month ago, a major incident occurred in Konoha village, that is, Konoha's White Fang, who has a half-arm Hokage robe, Hatake Sumo suddenly committed suicide. This big news shocked the entire shinobi world. Who is Hatake Sakumo? That is Konoha's White Fang, who is more prestigious than Konoha Sunin by 3 points, and his strength is among the cage-level powerhouses, and it is also a top existence. Such a strong man will commit suicide? What shit joke! This left the other 4 ninja villages with a lot of thoughts, and they couldn't figure out why Sarutobi Hiruzen would do such a thing. Through this incident, Ye Lan knew that Uchiha Madara was about to take action against Uchiha Obito, so Luchi was keeping an eye on Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. Ye Lan wanted to lead Uchiha Madara through Uchiha Obito, and then beat him up. All the actions of Uchiha Madara before were too arrogant, which made Ye Lan's inner anger suffocated for a year, very unhappy. Advertisement. If you don't know Uchiha Madara's lair, Ye Lan has already gone to him to do a fight. Where does Uchiha Obito need to lead Uchiha Madara 0? After a year, Ye Lan's strength has improved a lot, not to mention dealing with Uchiha Madara in its heyday, but with an elderly Uchiha Madara, he is still very confident. And this time, not only Ye Feng, Luchi and Shining Banjira, but also Renji and Nilu were making the shots. After a year of practice, Renji can barely solve it, not to mention the cage level of strength, but it is also considered a powerful existence in Elite Jonin. And Nilu, with the help of Ye Lan, purchased a 4-star soul sacred stone from the mysterious store, so that she not only restored her adult status, but also made her stronger than she was in her heyday. Ye Lan believes that with them helping out, Uchiha Madara can definitely be beaten down. The strengths of Sato Hu, Rukia and Hai Wengxiang have also improved in this year, but Ye Lan does not intend to take them there. After all, the country of Li still needs them to guard. And the injury that Might wears has completely recovered. Earlier, Ye Lan thought that Might Dai's injuries could only be recovered slowly by strong fruits, but a new Orium suddenly proposed that she could recover Might Dai's 1.2 injuries. This reminded Ye Lan. He also has a strong nanny. It's just that although Might Dai has recovered, he still can't open the dead door at will. But there is also good news, his fruit development seems to be about to touch that realm. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Lan picked up the phone worm to tell Luchi to keep an eye on Uchiha Obito, and then he took Renji, Nilu and a new Orium secretly into the Land of the Earth. The main reason for bringing a new Orium is that she has strong perception ability and can perceive the existence of Black Zetsu, so Ye Lan wants to bring her. Chapter 104 Ye's Plan. There were minor adjustments at the end of the previous chapter. Might Dai had already recovered before. Last night, my thoughts were a bit messy. Sorry, friends who watched it earlier can revisit it. My lord, Rock Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi are fighting fiercely right now. Do you want to take the opportunity to bring that kid from the Uchiha clan? In an extremely gloomy underground space, Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded abruptly, causing Uchiha Madara, who was sleeping, to slowly open the bloody Sharingan. Really? How's the situation over there? Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. Advertisement. The battle between Rock Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi is fierce. Originally, the Rock Shinobi side had the upper hand, but the Konoha side suddenly had two powerful players joined by the country of Lei, and Rock Shinobi began to fall into the disadvantage. Black Zetsu said hoarsely. The two powerhouses in the Kingdom of Lei? Are they the master of physical skills on the front of the Kingdom of Wind, and the summoning beast whose strength is comparable to that of One Tail? 03. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He also knows something about Liu Qi and Shining Banjira. Liu Qi is a master of physical skills. It is difficult to find a strong one who can compete with him in the ninja world. Flash Banjira is an extremely powerful summoning beast, but it is not a summoning beast that is one of the three holy places. This makes Uchiha Madara a little curious. Where did it come from? Yes, Master Ben. Black Zetsu replied. They are indeed a trouble at the moment, but it's nothing. This time, they only need to bring the boy Uchiha back. By the way, what did you find about that summoning beast? Uchiha Madara stared at Black Zetsu. White Zetsu and I rummaged through all the information in the entire ninja world, but couldn't find the origin of the summoning beast. It seemed to appear out of thin air. And I feel the breath of the earth on that summoning beast. As if it is the earth. Black Zetsu continued. Advertisement. Really? Where is it now? A strange light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and then asked. The breath can be infinitely close to nature, which is enough to prove how extraordinary the Flash Banjira is. In the ninja world, only summoning beasts that enter Sage mode have this kind of breath. So Uchiha Madara suddenly became interested in Flash Banjira. That summoning beast is currently separated from another strongman of the Lee Kingdom, and it's far away. But it's very close to that kid Uchiha. Does Madara-sama want to attack it? Black Zetsu was a little puzzled. Since it is near Uchiha Obito, take it down by the way. Although its strength is indeed quite good, but under our Uchiha clan's pupil skills, these beasts can only be slaves and cannot resist at all. Controlling it can also be regarded as Uchiha Obito's future plans. One more whole card. As for the reaction of Lee's Higuo, Uchiha Madara stood up, nonchalantly. As Uchiha Madara stood, the duct behind him became straight and long, which looked terrifying. Does Master Ben want to do it himself? Black Zetsu was a little surprised. Yes, it's a trip back to Ninja World. Uchiha Madara said calmly. Then a clone of White Zetsu appeared beside him, wrapped him up, showing only an old face. Uchiha Madara will do this every time he moves. After all, his body is very old and must rely on White Zetsu as a protective layer to return to the ground. Advertisement. On the other side, Rock Shinobi Village Battlefield. Earth-style heart beheading technique. One of his hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, trying to pull the enemy above the ground into the ground. Beep. I saw the man above the surface trampled suddenly, and the ground instantly shattered, causing the caster underground to receive a strong impact and directly vomit blood and die. This enemy is too strong. You must have Lord Tsuchikage or Jinkriki to fight him. A rock shinobi in a red ninja suit saw this scene not far away, with cold sweat on his face and a trembling voice. From his sight, he could see that the enemy not far away was a man in black clothes. The smell of blood on his body was extremely heavy, and his murderous aura made these rock shinobi, who are not weak in psychological quality, close to collapse. He is Liu Qi, ordered by 810 Ye Lan to fight against Rock Shinobi's main force. Why would your highness let me deal with Rock Shinobi's main force? While Liu Qi killed Rock Shinobi, he was also a little confused. Even if he and Shining Banjira came to the front of the land of the earth, they would be like in the front of the land of the wind. After all, helping Konoha village to kill Rock Shinobi doesn't make any sense to Lee's Higuo. In addition, Konoha village is not a reliable ally, who knows that when they are exhausted, Konoha village will hit them backhand? So Liu Qi has been paddling, while monitoring Uchiha Obito non-stop. But Ye Lan suddenly told him to give up monitoring Uchiha Obito and turn to deal with Rock Shinobi's main force. This made him very puzzled. Perhaps, your highness has other plans. Liu Qi said indifferently. Although he left Uchiha Obito's side, Shining Banjira remained by Uchiha Obito's side. Ye Lan seems to have some unknown plans. Chapter 105 Madara, here comes. Fire style Great Fireball technique. A Uchiha teenager with a sunshade mirror sprayed Great Fireball at the rock shinobi in front. The hot fireball burned the air and flew towards rock shinobi with a powerful momentum. Earth style wall. Rock shinobi in the front patted the ground with both hands, and a thick soil wall quickly protruded from the ground, blocking the fireball. Boom. Advertisement. The fireball quickly collided with the earth wall, causing countless fragments to burst in the earth wall. Although the fireball's attack is fierce, the defense of the earth wall is also very strong. Although the earth wall was mostly broken, it still blocked the fireball's attack. I didn't expect rock shinobi to be so difficult. The Uchiha boy said with an unhappy expression. Among the entire Uchiha clan, there is only Uchiha Obito, who is the only one who wears sun shading mirrors such magic things. Earth-style rock pillar gun. There is a rock shinobi who has been hidden for a long time. Before Uchiha Obito has not reacted, he quickly releases a fatal attack. A soil gun suddenly appeared from rock shinobi's palm and fired toward Uchiha Obito. As the soil gun moved, the size of the soil gun continued to grow, and finally turned into a 4-meter-long soil gun. When Uchiha Obito faintly felt a sense of crisis, and turned his head to look, a hard and sharp soil gun suddenly struck him. Moreover, the soil gun is extremely fast, and there is no time to release ninjutsu defense. Earth-style wall. Just when Uchiha Obito thought he was about to hang up, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and on the ground in front of Uchiha Obito, a rock wall with a dog's head imprinted suddenly appeared. Boom! The soil guns attacked the rock wall with a bombing sound, and the gunpowder smoke filled. Ahem! Uchiha Obito's figure quickly withdrew from the gunpowder smoke, jumped onto a tree, coughed, and then looked around, wanting to see who helped him attack with a gun. Idiot! The indifferent voice sounded again, making Uchiha Obito instantly know who it was. Looking at the white figure that appeared next to him, his face with a hint of gratitude collapsed in an instant. A whole Kakashi! Do you dare to have a duel with me? Uchiha Obito yelled angrily. The one who helped Uchiha Obito stop Rock Shinobi's attack was Kakashi. Advertisement. At this time, he has become Konoha's Jonin, and his reputation shakes the entire ninja world. 12-year-old Jonin. This is a rare super genius. However, Kakashi did not pay attention to the evaluation of him from the outside world. His father's suicide gave him a great shadow and made him very indifferent. Humph! Kakashi snorted disdainfully when he heard Uchiha Obito's words, and then drew up his father's weapon, the blade of White Fang. Lalala. Kakashi relied on his superb knife skills to slash Rock Shinobi with several knife marks, let his blood spurt, and die in less than a few seconds. A whole Kakashi, are you listening to me? Uchiha Obito suddenly exploded in anger, and quickly jumped to Kakashi's side and shouted. Front! Guru! A drop of cold sweat broke out on Uchiha Obito's face, and he swallowed uncontrollably when he felt the cold iron touch from his neck. It turned out that without paying attention to him, Kakashi actually put the blade of White Fang on his neck, making him feel the killing intent of his companion for the first time. Don't bother me anymore. Otherwise. Be careful, I killed you. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito with extremely cold eyes, and said indifferently. Enough. Kakashi. Obito is our companion, you can't do this to him. At this moment, a girl with a purple mark on her face suddenly jumped over and said to Kakashi solemnly. Humph. Seeing the visitor, Kakashi gave a cold snort, and then retracted the blade of White Fang. Obito, are you okay? After seeing Kakashi withdraw the blade of White Fang, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and cared about Uchiha Obito. Lin, I'm fine, but Kakashi's attitude is too. Obito. Uchiha Obito was interrupted by the girl before he finished speaking, leaving him in a daze. This girl is Harano Lin. After interrupting Uchiha Obito, she shook her head, indicating that Uchiha Obito should not say anything. I see. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito seemed to think of something, and said in silence. Regarding the death of Hatake Sakumo, they have already heard from Namikaze Minato. But you can't keep Kakashi negative, right? I must enlighten him. And in my opinion, Konoha's White Fang is the true hero who protects his companions. He shouldn't be insulted. With that said, Uchiha Obito continued to run in the direction of Kakashi. Upon seeing this, Ye Lan also chased up. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi didn't know that everything just now fell into Ye Fang's eyes. Yet, who had already come to the battlefield, led Nilu and others on a tree trunk that no one noticed. It was a good hiding place away from the battlefield. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi really have a dispute as in the original book, and it seems that Uchiha Madara's old thing is about to start. With Banjira's existence this time, it depends on whether the old thing has the courage to appear in person. Ye silently watched the Uchiha Obito team leave, and said indifferently. If according to the original plot, Uchiha Madara wants to take Uchiha Obito away, at most it is to let White Zetsu take it away, and will not show up in person. But this time is different. With Banjira, the summoning beast who can fight against the Shao Crane, there is a high probability that Uchiha Madara will appear in person. After all, summoning beasts of this level are of great help to his plan, and Banjira still belongs to the country of Lebanon that he is hostile, making this probability once again increased. And wanting to control Banjira is not difficult for Uchiha Madara, he is full of confidence in his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan has a common problem, that is, they have the arrogance like a dragon. And Uchiha Madara, as the leader of the Uchiha clan at the end of Sengoku, this arrogance is stronger than anyone. But at this time, he is already an old man, and he will be very calm when he does everything, for money. If it is just a Banjira, then the probability of his appearance will be very high, but if there is an extra Lucci, considering the pros and cons, Uchiha Madara will have a high probability not to appear in person. This is why Ye Lan let Banjira stay near Uchiha Obito and let Lucci leave here. Soon, Uchiha Madara, wrapped in white zetsu, finally appeared, and was sensed by Inu Orium after waiting for a long time. His Royal Highness. I feel a powerful aura appearing. This momentum is full of murderous aura. Inu Orium spoke suddenly. At the same time, her face was a little pale. Her perception is very strong, she can clearly perceive good and evil, so when she perceives Uchiha Madara's long asleep murderousness, she will naturally have adverse reactions. Uchiha Madara is called Ninja Shura. No one knows how many people he killed in his life, but this number definitely exceeds 10,000. Chapter 106, First Confrontation. Really? It seems that the old Uchiha Madara has appeared after all. Yami squinted slightly, and said calmly. Inu, where is he? Ye turned to look at Inu Orium and asked. Where is he? Advertisement. Inu Orium pointed a direction, it was not the location of Uchiha Obito, but the location of Shining Banjira. Ice blue energy burst out of the solace of Ye Lan's feet, and then his whole figure disappeared instantly. Wearing a white battle uniform, Nilu looked like a noble knight. She walked up to Inu Orium, put her hand on her shoulder, and then disappeared without a trace. The same is true for Renji, Ryotsu violently rises and disappears. In addition to developing the Ice Emperor bloodline this year, Ye Lan also cultivated other abilities, including Shunpo. Ye Lan and Renji just used Shunpo to achieve teleportation. Nilu uses the ring to take Inu Orium to move instantaneously. 810 Shunpo has almost the same ability as Xiongquan, but there are some differences. Shunpo moved straight from the spot to the target in an instant, while Xiongquan disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then appeared at the target in an instant. Because Shunpo can attack and defend while moving, Shunpo can kill people while moving. Rangxuan is different. Rangxuan disappears in an instant, and then reappears from the target. During this period, no action can be made, but it is faster than Shunpo. It can be said that striding is used to kill the enemy, and ringing is used to escape. Back to the ground again. A white weird humanoid creature suddenly floated from below the ground. This person is Uchiha Madara wrapped in white zetsu. Advertisement. There is a power coming, but I didn't expect to be discovered by someone. As soon as he returned to the earth, Uchiha Madara felt 4 different forces moving in his direction extremely fast, and he was a little surprised. He never thought that he could be perceived by others. Finally met. Uchiha Madara. In front of Uchiha Madara's eyes, 4 figures appeared instantly, and the leader was Ye Lan. Hey? Do you know me? After Uchiha Madara heard this, he squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Ye Yuan, with some doubts. Master Madara, the person headed is the name of Lise Higuo. And the woman who checked the hair was the one who could perceive me in black zetsu. White zetsu, who was possessed by Uchiha Madara, said quietly. No wonder they can find out where I am. Uchiha Madara reacted instantly. If the other party can really perceive the existence of black zetsu and white zetsu, then it is not difficult to explain that they can perceive his existence. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's eyes exudes a strong killing intent, that strong sense of oppression is like the air being pumped away with oxygen, making it hard to breathe. No matter how Ye Lan knows his identity, in short, anyone who knows that he is still alive must be killed. Is this the Shura of Ninja World? What a powerful aura! Renji felt Uchiha Madara's murderous aura that was even more terrifying than the ancient fierce beasts, and he couldn't help but sweat. Although his strength has far surpassed before, he is not enough to face Uchiha Madara, who is beyond the peak of cage level. Even if Uchiha Madara is in an aging state, his murderous aura will not decrease with age, but will settle more terribly. In addition to Renji, Inu Orium and Nilu were also affected. Advertisement. However, Nilu was not greatly affected. Originally, she lived in the cruelest environment of Hueco Mundo and experienced many powerful enemies. Therefore, she developed some immunity to Uchiha Madara's murderous intent, but it was still will be affected a little bit. Inu Orium is different, she is the most affected. Before, she felt that the murderous aura in Uchiha Madara's body was just a murderous aura in a sleeping state, which made her face pale. Now the murderous intent in Uchiha Madara has awakened, dozens of times more terrifying than sleeping. This made Anu Orium's heart a huge shadow. But in the next moment, the shadow disappeared. Because in front of her, there was a person with the same terrifying aura to help her stop the murderous invasion. That person is Ye Lan. The aura that erupts on Ye Lan is different from Uchiha Madara's murderous aura. This aura is full of boundless floating continents and coldness. Compared with the murderous aura that still retains human emotions, it looks very cold and ruthless. Interesting. Uchiha Madara's aging cells were suddenly aroused by the militant factor, making Uchiha Madara's old face a sullen smile. Then his murderous aura broke out again, like a huge and vicious tiger trying to swallow Ye Lan. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly, his aura increased again, and confronted Uchiha Madara's murderous aura, as if it were materialized. 2 gusts of wind were formed in the air, causing the surrounding trees, grass, and rocks to leap up instantly and fly to other places. Go with! The aura of confrontation between the two is evenly divided. In terms of aura, you are the only existence other than Hashirama who can confront me. I hope you won't be too bad in combat. Uchiha Madara suddenly put away his murderous aura, with a hint of enthusiasm in his tone. Fighting momentum is just the first confrontation between the strong. Next, it's a battle of real swords and guns. Chapter 107 I, Madara, are so confident. Ice Spirit Pillar. The power of ice in Ye Lan instantly poured into the earth, and within 10 meters of Uchiha Madara as the center, many huge icicles rose from the ground in an instant. Sharingan of Uchiha Madara turned extremely fast, and the moment the icicle appeared, it already reacted and stepped on the ground abruptly, avoiding the icicle's attack. At the same time, Uchiha Madara followed the violent icicles, stepped on the icicles and slammed hard. Suddenly 2 sharp wooden thorns appeared in the heart of both hands, and they attacked Ye Lan at a rapid speed. 0. Advertisement. On the side, Nilu opened her big mouth, and a light pink energy wave instantly converged and sprayed towards Uchiha Madara. Boom! Zero's attack speed was extremely fast. Mujutsu, somewhat similar to Tailed Beast Bomb. Uchiha Madara escaped under such an attack. At the moment Zero attacked, his body reacted subconsciously, ejecting the wooden thorns in his palm like a propeller, making him move again in the air. Uchiha Madara is standing on the tree trunk now, frowning and saying. At the same time, his Sharingan became Eternal Mangeki Sharingan at some point. It's Uchiha Madara, who has extremely rich combat experience. Even under 2 consecutive attacks, he can evade without injury. Ye Yuan's expression was a bit solemn. Although Uchiha Madara is in a hostile relationship, his combat experience is undoubtedly one of the strongest in ninja history. Even if he is now in an aging state, he is not an ordinary cage-level powerhouse who can deal with it. After Uchiha Madara heard Ye Feng's words, he was silent, but his Sharingan suddenly emitted a red light. Illusory. Ye Lan instantly sensed a powerful force invading his brain, but he didn't panic at all. What is the most famous of the Uchiha clan? That is Sharingan's illusion. Especially Uchiha Madara with Eternal Mangeki Sharingan turned on, its illusion can even be easily controlled by 9 tails. And how could Ye not know this? In order to deal with Uchiha Madara, he has made a perfect plan. In order to purchase that product, he consumed a lot of national power. Just when Ye Lan wanted to use that product from the system space, a sudden change occurred. Ding! A powerful malicious mental power intrusion was detected, and it is beginning to be eliminated. Advertisement. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Ye Lan felt an electric power flowing through his brain, and then heard a scream from Uchiha Madara. Damn it! What is going on? Thick bloodline flowed out of Uchiha Madara's eyes, and the whole person's spirit seemed to shrink, a little weak. His current tragedy is the backlash of illusion. How can my illusion fail? This boy is immune to illusions. Does he have any special physique? Uchiha Madara was a little shocked inside. He originally thought that Ye Lan was just developing the ice-to-blood succession to a very strong point, but he didn't expect that Ye Lan would be immune to his illusion. This made him very interested in Ye. But Uchiha Madara never knew that Ye Lan could be immune to his illusion attacks, not having a special physique. But to have a powerful system. But with my current state, I can't continue fighting for a long time. Uchiha Madara checked her body and said in a low voice. In fact, when he decided to return to the mainland, he just wanted to control Flash Banjira and take Uchiha Obito away. He didn't expect Ye Lan to appear suddenly. He still has a lot of whole cards left in his old nest, unable to get out. If he takes out all his whole cards, he is confident that he can easily crush Ye Lan. Although Ye Yuan is immune to his illusion attacks, he is not known by illusion, but by the power of the god that is terrifying by the world. But now he can't return to the old nest to show his whole cards, but even so, he is still confident, because he is Uchiha Madara. Except for that man, no one can make him retreat. even if he is not at the top. I didn't expect the system to have this ability. Originally, Ye Lan planned to take out treasures to deal with illusion, but was stunned by the prompt sound of the system. Being able to eliminate mental power invasion, doesn't this mean that no matter how powerful the opponent is in the future, you will be immune to mental attacks? This makes Ye Lan very excited, but now I can only suppress this excitement in my heart. After all, dealing with Uchiha Madara is the top priority. 0. Seeking flowers. Fire style Long Yan sings. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara's mouth faced the sky and quickly ejected 10 dragon-like flames. These flames keep getting bigger with the passage of time. When they fly over Ye Lan and others at extreme speed, each dragon head is 7 meters long. Ice crystal wall. Ye Feng's right foot suddenly trampled on the ground, and several ice walls stood up abruptly, each of which was 20 meters high and 5 meters thick. Boom boom boom. The fire faucet quickly hit the ice wall, and a huge explosion suddenly erupted. The hot flame collided with the cold ice wall, evaporating countless steam, and at the same time the frost melted and turned into a stream of water to slowly flow down. Suddenly, Ye Lan sensed a sense of crisis coming from the left side, and decisively took out the ice soul cold sword and injected the ice attribute energy into it, causing the sword body to burst into a biting aura instantly. 0. Then Ye Lan waved to the left, and a dazzling blue sword aura spurted out in an instant. At the same time, Jian Qi freezes the water vapor that it encounters on the way into ice and falls to the ground. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Countless wooden pillars that are as hard as iron protrude from the ground and close together to transform into a huge oval wooden shield. Boom! The extremely strong sword energy directly cut the wooden shield, revealing the picture of Uchiha Madara being slashed. However, over time, Uchiha Madara, who was cut in the waist, turned into wood. This is wood clone. Uchiha Madara's body suddenly appeared in front of him, and the palm of his palm sprayed out to create an extremely hard wooden knife, slashing at Ye Zhen. Front. Just when Ye Feng was about to fight back, Nilu had already appeared in front of him with the ring, holding the Tato in her hand, blocking Uchiha Madara's attack. Crazy. Ye Lan also seized this opportunity, and the power of ice continued to emerge. Suddenly a bitter force burst out from under Uchiha Madara. Call. The whistling sound suddenly sounded. It turned out that Uchiha Madara felt that there was a surging power underneath, so he quickly evacuated and hid in a safe place. It's really difficult. Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes kept turning, feeling a little uncomfortable inside. If it were his heyday power, where would he still need to entangle Ye Lan and the others? Susanoo could easily crush each other with a single slash. Ding! Chapter 108 Four Tails Jinkraki. It's Uchiha Madara, even in old age, it's still so strong. But, let me see how you take this trick. The power of ice in Ye Lan's body is constantly spraying out. A part of the cold current soars into the sky, and another part of the cold current flows into the earth to prevent Uchiha Madara from using the crocodile lizard technique to escape. The momentum of this technique is not weaker than S-rank ninjutsu. Advertisement. It seems that if you want to fight against this trick, you can only release that ninjutsu. After Uchiha Madara made up his mind, his hands kept forming seals, and then he suddenly slapped towards the earth. A majestic vitality suddenly emerged from the earth, and countless flowers and trees continued to burst out of the earth. Even the cold current released by Ye Lan cannot be frozen. Bing Feng is falling. Wood style the tree world is coming. Ye Lan and Uchiha Madara pronounced the name of August 10 together, and two powerful auras broke out in an instant. A huge ice peak appeared abruptly in the sky, hundreds of meters high, and it fell rapidly with a mountain-like surging momentum, and even the air was suddenly formed with countless snowflakes. On the ground, countless huge vines are constantly violent, and the hard surface is easily cracked like jelly. Over time, these vines have turned into giant trees in the sky, and they are still getting higher, and they are attacking the falling ice peaks. Boom boom boom. The huge ice peaks collide with the ever-increasing giant trees in an instant. The collision between the two is like the collision of two super-huge monster beasts. In an instant, the entire surface of the earth continued to crack and burst into many deep gullies, and at the same time, many violent winds appeared in the midair, continuously spraying toward the surroundings. What a strong power! Nilu, Inu Orium and Renji all looked at the scene in front of them with shocked faces. Soon, the confrontation between the giant tree and Bing Feng slowly stopped. The upper part of the giant tree was extremely bloated, and the height was suppressed from the original 100 meters to 20 meters. But it also succeeded in preventing the fall of Bing Feng. The two stood in a stalemate in the air, revealing an amazing picture of countless giant trees supporting an ice peak. I didn't expect Uchiha Madara in this state to be able to use the tree world to descend. Ye Lan looked at the huge sky tree rising from the ground and couldn't help but be a little surprised. But Uchiha Madara is absolutely uncomfortable. After all, wood style originally needs to consume a huge amount of chakra, let alone a map gun like the tree world? Advertisement. So Ye summed up a truth. Want to kill Uchiha Madara? Now is the best chance. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, this body is still too weak. Using the weakened version of the tree world came, it actually consumed only a trace of my chakra. Uchiha Madara panted under the giant tree. The arrival of the tree realm he released just now is only a weakened version, which consumes only a small amount of chakra in his body, which can witness how unbearable his aging body is. If his body has enough chakra to release the true power of the tree world, the ice peaks in the sky would have been eroded by the giant trees that are as hard as iron and collapsed. The current situation is a great disadvantage to me, and there is no point in continuing to fight. Uchiha Madara analyzed the situation and said with a calm heart. He has already retired. Although Uchiha Madara is very arrogant, he is also an old cunning man. He knew very well that the current situation was very unfavorable to him, and he wanted to continue fighting because he was looking for death. Uchiha Madara doesn't have any fear of the word death. As long as his plan is completed, he will not wait for the natural death of his body, he will also stop on his own. But now his plan has not been laid out yet, and he lacks Uchiha Obito, the puppet who executes the plan, so he can't die yet. This kid can only wait to deal with it later. When the plan is completed, I will definitely destroy the kingdom of Li. Killing intent appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes again. But he is also thinking about how to get out of the predicament. The hatching technique is to integrate your body with the earth and vegetation to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. But when Ye Lan released the Bing Feng Skyfall, he had already released a cold current and ice sealed the grasses and trees inside the ground. With the giant trees on the surface, he couldn't run far. Roar! At this moment, a huge roar suddenly came not far away. At the same time, the earth kept shaking and getting bigger and bigger. It seems that there is a huge monster rushing towards this. At this moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. 0. Advertisement. He perceives a familiar breath, which can get him out of trouble. Ye Lan frowned. He felt two powerful auras rushing towards this, one of them was very familiar to him, but the other was extremely strange, as if it were a hot flame. Boom! An extremely large body flew over like a black shadow, causing Uchiha Madara, Lan, and others to step back, silently watching the uninvited guest. Fu! The breeze blows slowly, blowing away the gunpowder smoke generated by the sudden attack and cracking of the ground, revealing a huge dark body. That huge body turned out to be Shining Banjara. Roar! Shining Banjara slowly stood up and roared lowly. Its body is extremely tragic, the dark armor is cracked and broken, and at the same time, the dark skin emits a hot temperature, which seems to be scalded by some kind of high-temperature liquid. Lava-style river rock technique. Not far away, there was a huge beast-like noise, and then suddenly there were many hot magma flying cannons. The attack power of these magma flying cannons is very terrifying. When Bing Feng and the giant tree were attacked, they were burnt and penetrated into a giant hole. Seeing the magma flying cannons spraying over a large area, Uchiha Madara suddenly disappeared. I don't know where it went. 1.2 Ice Crystal Wall. Ye immediately released the power of ice, and the earth would suddenly burst into countless huge ice walls, even larger and thicker than before, resisting Uchiha Madara's attack. Boom boom boom. The hot magma flying cannon hit the ice wall in an instant, and a huge roar suddenly erupted. The defensive ice wall was continuously burned by the magma, and it was eroded into several large holes. But that's the end. Although the magma attack is powerful, Ye Lan's ice wall is also extremely powerful. After Ye Lan removed the ice wall, he saw a weird monster. It was a monster full of dark red violent chakra, crawling on all fours, and with 4 tails on its tail. Coupled with the fact that the opponent can unleash the rare bloodline ninjutsu like lava style, Ye Lan can completely determine the identity of the opponent. 4 Tails Jinkra Ki, Old Purple. Chapter 109 Mangeki, Control the Tail Beast. Roar. Lao Ziyi let out a hoarse roar, and then the surface suddenly cracked, and his figure had long since disappeared in place, instantly appearing in front of Ye Lan. Just when Lao Ziyi waved his beast claws and wanted to tear Ye Gang instantly, Ye Lan's right fist was covered by the power of ice at some point, turning into an ice fist exuding cold air. Crazy. In an instant, Ye Lan made an uppercut with his right hand and directly attacked Lao Ziyi's lower jaw, causing Lao Ziyi's body to appear strangely distorted, and her body floated upward unconsciously, and at the same time he heard a sound of broken bones. Advertisement. Boom. Lao Ziyi was knocked out by the powerful attack power, hitting several giant trees along the way, and at the same time he drew a long deep ravine on the ground. This ninjutsu is the same as the strange force fist. It seems that this kid has done a lot in all aspects of ice ninjutsu. Anyway, I'm leaving, just leave a little gift for you little devil. Uchiha Madara stood on the tree trunk near Lao Ziyi, an eternal Mangeki Sharingan suddenly emitted a bloody light. Lao Ziyi, who had entered the tail beastization, quickly stood up again. In this state, no matter how terrifying the injury, he can recover in a very short period of time. But when he just stood up, he felt an evil force watching him, and when he turned his head, his whole body trembled involuntarily. Roar, roar. Then Lao Ziyi let out a scream of earth-shaking screams, and the chakra on his body continued to riot, and in just 3 seconds, it turned into an extremely huge red-skinned monkey. This monkey has a pair of golden upward-facing corners and a hideous face. At the same time, the tail has 4 red tails that look like octopus tentacles. It is one of the 9 big tail beasts, Four Tails Monkey King. Four Tails controls the extremely destructive attack of lava-style ninjutsu, as well as the huge amount of chakra, which is far more terrifying than One Tail Shao Crane. At this time, the eyes of Four Tails are not normal pale golden pupils, but 3 Tomo Sharingan. It was controlled by Uchiha Madara in a second. In a spiritual space full of stagnant water, a great ape was sealed by a chain on a huge wall. It is the Four Tails in the spiritual space of Jinkraki. It watched Lao Zi's eyes turn into Sharingan, and an incomparably familiar evil force eroded its body, making its already very hideous monkey face even more hideous. Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. You damn human. Even to control me again. Four Tails roared loudly. Its tone is full of endless hatred and anger. After hundreds of years of human deception, Four Tails is no longer the original kind-hearted tail beast, so it used to live in a volcanic area without any competition. As a result, a Uchiha tribe with explosive strength appeared, not only let it escape from Enran's life, but also let it be imprisoned by humans for decades. In the past few decades, it has been trapped in this lifeless space, unable to get out of the outside world, which makes the most violent one, extremely angry and hated. So it hates humans more than before, especially Uchiha Madara. Because it was Uchiha Madara who hanged it and was controlled by him using Sharingan. Ah, it's just a little monkey. If you didn't need to complete Project Tsuki no Mi, you would have been killed by me. The Four Tails who dare to evaluate the terrifying power in this way is only Uchiha Madara who has captured it. Uchiha Madara looked at Four Tails' eyes with a hint of struggle, and couldn't help snorting coldly. Then he increased the output of pupil power, causing Four Tails to lose control instantly, and a large amount of magma splashed continuously from the body surface, turning the surrounding into a magma zone. Cough cough cough. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara suddenly coughed, and a cloud of blood spurted out of his mouth abruptly, leaving a blood mark on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, not only chakra is overconsumed, but the pupil power is also consumed a lot. It looks like I need to rest for a while. Uchiha Madara indifferently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said calmly. Before he used illusion to attack yet, although he was backlashed, his pupil power still existed. And now in order to control Four Tails directly into the complete body and run away, he consumes a lot of pupil power, who is insufficient in chakra. Then Uchiha Madara's eyes withdrew from eternal Mangeki Sharingan and became the normal state of 3 Tomo Sharingan. He walked to the land unaffected by Ye Lan's release of the cold current, immediately released the number technique, and left the battlefield. Have you entered the perfect body? Advertisement. These eyes are Sharingan. Ye Lan stared at Four Tails and found that 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in its beast eyes, and an ugly color appeared on his face. Currently in the ninja world, there is no one from the Uchiha tribe who can use the Sharingan tail beast except Uchiha Madara. Inu, where is Uchiha Madara? Looking at Four Tails controlled by Uchiha Madara, Ye Lan immediately asked Inu Orium. Uchiha Madara has dived underground and escaped. Inu Orium closed his eyes slightly and sensed that Uchiha Madara had dived underground and slipped away. Empty. I'm about to get rid of the old Uchiha Madara. It turned out to be such a spoiler. Ye Lan's face became more ugly when he heard the words, and he cursed inside. If Lao Ziyi did not appear in 810, Uchiha would definitely not be able to pick up his next attack, and he might die by then. If Uchiha Madara is dead, then Project Tsuki no Mi will be extended indefinitely, and the person who is most dangerous to Ye Lan will be difficult to appear. But now? Uchiha Madara ran away. Ye Lan took a deep breath, calming the messy emotions. Although Uchiha Madara ran away, he did not have the opportunity to destroy Project Tsuki no Mi. After all, Uchiha Obito had not been taken away by him, and Akatsuki was there. Roar. Four Tails made a deafening roar at this time, and then it raised its huge hands and slammed the ground. Boom boom boom. The earth continued to crack and burst into countless cracks, and at the same time magma erupted from these cracks, causing the nearby giant trees to be burned and eroded instantly and turned into ashes. Boom. Without the support of the giant tree, the ice peak instantly collapsed, and under Ye Lan's intentional control, it dumped in the direction of Four Tails. Roar. Seeing an ice peak that was bigger than itself, Four Tails was not afraid. With its roar, the earth instantly boiled, and the extremely hot magma earth burst out, like an inverted waterfall, toward Bingfang flew away. Chapter 110 Ye Lan full of firepower. Boom boom boom. The hot magma collides with the icy peaks, just like Mars hitting the earth, erupting with a huge roar and a strong hurricane. The flaming red magma continued to flow to the surface of the ice peak, melting it away. But the cold air contained in the ice peak is also extremely amazing, cooling the hot magma, turning it into a layer of charred soil, covering the ice peak. Roar. Advertisement. Four Tails roared again, and saw its hands covered with hot lava, and it suddenly jumped, like a ferocious beast that appeared from a magma waterfall, and threw a huge fist at the ice peak. Boom. The two fists of Four Tails bombarded the ice peak, and there was a loud noise like thunder. Under the attack of Four Tails, the ice peak continued to crack many cracks. If this ice peak that is hundreds of meters high can be broken, you can see how powerful the Four Tails is. Nilu, Renji, you take Anu out of here and go to a safe place. Four Tails will be dealt with by myself. Ye Lan looked at the ferocious Four Tails, without the slightest awe in his eyes, and turned to Nilu and the others. His Royal Highness, you must be safe. Nilu knows Ye Lan's intentions very well. This battle requires talented people with superior strength to participate. Although she is strong enough to participate in this battle, she still needs to protect Anu Orium. After all, Anu Orium's fighting ability is relatively weak. If it is accidentally injured or taken away by a strong man of other forces, then Ye Lan can't get angry. So after Nilu nodded to Ye Lan, she took Anu Orium to use the ring, and instantly disappeared in place. Renji gritted his teeth and looked at the violent Four Tails with a look of unwillingness. He originally thought that his strength was enough to share some things for Ye Lan, but he didn't expect that he was still not strong enough to intervene at all. The violent Four Tails made it impossible for him to get close at all. In the end, Renji had no choice but to use Shunpo and left this dangerous battlefield. Card wipe. Under the incomparably violent attack of Four Tails, Bing Feng finally couldn't bear it and broke completely. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Countless huge ice cubes continued to fall, and they roared continuously on the surface, while the smoke filled with smoke and the ice flickered. Zzz. When some ice cubes fell on Four Tails, they couldn't cause any damage to it at all. Instead, they were melted by the magma on its body, and finally turned into countless water vapor, evaporating the sky above. I have been holding back for more than a year. Finally let go of your hands and feet and have a big fight. After Ye Lan saw Nilu and them all leave, he turned around and looked at Four Tails, showing a refreshing smile. Since the Battle of the Seven Ninja Blades, Ye Lan has been practicing continuously in the Kingdom of Li, and has developed the Ice Emperor bloodline to the extreme, and has controlled many powerful moves. But because large-scale attacks cannot be used in the country of Lebanon, otherwise it will cause large-scale damage to the country of Lebanon, and the loss is definitely not a small number. Therefore, Ye Lan is still not very clear about his own strength. And this time when he ran to the front of the land, Ye didn't have to worry about anything. Just FK him. Although Irana Uchiha Madara, Four Tails is also a very powerful tail beast, enough for Ye Lan to test his own strength. Let's try this move first. Ice Dragon Disease. The power of ice in Ye Lan suddenly ran away, and a huge crater suddenly burst on the surface next to him, and at the same time a dragon covered by countless ice crystals soared. Roar. The ice dragon's body is 100 meters long, not weaker than the neighbor demon released by Hai Wengxiang's forbidden technique and Dragon Scale Fury. This is Ye Lan combining the two moves of Hai Wengxiang's Ice Dragon and the Frost White Tiger under his control. This ice dragon not only has a very destructive body, but also has its own release moves to attack. Roar. The ice dragon first uttered a dragon cry, and then an ice blue energy ball condensed in its mouth, and suddenly a shock wave was ejected in the shape of a pillar, and it struck towards Four Tails. Roar. Seeing the ice shock wave, Four Tails felt as if being provoked by someone, and suddenly became angry. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists of Four Tails kept bombarding the surface, and while the earth kept cracking, countless magma was ejected. Advertisement. These magma first transformed into a huge wall of magma in front of Four Tails, and then ejected 5 magma shock waves, of which 4 attacked towards the ice dragon, and the other attacked towards Ye Lan. Death Ice Wind. Seeing a magma shock wave, Ye Lan raised his left hand calmly, and a wave of ice emerged from the palm of his hand, turning into a cool cold wind and sprayed away. Ah! After the cold wind passed the magma shock wave, it suddenly cooled the magma shock wave and froze into a charred soil column. After the cold wind cooled the magma, there was no intention to stop at all, and continued to fly forward. Wherever it was along, it turned into ice. Roar. The ice dragon soaring into the air saw 4 magma shock waves hit, and roared again, and then suddenly soared, leaping to a higher sky, perfectly avoiding the magma shock waves. Then it continued to twist its body in the sky, and finally turned into a one-shaped state, and charged towards the Four Tails below. Four Tails was controlling the magma to block the shock wave of ice in front of them, and suddenly felt the danger coming from above. When he looked up, he found that the ice dragon dared to attack. This caused it to explode again, and hot lava emerged from the surface again, and it suddenly jumped, slamming a giant fist at the ice dragon that hit the sky, and greeted it. And just when Four Tails was about to attack the ice dragon, the ice dragon instantly changed its posture from a straight line state to a surrounding state. At the same time, it bypassed the giant fist of Four Tails, wrapped around its body, and then shrank suddenly, binding Four Tails. Roar! Four Tails suddenly felt that his body was restrained, good money, and could not help but let out an angry roar. When it fell to the ground with the ice dragon, boiling magma appeared on the surface again, trying to melt the ice dragon. But at this moment, there was a voice on the ground that was colder than frost. Drifting cold giants. The 50-meter-high ice giant suddenly appeared. It was expressionless, wearing an ice blue battle helmet, wearing an ice blue armor, and 2 dark blue sabers on its waist. This ice giant is very similar to wood-style wooden golem jutsu and Susanoo, and is a super large skill developed by Ye Lan based on these 2 ninjutsu. Boom! Four Tails was entangled by an ice dragon and fell to the ground, raising countless gunpowders. When it wanted to get up, the ice giant had already rushed to its side at this moment, without saying anything, lifting up the sleeves was just a beating. Under the influence of the entanglement of the ice dragon and the strange force of the ice giant, Four Tails was directly pressed on the ground and rubbed. Chapter 111 Have you ever seen the ultimate of ice? Roar! Four Tails was crushed and beaten by the ice dragon and the ice giant, and I was extremely unwilling. It roared angrily, its strength was full, its limbs were full of muscles, and its 4 tails kept whipping the ice dragon that restrained itself. Under the powerful attack of 4 tails, the ice dragon gradually cracked. But soon 4 tails stopped beating it, because the ice giant had pulled up the double knives at his waist, attached a layer of ice power to the ice blade, and slashed at the tail of 4 tails. Advertisement. What? A blue sword gas flashed, and the 4 fat tails instantly fell from the tail of 4 tails, drawing a bloodline in the air. Roar, roar! The pain of cutting the tail caused 4 tails to run wild again, and the surface of the body continued to erupt magma, and at the same time, a sea of magma appeared on the earth. The hot temperature caused the nearby flowers and trees to wither and burn instantly. Roar! The ice dragon that bound 4 tails was burned by countless magma at this moment, and the ice body was gradually melting. This made it involuntarily let out a roar, opened the huge dragon mouth, countless ice mist sprayed out, let the burning air around it instantly cool down, and at the same time gathered an ice attribute energy ball, facing the huge mouth of 4 tails, suddenly injection. Boom! The ice puck from Zizhu instantly hit the huge mouth of 4 tails, and the force of the ice burst out, and it even ice sealed the head of 4 tails. On top of the 813 bodies full of magma, only the angry monkey face was frozen in a hockey puck. But at this time, a throbbing force continuously emerged from the 4 tails underground, causing the ice giant, who was going to continue the close combat, to silently jump back and jump to a place tens of meters away, with no eyesight. Looked at 4 tails intently. Bang, bang, bang. An extremely hot breath suddenly erupted, and the lava sea at the foot of 4 tails was like a volcanic eruption, shocking countless terrifying lava. Zzz. The surging lava quickly washed 4 tails' body, melting the ice ball on its head instantly. At the same time, the ice dragon that bound its body was also dissolved by the hot lava in an instant, and finally turned into countless water vapor, disappearing. Roar! Advertisement. After the ice dragon was wiped out, 4 tails roared again, standing, and the surrounding lava rolled wantonly. The extremely hot temperature caused the plants within a kilometer to wither quickly, and the earth turned into a scorched ground in an instant. The reason why tail beasts make the world fearful is because they can bring disasters like natural disasters with a single move. Huigyuashin? Adk, the destructive power of this move is really terrifying. Ye Feng looked at the boiling lava from 4 tails' body, and recognized its moves. However, this is interesting. There was a hint of arrogance on Ye Lan's face, and the cold blood in his body was boiling at this moment. This level of battle is what he is after. In an instant, the terrain and environment can be destroyed on a large scale. This kind of power like destroying the sky will fascinate countless people. Naturally Ye is no exception, but he can control this power very sensibly, so as not to bring huge dangers to the world every day. Then Ye Lan stepped abruptly, cracking a terrifying crack on the surface, and then he flew into the ice giant. The appearance of the ice giant is so strong that even the fist of 4 tails can only leave a slight crack on it. But Ye Lan is its caster, can enter its body without hindrance, and can control its body perfectly. Just as Ye entered the body of the ice giant, its dim eyes suddenly emitted a deep blue light, and then turned into golden pupils, giving people an extremely huge sense of oppression. Roar! 4 tails let out a roar at this time, and then a tailed beast bomb full of destruction aura condensed from its mouth, its scale reached 10 meters in diameter. Boom! The powerful tailed beast bomb suddenly shot out from the mouth of 4 tails, breaking the ground along the way into a long deep ravine, and attacking Ye Lan with a violent aura. What? Under Ye Lan's control, the ice blades in the ice giant's hands were covered by the surging ice power, and they slashed, and a cross-shaped powerful sword flew out. The tailed beast bomb collided with the sword energy instantly, and the two appeared to be evenly divided. Then the two merged into one, becoming a huge circular mask, covering the center of the battlefield, and then bursting out of horror. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The light mask burst out instantly, the earth constantly vibrated with a roar, and the violent wind danced unscrupulously. Even the clouds in the sky were dissipated by this destructive aura. After a long time, the diffuse smoke of gunpowder gradually dissipated, exposing the surface as if hit by a meteorite. Boom. Four Tails suddenly ran at this moment, and the huge body caused the earth to crack and roar. Then Four Tails' right fist was covered with hot lava, and he swung a huge fist at Ye Lan, who was in the ice giant's body. Cold fist. Under Ye Lan's control, a layer of light blue energy emerged from the ice giant's body, and then the ice blade in its right hand instantly turned into a huge fist, exuding an extremely cold air, and suddenly moved towards the Four Tails. Punch. Boom. The two giant fists instantly touched each other, and a strong air current broke out to cover the audience, causing the dilapidated ground to burst again. The Chill Trio. When the fist of Four Tails collided with the fist of the ice giant, Ye Lan's body exploded with amazing ice power again. An ice dragon of the same size as before sprang out of the ice giant and tied the body of Four Tails again, causing its fist to suddenly lose its power, and it was punched to the face by the ice giant. At the same time, a huge icicle suddenly appeared on the ground, flying the body of Four Tails out. But this is not over yet. Just when Four Tails was about to be knocked out, a huge icicle suddenly fell in the sky, causing its floating body to hit the icicle below it again. The restraint of the ice dragon makes it difficult to exert force, and the icicles from the earth and the sky crush it forcibly. Although these icicles are not as huge as the ice peaks before, the ice power they contain far exceeds that of the ice peaks. Four Tails tried their best to resist in the icicle interlayer, but was still crushed to death by the icicles. In the end, the two icicles merged into one, and Four Tails was frozen in the ice layer like this. Just let you see, Bing's ultimate. Ye Lan looked at the Four Tails in the ice layer that was still resisting, all the ice power in his body burst out, turning into a cold current and injected into the huge icicle in front of him, making the Four Tails inside instantly exit Sharingan's control state. The pale golden eyes of Four Tails showed fear at this moment. Chapter 112 Lu Chi Fight 5 Tails. Boom. As Ye Lan injected ultimate ice power into the icicles suddenly vibrated, making a sound like a thunder roar, and its scale is also getting bigger. In the end, the icicle turned into a 100-meter-high iceberg, which contained the ultimate ice power, and the Four Tails was perfectly frozen in it, and it was impossible to resist. Even the color of fear in Four Tails' eyes is frozen. The consumption of this trick is really terrifying. Advertisement. Ye Lan felt that there was only a half of the energy left in his body, frowning involuntarily. Although the energy in Ye Lan can't be compared with the huge Shatura of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in their heyday, it is not much worse. Even if many skills were just released, they only consumed 1/5 of the energy. And this time using Ultimate's ice power to freeze Four Tails, it actually consumed 3/5 of the energy. Although the energy consumed by this move is very terrifying, the effect is also super strong, and it can perfectly freeze Four Tails, which is enough to see how powerful this move is. This move is called Extreme Frozen Right. Ye Lan casually named this move, and then never looked at Four Tails again, and moved towards Shunpo in the direction of Shining Banjira. Before the battle with Four Tails, Ye Lan gave the order to fight Four Tails alone, so Flash Banjira also hid in a safe place like Nilu and others. When Ye Lan came to Flash Banjira, he found that Nilu and others had already come here first, and a new Orium was using the double-day return shield to eliminate Flash Banjira's injuries. Your Highness! Are you okay? Seeing Ye Lan's appearance, Nilu was still as careless as a child, turned on the super acceleration, and flew towards Ye Lan. I'm fine. Ye Lan smiled and hugged Nilu down, and then turned his gaze to Shining Banjira. Under a new Orium's healing, Banjira Flash recovered from his injuries quickly, and the treatment was soon completed. In this year's time, Inu Orium's strength has also been greatly enhanced, and he can recover and treat many injuries in a short period of time. Now that the treatment is complete, let's go over and support Lu Chi now. Ye Feng said to them. After he sealed the Four Tails in ice, he felt that there was a violent chakra in the direction of Lu Chi, almost the same as the chakra of Four Tails. The reason why Lu Chi didn't rush to the battlefield was because he was dragged by Weigaku's 5 tails. Advertisement. Then Ye Lan acted again and ran in the direction of Lu Chi. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Chi's body was a little embarrassed, and at the same time he entered the state of a human being and an animal. Lu Chi now looked at the enemy on the opposite side solemnly. There is only one enemy, and his appearance is very strange. Like Lao Ziai who entered the second stage beastization before, his body is covered by the violent dark red chakra, and his tail has 5 tails. He is a Weigakur, apart from 4 tails Jinkraki, the only remaining tail beast Jinkraki. 5 tails Jinkraki, Han! Roar! Han let out a low roar, and then flew towards Liu Qi like a red lightning. At the same time, his hands were strengthened by the tail beast chakra at this moment, and his fists became extremely huge, and he suddenly blasted a giant fist at Liu Qi. Armed finger pistol ban. Liu Qi hands were instantly covered by the black armament haki, facing the attacking Han, his hands were like machine guns, suddenly bursting out infinite finger pistol attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Han's fist was full of powerful and strange power. Liu Qi finger pistol attack fell into the wind at the beginning, and his feet gradually slid backward, sliding out a deep ravine on the ground. But Liu Qi attack exploded infinitely, and the Han, who gradually lost his fist, turned into a disadvantage. Boom! In the end, Liu Qi shot Han out, causing him to knock down several trees, and at the same time slid out an elongated ravine on the ground. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, Jinkriki is a group of monsters. Although Liu Qi was better than Han, he was uncomfortable, gasping for breath, and said in a deep heart. He has been fighting with Han for a long time, and Han has left many wounds on his body, but these are just skin injuries. The most important thing is the internal injury. Han's strange power is extremely powerful, and part of the power is dark energy, which can directly attack the inside of the body through the skin. If it wasn't for Liu Qi to control the return of life, he could control his internal organs to continue to move slightly, avoid a large number of dark attacks, and change to another person. It is estimated that he has been beaten to the ground. 0 FL. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. This physical skill ninja is really terrifying, withstanding so many attacks from me, I haven't been knocked down. After Han stood up, he said hoarsely. He and Lao Ziyi control the tail beast chakra to the same degree, and he can perfectly enter the second stage tail beastization, and will not be corroded by the tail beast chakra, so he can retain his rationality and fight against Liu Qi. But further complete body tail beastization, he still can't control. After all, Five Tails is still full of extreme hatred for humans, and it is impossible for Han to control all its power. The situation on Lao Zi's side is because he is controlled by Uchiha Madara's Mangeki, so he can directly enter the complete body tail animalization. However, after Lao Zi entered the complete tail beastization, he was also in a state of uncontrollable runaway. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold on with Ye Gang forever, but just ran away. After all, when you encounter Ye Lan, a terrifying strong man who can hammer the tail beast on the ground, who dares to fight him? After a while, Liu Qi pierced through Han's body with many pit-like wounds, and was quickly healed by the tailed beast chakra. After entering the tail beastization, Han's attack and speed have not only greatly increased, but all the injuries on his body can also be restored in a very short time. This is the capital he can continue to fight with Liu Qi. Just as Han was about to leave and continued to attack Liu Qi, suddenly a huge icicle fell from the sky, crushing him to the ground, unable to move. Is this Your Highness? Seeing this familiar icicle, Liu Qi pupils suddenly shrank, a little shocked. As he guessed, Ye Lan and others appeared in front of Liu Qi instantly. Liu Qi, long time no see. Ye Lan looked at Liu Qi with some shock in his eyes, and said with a smile on his face. His Royal Highness, I'm sorry, I didn't come to support you at a critical time. Liu Qi knelt down on one knee as he looked at Ye Gang's imposing manner, said in a low voice. He also discovered the previous battle between Four Tails and Ye Lan. Originally, he wanted to support, but a man appeared in the middle and delayed him. And for Ye Lan's strength, Liu Qi felt extremely shocked in his heart. He hadn't met Ye Yuan for a long time, and he had no idea that Ye's strength had grown to such a terrifying level. The man who can even regard himself as a strong enemy, one move to subdue it. Ding! Chapter 113 Uchiha Obito. It's not your fault, and I didn't expect Uegaku to send Five Tails Jinkriki to deal with you. Ye Lan shook his head. Roar! At this time, the violent chakra on Han suddenly broke out, and the Five Tails actually condensed 5 chakra balls with different attributes, which are 5 attributes of wind, thunder, fire, water, and soil. After the 5 chakra balls were condensed, they slapped toward the icicle. Advertisement. At the same time, he squeezed his right hand full of strange power into a fist, and attacked the icicle with an uppercut. Boom! The attacks of 5 different attributes and the fist attack of pure power gradually caused this icicle to collapse, and finally turned into countless August 13th ice crystals and disappeared. Roar! Han's overwhelmed body stood up in a crawling posture, snarled in a low pressure, and looked at Ye Lan and the others with solemn expression. He didn't act rashly. After all, the enemy in front of him can subdue him with one move. It is definitely not easy. He calmly looked at Ye Lan and the others, silently noted their appearance, and prepared to inform Uegaku of their existence. When he saw Flash Bandura, his pupils suddenly shrank. The summoning beast is still there, it looks like Lao Zi has failed. Han said with a heavy heart. After considering the situation of the battle, he retired. Not to mention Ye Lan, who can suppress him with one move. It is said that Liu Qi and Flash Banjira can defeat him. Roar! The chakra on Han's body broke out again, his hands turned into huge fists, and they suddenly bombarded the land ahead. Boom! Advertisement. The powerful force caused the entire land to split instantly, and Han also took advantage of the reaction force and took the opportunity to fly back. Then he readjusted his body and ran away at extreme speed. I didn't expect this Jinkriki to be so decisive. Ye Lan looked at the man who had run out of sight and couldn't help but chuckle. Then Ye Lan turned around and asked Anu Orium to use the double heaven shield to treat Liu Qi injuries. After the treatment, Ye Lan took Liu Qi and the others out of the battlefield and walked towards the direction of Li's Higuo. On the way, Ye Lan told Liu Qi about the current situation of the country of Lei and the things that Sato Hu and might wear. As for the influence of bringing Walker and Shining Banjira on Konoha battlefield, Ye Lan didn't care about it. Being able to let them help Konoha village fight on the front for a year, and still have not left the battlefield, already gives Konoha village a lot of face. As for the remaining 2 years on the contract, it is natural to let the mentally exhausted Liu Qi take a good rest. On the way back to the country of Lebanon, Anu Orium suddenly stopped, making Ye Lan and the others a little confused. His Royal Highness, I perceive an aura under the ground, and there is also an aura that is very similar to the pure white weird person before. Anu Orium pointed to the ground in front of which was covered by countless huge rocks into small hills, and said, White Zetsu. Plus this situation. After Ye Lan heard the words, her inner thoughts lurked. Then he thought of a situation, and immediately asked Flash Banjira to lift the huge rock in front of him. Under the careful control of Flash Banjira, the huge rock flew elsewhere, and at the same time let the earth protrude a column-shaped rock pillar with a height of 1 meter. After the smoke cleared, Ye Lan and others stepped forward and came to the side of the rock pillar and found a dying boy on the rock pillar. The right half of the teenager was severely paralyzed, showing a concave and flat shape, as if crushed by a huge rock. Sure enough, Uchiha Obito. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, he would still be in this tragic situation. Ye Lan looked at Uchiha Obito, who was almost dead, frowned and said 0. He was thinking about what to do with Uchiha Obito. Just try it first and see if you can save his life. Ye Lan made up his mind after thinking for a while. Saving Uchiha Obito is nothing more than preventing him from becoming the executor of Project Tsuki no Mi. After all, the ability of the Space Department is very difficult to deal with. But if Ye Lan can't save him, then Uchiha Obito's remaining breath will be ended by Ye Lan. After White Zetsu below sensed what was happening on the ground, he returned to the ground again, presumably as a whistleblower. Anu, can you bring him back to life? Ye Lan turned around and said to Anu Orium. Let me try. Anu Orium immediately activated the shield Shun Liuhua's ability, and an orange shield appeared to envelop Uchiha Obito. After a while, Anu Orium left a trace of sweat on his forehead and withdrew his ability. His Royal Highness 1.2, the young man's injuries are too serious, and it will take a while to finish his treatment. Anu Orium wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. In other words, there is still a rescue, right? Ye Lan raised his eyebrows, but I didn't expect that Anu Orium could really rescue Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's injury is more serious than might wear after opening the 8th gate. Might wears broken bones and fractured important bones, while Uchiha Obito is crushed on his right body. The biggest difference between the two is that Might Dai is still alive, but Uchiha Obito is almost facing Shinigami. Chapter 114, Madara who vomits blood. Yes, Your Highness. I can only guarantee that he will not die, but he must be repaired within an hour, and he must be in a very quiet place. Anu Orium's face was a bit solemn. Now on the battlefield, Anu Orium can't repair Uchiha Obito's injury at all. After all, the battlefield is full of too many unknowns. And the Konoha base camp on the front of the land is not good. After all, there are still some noises there, and it is impossible to achieve complete silence. Advertisement. Therefore, Ye and the others must rush back to the country of Lei within an hour and find a completely quiet place to repair Uchiha Obito's injury. But Ye Lan and the others rushed here from the country of Lei, and they had already spent more than 3 hours on the way. Yes. Then you can only do this. Ye Lan approached Uchiha Obito's side, stretched out his left hand, and the power of the ice burst suddenly, causing Uchiha Obito's body to instantly freeze a layer of frost. Extremely cold and frozen. As Ye Lan's words fell, the frost on Uchiha Obito's body instantly increased, turning into a coffin-like ice cube. After Uchiha Obito was ice-sealed, the breath left in his body was also ice-sealed, so it wouldn't flow out. The reason why the extreme cold ice can perfectly seal the 4 tails filled with magma is because the ultimate ice power has reached the theoretical absolute zero. Absolute zero can make all matter stop all movement, just like time has stopped. But this ultimate's ice power consumption is also extremely high, and the creation of a 100-meter iceberg before consumes 3/5 of Yaiwen's energy. Don't underestimate the energy of 3/5. If this energy is used to release ordinary icebergs of 100 meters, it will be enough to release 20. Advertisement. Afterwards, Shining Banjara hit the ice coffin and returned to the country of Le with Ye Lan. Ahem. Unexpectedly, the consumption this time would be so big. Damn kid. Sooner or later, the old man will step down the country of Le. Uchiha Madara, who had returned to the old nest, sat on the stone bench with a gloomy expression. At this time, his back was filled with ducks, and the Gedo statue was constantly transporting vitality, allowing his body to slowly recover. Suddenly, White Zetsu's figure jumped out from the top of the rock formation and looked at Uchiha Madara in a panic. It's not good. Master Ban. That kid, Uchiha, was taken away by the name of Lee's Higuo. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara's heart was furious, and a mouthful of old blood came out. In order to find the best puppet, he searched for the Uchiha tribe for a long time before he found Uchiha Obito, the best puppet. And now Uchiha Obito has been taken away by Ye Lan, which is equivalent to the plan he had planned for a long time, and it was in vain. Seeing Uchiha Madara with an extremely gloomy face, White Zetsu was also frightened, but he still asked weakly. Madara-sama, will Kiri Shinobu's plan continue? He was referring to the plan to seal 3 tails to you and Ye Lan, which was originally arranged for Uchiha Obito, but as Uchiha Obito was taken away by Ye Lan, this plan seemed to have no meaning. That plan is not important anymore, just let him go. The most important thing now is to look for a puppet again. White Zetsu, don't look for someone with kind heart this time, find me a Uchiha with great ambition. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara calmly said to White Zetsu. He originally planned to find a kind-hearted Uchiha tribe to be puppets. After all, he knew how terrifying the fall of love was. But now it seems that he can only find an ambitious Uchiha tribe to serve as his puppet. After all, only this kind of people can bring great turbulence to this world. As for the strength of the puppet, Uchiha Madara will personally teach him so that he has enough strength to execute all these plans. As for how to fool the puppet willingly to do things for him, I think there should be no careerist who is not interested in ruling the world, right? Uchiha Madara said indifferently. A few hours later, Ye Lan and others returned to the country of Li. After returning, Ye Lan first asked the flashy Banjara to return to Bosco Dora and Zhan Zhuolong 813, and continued to guard the border. Then he arranged a place to provide Liu Qi with a rest, and let him meet with Sato who and might die by the way. The 3 of them are all comrades who have gone through life and death together, and the friendship is definitely not shallow, so when Might Dai and Sato who saw Liu Qi, they were very excited, and they immediately invited him to dinner and drink. Originally they wanted to invite Ye Lan to go with him, but Ye Lan tactfully refused, after all, he had other things to do. At this time, Ye Lan held the ice coffin with one hand and walked to a place, while a new Orium silently followed Ye Lan. Soon, the two came to a 3-story concrete building. This small building was located in a remote area and surrounded by tranquility. It was a good place for mind cultivation and meditation. After entering the small building, Ye Lan put down the ice coffin in his hand and used extremely strong ice-controlling power to remove the extreme cold from Uchiha Obito's body. Then a new Orium took the initiative to repair Uchiha Obito's injury. Chapter 115, Cute, Gourd Baby? Seeking full customization. A few days later, the news that 4 Tails was frozen in the ninja world was spread, shocking countless people. The tail beast is the most dangerous creature in the ninja world. And still use ice ninjutsu. You need to know that 4 Tails' ability is lava style, and Bing Dun are completely incompatible forces. The number of people who can suppress the tail beast with the power of not restraining the tail is currently not more than 5 fingers. Advertisement. Therefore, the dangerous position of Lee's Higuo in the hearts of the 5 great ninja villages has once again been upgraded to a level, and it can almost be compared with other great ninja villages. And the big names of the 5 big countries, who are leisurely and carefree every day, have also begun to get serious. The current combat power of the country of Lebanon, if it continues to develop vigorously, it can almost become the 6th superpower. This is what they don't want to see. But the ninja world is currently in a period of great war, so other big countries have decided to destroy the fire country first, and then deal with this newly born Li kingdom. And the country of fire and the country of Li are also cooperative. On the surface, there will be no conflicts, but secretly, they are constantly surging. After the battle between Ye Lan and 4 Tails, the battle in the ninja world has become more intense, and the Kingdom of Thunder has officially launched a large-scale war against the Kingdom of Fire. This has increased the pressure on Konoha village again. At this time Ye Lan was sitting in the main hall, and a blue map of the Kingdom of Li appeared in his mind, with many red dots on it, all of whom were from the 5 great ninja villages. Sure enough, after the battle with 4 Tails, the 5 ninja villages all released a lot of lines to the country of Li. Ye Lan's face was indifferent, obviously he had anticipated this situation a long time ago. He frozen 4 Tails in order to make the country of Lebanon high profile, so as to attract the attention of the 5 major countries, and let Laxas and Astes develop better outside. After Ye Momo took these people down, he planned to let Might Dai send soldiers to take them down. He didn't want any malicious people to enter the country of Li, the ghost knew what they would pull out. After doing all this, Ye Lan stretched out, and then opened the attribute interface to see how much the reputation value has increased sharply. Host, Ye Lan. Identity, Li's Higuo's name. National level, medium-sized countries. Descent, Ice Emperor lineage. Skills, Ice skills, 8 inner gates, Marine 6 styles, Shunpo, armament Haki. Advertisement. Weapon, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Gong method, Xianxia Chakra cultivation method. Prestige value, 1.89 million. National strength value, 800,000. Summon characters, Lucky, Laxus, Hai Wengxiang, Nilu, Inu Orium, Astes. Summon Legion, Spiritual Arts Academy students, Rock Elf Legion. Note, advanced powers need a comprehensive military combat power of 100,000, which has been reached so far. Note, advanced countries need economic financial resources to reach 50 billion, and the current economic financial resources are 20. Seeing the soaring prestige value, Ye's heart was calm. He had already accumulated a lot of prestige points, and he was not surprised that this surge in prestige points could reach this value. And the 800,000 national power value is the income of the country of Lebanon after it has fully digested its energy, and vigorously develops the planting industry and the steel industry. After thinking for a while, Ye Feng decided not to summon characters, first accumulated the reputation value, and then summoned a wave of characters when it was suitable. After all, the development time of Li's Higuo is too short. Even if a 4-star or even a 5-star character can be summoned to push the entire ninja world, it is difficult to hold every piece of the ninja world. Conquering the world is easy, but it is difficult to defend the world. This is the truth. Therefore, Ye Lan intends to wait for the strength of Li's Higuo to develop in all aspects, and to have enough ability to annex the superpower, and then summon powerful characters to flatten the world of ninja in one breath. But before that, many talents need to be cultivated. Ye Lan already has some plans in his heart. First, set up a military school, so that civilian children can enter and study, in addition to physical fitness, but also to learn some management knowledge. In addition, Ye Feng also wanted to establish a science and technology academy to allow civilian children who do not like to fight to learn science and technology. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. If you want to gain more national power, you need to develop scientific and technological capabilities. The science and technology knowledge can only be obtained through the secret shop. After all, most of the knowledge Ye Lan learned in the past life is returned to the teacher. Thinking of this, Ye Lan opened the mystery store. Commodity, Super Seal Scroll. Level, 4-star. Effect, you can seal all 4-star skills in it, and use it when you need it to achieve an instant effect. The number of uses is 10 times. Price, 100,000 national power value. Advertisement. Commodity, Encyclopedia of Low-Level Science and Technology. Level, 2-star. Effect, it can be used by up to 5 people, allowing users to acquire a lot of physical knowledge, and can make many machines, including excavators, computers, air conditioners, automobiles, and other scientific products. Price, 10,000 national power value. Commodity, the power of 4 children. Level, 3-star. Effect, the power of the 4 children from the world of gourd dolls can spray out extremely hot flames by consuming their physical strength, and their flames are stronger than ordinary flames. Price, 50,000 national power value. Commodity, Emblem of Holy Light. Level, 3-star. Effect, after wearing, it can make the magic attack with a trace of holy light, causing a lot of damage to evil and dark creatures, and when using the healing ability at the same time, the recovery effect will be greatly improved. Price, 90,000 national power value. Commodity, Giant God Soldier card. Level, 5-star. Effect, the Giant Soldier, one of the 3 magical god cards from Yu-Gi-Oh!, has infinite horror power, and can shatter mountains with a single punch. Price, good money, grid, 10 million national power value. Commodity, 4-star Dragon Ball. Level, 3-star. Effect, one of the 7 Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball world. When 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, the dragon can be summoned to satisfy the user's wish. Price, 50,000 national power value. Ye Lan looked at the second product, obviously a little surprised, but didn't expect this thing to actually appear. Yesui even bought all the commodities except the Giant God Soldier. Although the 4 babies made Ye Lan want to complain, I have to say that the abilities of these gourd babies are indeed quite good. Chapter 116 Mangeki, Open. In addition to the 5 items that Ye Lan has just purchased in the system space, there is also a phone bug, Fire Dragon Inheritance, and Spirit Rebound Curse. Among them, the Mental Rebound Curse was prepared by Ye Lan to deal with Uchiha Madara's illusion, but it seems that it is no longer needed. Item: Mental Rebound Curse. Level: 4-star. Effect: all mental attacks, including illusions, soul attacks, etc., below 4 stars are neutralized, and they are doubled back to the opponent. This item is a one-time item. Advertisement. In order to buy this item from the mysterious store, Ye spent a lot of national power. Although it is no longer needed, it can be used by others. As for this candidate, Ye Lan hasn't thought about it yet, so let's put it in the system space first. After sorting it out, Ye Yuan took out the Super Seal Scroll. This thing is very useful. As long as Ye Lan seals the move in advance, you can use this scroll to turn dangers into danger in times of crisis. The Super Seal Scroll is made of dark yellow animal skins. After Ye Feng opened the scroll, he found an energy slot under the blank interior. There is also a percentage value of 817 at the bottom of the energy tank, which is estimated to be the energy value that this reel can withstand. Looking at the 0% energy slot, Ye Momo placed his right hand in the middle of the blank, condensing the ice power to ultimate, and slowly exiled it. And the scroll seems to have a gravitational ability to absorb the force of ice in Ye Lan's palm. As Ye Lan injected ultimate ice power into the reel, the energy slot at the bottom of the reel continued to increase, and it was 100% until Ye stopped the energy transportation. After putting away the scrolls that had been sealed in the extreme cold, Ye Ting left the hall and walked towards the house where Uchiha Obito recovered from his injuries. After a new Orium's repair over the past few days, Uchiha Obito's injury is almost completely recovered, but the right half of his face is still the same. Your Highness, can you let me find Lin now? As soon as he opened the door, Uchiha Obito ran to Ye and said expectantly. A few days ago, after Uchiha Obito woke up, Ye Lan told him about saving him. When Uchiha Obito first heard that Ye Lan rescued him, he was naturally very grateful. But Ye Lan offered to let him become a member of the country of Lebanon. From then on, he was silent for a long time after the condition that Konoha village had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Ye Lan's rescue of Uchiha Obito did not make him the Uchiha Obito of Konoha village, but made him the Uchiha Obito of the country of Lei. So Ye Lan naturally wants him to sever ties with Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. After thinking about it for a long time, Uchiha Obito agreed. Advertisement. After all, his identity as a Konoha shinobi is dead, and now he naturally wants to live in this world with a new identity. However, he also made a request to Ye Lan to let him see Yuan Ye Lin again. This was his only plea. When Ye Lan heard Uchiha Obito's small request, he also agreed. That's why there is such a scene. Yes, I'll let Liu Qi go with you later. Ye Ling looked at Uchiha Obito with a smile on his face. Is it Master Liu Qi? That's really great. Uchiha Obito said with a look of excitement. Liu Qi is also a well-known existence in the ninja world. After all, he killed many sand shinobi and rock shinobi, causing Tsunagakuer and Uegakuer to fall into a disadvantage on the battle line against Konoha village. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had also been on the front of the land with Liu Qi before, and he naturally knew his reputation, so he was so excited. Then under the leadership of Ye Lan, Uchiha Obito wore a one-eye mask and came to the place where Liu Qi was. The reason Uchiha Obito wears a mask is to prevent others from recognizing his identity, while wearing a monocular mask is because he currently has only one eye. Although a new Orium can repair any injuries, Uchiha Obito's eye did not recover for a while. Ye Lan, guessed that it might be related to Obito's eye that did not disappear, but was handed over to Kakashi. Liu Qi is still cultivating armament haki. After this year, he has also made breakthroughs in armament haki, and his spirit is stronger than before. When Ye Lan told Liu Qi about Uchiha Obito, Liu Qi quickly agreed. After that, Ye Lan thought for a while, and took the Super Seal Scroll to Liu Qi. He had just had a fight with Ban, and he was worried that the road was not peaceful. Then Liu Qi took the impatient Uchiha Obito and embarked on the road to the front of the land of the earth, looking for Yuan Ye Lin. On the front of the land of the kingdom, on a certain battlefield, a group of Konoha shinobi are rushing quickly. They are in a hurry, seeming to be anxious about something. Ta-da! Suddenly, they heard the sound of 2 footsteps and immediately stopped, staring solemnly at the direction of the sound. Who? A Konoha shinobi shouted, but then he was stunned. Because the comers are Liu Qi and Uchiha Obito with masks. It's Master Liu Qi. The faces of the Konoha shinobi people suddenly showed excitement. Advertisement. Although they don't know the identity of Uchiha Obito, they all know that Liu Qi is a powerful friendly army. In their thinking, with the existence of Liu Qi, they will have a greater chance of winning against rock shinobi, so they will show such a look. I ask you a question, where is the Kakashi team now? Liu Qi ignored their reaction and asked directly. Master Liu Qi also received the news. The Kakashi team is in front, they are attacked by Kiri Shinobu. And we are going to rescue their reinforcements. The leader of Konoha Shinobi replied immediately. What? Kakashi and the others were killed. So Lin is in danger too. Master Lu Chi, can you take me over immediately? Hearing this news, Uchiha Obito on the side exploded directly. He lowered his voice and said hastily. Lu Chi didn't say much, he grabbed Uchiha Obito with one hand, and at full speed, he ran forward at several times the original speed. And the abandoned Konoha Shinobi were a face-to-face country, and then they chased after them. I don't know how long it has been before Lu Chi stopped, and put down the dizzy Uchiha Obito. Vomit. Master Lu Chi, your speed is so fast. Uchiha Obito felt a sudden turnover in his abdomen, and he could not help but vomit, and complained a little. Then he raised his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance. In an instant, the pupils under Uchiha Obito's mask shrank suddenly, and countless bloodshot eyes filled his eyes. His two Gojade Sharingan turned into Manjiki in a short moment. But he did not pay attention to this matter at all. Because of the battlefield in front of him, there was a scene he didn't want to see in his entire life. Chapter 117 Uchiha Obito runs away. Zzzz. The lightning made a piercing sound of birds, like 1,000 birds screaming continuously. Looking at that scene, Uchiha Obito felt that his world collapsed instantly. He saw that on the battlefield not far away, Kakashi used his own ninjutsu Chidori directly into Haranolin's chest. Advertisement. Kakashi. Yuan Yelin's eyes widened, with a trace of mixed emotions, she said with difficulty. Then Haranolin fell, and Kakashi in front of her, like Uchiha Obito, turned on Manjiki Sharingan, tears filled his face. After that, Kakashi fainted suddenly and fell down like Haranolin. This breath. Tailed beast. Lu Chi on the side felt an abnormal force in Yuan Yelin's body, and that force was exactly the same as the tail beast Jinkriki had encountered before, frowning involuntarily. Damn it. He succeeded. We finally got it. Go. Take back the body anyway. There are nearly 100 Wernin around. They watched Yuan Yelin fall down and immediately went forward, trying to retrieve Yuan Yelin's body. Ah! Suddenly, the Wernin people heard a heart-piercing roar, and couldn't help stopping, looking in the direction of the sound. Here, what is this place? As Uchiha Obito murmured, the chakra on his body was constantly brewing, and then a violent wind broke out, and the chakra on his body suddenly went violently. Hey! Suddenly broke through from Chunin to Elite Jainin. With such a talent, it is no wonder that His Royal Highness will spend some thought to save him. Lu Chi looked at the eruption of Uchiha Obito, and said in surprise. The aura on Uchiha Obito's body suddenly broke through from the Chunin level to Elite Jainin. Are these two people reinforcements? That's not good, that person is a strong athlete in the country of Li. Although Wu Ren didn't know the identity of Uchiha Obito, they recognized Lu Chi's identity at a glance. So they naturally know the famous physique expert in the ninja world, Lu Chi of the Kingdom of Li. Quick! Take back the corpse! The Misty Ninjas acted instantly, and the two Misty Ninjas went to take Lin's body back, and everyone else blocked Lu Chi and Uchiha Obito. I don't admit this kind of thing. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito screamed in sorrow, and then he ran away in an instant, rushing towards Haranolin's corpse. Under his trampling, the earth kept cracking and cracking many huge cracks. Quick! Stop him! The Kirimani projections used many shurikens to attack Uchiha Obito, but strangely, those shurikens passed through Uchiha Obito's body and continued to fly back. Hit you? How is this possible? All the mists were stunned. Is space capacity? This kid is really not easy. Lu Chi saw Uchiha Obito's ability at a glance, and couldn't help but exclaimed again. Then his body instantly disappeared in place, suddenly appeared next to Mistara, and a side kick knocked all Mistara into flight. Quick! Retrieve the corpse and retreat quickly. Mistara said in a hurry. If there is only one Uchiha Obito, then they may want to kill Uchiha Obito before leaving here. But with Lu Chi, an irresistible strong man, they just wanted to recover Yuan Yelin's body, and then immediately retreated. On the other hand, Uchiha Obito continued to run, and all the attacks of Kiri Shinobi were penetrated by him and neutralized. How is this possible? This guy can really be penetrated. Dozens of Kiri Shinobi waved their swords together, hitting Uchiha Obito as if they were hitting the air, and they were shocked. Drink! Uchiha Obito roared, and violently attacked the two mists who were close to Haranolin, causing them to fly out in an instant. Tempest kick Guy Bird. Lu Chi figure instantly appeared behind Uchiha Obito, watching dozens of Mizunin continue to attack, his legs trembling suddenly, a light blue shock wave like a bird creature appeared instantly, flying towards all Mizunin. Boom! The Tempest kick attack instantly cut off the half-waist of all Mizun Shinobi, and at the same time the ground was blasted out of the fan-shaped ground, and smoke suddenly appeared. Uchiha Obito looked at Haranolin who was lying underground, and wanted to reach out and touch her face, but found that his hand passed through Haranolin's face, as if touching the air. This made his eyes tremble, and his hands kept trembling. Boy, maybe this girl can be saved. Liu Qi looked at Uchiha Obito with a sad face and said in a calm tone. He found that Ye Lan's life had not completely disappeared, but it could only last for about 10 seconds. But he was carrying the super seal scroll that Ye Feng gave him. Advertisement. Inside the scroll is sealed with the terrifying move of extreme cold and ice, which can freeze everything. 0. Seeking flowers. Uchiha Obito was almost dead before, but was still saved, so Liu Qi thinks that this move should also keep Lin, and it won't let her die immediately. Originally, Liu Qi didn't plan to use it for Ye Lan, after all, this scroll is too precious. But if Ye Lan really has a tail beast in her body, it's a different story. As long as every tail beast Jinkriki can perfectly use the power of the tail beast, the worst is a cage-level powerhouse. A person who can make a Jinkriki become the country of Lebanon, then the comprehensive strength of the country of Lebanon will increase again. So Liu Qi plans to save Ye Lan's life first, and when he goes back, see if a new Orium can repair her almost broken heart. Really? Uchiha Obito looked at Liu Qi with a hint of hope in his eyes. You get out of the way first, so as not to be affected. Liu Qi took out the super seal scroll from his arms, indicating that Uchiha Obito stepped back and immediately opened the scroll. Kawi. Ultimate's ice power instantly sprayed out from the scroll, completely frozen Ye Lan's body and turned into an ice coffin. Liu Qi can clearly sense that Ye Lan's vitality has stopped flowing, and she has been sealed by ice. Even the tail beast chakra in her body was sealed by ice. Take the ice coffin and retreat. Liu Qi put away the super seal scroll, his head would not go away. Good. Uchiha Obito picked up the ice coffin and immediately followed Liu Qi pace. Not long after Liu Qi and Uchiha Obito left, a golden flash suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This is Kakashi. This figure has the characteristics of yellow hair and blue eyes. He is the Namikaze Minato known as the Golden Glitter. At this time, Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi who had fainted, and immediately hugged him. It looks like Kirigakura is also starting to do it. I must tell Master Third Generation about this important news. Namikaze Minato said with a heavy heart. Then he searched around for a long time, but didn't find Ye Lan at all. Could it be Lin? An unknown premonition appeared in Namikaze Minato's mind. Looking at Kakashi in his arms, there was a sad look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this team will only be left with him and Kakashi in the end. Namikaze Minato quickly put away his sadness, took Kakashi and left the battlefield immediately, heading for Konoha base camp. Ding! Chapter 118, Spiritual Space, Suppression of Three Tails. Soon, Liu Qi and Uchiha Obito returned to the land of Li with the frozen Ye Lan, and found Ye Lan, wanting Ye Pai people to save Ye Lan. After Ye Lan sensed that there was three tails in Lin's body, he agreed. As a Jinkriki, there is still therapeutic value. As for the identity of Ye Lan, Ye believes that she will become a member of Li's Higuo. In a quiet room. Advertisement. Ye Lan and a new Orium are treating Ye Lan, while Uchiha Obito, Might Dai and Liu Qi are outside the door. Boy Obito, don't worry about it. I believe that your highness will be able to save the ball. Might Dai comforted Uchiha Obito, who was looking worried. Of course I believe in your highness. But I just can't calm down. Uchiha Obito's face was still anxious with August 17. If this is the case, then let's practice. Might Dai grinned suddenly, her white teeth showing a dazzling light, and said to Uchiha Obito. What? When Uchiha Obito heard what Might wears, he was immediately confused. Big brother. The girl lying inside is my favorite person. She is in an accident now, you think I am in the mood to cultivate? Uchiha Obito's heart suddenly collapsed. Anyway, your highness will definitely take a lot of time to save Lin. And because your strength has increased too fast, your current breath is very messy. Rather than waiting here, it's better to consolidate your strength. So, join the ranks of youth. Obito kid. Might appeared next to Uchiha Obito with a smirk, and kicked him out with a side kick. I don't want it. Uchiha Obito has already flown out, and it seems that he can still hear some of his collapse in the sky. He had never expected that such a powerful Li kingdom would have such a strange character as Might Dai, which made his heart a little broken. Advertisement. Liu Qi, you will be guarded here. Might Dai gave Liu Qi a thumbs up and grinned. Go ahead, but don't do it too hard. His Royal Highness said, let him completely control the space system moves, and for other abilities, His Royal Highness has other arrangements. Liu Qi said indifferently. Obviously, it was Ye Lan's arrangement to let Uchiha Obito practice. I see, I'm leaving now. After that, Might Dai suddenly burst into extreme speed, and instantly disappeared from Liu Qi's eyes. Inside the house. Inu, are you sure to save her back? Ye Lan looked at the frozen Yuan Ye Lan and asked Anu Orium. His Royal Highness, this girl's injury is very serious, and her heart is almost gone. With my current Ryutsu, it needs several repairs to save her. Anu Orium said seriously. Anu Orium's repair technique is not a healing technique, but is similar to eliminating all the injuries she refuses. Just like Haranolin's current situation, Anu Orium's ability can reject the fact that the heart disappears, but it takes a very large amount of Ryutsu to eliminate this fact. With her current amount of Ryutsu, it will take several repairs to save Haranolin. Really? Since it can be saved, let's start now. Now that Anu Orium was able to rescue Yuan Ye Lan, Ye Lan stopped talking nonsense and began to withdraw the ice from Yuan Ye Lan's body. Shuang Tian Gui Shield. I reject. As Anu Orium's liberation language fell, 2 rays of light suddenly flew above her hairpin, turning into an orange shield to wrap Yuan Ye Lan, and constantly repairing her injuries. But when Anu Orium tried his best to repair Yuan Ye Lan's heart, a violent chakra suddenly appeared on Yuan Ye Lan, frantically interfering with Anu Orium's repair technique. Is it 3 tails? Ye Lan frowned when he saw the light red chakra bubbles emerging from Yuan Ye Lan. The reason 3 tails wanted to interfere with Anu Orium's repair technique was nothing more than to let Jinkraki die. Because the tail beasts are immortal, even if they die in Jinkraki, they will reconsolidate their origin, chakra, in a few years, and then reappear in the world in the form of natural disasters. __G_ equals number. So 3 tails wants to break away from human control and return to nature. Advertisement. After all, it has been imprisoned by humans for decades, and it can be exchanged for freedom for several years, which is the best choice for it. The system, can you let me enter the spiritual space of 3 tails? Ye Lan asked the system in his heart. 0. Ding, does host pay 1,000 national power points to enter the spiritual space of 3 tails Jinkraki? Hearing the system prompt, Ye Lan decisively chose to pay. Then he came to a dim space full of stagnant water. Is this the spiritual space of the tail beast? Ye Lan looked at this space with a little surprise. It was the first time he entered the spiritual space of the tail beast. Soon, Ye Gang saw a huge steel tortoise, and Yuan Ye Lan, which was constantly eroded by 3 tails chakra. Ye immediately stepped forward and lightly patted Yuan Ye Lan's shoulder with his right hand, and a stern force suddenly emerged, which even ice-covered 3 tails chakra. Who are you? After losing the violent erosion of 3 tails chakra, Yuan Ye Lan regained her senses. She leaned against Ye Lan's arms, opened the pair of cute eyes, and said in a daze. Then Yuan Ye Lan seemed to react, and immediately retreated from Ye Lan's arms, her face blushing a little. It was the first time that she was so close to a boy, so she was naturally a little shy. My name is Ye Yuan, I am the one who saved you. After you go out, you will know. The most important thing now is to deal with it. Ye Lan smiled at Yuan Ye Lan. Then he shifted his 1.2 gaze to 3 tails. The first thing now is to stop 3 tails from making trouble, otherwise Anu Orium from the outside world will have a hard time repairing Yuan Ye Lan's heart. After all, eliminating the tail beast chakra is also very costly for Ryutsu. Roar. Human. You dare to enter here, are you looking for death? 3 tails saw Ye Lan's appearance, and suddenly roared angrily. At the same time, its huge body is constantly vibrating, shocking countless water splashes. If it hadn't been blocked by a huge ceiling door, it would definitely launch a few tailed beast bombs as a meeting gift for Ye Lan. Extremely cold and frozen, scattered. Ye Lan took practical action directly on 3 tails' attitude, and suddenly came the 6 paths icicle above the spiritual space. These icicles are located on 3 tails, a pair of 4 limbs, and its tortoise shell. Chapter 119 The Dawn Academy. Boom boom boom. The huge icicles of 6 paths fell from the sky, suppressing the 3 tails, 4 legs and tortoise shells of 3 tails, and they were frozen. How is this possible? In the spiritual space, Bing Dun Ninjutsu can reach this level. 3 tails can be described as frightened and angry. Advertisement. It didn't expect that Ice Duck Ninjutsu would be able to suppress it. In its memory, Bing Dun is the funny ability that can freeze its epidermis at most. How can it be possible to achieve this degree of ice sealing of its body parts? And it is still in its spiritual space. Anyone except Jinkraki, as long as they step into the mental space of the tail beast, all abilities will be severely suppressed. Except for Sharingan, who is extremely mentally capable. That's why 3 tails is so shocked, because Ye Lan can use the ice attribute power to suppress it. Then 3 tails struggled recklessly, and finally found that except for the head and hind limbs, other body parts could not move at all. Has another Senju Hashirama level figure appeared in the ninja world? 3 tails Heart 03 was extremely shocked. This irresistible force reminds it of the invincible ninja god and Uchiha Madara who has controlled it for many years. And Ye Lan didn't bother to explain to 3 tails that his ability was not ordinary ice ninjutsu, but a higher level ice emperor. This is the blood of the ice emperor. The powerful power brought by 3 tails, I don't have much time to talk to you. Now you better rest a little, or I will kill you. Don't think that your tail beast can really immortal. Ye Yuan said coldly to Three Tails. After speaking, Ye Lan stopped paying attention to Three Tails, nodded to Yuan Yelin, and then disappeared into the spiritual space. After Ye left, Three Tails remained silent and Yuan Yelin looked shocked. Yuan Yelin, as Konohachinen, naturally knows the power of the tail beast, except for first Hokage, it is difficult for other Hokage to deal with them. And Ye Lan was able to suppress Three Tails with one move. This made Yuan Yelin left a huge impression on Ye Yuan in her heart. Advertisement. Outside, Inu Orium used the double heaven shield to repair Yuan Yelin's heart, because Ryotso consumed too much, causing her forehead to be full of sweat. But after Ye Lan's warning, Three Tails didn't come out to make trouble again, so her treatment went smoothly. Sunset cliffs, stars rise. Finally towards the evening, Inu Orium restored Haranolin's heart. However, Yuan Yelin was still in a coma. But the heart has recovered, and Three Tails chakra continues to recover from her injuries. It is estimated that she will be able to wake up soon. After doing everything, Inu Orium is exhausted and almost falling down. Then she was hugged by Ye Lan and returned to her residence. In the following days, after Inu Orium's efforts, Yuan Yelin finally awakened, and almost all her injuries recovered. After Ye Lan's explanation, she knew what happened during this period. Yuan Yelin is very grateful for Ye Feng's life-saving grace. But when Ye Lan offered to let her become a member of the Kingdom of Lei, she did not agree. After all, Konoha village was the place where she was born and raised, so she couldn't agree to Ye Gang's request so quickly. Ye Lan didn't care too much about this. He was satisfied if he could keep Uchiha Obito. After all, Uchiha Obito's Manjiki was the ability he valued. As for Yuan Yelin, Three Tails Jinkra Ki, even if she can control the full power of Three Tails, it will only take 1 minute in front of Ye. So Ye Lan didn't care too much about whether she was willing to become a member of the country of Lebanon, but she still had to stay in the country of Lebanon. Ye spent so much effort to rescue her, but he wouldn't let her return to Konoha village just like that, but naturally let her stay in Lizzie's country. In the days that followed, Li's Higuo began to enter a stage of high development, and Ye established a very huge college. This college is called Liming College, and its scale is like a city. The main subjects of Liming College are knowledge theory courses and practice courses. The knowledge theory courses mainly learn about combat knowledge and management knowledge, and the course time is not long. After all, this world is dominated by combat, so most of the time is in practice classes. There are several branches of training courses. There are physical training courses and spiritual power training courses, of which physical training courses are the main ones. Because the spiritual power system is not something that everyone can cultivate, it needs talents with strong souls to cultivate. The ninja's chakra system is currently not perfect in the country of Lei, but there is also a building left. After the 5 students return from Konoha village, they will come to open the chakra system. As for the low-level science and technology encyclopedia, Ye Lan found that the level of knowledge in it was still too low, so he discarded it and waited for more advanced scientific knowledge to develop technology on a large scale. At this moment, Ye Feng was sitting in the hall, looking thoughtfully at 2 things in his hand. One of them is a green gourd leaf, and a faint flame can be seen on the leaf. Advertisement. This is the power of the 4 children. The other thing is a round badge with gold plated around it, and in the center of the badge, there is a silver-white cross that exudes gentle power. This is the emblem of the Holy Light. System, how much national power is needed to strengthen the emblem of the Holy Light? After thinking for a while, Ye Lan decided to strengthen the emblem of light. Yes, check in the emblem of the Holy Light. Item, Emblem of Holy Light. Level, 3 star. The value of national strength required to be strengthened to 4 star, 500,000. So expensive? Ye Lan frowned. This price is more than 200,000 national power points more expensive than his previous enhancement of ice blood circulation. After thinking about it, Ye decided to strengthen the emblem of the Holy Light, because the restoration effect of this item has been improved, which can greatly increase the effect of Inu Orium's repair technique. Yes, consume 500,000 national power points, start to strengthen the 3-star item in the emblem of the light. 817 As the prompt sound of the system sounded, the emblem of Holy Light in Ye Feng's hand was suddenly wrapped in a strange light. In Ye Lan's perception, I found that this light was like nothingness, unable to perceive it. If it hadn't been for the strange appearance of the emblem of the Holy Light, it is estimated that he would not have known the existence of light. This made Ye Lan couldn't help but sigh. This system is really mysterious and powerful. Soon, this light disappeared. The model of the emblem of the Holy Light is still the same as before, but the power radiating from the cross is much stronger than before. Yes, congratulations to the host, the 3-star item, the emblem of the Holy Light, has advanced successfully and became a 4-star item. After the system prompt sounded, an interface suddenly appeared in Ye Lan's mind. Item, Emblem of Holy Light. Level, 4-star. Effect, after wearing, it can make all attacks with the power of holy light, causing double damage to evil and dark creatures. When using all healing abilities at the same time, the energy consumption will be reduced, and the recovery effect will be greatly improved. Looking at this attribute interface, Ye Lan believes that if this item is placed in a world full of dark creatures, it is definitely a super artifact. In addition to the attack aspect, although the healing effect of the healing aspect is relatively vague, it is enough to reduce the energy consumption. Ye Lan believes that giving this 4-star level Holy Light emblem to a new Orium will definitely greatly improve her comprehensive abilities. Chapter 120 Upgrading 4-star Weapons. The attribution of the Emblem of Light is a new Orium, and the power of the remaining 4 children made Ye Si ponder for a while. Finally decided to give Uchiha Obito. Because other high-end combat powers are not weak, and Uchiha Obito only has Manjiki Sharingan a little stronger, but other aspects are not good. And after he was rescued by Ye Lan to the country of Lei, he couldn't learn Uchiha Madara's wood-style ninjutsu, so Ye Lan plans to let Uchiha Obito focus on the development of fire-style ninjutsu. With the power of the 4 children, his fire style can be improved to the point where it is not weak. Advertisement. Therefore, Uchiha Obito became the 4th child of the gourd baby. After thinking about the ownership of the 2 items, Ye Lan received them in the system space and planned to transfer them to a new Orium and Uchiha Obito later. Then Ye Lan took out the Ice Soul Cold Sword from the system space. In the last battle with Uchiha Madara, Ye Lan used this sword to show the greatest sword energy, but it was just the power of S-rank ninjutsu. In contrast, Ye Lan's current battle has the power of S-level ninjutsu with every move, so this sword can no longer satisfy Ye's battle. Originally, Ye Lan wanted to buy a 4-star weapon in the mystery store, but only the higher the national level and the greater the national power value, the more advanced the products refreshed in the mystery store. This is the news revealed by the system. Therefore, the mystery store has always been unable to refresh the weapons that they want, and Ye Lan has no choice but to strengthen the Ice Soul Sword. The system, how much national power is needed to strengthen the Ice Soul Cold Sword to 4-star at one time? Yes, check the Ice Soul Cold Sword. Item, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Level, 2-star. The value of national strength required to be strengthened to 4-star, 350,000. Seeing this price, Ye Lan was not surprised. Ye silently looked at his attribute interface, and found that the national strength value was still 390,000, so he no longer hesitated and immediately strengthened the Ice Soul Cold Sword. Yes, consume 350,000 national power points and start to strengthen the 2-star item in the Ice Soul Cold Sword. That strange light appeared again, wrapping up the entire Ice Soul Cold Sword and strengthening it. Advertisement. Soon, that ray of light disappeared, revealing the new posture of Ice Soul Cold Sword. The sword body of the Ice Soul Cold Sword is still ice blue, but there is a dark blue orb in the sword grid, and there is a strange rune in the orb, which exudes a strange and cold breath. Although the look of the rune is very strange and belongs to an unknown character, Ye Lan can recognize what the rune is. That rune is a ice character. Suddenly, the Ice Soul Cold Sword exuded a frightening cold air, which made Ye Lan couldn't help but be surprised. Even if Ye Yuan suppressed this cold air, there was still a hint of cold air before, causing the entire hall to form a layer of pale white ice. Seeing that the ice apparition Cold Sword was so sturdy after being strengthened, Ye Lan couldn't help checking its attribute interface, and at the same time transformed the ice layer in the hall into a cold wind, compressed into the ice apparition Cold Sword's sword body. Item, Ice Soul Cold Sword. Level, 4-star. Effect, it can easily cut off items below 3 stars, and at the same time comes with a passive skill and an active skill. Passive skill, Ice Spirit Aura, which automatically releases a strong cold air, turning the surrounding field into a frost field, and at the same time invading the enemy's body, freezing the opponent's blood and turning into ice sculptures. Active, skill, Extreme Cold Ice Flame. After using this skill, the Ice Soul Cold Sword will eject a terrifying ice flame attached to the blade. After the cold flame attacks the enemy, it will cause extreme cold and extreme heat effects, which will make the enemy's body crash instantly. Note, the active skill Extreme Ice Flame consumes a lot of energy, and it cannot be used by anyone who is not a 4-star powerhouse. Seeing the dramatic change of Bing Apparition Hanjian, Ye Lan is in a great mood. No loss is the main weapon, the offensive ability is even stronger than the accessory equipment of the Holy Light Emblem. Ye Lan was very excited. Although the national strength required for strengthening the Ice Soul Cold Sword is not as much as the emblem of the Holy Light, as the main weapon, its attack and destructive ability is much stronger than the emblem of the Holy Light. After calming the excitement, Ye Lan first put the Ice Soul Cold Sword into the system space, and then went to his exclusive training ground. Ye Lan's training ground is very large, as big as several football fields. Although the training field is very large, it is impossible for Ye to perform all the moves with all his strength. After all, he can summon an iceberg at random, and he can crush several training grounds of such a large scale. But the purpose of Ye Lan's visit to the training ground this time is to try the active skills of the Ice Soul Cold Sword, how powerful the extreme ice flame is. Advertisement. After arriving at the center of the training ground, Ye first took a deep breath, and then concentrated his attention. Extremely cold ice flame. Ye Lan silently recited the name of the move, and then the ice attribute energy in his body was absorbed by the ice appearance cold sword in an instant, and at the same time, the blade of the ice appearance cold sword suddenly burst into white and blue ice flames. Under the influence of this ice flame, the surrounding temperature has changed dramatically. After a while, it became the extremely cold temperature of beta below zero, and then it became an extremely hot temperature of hundreds of degrees Celsius. The temperature system of the training ground was destroyed, and the surface was gradually cracking. The energy consumed by this skill is really not that big. No wonder the system pays attention to explaining that non-4-star powerhouses cannot use it. Ye Lan felt that the ice attribute energy in his body was consuming extremely quickly. With his current ice attribute energy capacity, it could only last for 10 minutes. After various battles on the frontier of the land of the earth, Ye can infer that his strength is about 4 stars. And Uchiha Madara's heyday strength should be the pinnacle of the 4-star powerhouse. After all, he is only one step short of entering the 6 paths level. Of course, this heyday strength is when he owns Rinnegan. Afterwards, Ye Gang removed the terrifying move of extreme cold ice flame, intending to test its due power in other places in the future. After all, this is Dawn City, the capital of the kingdom of Li, Money Gets Zhao. How could Ye unleash such a terrifying move on his own territory? And this is only the open state, which can cause the surface to collapse. If Ye Lan really slashed out the ice flame sword aura, it is estimated that Dawn City would have to split at least 1/3. After returning to the palace, Ye Yuan gave the emblem of the holy light to a new Orium, and the power of the 4 children to Uchiha Obito. After a new Orium wears the emblem of light, the restoration ability of the repair technique has increased by at least 70%. And the consumption of Ryutsu is 60% of the original. At the same time, each of her attacks will be accompanied by a powerful holy light power. The destructive power of this power can almost be compared with the fire attack. If you encounter evil and dark creatures, your attack power will double. After Uchiha Obito ate the gourd leaf with the power of 4 children, a green gourd mark appeared in the heart of his right hand. At the same time, the fire style he released is twice as powerful as before. Chapter 121 Absolute Organization. The white horse passed the gap, and time flew like an arrow. 3 years passed. In the past 3 years, the kingdom of Lei still has a high level of development without any controversy in the world, and the Ninja World War is still fought very fiercely. The 4 great ninja villages all attacked Konoha village with all their strength, and the Ninja World War has entered a white-hot stage. Let me talk about the changes in the country of Lei. Since Ye Lan established the Liming Academy, the military strength of the country of Lei has greatly improved. The arms system is still 3rd class, but the strength needs of the arms far exceed the previous ones. Advertisement. First of all, ordinary soldiers. Whether they are former veterans or recruits from Liming Academy, their comprehensive strength must reach the level of elite genin. At the same time, they also need to control a move of Marine 6 styles to become an ordinary soldier. At present, the number of ordinary soldiers in the country of Lei is 5,000, and the overall number and combat power are far beyond the previous. Compared with ordinary soldiers, the actual number of elite soldiers and king soldiers is very small, but they are much stronger than the former. The current number of elite soldiers in Lei's Higuo is still 500. In addition to the comprehensive strength reaching the level of elite Chunin, it also needs to control 3 moves and 6 styles. Those who were not capable enough before were reduced by 1 level and became ordinary soldiers. The requirements to become a king soldier are even more demanding. In addition to having 820 comprehensive strength to reach the level of Jainin, you must also control all 6 types, and you must also learn armament haki. Of course, this control of all 6 styles is not Grandmaster 6 styles, they still have a long way to go. But even so, Wang Bing's strength is very powerful. And the number of this unit is currently only 50, which is 30 fewer than before. This is due to the accumulation of Ye Lan's huge resources, so many people can appear. For this reason, a large number of primary all-round potions have been consumed. After all, it is very difficult to control all 6 poses. The reason why the soldiers of the Kingdom of Le have such a strong strength depends to a large extent on One Piece's physical training system. Perhaps the pinnacle power of the One Piece world is no match for Hokage and Shinigami, but his backbone is far superior to the former 2. In addition to the arms system, a new type of soldier has appeared in the country of Lebanon, called the militia. This is a gathering of some retired veterans who organized some civilians with better physiques to be responsible for the security of Lei's Higuo, just like the police. While in charge of public security, the veterans also conducted simple drills on the civilians to strengthen their strength. In addition to the military aspect, many things have happened in the country of Lebanon. Advertisement. One of the things that shocked Ye Yuan the most was that Might Dai got married. This guy didn't know where to kidnap a wife from, and didn't tell Ye Lan and Sato who to drink his wedding wine until they were getting married. After Might Dai drank the wedding wine that day, he also revealed a piece of news that his wife was pregnant. And he also gave his child a name, called Might Gai. This made Ye Yuan sigh inwardly. Uchiha Obito appeared before, but Might Gai didn't even have a shadow. Ye Lan thought that because of the butterfly effect, Might Gai never appeared again. Unexpectedly, it was several years late, Might Dai still gave birth to King Gai, who almost kicked out of the finale. In addition to the things Might wears, Ye Lan's relationship with Inu Orium also heats up sharply. Then, under the leadership of the bad old man Sato Hu, other senior officials ran to Ye, wanting Ye Lan to make Inu Orium their concubines. What's more, about a country kun can't have heirs, he must have several concubines, and then Ye Lan named them concubines with Inu Orium's shameful consent. Currently Ye Lan's concubines include Inu Orium, Rukia, Hai Wengxiang, and Nilu. In addition, Uchiha Obito was also under the light of Might Dai and went to confess to Yuan Ye Lin, but the result was a bit beyond Ye Lan's imagination. Yuan Ye Lin refused. Hara no Lin means that she and Uchiha Obito are just friends. After being rejected by Hara Ye Lin, Uchiha Obito was a little frustrated, but under the guidance of Might wearing a ghost, it became a funny comparison again. After that, he did not go to Yuan Ye Lin to confess, because he found a new direction, that is, trying to become stronger, becoming as strong as Liu Qi and the others. In addition to the things in the kingdom of Li, many things have happened in the ninja world. The first thing is that Konoha village's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, abdicated, and gave the position of Hokage to the Golden Shine Namikaze Minato, making it the fourth Hokage. Because Lei's Higuo is an ally with Konoha village, Ye Lan made a special visit in person and brought some valuable gifts to congratulate him. In addition, 3 powerful forces appeared in the turbulent ninja world. The first force among them is the Akatsuki organization of the Rain Country. Advertisement. With the addition of Laxus, the strength of Akatsuki's organization forced Rain Shinobi Village, and there was a tendency to become the strongest force in the Kingdom of Rain. After this news spread to all parts of the ninja world, it shocked countless people. Hands of the Salamander is known as the demigod of the ninja world, and its strength is very powerful. At the beginning of the Second Ninja World War, the Kingdom of Rain was the intersection of the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Fire, so they were defaulted to be the venue of the war. At that time, the weak Rain country was stunned by the Ninja World War, and countless people died every day. Against that background, it was Hands of the Salamander who stood up and brought a group of Rain shinobi to declare war with the 3 shinobi villages. As a result, the 3 ninja villages fought for nearly a year, and they were not killed by Hands of the Salamander. Even after many years, the prestige of the demigod of the ninja world is still circulated in the ninja world. But now, Rain Shinobi Village is about to be destroyed by a new Akatsuki organization, which shocked countless people. And the second force completely shocked the entire ninja world. A woman, with a group of weak but loyal subordinates, overturned the entire snow country. This is even more shocking than the destruction of the Kingdom of Bear by the Kingdom of Li before. And the opponent's ability is Ice, so the name of the Ice Queen has spread to the ninja world. There is no doubt that this woman is Ace. Originally, Ye thought she would develop her power in a low-key manner, but she did not expect that she would still rely on her own preferences and directly overturn a country. In addition to the Akatsuki organization and the newly born Snow Abroad, there is also a third force. This force is called Ju, and it is an employment organization gathered by rebels. It has a small number of people, but it is also very powerful. This organization has only 2 members on the surface, one of which is the S-rank rebel of Takigakura, Kakuzu, who is rumored to have immortality. And the other is the rebel of a suspected puppet master, who has the ability to manipulate puppet battles, but the information is scarce, and no one knows his identity. The reason why the Ju organization can be known is because the Four Tails Jinkriki of Uegakure was frozen and unable to fight, which led to a disadvantage in the battle with Konoha village, and he hired the organization in desperation. As a result, the strength of this organization was also exposed. The strength of these 2 members was so strong that they turned Uegakure back into a disadvantaged situation. Ye Lan guessed that this absolute organization should be the organization established by Uchiha Madara looking for a puppet again. Chapter 122 Laxus. In the country of Rain, there is a cave on a high mountain, and there are 2 people in red clouds and black clothes inside. This costume represents the Akatsuki organization that will soon become the strongest force in the Rain country. Nagato, Konan, I have good news for you. Hands of the Salamander finally announced a truce and wants to join hands with us. A hair-checking man who also wore Akatsuki's clothing suddenly rushed into the cave and shouted at the man and woman in front of him with excitement. Advertisement. He is Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki's organization. Really? Great. The war can finally be over. Nagato said with a smile on his face when he heard the words. But what's going on together? Another beauty with light blue and purple hair asked in confusion. She is the only woman among the senior staff of Akatsuki, Konan. She controls the special blood relay boundary paper, which can be transformed into paper and made paper wings, which is extremely flexible. That's it, because the scale of the Ninja World War this time is stronger than the previous 2 Ninja World Wars. So Hanzo wants to join hands with us and gather enough strength to prevent the battle between the big countries from spreading to the country of rain. Yahiko replied immediately. But Hanzo, is he credible? Konan frowned slightly and hesitated. The same goes for Nagato on the side. After all, the 2 sides have been enemies that have been fighting for many years. How can it be so easy to reconcile? I think I should be able to believe it, because the news has already spread, and it is estimated that the entire Kingdom of Rain will know about it in the near future. So I think Hands of the Salamander should not make some shady tricks in order to preserve his reputation. Yahiko thought for a while and said. Advertisement. In his memory, Hands of the Salamander is a formidable opponent, but the opponent is also a respectable figure. After all, if it weren't for him in the Second Ninja World War, it is estimated that the Kingdom of Rain would soon fall and become a chaotic Shura field. So he thinks that someone who is famous in the ninja world like Hands of the Salamander should love his reputation very much. But Yahiko will never know that his old opponent is an old yin ratio who can do nothing for profit. Now let's clean up, and then go to Rain Shinobi village. Hands of the Salamander, he is already there waiting for us. Yahiko continued. Now? Do you want to tell Brother Sass first? Nagato asked. Although Laxus is the 4th in the Akatsuki organization, his strength ranks 1st in Akatsuki organization, and he has played a big role against Rain Shinobi village over the years. So Nagato they all respect him as an elder. No, Big Brother Sass is now meeting with a friend he hasn't seen for many years, let's not bother him. Yahiko thought for a while. In the morning, Laxus suddenly told them that he was going to meet a friend whom he hadn't seen for many years, and then left the base camp of Akatsuki. Although Laxus has left his place, Yahiko thinks it is better not to disturb Laxus. Then after Yahiko was ready to join the cooperation contract, he took Nagato and Konan to leave the Akatsuki base camp and headed towards Rain Shinobi village. Before leaving, Konan always felt very upset in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. After thinking for a while, he sent out a paper letter and asked the other members of Akatsuki's organization to notify Laxus. On a flat ground in the country of Rain, 2 figures were constantly shining, as if they were fighting, leaving many cracks on the surface. 0. Seeking flowers. Broken Fist of Thunder Dragon. Advertisement. One of the figures is Laxus, his right fist is filled with hot lightning, and the black shadow that strikes in front of him is bombarded. Armed finger pistol collapsed. The attacker of Laxus turned out to be Luchi. His right hand stretched out his index finger, covering the index finger with the black to purple armament haki, and he slammed the thunder fist in front of him. Boom! The collision between the two erupted with an astonishing momentum. The thunder rumbling sounded instantly, and the surface continued to crack and float into the air, being lifted by violent waves of air. 0. Not bad, Lucky. It seems that in the past few years, your strength has greatly increased. Laxus showed the same brutality on his face and smiled wantonly. Although your physical skills have not improved much, your lightning strikes are even more powerful. Luchi said solemnly. Speaking of lightning strikes, I just opened up a very strong move in the past few years, let you see it. After Laxus finished speaking, his body was covered by violent golden thunder in an instant. This momentum is indeed very strong. After Luchi stepped back a few steps, he commented to himself inwardly. Then he also burst into a powerful aura in an instant, vaguely fighting against Laxus. The powerful armament haki suddenly covered his body, and then he clenched his fists with both hands, showing an up and down posture. A frightening force suddenly condensed in his fists. It's not good. Master Laxus. Suddenly, there was a rapid roar in the distance, causing Laxus and Luchi to quietly collect their power and look in the direction of the person who came. Ding! Chapter 123 Hands of the Salamander. What's up? Laxus looked at the visitor and said with an unhappy expression. Just now he and Luchi were fighting at a critical moment, and they were suddenly interrupted like this. Naturally, they were very upset. The visitor was a man wearing Akatsuki's clothing. He hurried to Laxus with a paper letter in his hand. Master Sass. This is a paper letter left by Lord Angel. She went to Rain Shinobi village with the leader and Lord Nagato. Advertisement. As he spoke, he handed the paper letter in his hand to Laxus. What? Yahiko actually believed Hanzo sold Yinbai, went to Rain Shinobi village, and brought Nagato and Konan. Does this silly boy want to give away the head? After reading the information on the paper letter, Laxus could not help but cursed. This caused the members of the Akatsuki organization on the side to twitch their mouths. The person who dared to call their leader August 20th was the only one in front of the Akatsuki organization. Luchi, we will fight when we have time in the future. Let's go to Rain Shinobi village and rescue the 3 of them. I believe Hands of the Salamander will definitely attack them. Laxus calmed down his violent mood and turned to Liu Qi. Okay, let's go together. After thinking for a while, Luke agreed to go to Rain Shinobi village to rescue Yahiko and others. He came to the country of Rain to meet with Laxus for a reason. Because of the emergence of the Jew organization, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in Yayuan's heart, as if Nagato's Rinnegan might be taken away at any time. And this kind of thing is only Uchiha Madara will do. After all, Nagato's Rinnegan is not known to many people. So in the face of this situation, Ye Lan can't be indifferent naturally. He sent Liu Qi to the Rain country with the Super Sealing Scroll, intending to make Laxus a killer bronze. The Super Seal Scroll still seals the terrifying move of Extreme Frozen. All this was prepared to protect Rinnegan of Nagato, and now Nagato is likely to have an accident, so Liu Qi will naturally rescue them. Soon, Laxus and Lucky set foot on the road to Rain Shinobi village. Rain Shinobi village, in many tall buildings, there is a relatively hidden place. Advertisement. In this place, there is a ninja wearing a gas mask and Rain Shinobi forehead protector. In addition to him, there is also a weird person with a pure white body. This person is extremely similar to the white Zetsu that Yayuan encountered, but he has a spiral single-eyed face, and is one of the two strongest self-defeating masters created by Uchiha Madara, Afei. How many people do you plan to send this time? Hands of the Salamander looked at Afei with a blank expression on his face. He. Don't worry, Hanzo-sama. The people dispatched by our organization this time can definitely kill all the 4 strongest members of the Akatsuki organization. Afei made a weird and funny sound, without any scruples. Hope so. Listening to Alfie's untuned words, Hands of the Salamander's forehead suddenly burst into a blue vein, and his tone was heavy. Hands of the Salamander did not cooperate with the root organization of Konoha village like the original book, but chose to cooperate with this newly born unique organization. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that Akatsuki has one more Laxus than in the original book. After several years of fighting, he has already learned something about Laxus. Not only is the opponent's lightning style ninjutsu very powerful, but the opponent's physique is also terribly strong, and it can dissolve his poison. You must know that his poison technique originated from Sancho fish. This poison technique can instantly paralyze the enemy and make the enemy's body weak. Even elite Jainin can't avoid it. And Laxus's body could dissolve this kind of poison, which made him lose his greatest advantage in battle. Moreover, encountering a powerful opponent like Laxus, even if the number of people is large, it doesn't make much difference. If he cooperates with the root organization, even if he can kill the senior staff of the Akatsuki organization, the price will be very heavy. Therefore, he did not cooperate with the root organization, but chose the powerful organization. And another reason, that is that Jew organization came to the door in person, and wanted to cooperate with Rain Shinobi to defeat Akatsuki. Although Hands of the Salamander felt that there was definitely a big conspiracy in it, he still agreed to cooperate with Jew organization. After all, for him, the Akatsuki organization is the biggest threat. But at the same time, his heart has also increased his vigilance against this mysterious and powerful organization. Tattoo. There was a sudden sound of rapid footsteps, which was very eye-catching on this quiet land. Hands of the Salamander glanced at it and found that there were only 3 people who came, the Yahiko trio. Seeing the absence of Laxus, this Hands of the Salamander relaxed a bit, and then thought of another plan. Advertisement. Although the strength of your organization is spreading in the ninja world, I only trust my eyes. I think, with your concealment ability, you should be able to appear by their side without them knowing it. Inject this venom into that girl's body, and then bring her over. Hands of the Salamander threw a syringe to Afei, calmly said Zero. Although he didn't know Afei's strength, he knew how strong the other party's concealment ability was. When they first met, it was in his office. Hanzo-sama, is this an empty glove white wolf? It really makes me sad. But as a partner, I'll let her bring it here, as the sincerity of our organization. After Afei received the syringe, his body suddenly dived underground and gradually disappeared. Hands of the Salamander frowned slightly when he saw it, not knowing if it was an illusion just now. He seemed to see a scarlet blood in Afei's hollow single eye. Yahiko, be careful, I always feel that the atmosphere here is a bit abnormal. Konan looked at the heavily guarded Rain Shinobi and whispered to Yahiko. Well, I get it. Yahiko also felt something was wrong at this time, but didn't think much about it, and continued to run towards the negotiation site. It's finally here, Akatsuki. At this time Hands of the Salamander was standing on a tall building, looking down at Yahiko and others, and said calmly. Hanzo, we are here for the appointment with Akatsuki. When will we start negotiating cooperation? Yahiko looked at Hands of the Salamander on the heights and shouted. Negotiating? Now you can negotiate. Hands of the Salamander saw Afei's figure quietly appearing behind Konan, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he shouted at Yahiko. Seeing Hands of the Salamander's attitude, Yahiko and others frowned slightly. We are standing below, but you are standing above, just negotiating like this? Is this looking down on our Akatsuki organization? Yahiko's inner thoughts are almost these two sentences. Suddenly, Alfy appeared behind Konan and inserted the syringe in his hand into Konan's neck. Konan instantly felt that his neck was attacked, and when he was about to fight back, he found that his body couldn't move. Chapter 124 The Fairy Law. Konan. Nagato and Konan are in a tie. Seeing Konan being subdued by a strange man, he immediately took out a handful of kunao, and wanted to attack Afei. But Afei avoided it in a very strange way. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Afei stepped back a few steps, holding Konan in one hand, and making a seal with one hand in the other, and a hot ball of fire suddenly ejected from his single eye. Advertisement. Water-style Water Turbulence. At this time Yahiko also reacted. He quickly jumped in front of Nagato, his hands were sealed, and a jet of water with extremely strong water pressure was ejected from his mouth. Zzz. The collision of the great fireball and the water turbulence made an explosion sound, and then a large amount of water vapor was continuously produced, covering the audience. Wind-style Palm of Gale. A violent gust of wind sprayed out of Nagato's palm, sweeping away all the water vapor. And in front of them, where are the figures of Afei and Konan? Hanzo. What do you mean? Hurry up and release Konan. Yahiko and Nagato immediately turned their gazes to Hands of the Salamander, and found that Alfy had hijacked Konan and had already come to Hands of the Salamander. They couldn't help but exasperated. What do I mean? Of course I kill you 03. Hands of the Salamander said coldly. Aren't you going to join forces with our Akatsuki organization? Why kill us? Yahiko asked puzzledly. Humph. Your leader is still too naive. Do you really think that your ridiculous dream can bring peace to this world? It is ridiculous. In this world, big fists are the last word, and only the strongest can bring peace to this world. And what I am doing now is nothing more than devouring your Xia organization and making my fist bigger, so as to protect the peace of the Rain country. Understand? You ignorant kid. Hands of the Salamander's words are like sharp knives, severely scratching many wounds in Yahiko's heart, giving him a feeling of a collapsed worldview. Yahiko, are you okay? Don't listen to him, he is just confusing you. Nagato watched Yahiko suddenly sink into depression, and immediately spoke. No, he is right, if my strength can be stronger, maybe Konan will not be captured by them. Yahiko shook his head and said. Sure enough, in this world, strength is capital. Advertisement. Brother Sass was right what he said before, but unfortunately I didn't listen to it at the beginning, until my friend was killed, I regretted it. Yahiko said bitterly inside. But he cheered up again, after all Konan is still in the hands of the Salamander. Hanzo, how can you release Konan? Yahiko took a step forward, looked at Hands of the Salamander firmly, and said. It's not impossible to want me to let this woman go, but I have one condition. That is to let that red hair kill your leader with this kunao. The eyes of the Sanjiao fish exudes a cold light, and said indifferently. Then, a sharp kunao projected in front of Yahiko and Nagato in an instant, and even the surface was pierced with a crack. Impossible. Nagato exploded in an instant, and immediately vetoed it. Impossible. Kill me if you want to kill. Konan yelled immediately after recovering a bit of strength. Nagato. Yahiko suddenly yelled, causing Nagato to turn his gaze to him involuntarily. Kill me. Hearing these three words, Nagato trembled as if planted a spell. Then his body trembled and trembled, like a rotten old man, stepping forward slowly, picking up the kunao on the ground. No. Nagato. Konan said hoarsely with tears in his eyes. Me. Nagato picked up kunao and whispered, completely afraid to look at Yahiko. Crazy. In an instant, Nagato felt that his body was filled with a warm embrace, but his heart was extremely cold. Because, at the moment when he lifted the kunao, Yahiko had already flew on him and put kunao into his heart. You and Konan must live well, and listen to Big Brother Sass at the same time. I might be really not suitable to be a leader. Let's leave that position to Brother Sass. Big Brother Sass may be the savior of this world. Yahiko warned in Nagato's ear. As time passed, his words became less powerful, his eyelids became extremely heavy, and then he fell. Yahiko. Konan's eyes were full of tears, and he said hoarsely. Go. Do it. Hands of the Salamander shouted. Advertisement. After that, countless rain shinobi suddenly appeared, everyone took out the kunao shuriken and projected it towards Nagato at an extremely fast speed. What? The blue veins on Nagato's forehead burst, and Rinnegan's pupil power suddenly burst out at this moment. He faced upward with one hand, and a powerful repulsive force was sprayed out, and all the kunao and shuriken bullets flew out. All bounced off. What happened? The eyes of a group of range shinobi were shocked, even Hands of the Salamander was slightly surprised. Is this the power of Rin Egan? Under a phase mask, there was a heavy voice whispering. Boom! Suddenly a roar came from outside, causing everyone to look away. Only Nagato was holding Yahiko's body alone, not knowing what he was thinking about. Humph! A group of weak chickens like Rain Shinobi, dare to stop me. Before the person arrived, a rough voice came. Hands of the Salamander, who was standing on the tall building, couldn't help but become serious when he saw the visitor. 820 Because the coming is Laxus, Akatsuki is the strongest in the organization. Nagato, are you all right? Laxus waved with one hand and removed the gunpowder, revealing the figures of him and Luchi. What happened? Laxus suddenly saw Nagato holding Yahiko, who was bleeding at the corner of his mouth. His face suddenly solidified, and the lightning turned on instantly, and he flew to Nagato's side in an instant. Sass big brother, Yahiko, dead. Nagato whispered heavily. How is it possible? This stupid boy died like this. Laxus was holding Yahiko's corpse emotionally, his eyes shrank, disbelief. In the past few years, although he entered the Akatsuki organization with Ye Lan's orders, after a period of contact, he found that Yahiko and the others were also a group of people who were suffering, and they also suffered a lot of misfortune when they were young. Although they are somewhat paranoid in practice, they are all kind-hearted people. So Laxus became close friends with them. And now, when Laxus sees Yahiko's death, he will naturally be emotional. You damn old thing, die for me. Laxus looked at Hands of the Salamander and roared. Super Magic Fairy Law. Dao's magical powers full of horror converge into a ball of light in the hands of Laxus, and at the same time, there are countless rays of light shining everywhere in this area. Chapter 125 The Fall of a Demigod. How is it possible? This powerful force. Hands of the Salamander felt the ball of light in Laxus's hand, and suddenly panicked. He has fought with Laxus for many years and has never seen such a terrifying move. Hey? What a terrifying move! Master Hanzo, I have a sudden urgency, so I will avoid it. Advertisement. Alfy sensed that the light ball in Laxus's hand had the ability to turn him into scum, and quickly dived into the ground and slipped away. Seeing Afei slipped away, Hands of the Salamander's heart greeted Afei's 18th generation ancestors within a second. He also wanted to escape, but he was locked by a terrifying beam of light and could not move. After 3 seconds, the beam of light swept across the battlefield like an overwhelming sky. Law of the Fairies, start. A golden magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Laxus, and the light ball in his hand suddenly turned into the ultimate light, covering the entire battlefield. Boom! In the sky of Rain Shinobi Village, a huge golden magic circle suddenly appeared, emitting a sacred and immortal shocking sound, and then the light like the waves covered the entire Rain Shinobi Village. Boom boom boom! The light burst out with earth-shattering explosions, an apocalyptic scene, born spontaneously. After a long time, the light gradually disappeared. Rain Shinobi Village seemed to be destroyed, but in fact, the buildings were not destroyed. But the Rain Shinobi of Rain Shinobi Village all fell down, their eyes were dull, their mouths drooling, and they seemed to have suffered a devastating blow to their spirits. Is this illusion? How could there be such a terrifying illusion? Hands of the Salamander's eyes opened very wide, his pupils shrunk into a small spot, and he stared at Laxus below. In the end, he fell helplessly. The demigod of the famous ninja world was killed by a single move. Advertisement. How is this going? Konan on the side looked at the fallen hands of the salamander, a little stunned. After that, she felt strength gradually emerging from her body, and immediately jumped below and came to Nagato and Laxus. Sass big brother, what's going on? Nagato hugged Yahiko's body and looked at Laxus, wondering. Just now Laxus released such a terrifying ball of light, he thought that Laxus would also pull him and Konan into the attack range. Thinking about the determination to die, it turns out that they have nothing to do. This trick called a fairy law, can treat all casters as the enemy's target and defeat the opponent mentally. So only they will be hurt. Although this trick is very powerful, it consumes a lot of money. Laxus gasped slightly. The law of the elves can defeat opponents mentally, which is why hands of the salamander will die suddenly. And the more the number of attacks with this trick, the more magic power it consumes. And Laxus killed all Rain Shinobi at once, and the magic power consumed was naturally huge. Is it all right? Luchi came to Laxus's side instantly, picked up a small bottle of potion, and took it to Laxus. No problem. After taking the healing potion, Laxus felt that some of the exhausted magic power in his body was constantly recovering, and said. Ah, what a terrifying move. Unexpectedly, one move wiped out all Rain Shinobi. Even the ninja demigod was defeated by one move. It's really scary. Advertisement. At this time, Afei rose from the ground again, showing a frightened appearance, Strange. However, he should not be able to use such moves again in a short period of time. This is the best time to kill them. A deep voice came from under A Fei's mask. Women said so. Although there is one more Lu Qi from the country of Li, but this does not affect the plan. Alfy said casually. Obviously they had already noticed the existence of Lu Qi. Summoning technique. A Fei suddenly slapped the ground with one hand, and the densely packed technical runes instantly covered the ground, and after that, a huge cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared. Fly, it's too slow. The white smoke disappeared, revealing two figures. One of them is relatively short, wearing a black trench coat, with sharp eyes like a machine. He is a scarlet human puppet. The other one is taller, but with a strange face. He has dark green eyes. He is an S-rank rebel, Kakuzu. They all have a special white, money-rich, substance on their bodies, and Alfy summoned them out of summoning through this substance. Ah! I'm really sorry. Two seniors. But it's not bad to be slow. The lightning-style powerhouse just released a very powerful ninjutsu. Even hands of the salamander fell under this trick. A Fei scratched his head and said. This surprised Kakuzu and Fei Liuhu, seeing that there was indeed the corpse of hands of the salamander in the heights. Their eyes were no longer contemptuous, and they were covered by a serious look. That Lu Qi will be dealt with by me, and the rest will be handed over to you. After Fei Liuhu finished speaking, an iron tail was electrically drawn out from under the black windbreaker, like Sasariko's tail, towards Lu Qi. Chapter 126 Recycling Rin Egan. What? Fei Liuhu's iron tail was extremely fast, and it attacked Lu Qi in an instant. Lu Qi sensed the danger behind him, and turned around without hesitation. His right hand was covered by armament haki, and he bombarded the attacking iron tail. The black iron fist collided with the iron tail, making a violent metal collision sound, and Lu Qi rear force launched and directly knocked the iron tail out. Advertisement. Cut. Is there another enemy? Laxus also turned around at this time, seeing that the person who came was a short man in a black windbreaker, frowned and said. He just used the fairy law to kill many range shinobi, which consumed too much mana. Especially when defeating hands of the salamander's spirit, it directly emptied more than half of his magic power. So he is now in a state of depletion of magic power. Even if Lu Qi takes the recovery potion for him, he will not recover much in a short while. Therefore, facing the next enemy, Laxus estimates that it will be difficult to continue fighting. You are the Lu Qi of the Kingdom of Li. I heard that you are a powerful physique expert. I really want to make you a puppet and make you one of my great works of art. Fei Liuhu made a low-pressure voice, and his words seemed very eager, but in fact his tone was full of indifference. 8 waves of needles. Fei Liuhu removed the windbreaker, revealing his organ-like chin and arms. 820 opened his organ mouth, and suddenly ejected countless poisonous iron needles. Ah! The iron needle flew at extreme speed and attacked at Lu Qi. Tempest Kick Guy Bird. Lu Qi right leg drew a light blue half-moon-shaped shockwave in the air, which looked like a bird, facing the iron needle. Crazy! The powerful feet slashed the iron needle directly, and then continued to attack Fei Liuhu. What? Fei Liuhu opened his eyes angrily, and opened his arms with a boom, turning into 2 machine cannons, instantly ejecting extremely dense poisonous needles, and spraying them toward the crippled feet. At the same time, his iron tail is also covered by a thick layer of chakra, which when in front of him becomes a protective layer. Boom! Advertisement. Wu Jiao was still as tyrannical as before, directly slashing countless iron needles, and then continued to attack Fei Liuhu's iron tail. When the two collided, there was a sudden explosion, and a huge cloud of gunpowder smoke appeared on the scene, making people not aware of the situation. It's really not a loss for someone who can influence the Ninja World War, and defeated my puppet with just one move. The gun smoke blew, revealing a handsome red-haired man in a black trench coat. He looked at the fragments of Fei Liuhu on the ground and said without paying attention. He just left Tsunagakure and killed 3rd Kazekage, the Scarlet Sasori who triggered the 3rd Ninja War. I'll let you see, my favorite work. Sasori took out a scroll from the windbreaker, and when it was opened, a cloud of white mist and a flying puppet appeared. Crazy! That puppet is 3rd Kazekage, made into a human puppet. I saw Sasori lightly electric his fingers, and 3rd Kazekage's right hand suddenly burst out many arms, and every blade was stained with poison. What? Under Sasori's control, 3rd Kazekage flew to Lu Qi's side instantly, raised his right arm, and slashed. Armed finger pistol Huanglian. Lu Qi right hand was covered by the black armament haki, and a fierce bombardment broke out in an instant. Ding ding ding! The confrontation between the two erupted with intensive metal collisions. Under Lu Qi's fierce attack, 3rd Kazekage was at an absolute disadvantage. Just when Lu Qi wanted a punch to defeat 3rd Kazekage, 3rd Kazekage's left arm was instantly opened, revealing many wood chips engraved with spells. Then suddenly many hard puppet fists appeared. Boom boom boom. Although the strength of the puppet's fist was very strong, Liu Qi was not a vegetarian. Under the bombardment of his fist, the puppet's fist continued to crack, and then more and more puppet fists broke, and many organ sawdust fell on the ground. This scene made the Prst's brows slightly wrinkled. Although he knew that Liu Qi's physical skills were very strong, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then he decisively withdrew third Hokage and floated in the sky again. Paper escape paper shuriken. Konan on the side felt the power in Ad's body gradually recovered, and instantly manipulated countless paper shurikens, attacking Sasori like an overwhelming sky. Fire style head hard. A deep voice came, and then a hot wave of fire appeared, burning all the swords in the paper hand in the sky. Has another enemy appeared? Advertisement. Konan headed in the direction of the fire wave, and found that the person who came was a weird person with black tentacles. Near him, there are two weird people with black lines all over their bodies, with only one mask on their faces. They are the fire follow the wind. Your opponent is me. Only Kakuzu who can use such a weird secret technique is in charge of resentment. He looked at Konan and the others, and said in a calm tone. What? Konan's body instantly changed into pieces of paper, and at the same time a pair of paper wings appeared on the back, flying in the sky. Brother Sass, Yahiko's body will be handed over to you for protection first, and I will go with Konan to deal with the enemy first. After Nagato took Yahiko's body to Laxus, he ran in the direction of Kakuzu. Laxus placed Yahiko's body on the ground and sat cross-legged. He is quickly recovering his magic power and wants to join the battle immediately. The country of Lebanon. At this time, Ye Lan also received the news, using the system's live broadcast function, silently watching the war in Rain Shinobi village. The blue screen in front of him is divided into two large blocks, one of which is playing the battle in Rain Shinobi village. And the other part is playing the members of Akatsuki on the outskirts of Rain Shinobi village, fighting with the Rain Shinobi who are there. Ye Lan's attention was not focused on the battle between Akatsuki and Rain Shinobi, but on the battle in Rain Shinobi village. When he saw what Yahiko said when he died in front of Nagato, he frowned in confusion, but he was relieved soon. The reason why Yahiko would call Laxus the savior is that Laxus has extremely strong strength and is more mature and stable than his leader. Compared to Yahiko, Laxus's ability can undoubtedly lead Akatsuki to a higher peak. So Yahiko believes that Laxus is the savior of this world. Later, Ye Lan kept watching through the live broadcast. When he saw that Laxus released the Law of the Fairies, he was a little surprised that the power of this super magic was able to defeat Hands of the Salamander with one move. But then a figure with Kakuzu appeared, causing Ye Lan's brows to frown again, and it felt something was wrong. The conflict between Akatsuki and Rain Shinobi village was expected by Ye Lan, but Sasori and Kakuzu's shots made him feel bad. Thinking about the appearance of Afei before, Ye Lan suddenly understood in his mind, I am afraid that Uchiha Madara wants to take back Rin Egan. Thinking of this, Ye Lan didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and immediately set off for Lee's Higuo and headed to Rain Shinobi village. Uchiha Madara is a huge variable, even if Liu Qi is there, it is difficult to fight this ninja table hero. Chapter 127 Activate the Thunder Crystal. Ah, their battle is really fierce. Afei, who was watching the battle, said without hesitation. Since they are fighting so fiercely, then we will take advantage of this to kill that strong man. His trick is enough to threaten our plan. If we continue to let it go, it will definitely be a big trouble in the future. A man under Afei's mask said in a low voice. Advertisement. Okay, just do it. Then Afei's body sneaked into the earth again, and without anyone knowing it, sneaked to Laxus. Afei quietly appeared behind Laxus, and then his hands were sealed, and a majestic life force poured into the earth from his hands, and then the earth was in a huge turmoil in an instant. Several huge vines emerged from the ground, and Laxus who had just reacted and was about to avoid it was caught instantly. Wood-style big tree technique. As Alfy whispered, the huge vine kept growing, and bound Laxus, and finally turned into a huge tree. And Laxus's body was wrapped in a big tree, only one head was exposed. Damn it! Laxus roared unwillingly. Then he used the magic power that he had just recovered in his body, and a strong thunder and lightning broke out. How is this possible? Laxus suddenly discovered that the thunder and lightning he released had been swallowed in an instant. This made him feel a little astonished. Later, Laxus also discovered that a powerful force was constantly devouring his vitality. This power is undoubtedly the power of wood style. However, the Thunder Dragon Crystal in Laxus is not a vegetarian. The lightning strikes, and the first person to be hurt is Laxus. Although his body was implanted with the Thunder Dragon Crystal and gained extremely strong lightning resistance, he would also be severely injured in the face of the Thunder Dragon Crystal exploding with all its strength. Therefore, Laxus couldn't help but screamed, and at the same time the power of the lightning burst out of his body instantly, taking him as the main body into a destructive thunder pillar. And the big tree transformed by wood style was also annihilated by the violent thunder pillar at this moment, and it was wiped out in an instant. How is this possible? Advertisement. The thunder and lightning in his body can actually resist Mushi's power. A Fei on the side was stunned for an instant, even the man in his mask was stunned. Boom. The thunder pillars on Laxus rushed straight into the sky, causing countless dark clouds to suddenly gather in the sky, covering the scorching sun. The lightning strikes in Laxus came quickly and went quickly. After the Lei Zhu disappeared, his body full of charred black was exposed, and the aura on his body was also in a looming state, as if he would suddenly die at any time. Ding, the summoning character Laxus is in a moment of life crisis, do you spend national power to activate the power in Laxus? Ye Lan's figure turned into a black flash, advancing fast on the mainland. Although he was running at extreme speed, he also saw what happened on the battlefield through the live broadcast function. System, does the power in Laxus refer to the Thunder Crystal? If this is the case, will such a situation occur after activation, and the Thunder Dragon Crystal will run away directly? Ye Lan asked the system inwardly. The power contained in Laxus seemed to have no other power besides the Thunder Dragon Crystal. The tragic situation of Laxus was caused by the Thunder Destroyer Dragon Crystal, so Ye Lan must ask all the details clearly. Ding, the power that activates Laxus's body is indeed the Thunder Dragon Crystal, but after activation, there will be no runaway phenomenon, but let him directly control the undeveloped power of the Thunder Dragon Crystal. Hearing the system's answer, Ye Lan was relieved, and then asked the system to spend national power to activate the power of the Thunder Dragon Crystal. Ding, spend 500,000 national power value, is activating all the power of the Thunder Dragon Crystal in Laxus. Yes, the activation is successful. Big Brother Sass. Hearing the screams of Laxus, Nagato and Konan couldn't help turning around, and they couldn't help but sorrow when they saw the tragedy of Laxus. Nagato wanted to return to Laxus, but was intercepted by Kakuzu. Fire style head hard. Wind style suppress. The two black line clones next to Kakuzu instantly sprayed a hot wave of fire and fierce wind. The two are added together and turned into a larger wave of fire, spraying directly at Nagato. 0. Seeking flowers. Drink. Advertisement. Nagato saw the fire wave coming, Rin-Egan suddenly opened wide, and a powerful repulsive force popped out of his palm again, blocking the incoming fire wave from the repulsive force layer, unable to attack him. Lightning style false darkness. At this time, a black line clone appeared again next to Kakuzu, and the mask on his head represented thunder. The mask of the black line clone of thunder suddenly opened, and a powerful electric current instantly sprayed out, transforming into a spear-shaped thunder pillar in midair, and attacked Konan who wanted to rescue in the past. Paper shield. Under Konan's control, thousands of pieces of paper gathered in an instant and turned into a rectangular paper wall blocking the front of the thunder pillar. Boom! The paper shield was pierced in an instant, and the powerful thunder pillar continued to blast in Konan's direction, but Konan flexibly avoided the attack. But the current flowing in the air still attacked her, making her body paralyzed again. With me, don't even think about supporting it. Kakuzu's mouth was covered with countless disgusting tentacles, and he said calmly. Damn it! Nagato shouted unwillingly. Then he seemed to have made up his mind, his hands were sealed, and he released a large-scale summoning technique. Ding ding ding! On the other side of the theater, Liu Qi is fighting against the controlled third Hokage. He heard the screams of Laxus and naturally wanted to go to the rescue, but he was dragged by the sand and iron of third Hokage. Sand iron not attack. A large amount of sand and iron in the air instantly transformed into several huge triangular pyramids, and they attacked Liu Qi suddenly. Armed break air fist. Liu Qi hands were covered by armament haki, and his hands blasted two punches in the air. Two transparent air cannons were made in a sudden, with strong pressure, directly facing the triangular cone formed by sand and iron. Bombarded the past. This move is what he learned from Might Dai's Zixiang in the exchange of physical skills with Might Dai. This move is powerful, but it has extremely high requirements on the physique of the caster. But Liu Qi himself is the kind of extremely strong physique, and he can naturally use this move easily. Boom! Two powerful transparent air cannons directly blasted the extremely hard iron triangle cone into two big holes. Ding! Chapter 128 Ghetto Statue. Sure enough, to be able to shoot air cannons with the flesh, this physique expert is not so powerful. Looking at the air cannon formed by Liu Qi fist, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he controlled a large amount of sand and iron again, gathering around third Hokage. Sand-iron boundary law. The sand and iron around third Hokage instantly turned into countless sharp iron pillars. It blooms like a branch, and its range is very large. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Countless enlarged pointed iron pillars continued to attack Liu Qi, and when they attacked the ground, the surface was severely broken, and the rocks continued to crack and burst. On the other hand, Liu Qi relied on paper arts, one of the 6 styles, to constantly avoid the attacks of the 823 open iron pillars. What? After avoiding the iron pillars attack, Liu Qi seized the opportunity and instantly used the razor to leap to third Hokage side, and slammed a punch at him. Crazy. After third Hokage was hit by a powerful air cannon, the puppet's body kept breaking and sawdust flying. Then Ka wiped, his puppet's body was destroyed, turned into countless sawdust, and his puppet's head also flew far away. After third Hokage was destroyed, the sand and iron controlled by him could not be used again, and all fell into loose sand. Cut. I didn't expect to still have to play on the body. After seeing third Hokage being destroyed, there was no emotion on his face, but he picked up the windbreaker on his body, revealing his puppet body. On the other side, after Laxus burst out of a thunder pillar, the whole person fell into a state of dying and fell. Seeing Laxus entering the dying state, Alfy did not hesitate to eject a sharp wooden thorn from the palm of his hand, then jumped to the sky above Laxus, and slammed his heart. Advertisement. But at this moment, the battle situation suddenly reversed, and Laxus's body unexpectedly broke out with a powerful lightning strike again. Boom! Laxus stood up again, and at the same time his left arm suddenly turned into a thunder and lightning, directly grabbing the wooden thorn in Afei's hand. Roar! Laxus actually made a roar like a dragon at this time, and then he slowly raised his head, revealing a sharp dragon eye on his embarrassed left face. Boom! The thunder suddenly broke out, and the thunder and lightning in Laxus broke out again. The left arm that turned into thunder and lightning released a powerful electric current, following the wooden thorns and directly attacked Afei. After Afei was attacked by a powerful electric current, even though he had Hashirama cells on his body, he was very resistant to lightning attacks, but he couldn't help but scream tremblingly. The strange thing is that there are 2 screams from Afei. Roar! Laxus roared again, his left arm suddenly used force, and he directly flew Afei out. I don't know how far he flew before he fell to the ground, leaving a long deep ravine on the surface. After a while, the smoke was blown away, and Afei's body barely stood up. In his eyes, the left half of Laxus in the distance was very different from before, and there was a dragon horn on his left face and forehead. At the same time, a wing grew on his left back, and after the lightning on his left arm disappeared, his hand different from ordinary people was also revealed. That is a beast-like claw hand. And if his left leg is the same as his left arm, it becomes a beast-like leg and sharp claws. This is the hidden power of the Thunder Dragon Crystal, which can allow Laxus to directly enter the half-dragon transformation. Advertisement. The situation is not good, you quickly split into a clone and tell Master Madara what's going on here. Without his help, let's not even take Rin Egan away. Even the safety of life will be difficult to ensure. The man under Afei's mask issued a heavy tone, 0. Afei did not respond, but split a clone from his right body and quickly dived into the earth. As for why he and the people under the mask continue to stay here, the reason is simple, that is to hold the half-dragonized Laxus. Without them, the battle between Kakuzu and Sasori will become very dangerous and may even die. This is a great loss for their absolute organization. After all, the absolute organization has only just been established, and the organization has very few members, and strong people like Kakuzu and such are rare in the ninja world. Moreover, it is not impossible for them to hold the half-dragonized Laxus. Wow! Roar, roar! Suddenly, on the battlefield on the Nagato side, a huge summoning beast appeared, and from its mouth a roar of 1.2 that shocked the soul. This summoning beast is Gedo statue. The appearance of the Gedo statue immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey? I didn't expect the Gedo statue to be summoned. But this is not a bad thing. The disappearance of the Gedo statue, Master Ben will definitely find out about our situation. Afei looked at the Gedo statue as if the devil descended, and his tone returned to the previous weirdness, and said. Then he turned his gaze back to Laxus, and at this time entered the half-dragonized Laxus, and even rushed directly in the direction of the Gedo statue. Chapter 129 Uchiha Madara makes another move. In an underground space somewhere in the country, Uchiha Madara was sitting on a stone chair with a duct inserted behind her back. But in a sudden, the Gedo statue on the back of the catheter disappeared instantly, awakening the sleeping Uchiha Madara instantly, and Sharingan in his eyes was slowly turning. The Gedo statue suddenly disappeared. Was it summoned by Nagato summoning? Uchiha Madara thought. Suddenly, the figure of White Zetsu appeared on the top of the soil. He was the clone of Afei. Advertisement. After he fell, he quickly explained to Uchiha Madara all the battles that took place in Rain Shinobi village. It turned out that it seems that the lightning-style kid from Xiao organization should also be related to Li's Higuo. After Uchiha Madara heard Liu Qi appearance, he affirmed that the identity of Laxus had something to do with Li's Higuo. White Zetsu, leave a part of Hashirama cells to the kid Uchiha, and the rest is injected into my body. I have a hunch that the famous Li's Higuo might appear again. Hope the last fight before I die, he can make me enjoy. Uchiha Madara said calmly to the other White Zetsu. When White Zetsu heard the words, he closed his eyes slightly, and then a 03 White Zetsu clone suddenly rose from the surface, and at the same time he was holding a large syringe in his hand, which was filled with Hashirama cells. For someone else, don't say that injecting so many Hashirama cells, just 1 milliliter can make him a big tree in an instant. But Uchiha Madara is different. Since Rinnegan is turned on, Hashirama cells will not only not conflict with his body, but will continue to improve his body. It can even make him return to his youth in a short time. But Hashirama cells are too precious, even under Uchiha Madara's decades of operation, their number is very small. Except for the large syringe in White Zetsu's hand, the remaining Hashirama cells are only less than 10 milliliters. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Uchiha Madara will not inject Hashirama cells. But this time is different. Rinnegan is an indispensable item for Project Tsuki no Mi, and must be taken back. And now his pieces can't take Rinnegan back, so he has to do it himself. White Zetsu quickly inserted a large syringe into Uchiha Madara's body. With the injection of Hashirama cells, Uchiha Madara's dry body continued to distend, the traces engraved on him over the years are also disappearing, and his pale hair is constantly turning black. Until all Hashirama cells were injected into Uchiha Madara's body, he had returned to youth, back to the period of Ninja Shura. Although the current Uchiha Madara does not have Rinnegan, it is enough to rub any superpower on the ground. This feeling of returning to power is really wonderful. It's a pity that it can't last too long. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, and then used the crocodile lizard technique to return to the land and head towards Rain Shinobi Village at great speed. Rain Shinobi Village battlefield. Roar. The Gedo statue roared, and at the same time stretched out the giant wooden hand and slapped it at Kakuzu. Fire style head hard. Wind style suppress. Lightning style false darkness. Kakuzu felt the breath on the Gedo statue was extraordinary, and decisively released 3 advanced ninjutsu to attack the Gedo statue. Hyuei. The combination of the fire wave and the strong wind turned into a huge flame wave, attacking the body of the Gedo statue. Then a spear-shaped thunder pillar appeared again, and bombarded the giant hand that had struck the Gedo statue. The thunder pillar suddenly attacked the giant hand of the Gedo statue, but the giant hand seemed to be filled with some powerful force, and it squeezed the thunder pillar. Boom! Yan Lang then attacked Gedo statue's body, and suddenly erupted with an astonishing roar. At the same time, a larger flame burst out, directly covering the Gedo statue. Roar! The Gedo statue made a painful roar, and at the same time, Nagato's body suddenly dried up, and the majestic chakra in his body was evacuated by the Gedo statue in an instant. What? A flash of lightning struck in an instant. It was Laxus who had entered the half-dragonization. Although he has entered the dragon transformation, his sanity has not disappeared, but is very clear, he can perfectly control this dragon's power. So when he saw Nagato's death, he would naturally rush to support him. But at this moment, the situation of the battle changed again. Amaterasu. The man under A-Fei's mask whispered, and then a hot black flame flew out from A-Fei's single eye, burning on Laxus. Roar. After Laxus was attacked by Amaterasu, his body subconsciously let out a low growl. Then the thunder and lightning in his body broke out in an instant, and when he wanted to wipe out this strange flame, he found that this black flame could not be wiped out. Advertisement. What's the matter with this weird flame? Laxus stopped walking instantly, staring solemnly at the black flame on his arm. Hey? Are you able to use Manjiki perfectly? A-Fei said in surprise. Ah, although Susanoo cannot be used yet, the pupil technique for both eyes can be used perfectly. Although the tone of the man under the mask was a little indifferent, there was a sense of excitement hidden in the secret. Under the cultivation of Uchiha Madara, he has started Manjiki Sharingan. But Uchiha Madara requires him to be able to use Manjiki's hidden pupil technique perfectly before it can be used in actual combat. Because the pupil technique on his left eye is a bit special. Dragon Power Thunder Dragon's Collapsing Fist. 823 Laxus used the terrifying dragon power in his body to bless the thunder and lightning, and then burst on his arm instantly. Boom! A earth-shattering roar resounded through the battlefield, and I saw that Laxus's right arm was directly covered by the violent electric current, and the whole body was emitting golden electric light, as if it were thunder in the sky. Zzz. The current on Laxus ran away wantonly, constantly attacking the black flames, and under the blessing of the dragon's power, this group of so-called inextinguishable flames unexpectedly appeared and disappeared. How is this possible? When the man under the mask saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. Amaterasu flame is immortal, Uchiha Madara told him this before. It seems that the lightning style of the other party is not easy. The man under the mask gritted his teeth and said, and then he seemed to have made up some kind of determination, and then said to A-Fei. A-Fei, remove the mask, I'm going to use that technique. Open. On the way through Rain Shinobi Village, Ye Lan's body leaped like lightning. After seeing the outbreak of Laxus through the live broadcast function, he silently checked the attribute interface of Laxus and found that there was an extra Thunder Dragon on his ability list. At the same time, his level has also jumped from 3-star to 4-star. Chapter 130 Hellflame Soldiers. Boom! A huge thunder blast sounded, and the Amaterasu flame on Laxus' arm was crushed by the extremely strong lightning and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the mask on A-Phase face gradually opened, revealing the shadow hidden inside. It was a Uchiha boy with a hedgehog head. There was a hint of maturity and arrogance on that immature face, and his eyes were a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. The outer wall of the pair of Mangeki is pentagonal, and the inner wall is a spiral black round pupil. Advertisement. Neu, let's start. A-Phase tone was a little excited, and he seemed to want to witness Uchiha Neio's moves again. Inferno-style Hellflame Soldier. Uchiha Neio's eyes suddenly widened, and a large group of Amaterasu flames radiated from his right eye, while his left eye was shaping the Amaterasu flame, turning it into 10 2-meter-high black flame soldiers. He is a Uchiha clan who longs for power and rules the world of ninja. So the pupil technique in his right eye is the strongest physical attack, Amaterasu. And the pupil technique in his left eye is for dominance, Hellflame Soldier. Hellflame Soldier is somewhat similar to Uchiha Sasuke's flame control, but there are some differences. Their similarity is to control the flame of Amaterasu, but flame control controls the change of Amaterasu's form, while Hellfire Soldiers change the form of Amaterasu into the shape of a soldier, and give them autonomous consciousness to attack the enemy. But the latter is more difficult to control than the former. Because the Hellflame Soldier is not one, but many. As long as chakra and pupils are strong enough, Uchiha Neio can summon hundreds of Hell Soldiers at any time. But before that, there is another condition, that Mangeki must reach the perfect use level. Before Uchiha Neio was not proficient in the use of Mangeki, the consciousness of the summoned Hellflame Soldier was a little confused, and everyone would be their target. Even him, the caster, will be the target of attack. That's why Uchiha Madara limits his use of Mangeki's power. As for why even Amaterasu is restricted, it is because there is no Hellflame Soldier. Amaterasu uses Mangeki's pupil power, so it is better to use wood-style ninjutsu. Although Hashirama cells can offset the blindness of Mangeki, Hashirama cells are very precious and can be used without being used. Dragon Power. The roar of Thunder Dragon. Seeing the 10 Hellflame Soldiers oncoming, Laxus did not hesitate, combined the thunder and the power of the dragon in his lungs, and suddenly ejected fierce thunder and lightning. Boom! Advertisement. The thunder and lightning split into many small lightning pillars in the process of spraying, and attacked all the Hellflame Soldiers and Uchiha Neio. With the blessing of Dragon Power, all Laxus moves will be greatly strengthened. Facing the attack of the lightning pillar, all the Hellflame Soldiers changed into a black flame shield, while evading and defending against the attack of the lightning pillar. Because they have a sense of autonomy, those Hellflame Soldiers do not need Uchiha Neio's control, and they will evade and defend themselves. Wood-style wood-locking wall. Uchiha Neio's hands were sealed, and countless wooden pillars suddenly protruded on the surface of his surroundings, and the wooden pillars closed and turned into an oval wooden shield. Boom! The sound of thunder shook again, and the wooden shield cracked into countless fragments after being attacked, and then the electric current caused a second attack along the wooden shield. After the wooden shield burst and exploded, the Uchiha circle inside was no longer visible. Obviously he has already used Do technique to leave here. After all, as a summoner, there is no need to fight the berserker at all. 10 Hellflame Soldiers are enough to deal with Laxus. Although you can't defeat Laxus, but can hold him, it is a complete task. Although the Hellflame Soldiers on the other side were attacked by the Thunder Pillar, they were transformed by the Amaterasu Black Flame and would not be defeated immediately, only a small part of the Amaterasu fire on their bodies disappeared. So they immediately rushed to Laxus again, using various shapes of black flame weapons to attack Laxus. Empty. It's really endless, right? Dragon Power. Thunder Dragon's forehead. Laxus watched the Hellflame Soldiers attack, he couldn't help but cursed, and then his fists were covered by the golden violent thunder and lightning. Nagato. Don't use this technique anymore. Konan in the sky looked at Nagato's suddenly dry body and couldn't help but grieve. No. I must kill the enemy. Nagato is a bit stubborn. Kawi. Then, because the chakra in Nagato's body was absorbed, Gedo statue opened a huge mouth, spewed out many iron-like chakra catheters, and suddenly inserted into Nagato's body. Nagato's back was instantly filled with chakra catheters, and blood spurted out of nowhere. Although the vitality in Nagato's body was taken away by the Gedo statue was also very powerful this time, spraying a chakra dragon directly from the huge mouth. Roar! After the chakra dragon appeared, he uttered a dragon chant, and then the dragon was furious and struck at Kakuzu with extreme speed. Advertisement. Fire style head hard. Wind style suppress. Lightning style false darkness. Water style water curtain tent. Kakuzu felt that this chakra dragon was full of extreme danger, and once again released the black line clone of water from his body, and all 4 clones released advanced ninjutsu at this moment. The flames skyrocketed, the wind was raging, the water cannons flew, and the thunder pillars bombarded. And his deity immediately left this danger zone. Although he himself has confidence in ninjutsu, he is full of trust in his own intuition. Because his instinct tells him that he must escape, he will leave in embarrassment. His intuition is one of the capitals that allowed him to survive in this ninja world for decades. Boom! After the 4-stroke ninjutsu attacked the chakra dragon, it was completely defeated by the chakra dragon in less than 3 seconds. Then the chakra dragon attacked the 4 black line clones again. Unexpectedly, these clones were all killed in a sudden roar. After killing the black thread clone, the chakra dragon did not see Kakuzu's deity. The money is good, so he roared and then disappeared into the world. Wow! After the enemy disappeared, the Gedo statue also instantly turned into a white mist and disappeared. Nagato, are you okay? Konan in the sky flew down quickly, looking at Nagato, who was full of chakra tubes behind him, and couldn't help but worry. I'm fine, it's just that chakra is overconsumed. Nagato said with a barely smile. It is hard to imagine that there is such a terrifying summoning beast in this ninja world. It not only defeated my 4 advanced ninjutsu, but also killed my 4 hearts. Empty. Laozi won't mix with Zhao Shui. Kakuzu, who was hiding in a relatively hidden place, watched the mighty scene of the chakra dragon, and couldn't help cursing. It is not difficult to find the heart, but it is difficult to find 4 powerful ninja hearts with different attributes from the deity. Thinking of this, Kakuzu felt more and more angry in his heart, immediately turned around and left.